Qiao Jiao Jiao had been reincarnated. As soon as she was born, she made Iatrim into a fort to Penhirias wide. Quick, let her see what kind of good family she had been reborn into. Omi, thisticurasquiddy opulent, exuding Ginsayan charm. What is it feel like Keshasina historical setting? Just as Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered this, someone a cautious sly pried her legs apart, and jubilant voice says filled the air. Congratulations, madam. Your wish has come true. It's a girl. How wonderful. A voice, weary at laced with joy, rang out gent lean tender it must be Hermother. Up in hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jia's spirits lifted. This familito as not favors and sover daughter Cindied. Old in was worthy. In her previous life, Qiao Jiao Jiao had performed numerous good deeds, including but no limited charitable donations, blood donations, donating bone marrow stem cells, and helping Gelder Liladius cross the street. She had been stability while trying to help others the Salin Thadinid, Verton, lighter Ned Hupin and her. After her death, she donated Harrigan's, saving 7 lives. Such a saint le figuru assumed to Thunderworld, and Noljian Wong was nearly blinded by the radiance of virtuous deeds. Thus, with a flourish of his hand, hid a creed that shwood Baraborn with her memorias intact, destined to enjoy a life of peace and happiness. And so, Qiao Jiao Jiao arrived. Shuffled summy onegantly washing away the blood from her body and couldn't help but squinting vert. At that moment, Hermother's buzz-led voice broke through. Where's Themister? Madam, Yoarian Sachahari earlier that didn't dare to tell ye, the master anthe master shaviog. What? Hasso mething happened? Athis, Qiao Jiao Jiao per Kaduferiers, listen in Jintant, lias Thenitherful explained. Madam, please don't worry it's not a major issue. Theoungis daughter off min famla fell into thwater and was just saved Bethesica and asked her how happened to pass by. When that Miss Mingrigan consciousness, Shestartet talking nonsense, Suthy master anthil destian master ushadover. Wethaudio would still have a couple of days before giving birth, but the situation arose suddenly. I've read a sentimasage, Suthy master and Thean masters must be on thire way back no. Hermother's voice was filled with concern. How does that mean girl? If Shes rechet hedgeto void suspicion, it cold but troublesome. The nurse quickly replied. I inquired beforehand Mingrels nameis Gushue, and she enlightened I, your sold still. Qiao Jiao Jiao had been listening with great interest, but at this point, she froze, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. Damn it, old Yin Wang had deceived her. What was supposed to be reincarnation turned out to be a twist from a novel. Just before your act of bravery, she had finished reading Gamela dramatic novel Fate Waseto be dapted, cold-faced princess gently fection. The protagonist equates a Tim a traveling girl named Mingu Shui. Soho had she become? Well, alt had Ming familiant Kyo family were Somi well matched. That child was still too young for a nearly engagement. The Kaya family? Qiao Jiao Jiao felt faint. In the book, there was only one Kyo family the loyal and unwavering, Clant the Thad fallen victim to political strife, becoming mere fodder for conflict. Omi heavens, the Kyo family fatu as annihilation. Moreover, Theoungis daughter of Kiao familimita tragasend at the Tindra G3, her entire live, jummerized de nazingles in the text. Old Yin Wang, you better give Meza satisfactory explanation otherwise, it will surely turn your underworld upside down after ID. Madame Kyo appeared utterly bewildered. Her cause of death? Could it be Theta made hate attempted to seduce her husband? Qiao Jiao Jiao was desperately trying to recall the details. Indeed, she remembered this segment vividly. Hermother, still suffering from the aftermath of childbirth, had refused her father's request to stay the night and had sent him to the study instead. Consequently, that very night, a maid, seizing the opportunity of fair father's inebriation after having J daughter late-time life, climbed into his. Although nothing transpired that night and their father latter executed the maid, the incidental of lingering scaring Hermother she art. These was the catalyst for Hermother's depression. What could she do? She couldn't speak. How could she prevent this from happening? Qiao Jiao Jiao was anxious she felt like tearing her hair out. Madame Kyo absorbed every word, heard me nor reflecting herupbringing gasped the legitimate daughter of Dukafien. Shequaclirigan her composure. Thoth she was soon certain we her daughter, Hoberetha memory is sofa past life. New wolf events I a townfold in thee zone, Shekazito belly of the possibila tirathird and dismiss it. After all, these wash their own flesh and blood Madam Kaya trusted Thatch, Qiao Jiao Jiao ha her best interests at the art. Madam Mother. At that moment, a loud indulgent voice said Thier from outside, and soon three figures burst through. The servant shadel reeditted the room, which was no quiddy orderly, with the lingering sense dissipating. Madam, you have suffered. Tis me fault for not being by or side. The voice was strong and resonant, quickly reacting the bedside. Qiao Jiao Jiao lifted her gaze and finally beheld the middle-legged face. Ah, my father is so handsome. Is this the allurio famature man? Hearing Qiao Jiao Jiao praise him, Madam Kaya Colden felt but small. She looked up to observe her husband, noting that he displayed no signs of surprise, which confirmed her belief it wasn't her daughter Hakud her uts. Madam, is this or Jiao Jiao? Mr. Kaya softened his voice, gazing affectionately at Qiao Jiao Jiao. At present, they were 36 and 34, respectively. Their oldest was 18, and Thyrianger's was 15. They had long with this child. When they first discovered her pregnancy, they had made a pact. If it was a girl, she would be named Jiao Jiao. If a boy, he would be called Godan. Fortunesmal dupenthum, finally granting Kaya familia precium. Come here, let father hold ya. Mr. Kaya carefully took Qiao Jiao Jiao from Madam Kaya's arms. Ah, what a gentle father. Wu, the heathen so kintome. Mr. Kaya Shan's sudden lie trembled had it not been for his battle-hardened past, he might have an advertent lifelink the chilled from his grasp. Ouch, did me father tremble? It startled him. Up in hearing this, Mr. Kaya was further convinced that the voice belonged to the child in his arms. How could this be possible? Speaking of forefather, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a deep sense of regret. Alas, my father is indeed a legendary figure in he Jiao, have fought valiantly for the nation, reclaiming the northern territories. After the northern states surrendered, he promptly relinquished his military authority and graciously declined the title leaf to Koth realm, opting instead for the position of fodder drank imperial censor. Others mocked him as foolish, deriding him for seeking hardship, yet Hakud fathomed the ambitions the Trezide Giart. He was capable of defending the homeland with his martial prowess and supervising officials with his literary skills, alto preserveth the integrity of the court. Mr. Kaya was utterly astonished upon hearing these. Others Macadand ridiculed him, some claimed he was infatuated with power, while others suggested he was merlin toiling in vain. Yet, only Thekerish Jiao his arms articulateth the true desires of a shiart. Asha surveyed the room, Hinata said his wife were re-searing expression, while Adir Twosons remained blissfully oblivious, utterly unaware of Qiao Jiao's heartfelt words. In that moment, Mr. Kaya felt no tashradafir regarding Qiao Jiao's peculiarity. His heart swelled with joy. Could this be to divine a gift bestowed upon him, Qiao Zongguo devoted little companion? At that moment, Jiao Jiao's voice orangutans Marie. Werwa, Ida such apida thought me heroic father ultimate. Libby chemivic time of political strife, executed dath meridian gate, with our family wiped due to veer night. Up in hearing this, both Mr. Kaya and Madam Qiao are struck with profound shock, with Madam Kaya nearly fainting. However, concerned Thadathers might perceive a Thyrianese and thus propagate harmful rumors about Jiao Jiao, they both resolutely maintained their composure. What called Thismian? Their family had always been loyal subjects, devoted to Thier, sovereign how could thind up meeting, tragic fate? In this lifetime, that must not happen. Such a loving family, it would stay Kimi v Rai Lefeta protect Theman Dalter Lini. Jiao Jiao vowed resolute lie in her heart. Though Mr. Kaya and Madam Kaya remained anxious, they were simultaneously comforted and deeply moved by her declaration. Mr. Kaya tenderly caressed Jiao Jiao's smile face, silently promising, "Dear Jiao Jiao, such burdens should never fall upon your shoulders, will protect you." At that moment, Jiao Jiao called thirlier matter. Oh dear, the execution is still fair off, there is still time. However, the Isu Ifti made climb into the surgent. With such a strong bond between me prince, how could Theolosimi O'Neill ses chimsto so discord? Xiao Zhonghua? Amade climb tobed? Jiao Jia continue edifrit, realizing that the maid weighs a persistent threat. Even if Hermo Thur managed to keep her father from staying tonight, it wouldn't liberate temporary measure. The best solution would be to expose a thought made tonight. I finally I cold speak. If I cold make father pretend to be drunk, that maid would sure fall for it. Ah, how I'd spies a my own helplessness. Jiao Jiao was consumed with frustration when a remarkably handsome young man approached. Father, it's mittern to hold my little Zeester. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, the genetic sin, this familiarly extraordinary. Reluctantly, Qiao Zongquo relinquished Jiao Jiao, his gaze a glimmering with understanding hate evident. Lai accepted Jiao Jia's suggestion. Moreover, Heffelta twas necessary to remain those within the household off his resolve. Qiao Zongguo had long sworn that in this lifetime, fueled Havianli and wife, never taking a concubine or keeping a mistress, and wooed no Tevin tolerant with special privileges. At that moment, Theoldesson, Qiao Yinjing, carefully cradled Jiao Jiao, while the second son, Qiao Diyu, leaned and gently poked Jiao Jia's cheek. Ah, both brothers are so handsome. Theoldest eyes a paragon of virtue, gently as jade, while it heesican to spirit dan audacious what a perfect combination. Up in hearing this, Qiao Dianjing and Qiao Dai Yu abruptly exchanged astonished glances. Is her little Zeester speaking? How delightful to behold. The heathen Shava treated him. Jiao Jiao, soul. I am truly content. Qiao Diyu, bang Thichi off that woe, suddenly changed color, unable to contain his curiosity on a longer. At that moment, Qiao Tianjing's expression darkened, and he showed a sharplancy Qiao Diyu, effective sim. Chapter 3. The gears of destiny begin to turn. Qiao Tianjing, at the tender age of 18, has taken a path starkly different from that of his father. He is renowned in the capital as a celebrated scholar, and has now attained the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. His elevation to this office is undoubtedly linked to his father's influence, yet he has proven himself through diligence and integrity, never faltering in his duties. At this moment, when he furrows his brow, an aura of formidable authority emanates from him, commanding respect without a word of anger. Qiao Diyi, aged 15, has pursued a career in the military, currently honing his skills in the army, where he holds a modest rank. This path has been specifically advised by their father, as Qiao Diyi, being young and impetuous, is deemed unsuitable for high office until he has been tempered through experience. At this juncture, Qiao Diyi is filled with indescribable dread, yet he is accustomed to heeding his elder brother's counsel. Witnessing Qiao Tianjing's stern expression, he promptly falls silent. Qiao Jiao Jiao observes the two brothers, now frozen in a mutual gaze, her face a mask of confusion. Why have her elder brother and second brother suddenly locked eyes? From her vantage point, she can only discern the sharp contours of their jaws. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing's expression shifts abruptly. He bends down affectionately to touch Qiao Jiao Jiao's cheek. My dear little sister, how delightful you are, resembling our mother. Qiao Diyi, also coming to his senses, leans slightly closer, gazing intently at Qiao Jiao Jiao, captivated by the sparkle in her eyes that is undeniably endearing. However, as she gazes at her two remarkable brothers, a wave of sorrow washes over her. Such gallant youths, her elder brother ensnared in the treacheries of the political arena, his once illustrious reputation shattered, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise. Her second brother, valorously fighting for their country, betrayed by treacherous foes, perishes on the battlefield. And here I am, the youngest, having been lost to the world at the tender age of 3. Ah, why does fate conspire against us? We, a family of loyalty and righteousness, have suffered the annihilation of our lineage, the severing of our descendants. Such injustice. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyi. What? Little sister is fated to perish at 3 years old. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Their parents had longed for over a decade to welcome this little sister into their lives. In that moment, the brothers are not merely astonished by their own fates, but are primarily consumed with concern for Qiao Jiao Jiao's well-being. Until now, she had not revealed her own destiny. It is only now that their father and mother comprehend the grim fate that awaits her, leaving them feeling as though the ground has shifted beneath their feet. I must accumulate more merit. The greater the accumulation, the more leverage I shall have to safeguard my life and protect the Qiao family merit. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao resolutely decides to begin tomorrow, under the name of Qiao Jiao Jiao, to engage in benevolent deeds, honoring the Bodhisattva, regardless of the financial cost. Exhausted from greeting everyone, Qiao Jiao Jiao feels an overwhelming hunger, her stomach empty. "Ah, I am so hungry," she whimpers, her voice akin to a mewing kitten. Madame Qiao, upon hearing this, immediately extends her hand, realizing that Jiao Jiao is likely famished. "I shall tend to her. You may all leave." Although it is customary for the lady of the house not to nurse her child directly, Jiao Jiao is the cherished fruit of their long-held hopes, and she has resolved to take matters into her own hands. Seeing her father about to depart, Qiao Jiao Jiao is filled with panic and cries out, "Father, you must not drink too much tonight." Qiao Zhenghua does not wish for Qiao Jiao Jiao to believe he can hear her thoughts. Otherwise, she may become restrained and fearful of expressing herself. Thus, he responds, just as she anticipated, with a gentle tone, "My dear, you have just given birth and are still too weak. Allow me to stay and care for you tonight." Madame Qiao has her own intentions, and with understanding, she shakes her head. "My husband, as a man, it may be inconvenient for you to remain here. For the next few days, I shall ask you to take your rest in the study." Ah, the gears of destiny are truly in motion. I cannot endure this. I am on the verge of fainting from hunger. "Father, you cannot leave." In her flurry of distress, the moment milk arrives at her lips, her mind turns to mush, and after a few sips, she drifts into a deep slumber. Seeing that Qiao Jiao Jiao has peacefully succumbed to sleep, Madame Qiao calls for the wet nurse, Lu Mama, and calmly instructs her, "Mama, you need not attend to her tonight. Instead, keep a watchful eye outside the study door, ensuring no ill-intentioned maidservants approach." Lu Mama's expression shifts dramatically. "Madam, do you mean to say?" Madame Qiao remains composed. In such a large household, there are bound to be those with ulterior motives. "Mama, do not cause a scene. It would reflect poorly upon the master. I am well aware of his sentiments towards me." Lu Mama, her demeanor grave, acknowledges with a swift nod and hurriedly departs. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhenghua has made his way to the study, wearing a smile as he instructs the servants to bring forth 2 large jars of wine, declaring that he intends to indulge in a drunken revelry this evening. Under the dim moonlight, the 2 brothers, Tianjing and Diyi, stand facing each other, both wearing somber expressions. Qiao Diyi speaks first. "Brother, what is happening? How could we hear our little sister's thoughts? Moreover, it seems she possesses the ability to foresee the future." Qiao Tianjing appears more composed, taking a few measured steps before suddenly turning to ask, "Brother, is she truly our sister?" Qiao Diyi is momentarily taken aback by the question, but responds without hesitation, "Of course. She is our mother's child, born of the same womb." Qiao Tianjing nods, a tranquil expression on his face. "Isn't that sufficient? Perhaps it is because heaven cannot bear to witness our family, loyal to the throne and country, facing such brutal annihilation that they have sent our little sister to save us. Brother, I observed our parents closely today. They seem unaware of our little sister's thoughts. Thus, this matter must remain between us. It must not be divulged. Otherwise, it could bring calamity upon her and spell disaster for the Qiao family." Qiao Diyi comprehends his elder brother's intent and solemnly nods. "Rest assured, brother. I understand your meaning. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to cherishing our little sister." Throughout the night, Qiao Jiao Jiao awakens several times. In her hazy state, she seems to hear Lu Mama's voice. "Madam, You were indeed correct. My heavens, I witnessed that little wretch. Suddenly, a shriek erupts from within the house, as it appears the master himself has taken matters into his own hands, causing quite the uproar in the front courtyard. Qiao Jiao Jiao's mind struggles to keep up, and with a murmured response, she slips back into a deep slumber. When she finally opens her eyes the next morning, the sun is shining brightly. Qiao Jiao Jiao feels a gentle shaking, and soon her father's rugged yet handsome chin comes into view. Ah, my father looks even more dashing in the daylight. Qiao Zhonghua slowly lowers his head, meeting Qiao Jiao Jiao's wide, sparkling eyes, his expression softening instantly. At that moment, a distant, desperate plea reaches their ears. Master, for the sake of the 30 years that I, along with Huada, have served in this household, please spare that girl, Lu Er. She has been blinded by foolish thoughts, and I assure you, I will discipline her properly and ensure she never brings shame upon us again. Please, Master, have mercy. Chapter 4. The protagonist has arrived. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao slightly widened her eyes. I asked this about the maid climbing into bed. Oh dear. I hope that girl did not succeed. How is mother doing now? Wait, Huada. Such an inconspicuous name, yet so lethal. At this moment, Qiao Zhonghua felt a weight lift from his heart, while Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu exchanged discreet glances. Matters within the inner household had always been managed by Madame Qiao, but she was still in confinement. They deliberately waited until the court session had concluded, allowing the situation to simmer within the residence for a whole morning before addressing it publicly. As for bringing Qiao Jiao Jiao over, Qiao Zhonghua approached it with a trial-and-error mentality. If Jiao Jiao knew of any unsavory affairs within the household, it would be addressed in one go. The weather was pleasant, with the crispness of autumn in the air, yet Qiao Jiao Jiao was still quite young. Qiao Zhonghua specifically instructed for the windows to be sealed and screens to be set up. As Qiao Jiao Jiao rummaged through her memories, she finally unearthed information regarding Huada. Goodness, this person cannot be allowed to remain. Not a single one of them should be spared. Huada harbored resentment against her father for the execution of his daughter, and he had a son working in her elder brother's courtyard, clandestinely collecting many of her brother's discarded manuscripts. Accusations can arise without justification. When her brother was later framed, it was Huada who handed those discarded manuscripts to her brother's arch-nemesis. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had always taken pleasure in literary pursuits, occasionally composing poetry and writing essays, but often felt dissatisfied afterward and had the servants burn them. Little did he know that such a seemingly trivial action would bring about a fatal blow to his future. In that moment, Qiao Zhonghua felt an immense relief as he cradled Qiao Jiao Jiao. The next moment, he spoke in a grave tone. Huada, respond. Yes, sir, please go on. Outside, Huada was in a state of utter terror. Qiao Zhonghua feigned contemplation before inquiring. Your family has served in the Qiao residence for over 30 years. How many members do you have, and where are they all employed? Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with realization. Father truly possesses foresight. His meticulousness is astounding, and he sees through everything. Indeed, it is imperative to investigate their entire family, uprooting them entirely and leaving no trace of potential danger. Hearing his daughter's praise, Qiao Zhonghua couldn't help but beam with delight. Ah, my little darling, I would pluck the stars and moon from the heavens for you. Meanwhile, Huada, unable to conceal anything, began to tremble as he recounted his family's circumstances. To his shock, Qiao Zhonghua's inquiry revealed startling truths. Huada and Aunt Gu were both long-standing servants in the household, with one working in the front courtyard and the other in the back. Over the years, they had managed to secure positions for their sisters-in-law, siblings, and nieces and nephews within the estate. Moreover, his eldest son was indeed working in Qiao Tianjing's Qingzhou courtyard. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's expression darkened instantly. If not for the presence of Qiao Jiao Jiao in his arms, his fiery temper would have compelled him to slam his fist on the table. Suppressing his anger, he scoffed. All these years, I must have been blind. It appears this Qiao residence belongs to your family, Huada. Huada, upon hearing this, trembled in fear, prostrating himself on the ground. No, sir. We would never dare. At this moment, the stewards from various courtyards stood in the yard, fully aware that Huada's family could not escape their fate. Clearly, the public execution today was meant to serve as a warning to the other servants. Qiao Jiao slowly rose to his feet, still possessing the vigor of his youth, and coldly declared, "Deceiving superiors and subordinates, embezzling funds, failing to educate your children, and favoring relatives. What audacity you have! Seize Huada's entire family and expel them from the Qiao residence. Not a single coin or scrap of paper is to be taken. Furthermore, search the Hua family and examine whether they have engaged in any unscrupulous dealings over the years, bringing back all findings for my personal review." In the next moment, the courtyard erupted with the sounds of desperate pleas and cries, while the others stood in stunned silence, not daring to raise their heads. Wow, this is what it means to act decisively and leave no room for error, balancing both grace and authority. Father, quickly accept my flattery. Qiao Jiao, did my daughter just flatter me? He even bent down to take a sniff. It doesn't smell bad at all. My daughter truly is delightful. After this morning's events, the three Qiao men have come to wholeheartedly respect Qiao Jiao Jiao's prescient abilities. Just 2 days after her birth, she already knew where Huada's son was employed. This can only be considered miraculous. Moreover, the information she disclosed is of utmost importance to Qiao Tianjing. At this moment, Qiao Tianjing felt both grateful and affectionate towards Qiao Jiao Jiao. Father, I also wish to hold my little sister. Initially reluctant, Qiao Jiao reconsidered. Since Jiao Jiao had assisted his eldest son so significantly, it was only right to hold her. As Qiao Tianjing took Qiao Jiao Jiao into his arms, she muttered, "My brother should also marry a wife soon. The courtyard is in disarray, and no one is tidying up. How does that reflect well? There should be an elder sister-in-law to manage things properly and keep him in line. I already long to be close to a beautiful, graceful, fragrant, and gentle sister-in-law." At this declaration, Qiao Tianjing's shoulders jerked in shock. He had only just managed to persuade their parents to grant him a few more years of freedom. Fortunately, their father remained oblivious to Jiao Jiao's innermost thoughts. Qiao Diu cast a teasing glance at Qiao Tianjing, chuckling in delight at his misfortune. He felt secure, knowing his elder brother was shielding him from any immediate repercussions. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao, with his back turned to the two brothers, suddenly had a brilliant idea. What a marvelous plan! If they were to uncover the discarded manuscripts from Huada's family, he could use this excuse to silence his elder brother. Moreover, the second son was already 15. It was high time to set things in motion. Unaware that they had already been outsmarted by their little sister, both brothers were fully engaged in entertaining her. Just then, a timid voice called from outside, "Sir, the Meng family master and his wife, along with their daughter, have come to express their gratitude." Qiao Jiao Jiao, who had been on the verge of dozing off, jolted awake at the mention of the Meng family, her heart racing with excitement. The protagonist has arrived. Oh, how thrilling! The protagonist? The three Qiao men simultaneously questioned in their minds. The protagonist is merely 10 years old, and the male lead is only 13. Surely they are still biding their time. However, they likely have already begun to establish their influence. The three of them quickly understood that the protagonist referred to Menggu Shui, but who could the male lead be? How infuriating! They had once relished witnessing the protagonists exact their revenge, but now the roles had reversed, and they found themselves in the position of the villains. If it were not for the protagonist's modern knowledge aiding Prince Jing, their Qiao family would not have been repeatedly schemed against, ultimately leading to their downfall. Qiao Jiao was instantly struck with alarm. He had never anticipated that the very child responsible for toppling their family's enemies would be merely 10 years old. Moreover, the second son had even saved her life. Additionally, Prince Jing, among the emperor's sons, Only the crown prince had been conferred a title, while the others had not. Wait a moment, 13. Could that mean he is the current second prince? Chapter 5 in Chug, Father? The servant outside the door, still haunted by the recent downfall of the Hua family, dared only to urge in a hushed tone. Qiao Zhonghua, as if awakening from a dream, quickly composed himself, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Oh, I too wish to see. I want to see the heroine. Woe is me, Father. Take me along as well, I beseech you. Qiao Jiao Jiao, battling weariness and hunger, cried out eagerly, silently resenting the fact that no one could comprehend her infantile language. Qiao Zhonghua, initially about to move, paused slightly upon hearing her words, and called out, "Bring them to the main hall. We shall meet here." Woe is me, Father, I love you. You truly understand me. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua hastily took her in his arms, feeling a swell of pride as he thought, "My daughter professes her love for me." Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu had already met Meng Gushue the previous night. However, at that time, they were blissfully unaware that the 10-year-old girl would soon bring about significant changes to the Qiao family. The girl, now merely a decade old, had nothing to conceal, and the two brothers found themselves reluctant to leave. Before long, the Meng couple was welcomed inside. Upon seeing the tightly shut doors and windows, they felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet, when their gaze fell upon the infant in Qiao Zhonghua's arms, everything became clear. Mrs. Meng privately felt envious. It was widely known throughout the capital that the Inspector Qiao cherished his wife above all else, and moreover, he was in remarkable health. Look at him, even in middle age, he could still father a daughter, cradling her while receiving guests, clearly doting on her as if she were his very own precious gem. And then there were his two sons, both paragons of excellence. Among the high society ladies of the capital, who wouldn't envy Madame Qiao to the point of gnashing their teeth? Now, glancing at her own husband, who was indeed 5 years younger than Inspector Qiao yet bore a protruding belly, thinning hair, and had taken in concubines one after another, Mrs. Meng felt a pang of resentment. Comparisons among people can be infuriating. Mr. Meng, however, harbored none of her sentiments. He straightened his belly and greeted them with a beaming smile. Brother Qiao, the events of last night were quite unforeseen. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. This morning, my daughter has recovered sufficiently, and I have brought her here to personally express her gratitude to your second son. With that, he slightly turned to reveal Meng Gushue standing behind him. Qiao Zhonghua, understanding his daughter's intentions, angled her face outward. Qiao Jiao Jiao gazed intently, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. For in the novel, the author had depicted Meng Gushue's beauty as unparalleled, even claiming her to be the most stunning woman in the capital and the most talented. Qiao Jiao Jiao's expectations were excessively high, however. The 10-year-old girl had yet to blossom fully. Before her stood a girl with gently arched brows, a pert nose, and a small mouth, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet her eyes were indeed captivating, lively and spirited, darting about in curiosity. Ah, it seems that last night's near drowning was the catalyst for the heroine's transmigration. A modern adult soul has now inhabited this body, and the plot has finally commenced. The Qiao father and son were momentarily struck dumb with astonishment. Transmigration? So the true Miss Ming perished in the waters last night, and the person before them now is someone entirely different. Was this not akin to borrowing a corpse to return a soul? Contemplating this, even the typically robust Qiao Zhonghua felt a chill run down his spine. He had conveniently overlooked a fact. His own daughter was quite peculiar as well. Though his mind was racing with thoughts, his years of navigating the political landscape enabled him to maintain a calm facade. Brother Ming, what do you mean by that? The chaos of yesterday was simply human nature. There is no need to go through such trouble to return. Mr. Ming, being a shrewd individual, recognized the significance of the Qiao family's current standing. Although Qiao Zhonghua was merely a third-rank official, he wielded considerable influence in the court. Who would dare to retort against him? for everyone knew that those ensnared by Qiao Jiao were either guilty or caught red-handed. Yet, he was a solitary figure, never partaking in gatherings with fellow officials, preferring solitude. Mr. Ming pondered that if he could leverage this opportunity to forge a closer relationship with Qiao Jiao, it would provide him with additional security in the court. Ah, Brother Qiao, the debt of gratitude for saving my daughter is immense. Guxue, come forth and thank the second young master. Meng Guxue stepped forward, exuding confidence, her eyes sparkling and voice melodious. Thank you, second young master Qiao, for saving my life. I am forever indebted. Qiao Jiao scrutinized her closely, recalling how Meng Guxue had appeared disoriented and timid the night before, crying incessantly before succumbing to a fever. To see her now, transformed as if she were an entirely different person, was astonishing. Could it be true, as his sister suggested, that a woman from another world now resided within Meng Guxue's body? At this thought, Qiao Jiao shuddered, a chill racing down his spine. Meanwhile, Meng Guxue was assessing Qiao Jiao as well. Her eyes brightened momentarily, unable to conceal her admiration. Wow, how handsome! He could easily debut as a leading figure. Her gaze then shifted to Qiao Tianjing beside him, and she was instantly even more captivated. My goodness, he is even more handsome. I shall choose him. Qiao Jiao Jiao, witnessing Meng Guxue's lingering gaze on her elder brother, felt a surge of anger. How dare the heroine covet my brother? My sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Works, a truly exceptional woman. Upon hearing this, both Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing were momentarily taken aback. The Minister of Works? Is that not the notorious Han Mingzhi, whose demeanor is even more rigid than that of a stone? His daughter? Father, today Mr. Meng's visit is to propose a match between Meng Guxue and one of the two brothers. You absolutely must not hesitate. Outright rejection is imperative. Meng Guxue had taken a liking to the elder brother, and feeling slighted after being rejected, she harbored resentment towards the Qiao family, plotting to undermine him to prove herself. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's expression grew solemn. In terms of interpersonal dynamics and reading between the lines, he realized he was far inferior to his wife. If she were present, she would have discerned the Ming family's intentions at a glance. Indeed, during their pleasantries, Mr. Ming subtly hinted at this notion, though he had set his sights on Qiao Jiao. After all, Qiao Jiao was closer in age to Meng Guxue and had personally rescued her the night before. Meng Guxue, unable to control her destiny, seized the moment to be clever. She suddenly turned to Qiao Tianjing, flashing what she considered her sweetest smile, radiating innocence and delight as she said, "Elder brother Qiao, you are truly handsome. I am genuinely fond of such an elder brother." Meng Guxue thought to herself that she was a transmigrated woman, the most unique girl in this world. No one could escape her protagonist's charm. However, Qiao Tianjing had already realized that an adult woman resided within this body. Were it not for his impeccable self-control, he would have stormed away in disgust. Just then, Qiao Jiao Jiao's inner voice resonated perfectly with Qiao Tianjing's sentiments. Ugh, she doesn't think she is the chosen one, does she? Believing that everyone must succumb to her allure? Chapter 6. In this world, only mother is good, the phrase uttered by Meng Guxue, even if from the lips of a mere 7- or 8-year-old girl, was indeed audacious. In ancient times, children matured rapidly, especially in large families where upbringing was held in high regard. This unexpected declaration from Meng Guxue instantly flushed Mrs. Ming's face with embarrassment. She never imagined that her usually quiet and reserved daughter would speak such shameless words in front of others. If anyone were to overhear, they would surely think that the young ladies of the Ming family were frivolous and utterly lacking in decorum. Realizing this, Mrs. Ming hastily pulled Meng Guxue aside, attempting to smooth things over with a smile. The eldest son of the Qiao family is a paragon of virtue, a sought-after suitor in the capital. Indeed, he is exceptional. Her intent was to caution Meng Guxue that Qiao Tianjing was already of marriageable age, far older than her, and highly sought after. The Meng family could hardly aspire to such heights. He might even be vying for a princess, however, Upon hearing this, Meng Gushue became even more exhilarated. Only such an outstanding and coveted man would be worthy of her identity as a time-traveling girl. She had just arrived in this new world and had yet to make her mark. Once her ancient poems began to flow from her lips, she would undoubtedly be revered as the greatest talent in the land. Wow, I could tell at first glance that the elder brother was extraordinary. He truly is remarkable, she thought, her small hands clasped over her chest, embodying the posture of admiration. Mrs. Ming, witnessing this, nearly gasped for breath. Today was truly mortifying. If word of this spread, she would no longer be able to navigate the social circles of the capital. Goodness, Meng Gushue was acting entirely with a modern mindset. Did she not realize how utterly embarrassed and furious her mother was becoming? Elder brother, remain steadfast. Do not be blinded by the heroine's halo. She is simply playing with the Prince of Tranquility, completely unworthy of you. Qiao Tianjing. Did he appear to be such a simpleton in his sister's eyes? Moreover, aside from her pair of lively eyes, Miss Ming exhibited no redeeming qualities in her demeanor or conduct. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of his sister's claim that the daughter of the Minister of Works was to be his wife. What of her? A gentleman must maintain his composure and not be swayed by feminine allure. Qiao Tianjing's expression suddenly turned serious, his thoughts abruptly halted. In this exchange of words, Qiao Zhonghua had enough time to devise a strategy. With a smile on his face, he politely remarked, Mrs. Ming, you flatter us, and my eldest son is rather dull-witted, causing us considerable worry. Yet it seems there is now a glimmer of hope. Should we receive any good news, we shall certainly share it widely, rejoicing together. Tomorrow, he would pay a visit to the insufferable Han Mingzhi to gauge the situation. Qiao Tianjing? A glimmer of hope? When did this happen? How was he unaware? Was it the daughter of the Han family? Qiao Jiao Jiao was equally perplexed. Had their parents truly set their sights on the Han family girl? She recalled that during the Lantern Festival, her elder brother had fortuitously saved a damsel in distress, leading to an unbreakable bond between them. Qiao Zhonghua deemed this reminder significant. It appeared that on the Lantern Festival, he must ensure his eldest son was occupied all day and could not return home without rescuing someone. Qiao Tianjing, reserve the entire day for the Lantern Festival. Qiao Zhonghua's insinuation was unmistakable, and Mrs. Ming felt that she could no longer endure being in the Qiao residence. It was too humiliating. They had been so overtly rejected. Would they just linger to be cast out? Mrs. Ming cast numerous imploring glances at Mr. Ming, who understood the underlying meaning, yet there was still the matter of Qiao Diu. His thick skin allowed him to navigate the world of politics where many matters required a fade. What was this lukewarm rejection anyway? Mrs. Ming was truly on the verge of being mortified by her own family. Having just expressed interest in the eldest son, they now sought to discuss the younger one. What kind of absurdity was this? Qiao Jiao Jiao observed the silent exchanges between the Ming couple. Did they still wish to ensnare her second brother? Her second brother was already taken. Her sister-in-law was a remarkable woman. She remembered her being quite extraordinary. Qiao Jiao Jiao stifled a long yawn, swallowing her subsequent words. Qiao Diu? Why was it that when it came to his wife, she fell silent? Little sister, quickly tell me, who was that woman? However, Qiao Jiao Jiao had reached her physical limits. She felt a warm sensation uncontrollably escaping her. Oh dear, she had wet herself? Qiao Zhonghua sensed a warmth in his palms and couldn't help but chuckle. Seizing the opportunity, Mrs. Ming hastily took her leave. A joyous occasion is upon us at home. It is our oversight not to prepare adequately. We shall certainly come to celebrate when the little lady's full moon banquet is held. With that, she gently tugged at Mr. Ming and Meng Gushue's sleeves, turning to exit. Meng Gushue remained forlorn. Oh heavens, such an exceptional man is already taken. How can this be? No one else is worthy of him but me. Just wait and see. At the poetry gathering in the capital 6 months from now, I will undoubtedly astonish Qiao Tianjing. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao Jiao was being carried towards the Qiao matriarch's quarters. Along the way, Qiao Tianjing could not resist inquiring, "Father, did you and mother truly help me with a proposal?" Qiao Zhonghua, recalling that his eldest daughter-in-law and eldest son's connection would not materialize until the Lantern Festival, decisively shook his head. "Your mother has been utterly exhausted of late. We have had no time. It was merely a courtesy to the Ming family. You must be diligent and quickly bring home a daughter-in-law." Qiao Tianjing felt a flicker of joy in his heart, though he was at a loss as to why he felt this way. Perhaps it was his sister's evaluation that had instilled in him an expectation for the Han girl. Upon returning to his chamber, Qiao Jiao Jiao had already drifted into a sleepy haze. She sensed someone changing her diaper before falling into her mother's embrace. Ah, truly, in this world, only mother is good. I adore my mother's scent. So delightful. Qiao matriarch beamed with pride. Qiao Zhonghua. He gently sniffed himself. He didn't smell bad either. As Qiao Jiao Jiao was about to succumb to slumber, she suddenly jolted awake, recalling the incident from the previous night when the maid had crawled into bed. "Quick, let me see how my mother is feeling." "Mother, oh mother, please maintain a cheerful disposition and live to 100. When I grow up, I shall give you beauty-enhancing elixirs, ensuring you remain as beautiful at 80 as you were at 18. Qiao matriarch, focused on nursing, felt a wave of emotion wash over her upon hearing this. While she regarded the notion of beauty-enhancing elixirs as a jest, her daughter's heartfelt sentiment was enough to fill her with joy. Qiao Jiao Jiao soon fell into a deep sleep, and only then did the maid, Lu Mama, quietly report to the Qiao matriarch, "Madam, we have followed your instructions to offer alms and light incense. I have left a substantial sum at the charity hall, which should suffice for some time. Did I make sure to mention to the Buddha that this is Jiao Jiao's heartfelt offering?" "Rest assured, madam, I was meticulous with every word." Qiao matriarch nodded with assurance, then gently stroked Qiao Jiao Jiao's little head. Her eyes filled with affection. "Jiao Jiao, mother is accumulating merits for you. May we gather plenty to ensure our Jiao Jiao lives a long and peaceful life. By the way, madam, I received a letter from your elder sister-in-law just now, stating that she will visit you tomorrow." This elder sister-in-law was the wife of the Qiao matriarch's elder brother. Upon hearing this, Qiao matriarch's expression brightened. "Excellent. It has been quite some time since I last saw my sister-in-law." Chapter 7. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall that night. The items procured from the Hua family were already laid out on the desk in Qiao Zhonghua's study. His gaze swept over an array of gold and silver trinkets, landing directly on an inconspicuous wooden box. With a flick of his fingers, he opened the box, revealing a thick stack of crumpled paper, the handwriting chaotic, some sheets showing evidence of having been crumpled tightly. At a mere glance, Qiao Zhonghua recognized his eldest son's handwriting. A mixture of shock and relief surged within him, only to be swiftly replaced by a tide of fury. "Call the eldest son to see me at once." Qiao Tianjing hurriedly rushed in. As he pushed the door open, a wooden box crashed onto the floor beside him. "Take a look for yourself." Qiao Zhonghua seethed. Bending down, Qiao Tianjing picked up a piece of paper from the floor, his complexion turning ashen. It was an impassioned piece he had written a month ago after witnessing the suffering of the populace, filled with fervent rhetoric and a heart full of indignation. If this paper fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, twisted into a grievance against the emperor or the court, it would indeed leave him speechless in defense. Seeing that Qiao Tianjing had grasped the gravity of the situation, Qiao Zhonghua suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. "Eldest son, you have always acted with composure. How could you not understand that a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall? There is no wall so impenetrable that it does not let through a whisper. Even within our own home, some thoughts must remain unspoken." With his head bowed, Qiao Tianjing responded respectfully. Yet, Qiao Zhonghua could not quell his ire. Had it not been for Jiao Jiao's reminder, his eldest son would have been courting his own doom. "Tonight, you shall kneel at the ancestral hall and personally burn each of these papers. And while you do so, reflect on whether, in these 18 years, you have left any significant oversight. Eldest son, our Qiao family may seem to be thriving, yet we must always remain vigilant in times of peace. The last words bore a heavy weight, spoken not only for Qiao Tianjing's benefit, but also as a reminder to himself. Qiao Tianjing had come to a profound realization of his mistakes. He meticulously gathered the discarded drafts from the floor and returned them to the wooden box, speaking solemnly, "Father, I shall never again engage in such foolishness." With that, Qiao Tianjing turned and resolutely made his way towards the ancestral hall. Qiao Zhonghua watched his son's retreating figure, a pang of heartache evident in his eyes, yet he acknowledged that one must endure a profound lesson to truly learn from it. Before retiring for the night, Qiao Zhonghua visited Madame Qiao. Upon hearing from the servants about her husband's outburst in the study, she was filled with concern. What could have provoked such a fierce reaction from the eldest? At that moment, Qiao Jiao, having just finished her milk, perked up, her ears alert. Qiao Zhonghua, with no hint of pretense, earnestly recounted the events of the day, analyzing the implications, leaving Madame Qiao pale with apprehension. "Thank the heavens!" she exclaimed, filled with lingering dread. "Oh, how wonderful! My father is indeed reliable. He has uncovered the truth." With this revelation, given the eldest son's character and his reputation for integrity, no ill-intentioned person could easily ensnare him. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Madame Qiao realized that her eldest son had indeed narrowly escaped a great calamity, allowing her to finally relax. "By the way, dear husband, my sister-in-law mentioned she would come to see me tomorrow, and she might bring Ninger along." As she spoke, a hint of hesitation crossed her face. Her sister-in-law had hinted multiple times that she had taken a liking to their eldest son. "What do you think, husband?" Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao's hair stood on end. "Mother, that is not acceptable. My sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Works. She truly is a fine match, and she and my elder brother are harmonious. Yet, ultimately, our Qiao family finds itself in dire straits, and my brother had to let her go back home, yet she remains unwaveringly devoted to him. Oh, I truly ship my brother and sister-in-law." Qiao Zhonghua had already heard Jiao Jiao speak of this prospective daughter-in-law during the day, and now learning of her loyalty and affection, he was immensely pleased. Madame Qiao, hearing this news for the first time, was taken aback. "The Minister of Works? Is that not the daughter of Lady Han?" However, the Han family does not have the best reputation, and Lady Han tends to be quite solitary. Yet, given Jiao Jiao's high praise, she must be an exceptional young lady. Just as Qiao Zhonghua was about to find a suitable reason to decline, not wanting to hurt Madame Qiao's feelings, given that it was her niece, Madame Qiao spoke up, "Alas, my husband, I think it best to let this matter rest. The connection is simply too close, and besides, our eldest son is quite resolute. This decision must rest with him." Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Mother truly is understanding and respects her children. You are the best mother in the world." This flattery left Madame Qiao feeling pleasantly buoyed at that moment. Jiao Jiao's thoughts drifted back to her aunt who was expected to visit the next day. Madame Qiao's maiden name was Zhua Hajing, a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yan's household, with only an elder brother, Zhua Hang, who was also approaching middle age. Their grandfather, the Duke of Yan, was now 63, having fought valiantly alongside the former emperor, though he had since developed some ailments, his constitution remaining robust. Perhaps due to his preoccupation with warfare in his youth, he had been somewhat lax in disciplining his son, leaving her uncles Zhua Hang to wander astray for many years, a stark contrast to their grandfather. Her aunt, being the daughter of a former minister of rights, held a status that paled in comparison to the duke's heir. Yet, her aunt was extraordinarily beautiful, and her uncle had been captivated at first sight, insisting on marrying her. However, her aunt's character was far from simple. Alas, mother is very close to my aunt. After her marriage into the duke's household, mother has assisted her in many ways. My uncle, being quite reckless, has caused her much distress, and mother has often intervened to console her, gifting her many exquisite jade ornaments. Yet, my kind-hearted mother is unaware that this aunt is, in fact, a smiling tiger. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's heart trembled. In truth, my aunt has long harbored jealousy towards me. She was envious of my good upbringing and beauty, and later, of my fortunate marriage and blissful life. Thus, when I confided in her about the maid climbing into my father's bed, she, knowing well that my father had done nothing wrong, encouraged me to enter into a cold war with him. She would use my uncle as an example, painting men in a thoroughly unflattering light, sowing seeds of doubt in my heart. Each time she visited, she would cast her poison, and as I grew increasingly troubled, she reveled in my misfortune. Most despicable of all was that after I passed away, my grandfather, unable to bear the blow, turned gray overnight, losing all desire to manage the duke's estate. Yet, my aunt easily found encouragement and temptation from the Prince of Jing, seizing the opportunity to conspire with my uncle against the Qiao family. During my mourning period, my father, consumed by grief, could not attend to matters, and my aunt and uncle took this chance to sneak into my father's study, hiding false evidence of treason. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua and Madame Qiao truly felt as if a thunderbolt had struck their heads. Who could have imagined that the very accomplices responsible for the demise of the entire Qiao family would be their closest kin? Chapter 8. The Malicious Woman, No Hugs for You. Madame Qiao was consumed by an intense hatred. She loathed her own inability to discern people's true natures, resented her lack of trust in her husband, and despised her own foolishness for dancing with wolves. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Such a predatory presence could not be allowed near his wife or within the Qiao residence. However, since nothing had yet transpired, and given the close ties between the two families, abruptly severing relations would be most imprudent and likely raise suspicions. In matters concerning the inner courtyard, Madame Qiao was far more perceptive than Qiao Zhonghua. Such a brother and sister-in-law could not be permitted to maintain their former closeness. Otherwise, it would surely bring ruin upon the Qiao family. Moreover, she needed to ensure that her father would properly admonish and correct her brother. How could he, for the sake of trivial gains, harm his own sister and brother-in-law? At this moment, Madame Qiao was in extreme pain, yet she still forced herself to speak through her sorrow. Husband, if I were to explicitly refuse the marriage proposal of eldest brother and Ninger tomorrow, it would likely displease my brother and sister-in-law. Qiao Zhonghua's eyes lit up at her words. Indeed, this presented an excellent opportunity. He immediately voiced his support. Madam, eldest brother is far too weighed down by his thoughts, and that child Ninger seems equally burdened. They are simply not a suitable match. If we delay this matter, it would only be detrimental to Ninger. It is best to speak frankly. Should there be any impropriety, I shall personally apologize at a later date. Of course, the only reason he would visit would be to see his father-in-law. Otherwise, he would not entertain any notion of going. Having reached a decision, Madame Qiao nodded decisively. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of joy. Excellent. It would be best to offend them thoroughly tomorrow so that they would never engage with the family again. Aunt was no good, and Uncle truly was not much better. He even dragged second brother to the brothel, causing a great deal of trouble. Madame Qiao clenched her sleeves in a fit of rage, her anger causing her liver to ache. How could eldest brother take second brother to such a place? Qiao Zhonghua's expression darkened slightly. Very well, second brother would have his own matters to attend to. After I reprimand him, he will avoid brothels like the plague. Enough, my dear wife, do not overthink. Everything will be handled by me. Tonight, I shall stay here. Is that agreeable to you? Madame Qiao, who had been seething with anger, now felt a rush of embarrassment color her cheeks. She gently pushed him away, scolding, "What foolishness you speak! Jiao Jiao is still here, and besides, that I am not feeling well." Qiao Zhonghua lightly flicked her forehead, chuckling helplessly, "Silly wife, what absurd thoughts occupy your mind? I merely worry you may tire yourself if you rise during the night, and I wish to share the burden with you." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao realized her misunderstanding, and her face grew even redder. Who could blame him for being so relentless at his age? Otherwise, she would not have thought so much. Do you not have court tomorrow? Surely that will tire you. Qiao Zhonghua shook his head with a relaxed expression. I fought in the northern territories for days and nights without sleep. Do you think I am too old and useless for you now? Do not be so glib. Madame Qiao playfully punched her husband's shoulder. Qiao Jiao Jiao was nearly beside herself with excitement. Ah, what divine parents they were! Their mutual affection was palpable, akin to glue. How sweet! The couple, upon hearing the raucous noise, both stiffened, their faces flushed crimson. They had forgotten that their little darling was still present. That evening, Qiao Zhonghua stayed as he wished. He lay dutifully on the outermost edge of the bed, ready to assist Madame Qiao should she rise during the night, at dawn. He rose quietly and prepared for court. While Madame Qiao felt comforted, she was also filled with sweetness. She had rested exceptionally well that night, and her complexion had improved significantly. Around the hour of the snake, Nurse Lu entered with Madame Zhua. Madame Qiao, unadorned, sat on the couch with a cloth doll in hand, amusing Qiao Jiao Jiao. Although Qiao Jiao Jiao had long outgrown such childish toys, she waved her arms to entertain Madame Qiao. Upon entering, Madame Zhua beheld this heartwarming scene. Her gaze swept over Madame Qiao's radiant face, and she clenched her teeth in secret. While others appeared haggard and worn after childbirth, Madame Qiao glowed with vitality and vigor. Sister, I have come to see you. Look at you. While others have barely escaped the gates of the underworld, you seem to have visited the heavenly peach garden, looking even more splendid. Although her words dripped with sarcasm, she wore a beaming smile, leaving no room for complaint. Had this been in the past, Madame Qiao would have been unbothered. Now, however, aware of Madame's ulterior motives, she felt pricked by every word. Qiao Jiao Jiao, infuriated, retorted, You just returned from the gates of hell. Your entire family. Wait, did that include both mother and grandfather in her insult? Ugh, children speak without restraint. Madame Qiao could not help but chuckle at this, her expression softening into a smile. Sensing something amiss, Madame Zhua had initially thought Madame Qiao seemed different, less warm than before, but this smile alleviated her suspicions. Oh, is this my dear niece? Come, let your aunt see what a celestial beauty you are. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao immediately scooped up Qiao Jiao Jiao, showing no intention of relinquishing her even as Madame Zhua feigned to reach out. Qiao Jiao Jiao widened her eyes, taking in Madame Zhua's appearance. It was evident that Madame Zhua had been a striking beauty in her youth, and she still retained much of her allure, though the worry over her son had etched a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and added a sharpness to her brow, hinting at her discontent with life. Seeing Madame Qiao's protective demeanor over her child, Madame Zhua scoffed. What is this? Are you afraid I might snatch your Jiao Jiao away? Madame Qiao shook her head indifferently. Jiao Jiao knows who to trust. Madame Zhua laughed heartily. Sister, this child is but a few days old. What does she know of trust? Just as she reached out, Qiao Jiao Jiao began to wail. Humph, malicious woman, no hugs for you. No hugs for you. Seeing Qiao Jiao Jiao in tears, Madame Zhua immediately withdrew her hand. In truth, she did not care much for children. Since giving birth, she had visibly aged. The only reason she wished to hold the child was to maintain appearances. Just as Madame Zhua was about to sit by the bed, Nurse Lu swiftly brought over a chair. Madam, please sit here. It will be more comfortable. Madame Zhua plopped down, adopting the tone of a seasoned mother. Sister, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but a woman with a child must not neglect her husband. Men are most drawn to novelty and cannot tolerate neglect. If you do not keep a close eye, be wary of him straying. At this, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt the urge to roll her eyes. Here it comes. If she was unhappy, she needed to spread the misery. My parents have a wonderful relationship. They even slept together last night. Having been reminded by Qiao Jiao Jiao, Madame Qiao had already resolved to disregard Madame Zhua's influence. She suddenly lowered her head, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, and said, Sister-in-law, my husband would never do such a thing. He stayed here last night. Madame's head snapped up in shock, her astonishment evident on her face, unable to hide it even for a moment. Chapter 9. Oh, the mask has finally slipped. Did my brother-in-law stay here last night? Ladies inquired uncertainly, her astonishment palpable. She was utterly taken aback after giving birth. A woman's lochia remains, and any ordinary man would be repulsed by the mess, eager to distance himself. Yet, her brother-in-law was willing to spend the night here? Ladies suddenly recalled the disdainful look her husband had cast upon her after her own childbirth, and her heart ached. She could not fathom why Hajing was blessed with such fortune. Lady Qiao noticed the unmistakable jealousy etched on Lady Zhua's face, and her heart was filled with a mix of sorrow and satisfaction. Sorrowful because she realized her poor judgment of character nearly jeopardized the entire Qiao family. Satisfied because she would no longer have to navigate the treacherous waters of dealing with such a venomous woman, nor would she have to carefully conceal her husband's affection for her to protect her sister-in-law's pride. Indeed, just yesterday, he had reorganized their household, declaring he would never take a concubine or accept any courtesans, thus alleviating Lady Zhua's concerns for her well-being. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhua's hands trembled, and with a sharp crack, she broke her protective cuff in a fit of jealousy. Lady Qiao glanced over, exclaiming, "Oh, look at that! The facade has crumbled." Lady Qiao maintained a smile, her composure impeccable, as if she had not witnessed the display at all. Had she not been blinded by familial ties, Lady Zhua's standing would have been utterly insignificant before her. Realizing her own indiscretion, Lady Zhua quickly composed herself and awkwardly remarked, "Sister, you must exercise restraint. Men are notoriously lacking in discretion, and we must not harm ourselves." Lady Qiao playfully covered her mouth, laughing lightly. "Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking? My husband stays merely to assist me during the night. He cannot be driven away." Lady Zhua's hands shook violently, as if she had heard the most absurd of tales. Assist during the night? What man would willingly undertake such a task? These were words Lady Qiao had never dared to utter in Lady Zhua's presence before, yet now they pierced through without restraint, like sharp needles stabbing at Lady Zhua's heart. Lady Zhua tugged at her handkerchief, resentment bubbling within her. Hajing was fully aware of her brother's indiscretions and the torment she endured. Yet today, he flaunted their marital bliss. What was this? Did they wish to mock her? Lady Qiao's smile remained, but her eyes reflected a chilling coldness. Did a mere few words wound you so deeply? Yet, when you tormented the entire Qiao family, did you ever consider our pain? Lady Qiao's daughter, Qiao Jiao Jiao, cheered for her mother's formidable prowess. "Yes, mother, you are dazzlingly perfect. Look at Lady Zhua, her face is twisted with rage. How satisfying it is to slap the scoundrel in the face. Oh, if only we could find a way to extricate this aunt from the Duke of Yan's residence. I recall that before marrying uncle, she had a childhood friend working under Prince Jing, the one who facilitated the treasonous evidence. What was his name again? Ugh, I can't seem to remember." Qiao Jiao Jiao lamented, shaking her head in frustration. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lady Qiao's eyes as she gently shook her daughter, wishing to steer her thoughts away from that train of contemplation. These matters, with a little effort, could certainly be uncovered. If sister-in-law was indeed unfaithful to her brother, her place in the Duke's residence would be untenable. Noticing Lady Zhua's reluctance, the poetry gathering was a significant event in the capital's social calendar, and she had once caught her husband there. At this moment, Lady Zhua indeed resurrected a prior topic. "Sister, have you mentioned that matter I brought up before to my brother-in-law? I believe it would be splendid for our families to unite even further." Lady Qiao feigned difficulty, shaking her head. "Sister, I fear that may not be possible." Lady Zhua's expression darkened instantly. "What? Does my sister find our Ninger unworthy of Tianjing?" Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart raced with anticipation. "Here it comes. Mother, crush her." Let us see if she dares to show her face again afterward. In times past, if ladies had cast a cold glance, Lady Qiao would have surely offered comforting words. Yet, at this moment, Lady Qiao remained seated, resolute as a mountain. She replied coolly, "Sister, please do not take offense. It truly is my eldest's lofty ambitions." Lady's voice dripped with sarcasm as she retorted, "Since time immemorial, it has been the duty of parents to arrange marriages. Does it matter how ambitious Tianjing may be? Isn't it still up to you to decide?" Lady Qiao's expression remained serene. "I cannot compel the child against her will." Lady's laughter turned to ire. "Are you implying that Ninger is unworthy of Tianjing, or is it the other way around?" Lady Qiao shot back coolly, "That was your own implication, sister. I harbor no such thoughts." Lady's sprang to her feet, her face ashen, mockery lacing her words. "Sister, your airs and grandeur are quite the spectacle. They say the Qiao family is flourishing and favored by the crown. Perhaps you are aiming for a princess?" Upon hearing this, Lady Qiao's expression darkened, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Lady Zhua. "Sister, please refrain from spreading such baseless rumors. My Qiao family is honorable, loyal to our sovereign, and would never entertain such delusions. As for Ninger's marriage, if you are anxious, I can have my husband assist in finding suitable young men. The daughters of the Duke of Yin certainly deserve no less." This marked the first time Lady Qiao displayed the authority of a matriarch in Lady Zhua's presence, and her unyielding demeanor indeed quelled Lady Zhua's wrath. You, Lady Zhua stammered before finally erupting in indignation. "Ninger's marriage is my concern as her mother. I shan't trouble you, Lady Qiao." Lady Qiao, unfazed, leaned back against the cushion, her demeanor icy as she said, "If you wish to handle this matter, it is only fitting that it be done flawlessly." Lady Zhua's face was twisted in fury as she ground her teeth. "Let today be a day I have not graced your doorstep. The threshold of the Qiao family is now too high for me to cross." She could not believe that Zhua Hajing would truly sever their ties. Yet Lady Qiao merely patted Qiao Jiao Jiao gently, her tone considerate. "Sister, I cannot see you off. Do take care." Hearing this, Lady Zhua's expression contorted, and she cast a lingering glance at Lady Qiao before storming off in a huff. Qiao Jiao Jiao finally exhaled in relief. Good riddance. This time, she has surely taken offense. We must be wary of her desperate retaliation. However, Prince Jing has yet to rise. She lacks the leverage to act. Ah, mother, you are magnificent. You are truly powerful. In my mother's eyes, this level of domestic strife is simply laughable. Lady Qiao affectionately touched Qiao Jiao Jiao's forehead. Today, she had genuinely seen through the true nature of her sister-in-law. How fortunate to have Jiao Jiao. Thankfully, all is not lost. Chapter 10. Qiao Jiao Jiao's first month under the attentive care of her entire family. Qiao Jiao Jiao has finally reached her first month. The Qiao family commenced preparations for the celebration 5 days prior, with Qiao Zhonghua personally overseeing every detail to ensure a flawless event. Upon hearing the news of the young lady's impending celebration, the emperor waved his hand in the throne room and commanded, "Crown Prince, go to the Qiao residence and extend my congratulations." This was a mark of favor from the emperor, a distinction that could not be solicited elsewhere. Qiao Zhonghua expressed his profound gratitude in the palace, yet upon returning home, he could not help but feel a tinge of worry. The Qiao family had become quite the focal point of attention. Nevertheless, this prestige did hold some advantages. Qiao Zhonghua resolved to present Qiao Jiao Jiao before the guests, for who knows what remarkable secrets they might unveil, allowing the Qiao family to strategize and seize the initiative. The invitations for the celebration were personally reviewed by Madame Qiao, who made a special note to include the Deputy Minister of Works, Han's family, in hopes of meeting her future daughter-in-law ahead of time. On the day of the celebration, Madame Qiao meticulously dressed Qiao Jiao Jiao. The little one lay in her crib, her eyes round and bright, her skin fair and smooth, adorned with a small topknot and dressed in a festive red garment paired with tiger-headed shoes, resembling a charming doll from a New Year painting. Madame Qiao held Qiao Jiao Jiao affectionately in her arms, gently inquiring of Nurse Lu. "Have the supplies been delivered to the charity hall?" Nurse Lu, brimming with joy, nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, madam, they were sent early this morning, all in Mrs. name. Those children, orphaned and homeless, are truly pitiable. Thanks to your kindness and that of Miss, their lives have improved significantly." This was the first time Qiao Jiao Jiao heard of the charity hall and realized that her mother had been doing good deeds in her name all along. A shiver of recognition coursed through her. Wasn't this the essence of merit? With this thought, Qiao Jiao Jiao quickly summoned the merit shop. Upon inspecting her points, she was instantly overjoyed. "Oh my! The merit points have soared to 120. Mother, you are truly remarkable. It seems money really does wield power, helping so many people at once, equivalent to a fifth of my past life's merit." Although Madame Qiao did not comprehend the concept of merit points, she could see her daughter's exuberance and understood that her efforts had not been in vain. "Nurse, we must not cease our charitable acts. From now on, without my prompting, allocate funds regularly each month. These children truly deserve our compassion." Nurse Lu promptly agreed. As time passed, guests began to arrive in small clusters. Having emerged from confinement, Madame Qiao's complexion was not only intact but positively radiant. She gracefully hosted the guests in the back hall, where her presence elicited admiration from all who beheld her. Qiao Jiao Jiao, filled with pride, let out a little hum, further endearing herself to the ladies present. Soon, the back hall was bustling with guests, and Qiao Jiao Jiao was passed around, her wrists and neck adorned with gold jewelry. That moment, a voice called from outside, announcing, "Madame Han and Miss Han have come to offer their congratulations." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's eyes brightened instantly. Qiao Jiao Jiao's large eyes mirrored her mother's, both women gazing eagerly toward the entrance. Meanwhile, hushed whispers began to circulate within the room. "The Han family? Don't they typically avoid attending gatherings? How pretentious they are, claiming to be aloof, yet here they are, eager to join today." Upon hearing such remarks, Madame Qiao frowned and rose from her seat. At that moment, two figures approached from outside. The lady on the left appeared to be nearly 40, her festive attire still bearing traces of past wear. With slightly furrowed brows, she maintained a calm demeanor amidst the scrutiny of the crowd, neither sad nor joyful. Beside her stood a young maiden in a delicate yellow gown, slender and poised. Qiao Jiao Jiao scrutinized the maiden's features. Though not strikingly beautiful, she exuded a serene elegance, unassuming yet dignified. "Oh my! Mother, it's my future sister-in-law. I adore her. I like her at first glance." Qiao Jiao Jiao viewed Miss Han through the lens of the original narrative, while Madame Qiao assessed the grace and character that radiated from her demeanor. In a single glance, Madame Qiao recognized Miss Han as a suitable match, intelligent, graceful, and undoubtedly worthy of the title of Qiao family's daughter-in-law. With this realization, Madame Qiao embraced Qiao Jiao Jiao and personally went to welcome them. This gesture of honor astonished the onlookers. Madame Han was equally taken aback by the warm reception and hastily returned the greeting. She had not intended to attend any banquets, primarily because her husband was a solitary minister, and she did not wish to burden him. Additionally, she was somewhat tongue-tied and wished to avoid offending anyone. However, upon receiving the invitation from the Qiao residence, her husband insisted that they must attend, as Qiao Yushi was the only official he respected in the court. Madame Han had initially believed that the wives of high-ranking families would be difficult to engage with, yet upon meeting the gentle and beautiful Madame Qiao, she felt as if she were enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze. "I apologize for our tardiness," she said. Madame Qiao smiled and shook her head. "Not at all. The timing is still favorable." She slightly turned her gaze, her eyes softening as they landed on Miss Han. "And who might this be?" Miss Han stepped forward with grace, performing a courteous bow, and Madame Han introduced her. "This is my youngest daughter, Yixian, whose demeanor is akin to that of a willow tree. I hope she does not appear too lacking in your esteemed presence." Madame Qiao, envisioning her son as future wife, could not help but feel increasingly delighted. She understood her eldest well. While he was perceived as deep and enigmatic, he was, in truth, warm beneath his cool exterior. Only a woman of such quiet elegance and refinement would be able to connect with him. Madame Han noticed Madame Qiao's approving gaze upon her daughter and felt a sudden flutter in her heart. She had heard that the eldest son of the Qiao family was 18, a celebrated scholar in the capital, yet still unmarried. Madame Han's thoughts halted there, not daring to wander further. The Han family's standing paled in comparison to the Qiao family's, and given her husband's dubious reputation, she feared that Yaxian marrying into such a prestigious household would lead to her suffering. Meanwhile, while the other ladies refrained from voicing their opinions, they exchanged glances, speculating on Madame Qiao's intentions. Just then, another voice rang out from outside. Madame Meng and Miss Meng have arrived to offer their congratulations. Qiao Jiao Jiao, still lost in admiration for her beautiful sister-in-law, was suddenly invigorated upon hearing the Meng family's name. The protagonist. The protagonist is back. Let me witness my legitimate sister-in-law's grace, to show her that the noble ladies cultivated in ancient official households are no less impressive than any time-traveling heroine. Madame Qiao's brow furrowed at this. Her husband had informed her long ago that the Meng family had intentions of an alliance with the Qiao family, and that the 10-year-old girl had her sights set on their eldest son. She was eager to see what sort of girl could provoke such concern in her daughter. Chapter 11. Encountering the enigmatic male lead. Soon, Madame Meng and Meng Gushue entered with smiles. Perhaps due to the previous incident, Madame Meng had deliberately admonished Meng Gushue, for her head was bowed low, no longer exuding the same flamboyance she had on their first meeting. However, upon closer inspection, one could still discern the lively glint in her eyes, surveying her surroundings with a restlessness that belied her outward demeanor. Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled an important matter. The original text had mentioned that the male and female leads first met at Qiao Manor. She had not given it much thought before, but now, upon reflection, it struck her that she was unwittingly playing matchmaker for them. The most vexing part was that after the Qiao family was annihilated, the leads returned to Qiao Manor, under the pretext of revisiting cherished memories of their initial encounter. Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but wonder if, during their tender exchanges, they felt the lingering presence of the vengeful spirits of the Qiao family watching them. Ah, it was infuriating. Who could have imagined that the first meeting between the female lead and Prince Jing was facilitated by my own full moon banquet? Woe is me. Is there any way to prevent them from meeting? If the protagonists had never been together from the start, would the Qiao family have avoided such suffering in the future? Meanwhile, Madame Qiao was still scrutinizing Meng Gushue, and upon hearing this, her heart sank. Could it be that this young lady from the Meng family was such a formidable character? According to Jiao Jiao, the solution seemed clear. As long as Meng Gushue did not meet with any princes, everything would be fine, right? Currently, Meng Gushue was in the rear courtyard of the Qiao residence, making it an easy task for the head matriarch to manage. At this moment, the Meng mother and daughter had stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Qiao Jiao Jiao raised her gaze, only to find Meng Gushue in a daze, lost in thought. Qiao Jiao Jiao naturally understood what Meng Gushue was pondering. The original work had emphasized that Meng Gushue believed herself to be a time-traveling girl from the modern world, feeling superior in this ignorant and backward era. Upon hearing that the crown prince would be bringing 3 princes to offer their congratulations, she immediately cast aside thoughts of Qiao Tianjing. Meng Gushue was firmly convinced that only the most esteemed men were worthy of her, such as the crown prince, the heir apparent. Imagining herself as the future empress, Meng Gushue's lips curled into a proud smile. Schwer. Madame Meng's face flushed with embarrassment as she gently tugged at Meng Gushue's sleeve. This girl was becoming increasingly unruly. Madame Qiao was speaking to her, yet she remained in a trance. Observing this, Madame Qiao's brow furrowed slightly, her expression devoid of joy. She simply could not comprehend how their grand Qiao manor could be outshone by such a girl. Qiao Jiao Jiao understood perfectly. It seemed Meng Gushue's thoughts had already drifted to the crown prince. Her intentions were clear from the outset. She desired to be among the elite. However, The crown prince did not have eyes for her, and she was soon captivated by the strikingly beautiful second prince, the two exchanging glances from afar, falling in love at first sight. Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Wasn't this the quintessential protagonist's halo? Meng Gushue was only 10 years old, with a physique resembling a mere sprout and an appearance that was not particularly remarkable. What kind of beauty had the second prince not encountered before? How could he possibly fall for her at first sight? Realizing her daze, Meng Gushue hurriedly bowed to Madame Qiao, though her movements were somewhat clumsy in her haste. Madame Qiao observed this with a subtle shake of her head. With such demeanor and poise, did she still dare to aspire to become a consort to the crown prince? Madame Ming felt the scrutinizing and mocking gazes of the other ladies around her, her ears burning with embarrassment, when a timely announcement from outside provided her with an escape. Madam, the crown prince, accompanied by the 3 princes, has arrived. The master requests that the young miss be brought to him. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's expression shifted slightly, and she entrusted Qiao Jiao Jiao to Nurse Liu, advising her to exercise utmost caution. At this, Meng Gushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qiao Jiao Jiao was equally thrilled. Oh, I am about to meet the male lead. Let me see just how enchanting he truly is. Madame Meng took the opportunity to seat Meng Gushue, but Meng Gushue's eyes were already darting around, her thoughts having wandered far away with Nurse Liu. She surveyed the surroundings, realizing that her absence was hardly noticeable among the throng of lively ladies. Feigning impatience, she twisted her body and lowered her voice, saying, "Mother, it is only right." With no other choice, Madame Ming could only instruct, "Let the maid from the Qiao family at the door escort you. Be swift in your return." Meng Gushue cheerfully acquiesced, taking advantage of the distraction to cautious. Little did she know, thanks to Qiao Jiao Jiao's reminder, Madame Qiao had discreetly allocated a portion of her attention to Meng Gushue. As anticipated, Meng Gushue was indeed restless. Madame Qiao summoned her senior maid, Lu Mo, and whispered a few instructions. Lu Mo respectfully acknowledged and quietly departed. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao Jiao, under the protection of Nurse Liu, was successfully delivered into the embrace of Qiao Zhongguo. In stark contrast to the lively chatter among the ladies in the inner courtyard, the front yard was enveloped in an eerie silence. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes darted about with curiosity. "Quick, let me see where the male lead is." Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Qiao Zhongguo kindly turned her gaze toward the second prince. Upon closer inspection, she gasped in astonishment. The youth's features were exquisitely refined, his nose elegantly sculpted, his complexion akin to white jade, and his brows arching gracefully. His eyes held a depth beyond the ordinary, slightly upturned at the corners, bestowing an enticing allure upon his already stunning visage. Qiao Jiao Jiao objectively assessed, handsome, a striking beauty from every angle. Qiao Zhongguo? Qiao Tianjing? The second prince's beauty was indeed a rarity in the world. His mother was none other than the renowned Princess Yulio, the most beautiful woman of the Northern Kingdom. After the Northern Kingdom's defeat, Princess Yulio was sent for marriage to the current emperor, becoming the beloved consort. Tragically, she passed away shortly after giving birth to the second prince. Regarding the secrets of the palace, the intricacies of such matters were unfathomable. Qiao Jiao Jiao mused that one's position undoubtedly influenced one's perspective. While reading the original text, she perceived the male lead as a true embodiment of beauty and strength, and the subsequent revenge was exhilarating. Now, from the standpoint of the Qiao family, the male lead, in pursuit of vengeance, colluded with the Northern Kingdom, ruthlessly slaughtering loyal ministers and eliminating all obstacles in his path. Indeed, he was cold-hearted and ruthless. Alas, the very act of prioritizing his mother over his offspring had instigated the animosity of the emperor and empress alike. Despite appearing weak and innocent as he stood there, he had already bared his fangs. Before long, the Northern Kingdom's people would also come to contact him. The incriminating evidence of treason handed to the Qiao family was alarmingly authentic, for the seals on those documents were undoubtedly genuine. Qiao Zhongguo's heart trembled violently, and alongside his shock, An uncontrollable fury surged within him. The second prince had indeed colluded with the Northern Kingdom. It should be noted that the Northern Kingdom had once invaded the borders of the Daong dynasty unprovoked, committing acts of arson and plunder, ruthlessly endangering the lives of countless innocent citizens along the border. Countless men of the Daong dynasty had shed blood on the battlefield, enduring 3 years of grueling warfare to repel the Northern Kingdom and restore peace and prosperity. How could the second prince conspire with the enemy, once again placing the Daong dynasty in peril? Chapter 12. The White Moonlight Prince. Oh, is this the little one from Lord Qiao's family? A handsome and refined man leaned closer, his deep purple silk attire accentuating his dignified elegance. Qiao Zhongguo's anger abruptly faltered, giving way to a sense of reverence. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened slightly. The prince, surely. This must be the prince, alas. Her sudden sigh caused Qiao Zhongguo's heart to skip a beat. Could the prince have issues as well? Qiao Jiao Jiao continued to sigh. Alas! Qiao Zhongguo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. My dear daughter, do not merely sigh. Speak your mind. Alas, my stomach has begun to grumble, yet I am reluctant to leave. What am I to do? Qiao Zhongguo. If it were anyone else dangling him like this, they would have received a punch by now. However, since it is Jiao Jiao, it would be acceptable even if she hung him with a rope. Lord Qiao, may I also have the pleasure of holding her? The prince suddenly reached out toward Jiao Jiao, nestled in Qiao Zhongguo's embrace. At this utterance, the gazes of everyone present shifted dramatically. What an immense honor this is! The emperor and the crown prince have truly bestowed great favor upon the Qiao family. The prince's action was undoubtedly laden with significance. Last night in the imperial study, the emperor summoned the prince privately and specifically instructed him. Qiao Zhongguo is a loyal minister, an upright official, and a capable man. He currently holds no military power, so you may rest assured in his further employment. Qiao Zhongguo, somewhat taken aback by the sudden honor, swiftly handed Jiao Jiao over. Snuggled in the prince's embrace, Jiao Jiao's large, bright eyes fixed intently on him, unblinking. Alas, how unfortunate! Is this the prince whose life was cut short in his prime? As this thought echoed in her mind, cut short in his prime? The prince appeared robust. How could that be possible? At that moment, Jiao Jiao also murmured, Alas, the notion of the prince's untimely demise is indeed intriguing. The cause of death was a sudden and unanticipated passing, as if he simply relinquished his position for the silent prince when the time was ripe. Though the text does not explicitly state the silent prince's involvement, I cannot shake the feeling that he is somehow implicated. After all, the prince's persona is too flawless. Were it plainly stated that the silent prince committed fratricide, readers would likely reject it, tarnishing the silent prince's image as the ideal male lead. A whirlwind of dread surged within Qiao Zhongguo as he discreetly cast his gaze toward the second prince. This ordinarily unassuming prince, who was average in everything except his appearance, harbored such depth. It is no wonder that in Jiao Jiao's foreseen future, their family would fall into the hands of the second prince. If not for Jiao Jiao's warning, he would have never noticed this shadowy figure standing before him. Gazing at the prince, who resembled a beacon of moonlight, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of pity and extended her hand toward him. She was fair and adorable, having been nurtured to a pleasing roundness, truly endearing. The prince's gaze softened, and he leaned his face into her palm. Jiao Jiao gently stroked him, silently wishing, Dear prince, for the sake of our Qiao family, you must live well. Calculating, there are still 4 years until your untimely passing. If I, Qiao Jiao Jiao, can survive until then, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. At that time, you must treat our family well and safeguard my father and my 2 brothers. The prince, unaware of Jiao Jiao's thoughts, simply found her eyes to be as bright as pearls, filling his heart with joy. Little four, weren't you just saying you wanted to see your little sister? Come here. The prince called out, and a spirited little boy appeared. This was the queen's second son, the prince's younger brother, the current 4th prince. The prince slowly knelt down, and the 4th prince eagerly approached, his face alight with curiosity. The 4th prince? For a moment, Jiao Jiao struggled to recall this particular figure. With his round little head, large eyes, and long lashes, he appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, having shed his infantile features, yet remaining utterly charming. Wow, what a lovely little sister. Brother, I want to hold her too. The prince gently shook his head. Fourth brother, you are still too young. Be careful not to hurt Miss Qiao. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince pouted in indignation, clearly displeased. Where did this naive little one come from? Is there such a character among royalty? Jiao Jiao was filled with questions. Brother, I will be very careful. Please let me hold her. The naive little one persisted. Seeing this, the prince's expression turned serious. Fourth brother, this is not a matter for jest. You may hold her when you are a bit older. The naive little one pouted, pondering when he would be considered old enough. The prince's stern demeanor suddenly softened as he affectionately ruffled the fourth prince's hair. By the time you celebrate your birthday during the Dragon Boat Festival next year, you will be old enough. Instantly, the naive little one brightened up, realizing that he would soon be able to hold his little sister. Jiao Jiao suddenly experienced a flash of realization. She finally remembered who this so-called fourth prince was. Wasn't he destined to meet an early demise, just like her? On the day of his 5th birthday, which coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival, the fourth prince tragically drowned in the imperial garden, leaving the queen devastated and the prince heartbroken. The loss of his beloved son prompted the emperor to unleash his fury, holding many accountable, resulting in nearly 100 deaths within the palace. Later, when recruiting palace maids and eunuchs, the silent prince seized the opportunity to insert many of his own. Indeed, this unfortunate child was a heartless narrative tool, confirmed. Qiao Zhonghua felt his mind go blank, utterly overwhelmed. The prince's untimely death, the fourth prince's early demise, and the third prince's disability, was heaven truly paving the way for the second prince? The Dragon Boat Festival is just around the corner. In previous years, the palace hosted a dragon boat feast. Surely, the Qiao family would be present. Regardless, they must save the fourth prince. Unbeknownst to her, Jiao Jiao's appearance had already left Qiao Zhonghua in shock numerous times. At that moment, Jiao Jiao's face flushed as she could no longer contain herself. Ah, I need to use the restroom. Wah, I can't hold it. Qiao Zhonghua's expression shifted slightly, just as he was about to take Jiao Jiao from him. Her trousers had already begun to show signs of dampness. The fourth prince exclaimed in disdain, but the prince swiftly silenced him. Little four, do not mock your sister. You were once like this too. The fourth prince's face turned crimson as he covered his face, too embarrassed to speak. Qiao Zhonghua took Jiao Jiao into his arms, nervously apologizing. My daughter has acted out of turn and offended His Highness. I humbly request forgiveness. The prince waved his hand, his expression devoid of anger. Lord Qiao, children are like this. There is no need for excessive words. I shall simply change my attire. Qiao Zhonghua immediately arranged for someone to assist, holding the damp Jiao Jiao, feeling both amused and exasperated. To wet the prince on their very first meeting. This truly was unprecedented, Jiao Jiao's sad face. But I am still just a little babe. Chapter 13. Misfortunes at home. Lady Lu carried Qiao Jiao Jiao back to the rear courtyard, where the feasting had already commenced on both sides. Madame Qiao excused herself from the table and temporarily withdrew to nurse Qiao Jiao Jiao. Lady Lu recounted the amusing incident of Qiao Jiao Jiao soiling her diaper in the front courtyard, which elicited laughter from Madame Qiao. My lady, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. By tonight, the news of our little miss urinating all over His Royal Highness will likely have spread throughout the capital. Qiao Jiao Jiao thought to herself, is this what they mean by a single misstep echoing across the world? As the atmosphere in the room was warm and jovial, a knock suddenly resounded from outside. My lady, it is I, the servant Lu Shu. Lu Shu, please come in, Lady Lu replied in a hushed tone. Upon entering, Lu Shu appeared somewhat anxious. My lady, Madame Meng just informed me that Miss Meng went to change before the banquet and has yet to return. She is worried that Miss Ming might inadvertently offend. Ming Gushue is missing? This is terrible. She must have sneakily slipped into the front courtyard. Who knows, she might be gazing longingly at Prince Jing right now. This sister is truly both bold and reckless. If it weren't for her protagonist's halo, she would certainly face severe consequences for offending the crown prince and the royal princes. However, upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's expression remained tranquil as she calmly stated, "Send a few clever maidservants to search for her. With so many people in the residence today, it is likely we won't find her until the banquet concludes." Liu Shu's eyes flickered with understanding at her words. "I understand." Madame Qiao nodded in satisfaction and added, "Do not create a commotion. Today is Jiao Jiao's full moon banquet, and we must not allow any mistakes to occur." Lu Shu complied and exited the room. Qiao Jiao Jiao gazed at Madame Qiao with her bright, sparkling eyes. "Why do I feel that mother seems to be hinting at something?" Madame Qiao's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gently coaxed, "Jiao Jiao, you must be exhausted today. Why not take a rest first?" As Lady Qiao rocked her, Jiao Jiao's eyelids began to droop, and soon she succumbed to a deep slumber. With a solemn gaze, Madame Qiao looked out the window, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. In the rear courtyard of the Qiao residence lay a small garden, constructed by her husband during his leisure time, featuring rockeries and locust trees arranged with military precision. Without guidance, one could easily become lost. If Miss Ming is so restless and seeks to use the Qiao residence to attach herself to the powerful, then let her remain there until the banquet concludes. This very moment, in the small garden, Meng Gushue found herself at the same intersection for the 6th time. Recognizing the familiar markings on the rock wall, she was utterly exasperated. What on earth is this place? Moreover, she was truly in urgent need of a restroom. The banquet continued for a full hour, and Madame Ming was nearly in tears from anxiety. As the guests began to depart, she slumped into her seat, her eyes welling with despair. Just then, Lu Shu hurriedly approached, leaning in to whisper in Madame Ming's ear, "Madame Ming, we have located Miss Ming. She merely got lost in the rear courtyard. It is of no consequence." Madame Ming felt a sudden rush of relief, akin to a drowning person surfacing for air. "Quick, take me to that wretched girl," she gritted her teeth, disregarding her dignity. Upon seeing Ming Gushue in disarray, Madame Ming felt an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. Yet, the first thing Ming Gushue exclaimed was, "Mother, have the crown prince and the others already left?" Madame Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as Ming Gushue had directly asked this in front of Madame Qiao's maidservant. "Oh, the misfortunes at home. You wretched girl, come with me at once. For the next 6 months, you shall not step outside the door." Lu Shu pretended not to hear, eager to follow them, but Madame Ming, feeling embarrassed, urged her to stay back while she dragged Ming Gushue away. Upon returning to report to Madame Qiao, Lu Shu found her expression instantly turned icy white. So, she truly harbored such intentions. After all the guests had departed, Duke Yin finally arrived, carrying a wooden box. Upon seeing her father, Madame Qiao felt a mix of joy and warmth. "Father, why have you only just arrived?" Though Duke Yan's hair had grayed, he remained robust and upright, appearing quite vigorous. With a hearty laugh, he replied, "Jinger, you know how much I dislike such occasions." Madame Qiao could only shake her head helplessly as she hurried to bring Qiao Jiao Jiao over. Jiao Jiao, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by the bumpy journey. Madame Qiao placed Jiao Jiao into Duke Yan's arms. "Jiao Jiao, quickly meet your grandfather." Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, is this my grandfather? He looks so young, not at all like someone over 6. Duke Yin affectionately held Qiao Jiao Jiao and presented the wooden box to her. "Jinger, please keep this safe for Jiao Jiao. It shall be her dowry." Madame Qiao, curious, took the box, nearly dropping it on her foot. "It's so heavy." Upon opening the box, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. The box was filled with gold, containing an assortment of longevity locks, bracelets, and even hairpins. Madame Qiao was taken aback. This was indeed of considerable value. Father, this is far too much. I cannot accept it. Duke Yan's expression turned serious. It is not for you. It is for Jiao Jiao. You must not refuse. It is your mother's intention. At this, Madame Qiao was momentarily stunned, as her mother had passed away over a decade ago. Duke Yan, while teasing Qiao Jiao Jiao, gently explained, "Your mother prepared this after that child was born, saying that she would surely have another daughter in the future. Daughters must have a substantial dowry for their marriages, so she prepared in advance, never realizing it would take a full 14 years for the next one to arrive." Hearing this, Madame Qiao recalled her mother's gentle and caring demeanor, and her eyes grew misty. Observing her mother's reddened eyes, Jiao Jiao felt a surge of sympathy. Mother misses her mother too. My grandmother must have been a very kind elder to have considered things so far ahead. If she knew that mother was troubled, I wonder how heartbroken she would be. Madame Qiao, hearing Jiao Jiao's words, felt a pang of sorrow and nearly shed tears. If her mother knew that the Duke Yan residence would be ravaged by her elder brother and sister-in-law, and that they would... With such thoughts, Madame Qiao resolutely clenched her sleeves, having made a decision. Once Lady Lu had taken Jiao Jiao away, Madame Qiao spoke earnestly, "Father, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 14. The fated encounter goes awry. The Duke of Yan observed his daughter's serious demeanor and could not help but furrow his brow. "What is it? Did that boy from the loyalty state upset you?" Mrs. Qiao found the situation both amusing and distressing. "How could he dare? Father, what I wish to discuss is about my brother and sister-in-law." The Duke leaned back in his chair, revealing a hint of exasperation on his face. "That unambitious brother of yours, if he were to drift aimlessly through life, I would have long ceased to hope for his achievements. I only wish he causes no trouble, however." Mrs. Qiao's expression grew grave. "Father, if you wish to prevent my brother from causing trouble, you must be stricter with him. You do not know, he actually intends to take DE to those debauched places." "What?" The Duke of Yan, known for his fiery temper, slammed his fist down, shattering the armrest of the chair. "That scoundrel!" Mrs. Qiao, observing her father's fury, felt a pang of guilt. Although this incident had yet to occur, since Jiao Jiao had mentioned it, it must be true. This presents a perfect opportunity for father to pay more attention to my brother and keep a close watch. Such an intolerable matter, surely father would not reveal what I said when reprimanding him. No, I must drag him back right now and give him a proper beating. The Duke of Yan was in a frenzy to leave when Mrs. Qiao hurriedly detained him. "Father, wait. There's one more thing I must tell you." The Duke shot her a piercing glance. Could it be that scoundrel has further transgressed? He deserves an even harsher punishment, Mrs. Qiao. "Father, please do not become too incensed. A broken arm or leg would be unfortunate enough, but do not injure my brother's head." The Duke. What a statement! Who is truly the one losing their temper? Seeing her father's bewildered expression, Mrs. Qiao stifled a laugh before regaining her composure. "Father, what I wish to discuss is about my sister-in-law." The Duke's brow furrowed once more. "What about your sister-in-law?" He had long been dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law, who was excessively calculating and narrow-minded, and of course, he also blamed his reckless son for refusing to lead a settled life. Thus, over the years, he had never shown her any displeasure, essentially granting her authority over the household affairs of the Duke's residence, allowing her to save face. Mrs. Qiao's expression grew somber as she lowered her voice. "A few days ago, my sister-in-law mentioned wanting to strengthen the ties between Tianjing and Ning'er. I refused, and she seemed quite displeased with me. Today, she did not even attend Jiao Jiao's full moon banquet. Furthermore, at the banquet, I overheard something that may affect the reputation of our Duke's household, which compelled me to bring it to your attention." The Duke's brow knitted tighter. "What is it?" Mrs. Qiao hesitated, struggling to find the right words, before finally speaking. "Father, such matters of women should not be discussed in your presence. However, since mother passed away early, you are the only one who can take charge. I have heard that my sister-in-law had a childhood sweetheart with whom she shared a deep bond, and recently, there have been some troubling rumors circulating. Do you think it wise to investigate further? After careful contemplation, Mrs. Qiao was reluctant to expose the secret of Jiao Jiao's ability to hear the thoughts of others. She was genuinely fearful. If word of Jiao Jiao's foresight fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, without revealing how she knew of her sister-in-law's childhood acquaintance, she could only fabricate a lie, hoping to utilize her father's influence to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, the Duke's brow indeed knitted into a tight frown. Your sister-in-law does not strike me as such a person. Very well, I shall send someone to investigate upon my return. Mrs. Qiao felt a twinge of guilt as she looked at her father. This time, in her attempts to prepare for the worst, she had resorted to somewhat unscrupulous means. That moment, Qiao Zhonghua finished seeing off the previous guests and hurried to meet his father-in-law. The Duke, preoccupied with his own thoughts, exchanged a few brief words with Qiao Zhonghua before hastily departing. That night, after a long day of busyness, the Qiao residence finally returned to tranquility. Qiao Zhonghua sat solemnly in his study, neglecting to light a candle. Only the moonlight streaming through an open window illuminated the room. "How are things on the northern front?" he quietly inquired. Replying, the shadowy figure before him spoke in a hoarse voice. "General, the situation regarding the Crown Prince of Biding remains unresolved. With the shifting winds, it is likely that internal strife will ensue." Qiao Zhonggua's expression turned contemplative, and he instructed calmly, "Send a few men to guard the city gates. If anyone resembling a person from the north appears, keep a close watch on them. Should anything suspicious arise, seize them immediately. Also, assign a few individuals to keep a distance from the second prince. Observe if there are any dubious characters near him." The figure in black did not question the reasons behind the orders, but responded affirmatively and respectfully. As he leapt silently out of the window, he vanished like a shadow. Qiao Zhonghua slowly rose, moving to the window to gaze at the full moon, internally sighing, "Jiao Jiao, I have arranged everything according to your foresight. I hope to preserve the hard-won peace of the Daong dynasty and alter the fate of the Qiao family." Lost in thought, he suddenly felt an overwhelming longing for his gentle wife and obedient daughter, prompting him to turn and push open the study door, striding towards the main house. Outside the Qiao residence lay Qingtian Street, where an unremarkable carriage was parked at the corner. Beside the carriage stood a slightly hunched driver who appeared quite aged, yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the driver's bright eyes, smooth chin, and pronounced temples, clearly indicating he was a skilled martial artist in his prime. "Master, it is late. We should head back." The driver's voice was hoarse, carried away effortlessly by the night breeze. Just a moment longer did a clear, elegant voice emerged from within the carriage. If Jiao Jiao could see this person, she would undoubtedly be astonished, for the one awaiting here was none other than the current second prince, Shen Yuanbai. The driver, puzzled, asked, "Master, who exactly are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Shen Yuanbai's face. In truth, even he did not know whom he awaited. Before arriving at the Qiao residence, he had felt a vague yet powerful premonition that he would encounter someone of immense significance to him today. As for whether this person was male or female, tall or short, he had no inkling. This premonition was undeniably strong, yet it remained unfulfilled as the banquet at the Qiao residence came to an end without the destined encounter taking place. After another quarter of an hour had passed, Qingtian Street stood deserted. Lingering any longer would draw too much attention. With this thought, Shen Yuanbai helplessly waved his hand. "Shang, let us depart." "Yes, master." The driver nimbly leaped onto the carriage and set off with a steady pace. Shen Yuanbai leaned against the carriage wall, a hint of darkness spilling into his once cold gaze, his brows knitting tightly. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if he had missed out on something immensely significant that day. Chapter 15. Jiao Jiao's first spring festival. The days of the little infant swiftly passed in a flurry of feasting and merriment. Under the tender care of her family, Qiao Jiao gradually learned to lift her head, roll over, and by the time she reached 4 months, she was ardently attempting to sit up, her little bottom propped up in the air. As the lunar month approached its end, Qiao Jiao eagerly awaited her first spring festival in this world. Qiao Zhongwa truly doted on Qiao Jiao as if she were a precious gem, cradling her in his arms during his leisure time, much to the playful chagrin of Madame Qiao, who teasingly remarked that he had become a slave to their daughter. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhongwa beamed with pride. In his military days, he had honed an exquisite skill in wood carving, and now he dedicated himself to crafting monthly sculptures that vividly captured Qiao Jiao's growth. Qiao Dai approached. "Father, why not carve one for me too? Something heroic." Qiao Zhongwa responded with a swift kick. "Get lost. Haven't you had enough?" Qiao Dai shivered at his father's retort, protesting, "Father, why do you always hit me?" Qiao Zhongwa scoffed. "You're the only tough one in this family. Who else should I strike? Who told you to misbehave and venture into those places of revelry?" Although this incident had yet to transpire, it did not deter him from preemptively giving his son a thrashing. Madame Qiao approached, holding the bundled-up Qiao Jiao, and upon witnessing the playful banter between father and son, she couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. Yet, Qiao Jiao found the scene utterly amusing, bursting into peals of laughter. He, doesn't his second brother know? There's an old saying, the eldest is pampered, the third is spoiled, and the second is the one who bears the brunt of it. Qiao Dai replied, "Profound. I want to hold my little sister. She understands my plight the best." Just as Qiao Dai reached out, Qiao Jiao had already been swept up in Qiao Zhongwa's embrace. A heavy snowfall blanketed the capital in the month of December, and Qiao Jiao, donned in a thick coat wrapped in a white fox fur cloak, resembled a delicate jade figurine. Qiao Zhongwa proudly presented a wood carving to Qiao Jiao, who was instantly captivated. "Wow, how beautiful! It looks just like me. My father is truly a master craftsman." Her words filled Qiao Zhongwa with delight, causing him to smile broadly. As evening descended, the family, gathered around a warm stove, shed their heavy outer garments and engaged in lively conversation, basking in the joy of togetherness. Qiao Jiao gazed longingly at the sumptuous dinner spread before them, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Wurwa, roasted chicken, steamed duck, roasted suckling pig, wait for me, I'll grow up quickly. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, the others couldn't suppress their laughter, yet they were wary of revealing their amusement to one another. Thus, Qiao Zhongwa feigned pouring wine. Madame Qiao pretended to arrange Qiao Jiao's hair. Qiao Tianjing coughed discreetly while covering his mouth, and Qiao Dai bent down as if searching for something under the table. Observing the sudden flurry of activity around her, Qiao Jiao pondered. "What's going on?" Amidst the jubilant sounds of firecrackers, the family, with their myriad of clever thoughts, erupted into hearty laughter. Qiao Jiao was unafraid of the firecracker noises, bouncing excitedly in Madame Qiao's arms, calling out joyfully in that moment. Her eyes glistened with tears of happiness. This warmth and reunion were experiences her previous life, devoid of parents, had never granted her, so soothing to the soul. On New Year's Eve, the tradition of staying up late prevailed, yet Qiao Jiao, still quite young, soon succumbed to sleep in Madame Qiao's embrace. As the midnight bell tolled, the Qiao family simultaneously made the same wish. That their beloved Jiao Jiao would lead a life filled with smooth sailing, peace, and joy. On the third day of the new year, Qiao Zhongwa took his family to pay New Year's greetings at the residence of the Duke of Yin. This marked Qiao Jiao's first visit to the Duke's estate, where the Duke, having received word of their arrival, eagerly awaited them at the door. Upon catching sight of Qiao Jiao, the Duke's eyes lit up with joy as he scooped her into his arms. "Jiao Jiao, it's cold outside. Come inside with your grandfather," he said, turning to enter and leaving the rest of the Qiao family momentarily bemused. "Quickly, sister, brother-in-law, come inside." Qiao Jiao's keen eyes spotted her somewhat dissolute uncle, who, despite being middle-aged, still carried himself with a certain flamboyance. To be charming, one must possess the means. Otherwise, they are merely a rogue. Madame Qiao, once renowned as the capital's most beautiful woman, had a brother, the left heir, whose looks were equally striking. However, years of neglect and self-care had left him with an undeniably protruding belly. Madame Qiao politely inquired, "Where is my sister-in-law?" The left heir's expression revealed dissatisfaction. She returned to her family early. "We had planned a visit tomorrow, but she suddenly changed her mind. I truly don't know what she is thinking." Understanding dawned on Madame Qiao. She had only just sent word of their visit, and her sister-in-law had promptly departed, indicating lingering resentment. Perhaps it was for the best. Madame Qiao smiled faintly, as her purpose for this visit was to see her father. The left heir entertained the three Qiao men in the hall while Madame Qiao followed the duke into the inner chambers. Upon entering, she noticed Qiao Jiao clutching a rather large red envelope. "Father, Qiao Jiao lacks for nothing. There is no need for such extravagance every time." Madame Qiao chided lightly. The duke shot her a stern glance. "This is the intention of a grandfather. It is not for you, as a daughter, to question." He then turned to Qiao Jiao, his voice softening. "Dear Qiao Jiao, don't listen to your mother. Keep it well. This will be your dowry in the future." Qiao Jiao clutched the red envelope, her face aglow with excitement. "Thank you, my dashing Wu-Wu. This envelope is so thick." Madame Qiao sighed in exasperation. Both she and her husband were indifferent to material possessions, yet Qiao Jiao had developed a penchant for wealth. After playing for a while, Qiao Jiao, having endured the bumpy journey, began to feel drowsy. Sensing this, Madame Qiao instructed Nurse Lu to take Qiao Jiao to the adjacent warm room for a nap. With no one around, the Duke suddenly spoke. "Jinger, there is indeed something peculiar about the matter." Just as Madame Qiao was about to inquire further, her heart sank at his words. The last time the subject of her sister-in-law's childhood friend was mentioned, her father had promised to investigate, yet 3 months had passed without a word, leading her to sense the complexity of the issue. The Duke's expression grew serious as he spoke in a low tone. "The individual in question is namely Su Sheng. He is actually a relative of your sister-in-law's family, who came to the capital in desperation. It is said that he grew up alongside your sister-in-law, and their bond is quite strong. Su Sheng is also quite capable. His family intends to recommend him for training in the military. Thus, it appears that both families had intentions of a closer alliance. The situation turned dire when your elder brother developed feelings for your sister-in-law. After our two families agreed on the marriage, the Li family vanished without a trace." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao felt a weight in her heart. She knew that when her sister-in-law first entered the Duke's estate, she had been quite joyful. It seemed that she had been content with the marriage arrangement. Could it be that her sister-in-law's family had driven the Li family away to ensure a smooth union with the Duke's household? And in a darker vein of thought, could it have led to something more sinister? Chapter 16. The divine love of parents. What Mrs. Qiao could conceive, the Duke of Yin would undoubtedly not overlook. I dispatched someone to inquire at the ancestral home of the Li family, and it turned out that they had not returned to their hometown since arriving in the capital. Over the past few months, while I had agents discreetly investigating with portraits in hand, by chance, they indeed uncovered some clues. The Li family once made a living selling tofu pudding, and at the corner of Gutian Street, there was a tofu stall run by a hunchbacked old woman who strikingly resembled Li Shuxing's mother. After several encounters, the scouts learned that the stall owner's husband had seemingly been beaten to death, and her son was missing. However, after several stakeouts, they discovered that an elderly hunchbacked man occasionally came to assist at the stall, who, despite his appearance, was a martial arts expert from an external family. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qiao gasped in astonishment. Could this person possibly be Li Shuxing? The Duke of Yin solemnly nodded. "Jinger, you can hardly imagine who Li Shuxing currently serves." Mrs. Qiao's heart raced. It turned out that everything had been traceable, and Qiao Jiao had been absolutely right. The Duke of Yin's next words completely confirmed Mrs. Qiao's suspicions. The second prince, Li Shuxing, now served the second prince, guarding him closely and never leaving his side. The Duke of Yin paced back and forth in the room, his expression tinged with concern. Jinger, it is highly likely that your sister-in-law's family took drastic measures regarding this marriage, leading to Li Shuxing's survival and rise to power. This man possesses the ability to endure what ordinary people cannot. He is no benign character and must be treated with caution. Mrs. Qiao's complexion paled slightly. Indeed, Li Shuxing was formidable. In Qiao Jiao's prophecy, he could even suppress his hatred, using old affections to manipulate his sister-in-law into acting for him, plunging the Qiao family into an irretrievable abyss. This matter had transcended what she could influence from within the inner chambers. It was time to alert her husband. With a grave expression, Mrs. Qiao resolved that this time, she would not allow any wicked individual to harm the Qiao family or the Duke's residence. After conveying this information, the Duke of Yin cast a probing glance at his daughter. Jinger had mentioned hearing some rumors, prompting her investigation. However, the matter had been well concealed by the in-laws, and the people in the capital were largely unaware of the Li family's existence. How did Jinger come to know of such a secret, and what effort did she exert to lead him to pursue the investigation? Yet, the Duke, being a loving father, refrained from pressing her for answers, confident that his daughter, wise and intelligent since childhood, would never act in a manner detrimental to the Duke's residence. The Qiao family had their lunch at the Duke's residence before returning home. Upon arriving, Qiao Jiao was playfully taken by Qiao Tianjing, leaving Qiao Zhonghua and his wife to converse privately. Mrs. Qiao grasped her husband's large hand, her expression flickering as she spoke. My dear husband, I heard some significant news from my father today. Qiao Zhonghua, already somewhat distracted, straightened slightly and asked, What is it, my lady? Has my father-in-law encountered some trouble? Leaning into Qiao Zhonghua's embrace, Mrs. Qiao softly replied, Father heard some gossip regarding my sister-in-law. He sent someone to investigate, and the results were unexpected. Qiao Zhonghua immediately recalled what Qiao Jiao had mentioned about Lady Zhu's childhood companion, sitting up a bit straighter. His attention had been focused on the Northern Kingdom and the second prince lately, almost neglecting this matter. Mrs. Qiao then recounted the situation regarding Li Shuxing, her face etched with worry as she added, My dear husband, although it was my sister-in-law's family that acted against the Li family, could it be that he harbors resentment towards the Duke's residence or towards us, the Qiao family? Qiao Zhonghua's expression darkened, his gaze icy, yet he gently caressed Mrs. Qiao's hair, speaking softly, There is no need for you to fret, my dear. I shall handle everything. Mrs. Qiao nestled against Qiao Zhonghua's shoulder, affectionately wrapping her arms around his waist, nodding gently. With her husband by her side, Jinger always felt reassured. The room fell into a comfortable silence for a while until Qiao Zhonghua suddenly turned his head, a faint blush creeping to his ears as he whispered near Mrs. Qiao's cheek, Qiao Jiao is already 4 months old. Have you been resting well, my lady? I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Mrs. Qiao's face suddenly flushed crimson. Since Qiao Jiao's birth, she had kept her close every night, and Qiao Zhonghua had been considerate, refraining from mentioning anything for 4 long months. Remembering the passionate fervor they once shared, Mrs. Qiao felt a wave of softness envelop her. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly replied, Let's discuss this when night falls. Qiao Zhonghua leaned closer, his eyes sparkling, lowering his voice. How about we let Lu Mama take Qiao Jiao for the night? I have been holding back for far too long. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qiao felt a rush of warmth surge to her head, playfully hitting him with her fist, her heart brimming with sweetness, and she soon nodded in tacit agreement. Qiao Zhonghua grinned in delight and suddenly lifted Mrs. Qiao off the ground, causing her to gasp in surprise. Qiao Tianjing, carrying Jiao Jiao, was approaching the door when he heard the commotion inside, his face turning beet red as he hurriedly slipped away. Jiao Jiao giggled mischievously. Hee hee, is Big Brother allergic to romance? Why did he run away so fast? If I ever publish a book, I'll title it The Divine Love of Parents. Oh, it's so sweet and delightful. Qiao Tianjing, shy by nature, hurried along, while Jiao Jiao continued her playful chatter. Our family's values are different. Other young masters arrange for concubines early on, but look at my brothers, pure and unblemished. Hee hee, I can't wait to see my sister-in-law. The Lantern Festival is approaching. Big brother, you must do your best to bring home your bride soon. After eating dog food for over a decade, it's about time you show off your love to father and mother. That evening, Jiao Jiao was indeed arranged to sleep with Lu Mama. Just before leaving the room, Jiao Jiao cast a mischievous glance between her parents. Ah, are my parents finally going to be sweet and joyful? Xiao Zhonghua slightly stiffened, while Mrs. Qiao's face turned so red she could hardly lift her head. This was the first time in their lives that the couple wished for such a thing, and Jiao Jiao remained blissfully unaware, simply a naive little child. But Jiao Jiao was still excited. Oh my, the stone in my path has finally been moved aside. Father and mother, I am more than willing to facilitate your happiness. Please don't bring me back tonight. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I truly adore seeing my parents together. May their divine love continue to flourish. Lu Mama, experienced in such matters, quickly whisked Jiao Jiao away with a joyful smile. As the couple finally exhaled in relief, a tender voice floated back from the little one. Could I perhaps get a little brother or sister? The Qiao couple. Chapter 17. Out to play before long, the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month arrived. Early in the morning, after partaking in breakfast, Qiao Zhonghua began to subtly and skillfully urge Qiao Tianjing to step outside, employing various justifications that were both clever and unobtrusive. Today marked the final day of the holiday, and it would be delightful to share some invigorating news with him to lift his spirits before he resumed his duties on the morrow. Evidently, Qiao Tianjing was somewhat out of sorts today. His complexion appeared pale, and he seemed rather listless. That must be the influence of his little sister. As the Lantern Festival drew nearer, she incessantly murmured about the young lady from the Han family, causing him to feel an inexplicable tension as well. He had tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting into a fitful sleep. Qiao Jiao Jiao was now able to consume some light rice porridge. Observing her father urging her elder brother to venture out, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't today a holiday? It was so cold outside. Why was her father insisting her brother go out? In my opinion, elder brother should conserve his energy. Tonight's South Lantern Parade would be the perfect opportunity for a gallant rescue. Only then did Xiao Zhonghua realize that he would have to wait until the evening to facilitate the rescue of his prospective daughter-in-law. My dear daughter, do share more details, such as which street and at what intersection your elder brother should walk to conveniently save your sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing discreetly exhaled in relief. It was indeed for the evening, and he could afford to take a good nap in the afternoon. However, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What to do? I desperately want to go. I wish to witness the birth of a romance and see the heroine show off her charm. The Lantern Parade tonight would be lively, and it seemed that a grand couplet event was to be held at one of the pavilions, where the heroine would shine, just as the hero happened to notice her. Oh, how I longed to join the festivities. Could elder brother and second brother take me along? Ah, I detest my inability to articulate my desires. In her excitement, Qiao Jiao Jiao inadvertently knocked over a spoonful of porridge that Madame Qiao had handed her. Qiao Jiao Jiao. Woe is me, mother, I apologize. I didn't mean to be disobedient. I too wish to attend the Lantern Festival. I want to go so badly. Madame Qiao was not at all vexed. She patiently wiped Qiao Jiao Jiao's soiled arm and gently kissed her forehead, already contemplating the feasibility of allowing her daughter to go out. She truly could not bear to keep Jiao Jiao confined, especially given her strong desire to participate. The eldest would be busy rescuing Miss Han, and he likely would not be able to attend to Jiao Jiao. The second brother was still rather immature. He could be reckless, and it would not do to have Jiao Jiao get hurt. Perhaps I might take her along, Xiao Diyu suggested after weighing the options. To his surprise, he realized he was indeed the best candidate to escort Qiao Jiao Jiao. Reliable, gentle, capable of caring for her, and also skilled in martial arts. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao excitedly pointed at Qiao Diyu with her chubby little finger, exclaiming, Second brother, you are so handsome and loving. Thanks to your charm, I shall soon witness a world I have never seen before. Please continue to exude your captivating allure and take me out. Qiao Zhonghua's brow furrowed sharply. Why did this little rascal receive such lavish praise from Jiao Jiao? However, Qiao Diyu was clearly elated. Just look at how radiant I am in my little sister's eyes. I cannot possibly let her down. Therefore, he rose suddenly, declaring earnestly, Father and mother, rest assured. I vow on my life to take good care of my little sister. Qiao Tianjing, unwilling to disappoint Qiao Jiao Jiao, added, Father, and the final decision rested with her. Qiao Jiao Jiao surveyed the room, promptly turning to ingratiate herself with the ultimate decision-maker of the household. She wiggled her rear end, making her way into Madame Qiao's embrace, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at her mother. Oh, the most beautiful and kind-hearted mother in the world, please grant me permission to go. With such an adorable daughter pleading, how could you possibly remain unmoved? Only mothers are truly good. Children with mothers are like treasures. Seeing her daughter resort to flattery so thoroughly, Madame Qiao's eyes softened, and she adjusted her embrace and finally relented. Very well, go ahead. It will also afford me a moment of peace. Woohoo! A light suddenly dazzles my eyes. Is it the sun? No, it is the radiant glow of maternal love emanating from my mother. Madame Qiao, puffed. Such a spirited little imp. Second brother, you must keep a close watch on our sister. Ensure she does not get cold or hurt, Madame Qiao cautioned, filled with concern. Qiao Diyu immediately thumped his chest in assurance. As night fell, the sounds of revelry wafted from outside the estate. Qiao Jiao Jiao was bundled up snugly, adorned with a tiger head hat, tiger head shoes, and draped in a red fox cloak, resembling a little maiden beside a bodhisattva. Unable to resist, Madame Qiao bestowed several affectionate kisses on Qiao Jiao Jiao's cheeks, eliciting a fit of delighted laughter from her. Qiao Diyu entered and scooped up Qiao Jiao Jiao, his affection evident as he hefted her up, proclaiming, Little sister, second brother will take you out to play. Out to play. Madame Qiao watched as the duo left the house, her heart filled with both joy and apprehension. In the front courtyard, Qiao Jiao Jiao spotted her elder brother dressed in white, standing beneath a green pine, his features striking and his demeanor refined. She immediately squealed with delight, Yes, yes, just like that. We mustn't let my sister-in-law be bewitched, ha ha ha. Qiao Tianjing felt a slight shiver run through him and quickly turned away, his face flushed. My little sister's tongue is truly something else. Qiao Diyu stood by, chuckling mischievously. The three siblings boarded the carriage that had been prepared in advance. It was warm inside, filled with soft, delectable treats. Old Madame Lu accompanied them in another carriage, ready to assist should Qiao Jiao Jiao need a change during the outing. The lantern parade was to be held on the grandest street in the capital, Putiang Street. Upon arrival at the street entrance, they were informed that the carriage could not proceed further. Qiao Tianjing instructed old Madame Lu to wait there while he and Qiao Diyu, who was carrying Qiao Jiao Jiao, walked into the festivities. As soon as Qiao Jiao Jiao felt the warmth of her clothing, she burst out of the carriage like a bird freed from its cage, her lively eyes darting about in excitement. Wow, is this the grand scene depicted in the books about the Tang dynasty? It truly is bustling. It feels like a time of peace and prosperity. Oh, how proud I feel knowing that the Qiao family played a part in this splendid scene. Upon hearing this, both Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu stood a bit taller, their chests swelling with pride. During the years of conflict with the Northern Kingdom, the Qiao army was indeed the most formidable force that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Ah, that little lantern in the shape of a tiger is simply adorable. I want one. Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts raced as her eyes caught sight of a prominent tiger lantern in the distance. Qiao Tianjing followed her gaze and was taken aback by an unexpected figure. Chapter 18. White moonlight matches white moonlight. Qiao Tianjing's expression shifted slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the guards scattered throughout the crowd, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Qiao Diyu, however, was less discerning. Upon noticing Qiao Jiao Jiao's desire for a tiger lantern, he strode over without hesitation. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, "Brother, I want that little tiger." Qiao Jiao Jiao's ears perked up. The voice sounded remarkably familiar. "Very well, you may pick it yourself," a gentle voice responded, instantly rekindling Qiao Jiao Jiao's memories. It was the Crown Prince and that naive girl. Upon hearing the title of Crown Prince, Qiao Diyu felt a jolt of surprise. "Where? The Crown Prince is here as well?" Qiao Tianjing tugged at Qiao Diyu's sleeve, signaling him to look towards the tiger lantern. Beneath the lantern, a young boy had a toddler perched on his shoulder, the child stretching out his hand in an earnest attempt to grasp the lantern. Qiao Jiao Jiao's mouth fell open in astonishment at the sight. How utterly unpretentious of the Crown Prince to allow the naive girl to sit upon his shoulder. Tisk, tiske, tiske. Such a rare display of brotherly affection within the royal family. Qiao Jiao Jiao's seasoned commentary struck a chord with the brothers, for even they had not anticipated the Crown Prince's endearing indulgence towards the fourth prince in private. Just then, a guard approached the Crown Prince, whispering something to him. The Crown Prince turned his head slightly, catching sight of the two brothers standing not far away. He exhibited no signs of embarrassment at being observed. Instead, he offered a warm smile and waved at them. The naive girl suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, don't move. I am about to reach the lantern. Little fourth, look, your little sister is here. Aren't you going to take a glance?" The Crown Prince, Shen Yuanzhan, asked with a smile. "Little sister? Is she the beautiful little sister from the Qiao residence?" The fourth prince, Shen Yuanling, exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in excitement as he abandoned his pursuit of the lantern to search the crowd. As he turned, he caught sight of the porcelain doll-like, charming Qiao Jiao Jiao, and his delight was palpable. Qiao Diyu carried Qiao Jiao Jiao over to the Crown Prince, preparing to pay his respects, but was immediately halted. "Tonight, let us forego the formalities and simply enjoy the festivities as friends," the Crown Prince urged. Qiao Diyu, being rather straightforward, took the Crown Prince's words to heart and relaxed, engaging in casual conversation. "Brother Shen, have you come to admire the lanterns as well?" Qiao Tianjing thought to himself. This foolish younger brother should at least refer to the Crown Prince with a title of respect. Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered. The Crown Prince was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter. This second son of the Qiao family was quite amusing. The fourth prince could hardly contain his eagerness to see Qiao Jiao Jiao. "Brother, put me down. I want to give my little sister a kiss." Qiao Tianjing and Diyu both exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Even if you are a prince, that is out of the question." A guard assisted in lowering the fourth prince, who promptly climbed back into the Crown Prince's embrace, leaning in closer to gaze at Qiao Jiao Jiao. Qiao Jiao Jiao shot him an annoyed glare. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Qiao Tianjing and Diyu were relieved that no one else could hear their exchange. The fourth prince, noticing Qiao Jiao Jiao's glare, joyfully shouted, "Sister is looking at me. She likes me, brother. Can I choose my sister to be my fourth prince consort? Such a small child with such grand aspirations. How naive. You little imp, whether you can even grow up is still uncertain." Qiao Tianjing thought to himself, "Thank heavens these audacious words were only audible to him and my foolish younger brother." The Crown Prince shook his head in mild exasperation and said to the Qiao brothers, "Recently, the palace has been busy selecting a consort for me, and little fourth has been clamoring daily for your little sister to become my consort." Qiao Tianjing responded with a polite smile, "That is indeed a joyous matter. Congratulations, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. Wait. The critical factor behind the Crown Prince's untimely demise has just emerged. The selection of a consort must be approached with utmost caution. Shang Xuran, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua, had been designated as the crown prince's consort by the emperor, yet her affections lay solely with the silent prince. She was utterly infatuated. Once the silent prince and Shang Xiran established a connection, every move made by the crown prince became transparent to the silent prince. Furthermore, who could say for certain that Shang Xiran was not involved in the crown prince's tragic end? Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu were immediately drenched in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a pang of urgency. Miss Xiao Qianlan from the general's family would have been an excellent choice. Unfortunately, she was only a secondary consort. Her feelings for the crown prince were genuine, and their bond was the strongest after marriage. After the crown prince's untimely end, Miss Xiao steadfastly insisted that the circumstances surrounding his death were suspicious, and mere days later, she inexplicably passed away in a tragic manner. Oh, how tragic! White moonlight paired with white moonlight. They were clearly a match made in heaven. Moreover, Miss Zhao's younger sister is my second sister-in-law. My foolish second brother, despite his simplicity, has found a girl willing to fight alongside him on the battlefield. Just when Xiao Diyu had been worrying for the crown prince, his heart suddenly warmed, and he felt a momentary dizziness. The second Miss Xiao. His wife is the second Miss Xiao. Xiao Tianjing, having spent considerable time in the court, understood better than Xiao Diyu the significance of the selection of a crown princess. She would be the future mother of the nation, the virtuous aide to the future emperor. However, the news regarding the selection of a crown princess had not been widely disseminated, and the candidates remained undecided. If he were to rashly intervene today, it would undoubtedly arouse the crown prince's suspicions. Fortunately, the process of selecting a crown princess was exceedingly intricate and would require ample time to finalize. He must devise a mutually beneficial solution before then. At that moment, the crown prince, observing Qiao Tianjing deep in thought, suddenly spoke, "De Lang, you have reached the age for marriage. I assume Qiao Madam is well acquainted with the eligible young women in the capital?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing felt a flicker of intrigue. Was the crown prince implying that the empress had intentions of inquiring about the noble ladies in the capital? If that were the case, perhaps he could utilize his mother's influence to remove the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua from consideration. However, this would entail some risk for his mother, and it was imperative that the matter be handled with utmost discretion. Otherwise, it could provoke resentment from the Duke of Qinghua's household. In an instant, Qiao Tianjing's mind raced with thoughts, and he feigned resignation, nodding, "My mother is quite the worrywart. It seems she has indeed conducted considerable research." The crown prince instantly grasped his meaning and smiled, saying, "Little Fourth has been incessantly praising your little sister's charm before our mother. She has long wished to meet her. If it is convenient for Qiao Madam, could you kindly invite her to accompany your sister into the palace for a chat with my mother?" Xiao Tianjing immediately responded, "It would be my mother's honor." The crown prince nodded in satisfaction, his voice warm. "Let us continue to stroll forward." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly grew ecstatic. "So, does this mean I can visit the palace? Wow, how thrilling." Chapter 19. The hero saves the beauty. A few individuals walked forward together, while the fourth prince, Hua Deng, disregarded everything else and focused solely on Qiao Jiao Jiao. He occasionally engaged her in conversation and made silly faces, yet Qiao Jiao Jiao paid him no mind. "Elder sister, my sweet, soft elder sister, where are you?" In the midst of the crowd, he searched for her tirelessly, and suddenly turned around to find her amidst the dim lights. But where exactly was this dimly lit place? Qiao Tianjing felt the tension rising in his body as he heard Qiao Jiao Jiao recite a line of poetry. He couldn't help but marvel. My little sister possesses such remarkable literary talent? Quickly. The event at the Kaifeng building has commenced. It was said that a grand stage had been set up, presided over by none other than the esteemed scholar, Mr. Gu Qianshan. What's today's prize? It is a rare and extraordinary lantern that spins delightfully when lit. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, and everyone surged in one direction like mud flowing into the sea. "Be careful. Protect the two young lords." The palace guards instantly became alert, forming a protective circle around the crown prince and the fourth prince. Seeing Qiao Jiao Jiao swept away by the crowd, the fourth prince called out in desperation, "Sister! I want my sister!" The crown prince, witnessing the scene, commanded, "Protect the young lady and young master from the Qiao family." Qiao Dai, a man of great martial prowess, held his ground firmly, steadfastly cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao as if he were an immovable mountain, despite the crowd's tumult. Although Qiao Tianjing was merely a scholar, he had trained diligently under Qiao Zhonghua and managed to remain stable amidst the chaos. That moment, a frantic cry pierced through the noise. "Miss, be careful!" Qiao Tianjing turned to see a girl in green being shoved by the crowd, tumbling straight towards a lantern stall. Without a second thought, he pushed past two people and grasped the girl's wrist, pulling her up with a swift motion. The girl collided gently against him before managing to steady herself, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Thank you," she exclaimed, her heart brimming with gratitude. Yet she was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected to meet such a strikingly gentle face. The young man possessed captivating features, exuding an air of elegance, truly a dashing gentleman. Qiao Tianjing was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, only to be drawn into a pair of shimmering, watery eyes. The girl, still shaken, struggled to conceal her beauty and calm demeanor. He still held her wrist, and the crowd continued to push them closer together. Suddenly realizing the proximity, Qiao Tianjing quickly released her wrist, straightened his posture, and averted his gaze, hesitant to look again. "My apologies, missed I in times of urgency. I acted without consideration. I hope you can forgive me." The girl, blushing, turned her head away and softly murmured in response, a hint of pine fragrance wafting into her nostrils. Qiao Tianjing's heart raced, and he couldn't help but search the crowd for Qiao Jiao Jiao, eager to discover if the girl before him was indeed Miss Han, potentially his future wife. As the throng began to ease, the surroundings became considerably less congested. Qiao Jiao Jiao, with keen eyesight, spotted Qiao Tianjing standing opposite a young girl. She felt a surge of excitement. "Second brother, hurry over and see if brother has saved my elder sister." Qiao Dai, recognizing the significance of his brother's lifelong affair, stepped forward with great purpose, reaching Qiao Tianjing's side in just a few strides. Qiao Jiao Jiao looked up and immediately exclaimed, elder sister, it's really her, brother. You have fulfilled my wish and saved her." Although the trope of a hero saving a beauty was indeed a cliché, one could not deny its ability to stir the heart. This is what one might call a fateful connection. "Brother, quickly, tell her how beautiful she is." "Oh dear, my foolish brother. Why are you still standing there? Introduce yourself. Otherwise, how will she know it was you who saved her?" Qiao Tianjing felt his ears flush with embarrassment at Qiao Jiao Jiao's unabashed words. Qiao Dai, impatient as ever, feared that the elder sister his younger sister admired might slip away, and he blurted out, "Brother, who is this?" Miss Han, coming to her senses, hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, young sir." The young lady's maid, noticing the distinguished attire of Qiao Tianjing, promptly introduced her. "Thank you, young Sir. Young lady is the daughter of the Minister of Works." Realizing he had indeed saved the right person, a wave of secretive joy surged within Qiao Tianjing. He offered a polite bow to Miss Han and said graciously, "Miss Han, it was but a trifling act, not worthy of mention. I am Qiao's eldest son." Qiao's eldest son. Miss Han felt a stir within her heart. There was only one Qiao family in the capital, and she had recently attended the Qiao family's full moon banquet. Upon glancing at Qiao Jiao Jiao, she discerned a hint of familiarity in her features. "So it is young Master Qiao. Thank you very much." The faint blush on Miss Han's cheeks had not yet faded, but it now appeared even more captivating. After returning from the full moon banquet, she had inadvertently overheard a conversation between her parents, and it seemed that Madame Qiao had intentions of matchmaking. Qiao Jiao Jiao, noticing the mutual shyness between the two, couldn't help but chuckle. Even heroes find it difficult to navigate the charms of a beauty. Qiao Jiao mused, my younger sister seems to know quite a bit. Why doesn't she speak up? When will I ever get to meet the second miss of the Xiao family? Although the restrictions on interactions between men and women in the Daong dynasty were not as stringent, young ladies of noble families still had to maintain proper decorum and upbringing in public. Aware that it was inappropriate to linger, Miss Han bowed to Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai. Once again, thank you for your kindness. Young sir, I must take my leave now. Miss Han, travel safely. Qiao Tianjing smiled, watching her depart. Qiao Jiao Jiao grinned at the retreating figure of Miss Han and couldn't he help but worry. Why, dear brother, you must return home quickly and ask our parents to propose to the Han family. Delay may lead to complications. Hearing this, Qiao Tianjing's heart sank. He then heard Qiao Jiao Jiao continue her teasing. Miss Han is quite sought after. While you hesitate, her parents may agree to someone else. Qiao Dai, catching on, signaled to Qiao Tianjing. Brother, did you hear what our sister said? You must speak to our parents tonight. If you don't, I'll speak on your behalf. Uve already held her hand. You must take responsibility. Qiao Tianjing felt his face heat up at these words, yet he nodded firmly. Sister is right. When a family has a daughter, many suitors will come. Since I have decided on Miss Han, I must show responsibility and courage. At that moment, the crown prince approached, carrying the fourth prince from behind. He had evidently witnessed the earlier scene and wore a smile, suggesting, it seems, my dear sir, that good fortune is approaching. The Minister of Works is known for his integrity and diligence. This marriage is indeed a fine match. Taken aback by the crown prince's teasing, Qiao Tianjing could only shake his head and smile. As for marriage, it is best left to the parents to decide. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao Jiao had lost interest in the conversation between Qiao Tianjing and the crown prince. Now that my brother has saved the elder sister, our most important task today is complete. We should go join the festivities. Oh, how I long to see the Kaifeng building. The leading lady must be putting on quite a show. Chapter 20. Ancient Classics and Couplets. Upon hearing Qiao Jiao Jiao's heartfelt voice, Qiao Diu suggested, earlier, everyone rushed towards the Kaifeng Tower. Brother Shin, should we not join them? At this, Qiao Jiao Jiao immediately clutched Qiao Diu's clothing with fervor, her face alight with excitement. My second brother truly understands me. Could he possibly be the worm in my belly? Qiao Diu replied, I humbly decline your praise. The crown prince, upon hearing the address Brother Shin, could not help but smile slightly. No one had ever addressed him in such a manner, which he found rather intriguing. It was said that Qiao's second son was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. However, his strategic prowess in leading troops remained a mystery. If he could gain even a modicum of genuine knowledge from Inspector Qiao, he would undoubtedly become a formidable general of the Daong dynasty in the future. Let us indeed go and take a look. The spring examination is approaching, and the capital is brimming with talented scholars. It should be quite a lively affair. With the crown prince's words, the group made their way towards the Kaifeng Tower. As Qiao Jiao Jiao surveyed her surroundings, she mused, indeed, the capital is teeming with talented individuals, but tonight, all their brilliance will be overshadowed by a single person. Qiao Tianjing, overhearing this, could not help but feel astonished. Could Meng Gushue truly be that remarkable? Qiao Jiao Jiao continued to ponder. After all, Meng Gushue possesses the wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese history. Even casually reciting a few poems would leave everyone in awe. Qiao Tianjing silently gasped at this revelation. Although he had long known from his younger sister that Meng Gushue was a soul from another realm, he had not realized the profound cultural heritage she embodied. It would be best if Prince Jing did not catch sight of such a dazzling Meng Gushue. Otherwise, their fates might truly intertwine. This thought, Qiao Tianjing exchanged a knowing glance with Qiao Diu, both silently keeping their guard up. Soon, the brightly decorated Kaifeng Tower came into view. The palace guards surrounded them, swiftly clearing a path through the crowd. Qiao Jiao Jiao and her companions soon found themselves at the forefront of the throng. Before them stood a makeshift stage adorned with a red cloth, upon which rested a table, a chair, and a solitary figure. The individual seated there had graying hair and a beard that fell to his throat, exuding the air of an old scholar. Next to him hung an exquisite couplet, yet no one had yet responded with a corresponding line. Upon glancing at it, Qiao Jiao Jiao could not suppress a chuckle. Truly a classic of ancient romance, such couplets must hold their rightful place. Qiao Tianjing, possessing exceptional knowledge and once renowned as the top scholar of the capital, raised an eyebrow in interest after reading the upper line. The red paper bore the inscription, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow. Wangjiang Tower overlooks Wangjiang Flow. Jiang Tower eternal. Jiang Flow eternal. Ah, is this not the famed couplet of Wangjiang Tower? How fortuitous for the heroine. This is but a gift. He recalled that the lower line was, In you well, in you shadow. In you well reflects in you shadow. You well for 10,000 years, you shadow for 10,000 years. Ha! My memory serves me well. Qiao Tianjing savored the couplet, nodding in approval. Qiao Diu interjected, What wells and shadows? Such flowery language lacks substance. Where is the heroine? Let me see where she is. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes darted about eagerly. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Qiao Tianjing. Could it be that the lower line his sister had just recited was one that Meng Gushue would answer? Was Meng Gushue seeking to make a name for herself, to forge a connection with the second prince, only to conspire against their Qiao family later? Such fortune was hardly conceivable. With this thought, Qiao Tianjing gestured for Qiao Diu to keep an eye on Qiao Jiao Jiao, while he swiftly made his way into the crowd. The crown prince noticed Qiao Tianjing's departure but gave it little thought. Meanwhile, the audience below had been murmuring for quite some time. Yet no one had managed to produce a satisfactory response to the couplet. On the other side of the red stage, Meng Gushue, surrounded by several maidservants, shone with confidence, her eyes sparkling. Who would have guessed that the conundrum perplexing the scholars of the capital was one she could resolve? However, she was in no hurry to ascend the stage. She intended to wait until everyone was at a loss, until Gu Qianshan announced that no one could respond to this couplet, after which she would gracefully step forward like a celestial being. At that moment, all the talented scholars of the capital would bow before her literary prowess. If she casually recited a few verses of ancient poetry, they would surely be compelled to revere her as the foremost literary talent of the capital. With this thought, Meng Gushue's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. This was the unique advantage of a time-traveling heroine. None could rival her. I shall give it a try. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Meng Gushue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. Could anyone truly respond to the couplet? As the words were spoken, the crowd parted, revealing a young man dressed in coarse, simple garments. Though his attire was humble, the youth's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he appeared remarkably handsome on the stage. Mr.Gu nodded at him and beckoned him forward. The young man approached the red stage step by step, bowing respectfully to Mr. Gu. I am Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou, here to present my humble attempt before you. Mr.Gu stroked his beard and shook his head. No need for pleasantries, just right. Tan Hanqi stepped to the table and began to inscribe his response. As the crowd whispered and eagerly awaited the outcome, Qiao Tianjing returned, his eyes bright and a smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing the name Tan Hanqi, Qiao Jiao Jiao gasped in astonishment. Ah! Has Tan Hanqi made his appearance this early? He is quite a significant figure. Though he now appeared as a mere scholar in humble attire, he possessed exceptional literary talent, courage, and wisdom. Truly formidable. He was a victim of malfeasance during this year's spring examination, having had his papers replaced by a usurper who sought to silence him through assassination. Prince Jing had inadvertently saved him, thus gaining a devoted and top-tier strategist, many of whose subsequent plans and strategies were devised by him. This individual was too remarkable. They could not allow him to remain in Prince Jing's orbit. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a pang of anxiety. Why could she not have been reborn a few years earlier, so she could speak up now? Qiao Tianjing regarded Tan Hanqi, who remained calm and poised as he wrote. Had his sister not revealed this information, He would never have imagined that this scholar was so exceptional. The second prince's fortune seemed almost too fortunate. How could he unwittingly rescue such a dragon among men? It was as if the heavens themselves were aiding him. However, with his sister's foresight, they would no longer remain passive. This Tan Hanqi, the Qiao family would claim him first. Just as Qiao Tianjing thought this, Tan Hanqi finished his writing. He respectfully handed the red couplet to Mrd. Mrd. Gu glanced down and nodded gently, acknowledging the response as satisfactory. Upon hearing Mr. Gu's approval, the crowd erupted with curiosity. Several individuals had previously mustered the courage to respond, but Mr.Gu had found all their attempts lacking. This was the only response to receive his endorsement. Seeing this from the sidelines, Meng Gushue's heart dropped. Could it be that Tan Hanqi had beaten her to it? Yet, how could anyone other than her, a time traveler, possibly know the lower line? Unless Tan Hanqi was also a time traveler. At this thought, Meng Gushue's face turned ashen. Chapter 21. Another traveler? At this moment, Mr.Gu finally managed to turn around the second couplet presented by Tan Hanqi, prompting someone in the audience to recite aloud, "Poetry contest stage, poetry contest talent, on the poetry contest stage, contesting poetry talent. The stage of poetry is peerless. The talent for poetry is unmatched." Upon hearing this, Meng Gushue's previously flustered expression suddenly steadied. How wonderful! It was entirely different from the couplet she had in mind. She had indeed frightened herself. It appeared that this Tan Hanqi was not a time traveler at all. He merely possessed exceptional literary talent. Qiao Tianjing, upon hearing this couplet, nodded to himself in approval. This individual was undeniably gifted, his thoughts remarkably agile. Quite commendable indeed. After the audience recited it repeatedly, they all praised it in unison, thoroughly convinced. Observing this, Mr.Gu raised his voice and inquired, "Does anyone have a better couplet?" Meng Gushue knew that her moment of glory was finally approaching. With this thought, she raised her hand with an air of triumph, as if she could already foresee the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd. However, before she could speak, a resonant voice preemptively rang out, "I have a couplet." The crowd turned to the source of the voice, where a tall and robust man stood outside the throng, raising his hand. Qiao Tianjing's eyes glimmered slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. What a sight! He hardly looked like a scholar, did he? Judging by the calluses on his hands, he was either a warrior or a butcher. What could he possibly contribute as a couplet? It was likely that today's champion was none other than that Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou. Whispers surged around, and even Qiao Jiao Jiao wore an expression of curiosity. She had just witnessed Meng Gushue raise her hand. The man, evidently hearing the murmurs, smirked and confidently declared, "I am merely a butcher, ignorant of couplets. However, just now a gentleman slipped me some silver and asked me to complete this couplet." Meng Gushue regarded this with indifference. It was simply a farce. She could afford to wait a little longer. At that moment, the butcher's booming voice resounded, the couplet he presented being, "Print the moon well, print the moon shadow, in the moon well, printing the moon shadow, moon well for 10,000 years, moon shadow for 10,000 years." As soon as the butcher finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Qiao Jiao Jiao was utterly astonished. Who was it? Who could fathom the couplet? Could there be another time traveler aside from the protagonist? Qiao Tianjing observed Qiao Jiao Jiao's round-eyed astonishment, finding her both endearing and amusing. "Silly sister, thanks to you, there will be plenty more surprises in store." Meng Gushue stood amidst the crowd, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck her, rendering her legs weak. How could this be? She should be the one and only. Meng Gushue had always prided herself on being the sole time traveler, relishing in the rich tapestry of 5,000 years of culture, convinced that everyone would be enamored by her. If there were other time travelers, how could she continue to flaunt her brilliance and astound everyone? As Meng Gushue wrestled with her tumultuous thoughts, the surrounding crowd gradually began to express their admiration for the couplet's exquisite artistry. Indeed, it was superior. Yet, if that individual possessed such talent, why did he remain concealed? Why send a butcher to deliver the couplet? Did he have something to hide? At last, Meng Gushue snapped back to reality. Yes, she needed to inquire of the butcher who had taught him the couplet. The immediate priority was to locate the other time traveler. Perhaps she could negotiate with that person. They could coexist harmoniously, sharing poetry and prose. With this thought, Meng Gushue diligently pushed her way through the crowd towards the butcher. However, having been paid to deliver the couplet, the butcher, now with his task complete, turned to leave, evading the crowd's inquiries about the gentleman's identity. For he too was unaware of who that person was, only recalling that he wore a long hood that draped down to his legs and spoke in a deliberately lowered voice, clearly a man. Meng Gushue finally managed to squeeze out of the throng, but the butcher had long since vanished. She stood there, dazed, her face as pale as snow, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was this time traveler so utterly different from her grand expectations? Would she still be able to make a remarkable impression at the poetry gathering in the capital 2 months hence? Qiao Tianjing noticed Meng Gushue's disheartened demeanor and quietly averted his gaze, his expression calm. This would not be the first setback. He would not allow anyone to harm the Qiao family. Although the individual who provided the Print the Moonwell couplet had not shown himself, it was undeniable that this couplet was the most perfect. At this moment, Tan Hanqi remained on stage, candidly acknowledging, "This couplet is indeed superior to mine." From then on, there were no more disputes among the audience. The nameless individual had claimed the title of champion for the day. Meng Gushue listened to the crowd's adulation for that couplet, regretting her choices with a heart full of lament. Had she known, she would not have waited for an opportune moment, but would have taken to the stage directly. At this very moment, all this glory would belong to her. Seeing the situation unfold contrary to the narrative of the novel, Qiao Jiao Jiao was left bewildered. What was happening? Which part had gone awry? The protagonist had not garnered the spotlight, and a new time traveler had emerged? Surely the male lead was observing this from the building opposite? Where did their relationship stand now? Qiao Jiao Jiao had no idea that during the last full moon banquet, upon hearing her unspoken thoughts, Madame Qiao had intentionally instructed a maid to lead Meng Gushue to the small garden in the back, only releasing her after the banquet concluded. Thus, the protagonists had yet to meet. Qiao Tianjing, maintaining an impassive facade, casually turned his head, casting a seemingly indifferent glance at the Zhu Chui Pavilion behind him. Zhu Chui Pavilion was the largest jewelry shop in the capital. Why would the second prince be within? Qiao Jiao Jiao found herself utterly perplexed and resigned to abandon her inquiries. The festivities had concluded. It was time to return, as trouble would likely soon arise. Qiao Dai, what trouble? Why had he not heard his little sister mention this before? The crown prince and the fourth prince were still present. Nothing must go awry. He recalled that individuals from the northern kingdom had arrived, seeking to rendezvous with Prince Jing, but Prince Jing's secret guards mistook them for assassins, and conflict ensued. Those from the northern kingdom had no idea that Zhu Chui Pavilion was the stronghold of Prince Jing's influence, teeming with hidden guards, making it impossible to approach. In my opinion, Prince Jing certainly possessed some business acumen. Zhu Chui Pavilion not only profited immensely but also gathered intelligence. After all, patrons of the jewelry shop were often the wives and daughters of affluent families. Gossiping secrets was a common occurrence. Over the years, Prince Jing had amassed a wealth of secrets and vulnerabilities of many officials. Gazing at the time, it seemed a matter of moments before something would transpire. Perhaps he should make a discreet exit. Qiao Jiao Jiao had already formulated a plan. After enjoying the festivities, she would excuse herself to relieve herself, certain that her elder brothers would be eager to whisk her away in haste. Qiao Tianjing, little sister, your imagination knows no bounds. Qiao Diyi, little sister, your bladder knows no limits. Qiao Di could already feel a warm sensation spreading across his arm. Chapter 22. Unpredictable developments. Jiao Jiao shyly shifted her body, her face flushed with embarrassment. Alas, she could not articulate her thoughts and was left to resort to this clumsy method of communication. If only she could speak soon. Then, matters would be far more manageable. Meanwhile, Qiao Tianjing felt a growing sense of urgency within him. The people from the northern kingdom had infiltrated the capital. It seemed that some truths could no longer be concealed from his father. Otherwise, a grave mistake would be made, and it would be too late to amend it. With this realization, Qiao Tianjing's heart yearned for home. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Zhonghua could hear Jiao Jiao's innermost thoughts and had already positioned his informants beside the second prince when Jiao Jiao was merely a month old at this moment. Far away in the Qiao residence, Qiao Zhonghua had received the alarming news. As he prepared to leave the house, Qiao Madam looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Husband, are you heading out?" Qiao Zhonghua, wishing to alleviate her concerns, replied cheerfully, "I am just going to fetch them." Qiao Madam chuckled lightly. "You truly do worry excessively, then go quickly and return promptly." To be honest, she too felt a tinge of unease. Qiao Zhonghua responded affirmatively, accompanied by several capable subordinates as they made their way to Putian Street. At this moment, Qiao Diyu was hastily trying to bring Jiao Jiao home, fearing that she might catch cold from her damp trousers, while also wishing to swiftly remove the crown prince and fourth prince from the realm of chaos. With his martial prowess, he felt no fear of the northern men, but the crown prince was the cornerstone of the nation's stability and must not be compromised. In this critical moment, Qiao Diyu's thoughts remained remarkably clear. Feigning nonchalance, he revealed the wet clothing soaked by Jiao Jiao, then cheerfully remarked, "It seems my younger sister wishes to return home." The crown prince, upon noticing, smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to return, lest the empress become anxious about him and the fourth prince. Just as the crowd began to disperse, continuing their festive stroll under the lanterns, a sudden loud shout echoed through the street. "It is the crown prince." At this declaration, the street fell momentarily silent. The next instant, the sound of arrows whistling through the air erupted. "Protect the crown prince." The palace guards swiftly unsheathed their flexible swords, encircling the crown prince and Jiao Jiao to shield them at the center. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Why was the plot diverging from the script once more? Qiao Diyu's expression turned icy, tightly holding Jiao Jiao in his embrace, his body tense and poised for action. The surrounding clamor of chaos erupted, accompanied by screams and the frantic sounds of retreat. The once lively Putian Street had descended into turmoil. Safely nestled in Qiao Diyu's arms, Jiao Jiao managed to maintain her composure. Her eyes darkened as she analyzed the situation. That shout had been exceedingly peculiar, almost as though it was deliberately revealing the crown prince's identity. Could it be that the person who shouted was already aware of the hidden northern foes and had intended to leverage them to eliminate the crown prince? Who in this vicinity could harbor such intentions? The answer was glaringly apparent. Unable to resist, Jiao Jiao lifted her gaze towards the nearby Zhu Chui pavilion. Had the male protagonist lost his composure so swiftly? At that moment, on the top floor of the Zhu Chui pavilion, the second prince, Shun Yuanbai, sat at a table, his expression dark and brooding. "Zhou, who gave you the authority to act on your own?" Anger simmered in his eyes. Before him knelt a stooped old servant, his silver hair betraying his advanced age. His face was a mask of fear, yet tinged with an undeniable thrill. "Young master, there are quite a number of northern assassins here. The crown prince and fourth prince are right below, surrounded by just 12 hidden guards. Perhaps we could truly eliminate them. Once the crown prince and fourth prince are dead, you would naturally be the most fitting heir to the throne. At that point, you could exact revenge for the princess." Hearing this, Shin Yuanbai rose in a fit of rage. "Zhou, I know you are intent on avenging my mother, but have you considered that we are at the foot of the royal city, and reinforcements will arrive swiftly? If these northern men are captured and reveal their purpose, Will my father still tolerate my existence? Even if they manage to escape, should the crown prince be endangered here today, the surrounding tea houses and taverns will undergo thorough investigations. Do you think Zhu Chui Pavilion can remain unscathed? Zhou Bo's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this. Reflecting on how the young master had strategically prepared for this moment since his early years, he suddenly realized the folly of his actions. This, young master, I did not think this through. I only believed you. Shen Yuanbai's expression grew stern. You think that the crown prince's kindness towards me has allowed me to forget the grudge of maternal filicide, and thus expect me to be coerced into action? My only intention is for your benefit. I did not wish for you to miss this golden opportunity. Observing Zhou Bo's forehead, now bloodied from his fervent blows, Shen Yuanbai's expression softened, and he slowly resumed his seat, weariness etched across his features. Zhou Bo, enough. I understand your good intentions. However, this scheme is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. We must sever ties with Zhu Chui Pavilion. Zhou Bo felt a deep regret within. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he pleaded, Young master, let us reconsider. Perhaps these northern assassins possess unique methods. Shen Yuanbai shook his head coldly. Zhou Bo, never place your hopes for success in the hands of others. No sooner had Shen Yuanbai spoken than the he's coming. At this, Shen Yuanbai resignedly closed his eyes. Qiao Zhonghua had once been the most valiant general of the Daong dynasty, and even now, with his prowess unwaning, these northern assassins would scarcely last against him. He sprang to his feet, voice chillingly resolute. Send word to retreat immediately. Take all confidential documents with you. Leave not a shred of paper behind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo collapsed to the ground in despair, realizing it was too late for regrets. Before departing, Shen Yuanbai cast a fixed gaze at the approaching Qiao Zhonghua. Qiao Yushi arrives with remarkable speed. For reasons unknown, it seemed that everything had begun to unravel several months prior. Today, he had a foreboding sense that he would meet his fated individual, yet that person ultimately did not appear. What had gone awry? Did even fate itself conspire against him? Shen Yuanbai's expression was one of shock tinged with confusion, and he could only depart with a heart full of reluctance. Qiao Jiao felt the coldness creeping up her damp trousers, numbing her entire being. The assault from the northern assassins was ferociously relentless, akin to a suicidal charge. The crown prince frowned, yet his expression remained unchanged. At that moment, even the bubbly and naive girl beside him stood with a composed demeanor, utterly silent. Qiao Jiao now understood that these princes and the crown prince were anything but ordinary. As the guards began to fall, Qiao Du's gaze turned fierce. These northern men were ruthless, evidently intent on death. As the assassins in the rear readied their poisoned arrows, Qiao Du bellowed, "Beware of the poisoned arrows." Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, and everyone looked up to see Qiao Zhonghua leading several subordinates, appearing particularly striking under the streetlights. Qiao Jiao, seeing this, joyfully shouted, "Father! It's father coming! Oh, my father is truly the unrivaled hero of the world." Chapter 23. Father is a great gentleman in a bid to present himself as a relaxed, caring father merely coming to retrieve his daughter. Qiao Zhonghua chose to carry no weapons for this outing. From a distance, he observed the crown prince and his companions encircled by 2 or 3 dozen men from the northern kingdom, while his precious daughter, Qiao Jiao Jiao, was being cradled by the second son, her bright eyes gleaming as she called out to him eagerly. Witnessing this scene filled Qiao Zhonghua with warmth, yet an undercurrent of dread also swept through him. Had he not heeded Jiao Jiao's words 3 months prior and discreetly established a network of informants around the second prince, who could have predicted whether the relentless assassins from the north would have succeeded today? Not to mention that among them was a royal heir, along with his 2 sons and a treasured little one. The very thought ignited a fierce anger within Qiao Zhonghua. How dare these wretched dogs of the northern kingdom wreak havoc in the capital of the Daong dynasty? Today, they would surely meet their end. He galloped forth, passing a stall adorned with colorful lanterns, and with a swift motion, he seized a bamboo pole that was as tall as a man and as thick as an adult's arm. Turning to the guards of the Qiao family beside him, he commanded, "Quickly, inform the Jinwu guard." "Yes." The guard obeyed without hesitation, turning his horse with precision and speed. Riding forth, Qiao Zhonghua bellowed, "Qiao Zhonghua is here. Northern brats, do you not wish to surrender?" At the sound of his name, the northern assassins, armed with bows and arrows, could not suppress a tremor in their shoulders. While the common folk of the northern kingdom might not recognize any of their generals, they were undoubtedly familiar with this formidable general of the Yong dynasty. It was he who had once led an army to breach the northern borders, advancing relentlessly and nearly reaching the capital. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the old king, who presented Princess Yulio in a bid for peace, perhaps the northern kingdom would have changed its ruling dynasty by now. Upon hearing of Qiao Zhonghua's arrival, the crown prince's eyes lit up, knowing that they were now safe. Wielding the bamboo pole with great vigor, Qiao Zhonghua, alongside 5 Qiao family guards and 8 palace guards, swiftly turned. Realizing the futility of their situation, the northern assassins exchanged no glances, opting instead to bite down on the deadly poison they had concealed in their mouths. Although Qiao Zhonghua was aware of this tactic, facing an enemy bent on self-destruction, he could not spare a single life, no matter how swift his actions. In an instant, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Dismounting his horse, Qiao Zhonghua intended to kneel before the crown prince to report, but he was abruptly pulled up. The crown prince's gaze was bright and devoid of fear or trepidation. "Qiao Yushi, there is no need for such formalities. Today, we owe you our gratitude." Only then did the patrolling Jinwu guard arrive in a flurry. "We greet your highness. We apologize for our tardiness, which has caused you alarm." Among them was the scholar Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou. He had delayed his escape, hoping to seize a rare opportunity to ask Art Gu a couple of questions. Standing beneath the platform with lingering fear etched on his face, he gazed at Qiao Zhonghua with admiration and awe. The tales among the populace spoke of General Qiao Zhonghua, a man of unwavering loyalty and integrity, a paragon for all patriotic sons of the realm. Seeing him today, brave and formidable, truly lived up to his reputation. Qiao Tianjing, ever observant, scanned the area, intending to remind the crown prince to reassure the citizens, but his gaze fell upon Tan Hanqi, who was hiding nearby. Noticing the reverence in Tan's eyes directed at his father, Qiao Tianjing's expression flickered with a spark of inspiration. The crown prince's demeanor darkened, the warmth he had shown Qiao Zhonghua now replaced by gravity. "Jinwu guard, heed my command." The soldiers knelt in unison, their bodies taut with respect. The crown prince proclaimed, "We shall deliberate on the infiltration of the northern assassins later." Jinwu guard, immediately disperse the citizens, assess the casualties, and report all losses for compensation. At this declaration, the Jinwu guard was taken aback, and the surrounding citizens wore expressions of disbelief. Compensation? They thought. In the past, we have borne these bitter fruits ourselves. Tan Hanqi, witnessing this, looked at the crown prince in astonishment, thinking, is this truly the heir to the throne of Daong? If he genuinely cares for the people, it would indeed be a blessing for the Yong dynasty and a fortune for scholars like us. At that moment, Qiao Zhonghua could hardly wait to take his daughter, Qiao Jiao Jiao, from Qiao Dai's arms. It was only then that he noticed her pants were soaked, and her tiny hands were as cold as ice, causing his heart to ache. That rascal, the second son, was supposed to look after her. Was this how he did it? Without hesitation, Qiao Zhonghua unfastened his outer robe and wrapped Jiao Jiao snugly within it. The sudden warmth made her shiver, and she clung tightly to him. "Wah, Daddy is so warm. My father is not only a great hero but also a caring gentleman." Seeing his little girl nestled in his embrace, Qiao Zhonghua felt his heart melt. "Do not worry, Jiao Jiao. Father will take you home at once." Reassured by the warmth, Jiao Jiao remembered something important. With determination, she pointed her little finger toward the Zuki pavilion behind them, eager to convey her urgency. Daddy, can you understand what I mean? Please ask the Crown Prince to send someone to investigate the Zuki pavilion. That is where the male protagonist's stronghold is located. If we delay, there will be nothing left. A sudden chill ran through Qiao Jiao. He had not anticipated the second prince's cunning, using the jewelry pavilion as a guise. He quickly recalibrated his thoughts, gently tucking Jiao Jiao's icy hand back into his robe. Jiao Jiao, be good. Father will take you out to play again in the future. Jiao Jiao's little face fell. Oh no. Daddy completely misunderstood me. He thinks I just want to play. However, in the next moment, Qiao Jiao strode purposefully to the Crown Prince's side and spoke in a lowered voice. Your Highness, I perceive the unusual circumstances surrounding the emergence of these northern assassins. In my humble opinion, a thorough search of the shops along the street should be conducted. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao bounced with excitement. Wah, Daddy, you are so wise and formidable. Though you did not grasp my meaning, it does not hinder your attention to such details. The Crown Prince, placing immense trust in Qiao Jiao, furrowed his brow slightly before nodding in agreement. As Qiao Yusher suggests, we shall begin our search from the largest kaifeng. O Crown Prince, trusting my father is certainly the right choice. However, the male protagonist is quite adept. I suspect he has already had everything cleared away at the first opportunity. But worry not, without the Zuki pavilion, he will have a headache for quite some. Let us see how he continues to plot against our Qiao family. Chapter 24. The gentle Empress. The matters of aftermath are handled by the Imperial Guards, and the remaining affairs have little to do with the Qiao family. Qiao Jiao, preoccupied with the thought of bringing Qiao Jiao Jiao back home, immediately took his leave from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince wore a warm expression, grateful for the timely arrival of Inspector Qiao. A flicker of understanding passed through Qiao Jiao's eyes. Though uncertain of the Crown Prince's intentions, he was well prepared with a perfect excuse. Your humble servant was indeed apprehensive. I was initially worried that my second son would not take good care of his sister, not anticipating the chaos wrought by the northern assassins. It is truly a blessing that your Highness remains unharmed. However, my second son is indeed lacking. Just look at how cold Jiao Jiao's little hands are. I must return and properly discipline that boy. As Qiao Jiao spoke, his agitation was evident, and his expression of concern was so genuine that it was impossible for anyone to find fault. The Crown Prince smiled at his words, and the capital buzzed with tales of Inspector Qiao's devotion to his wife, which would surely add another chapter to his reputation. Qiao Jiao chuckled, his demeanor sincere as he declared, Your Highness, it is my fortune. This life is enough for me. Observing the contentment on Qiao Jiao's face, the Crown Prince felt a genuine pang of envy. To find a sincere companion in this world, to have children around one's knees, and to enjoy family happiness is indeed a rare blessing. Yet, such a blessing is considered a luxury among the royal family. Inspector Qiao, my mother longs to meet your little sister. Could you kindly ask Madame Qiao to bring her to the palace for a brief visit? A summons from a noble is naturally not to be refused. Qiao Jiao appeared taken aback, acknowledging it as a fortune for his wife. Qiao Jiao Jiao, meanwhile, was stifling yawns. I'm so sleepy. I miss my mother and want her soft and fragrant embrace. Upon hearing Qiao Jiao Jiao's heartfelt wish, Qiao Jiao longing to return home intensified. Once the news reached the Qiao residence, his wife would surely be worried. The Crown Prince, satisfied, stated, In that case, Inspector Qiao, do return quickly. We shall discuss this matter further in court tomorrow. After Qiao Jiao Jiao was escorted to the carriage, Nurse Lu promptly changed her into a clean outfit, and by the time they returned to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiao Jiao had already fallen into a deep sleep. In the following days, the news of the northern assassins attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir. However, such turmoil in the court had little impact on Qiao Jiao Jiao. Today, she was dressed beautifully, anticipating the arrival of palace attendants to escort her and Madame Qiao to meet the empress. Years ago, upon Qiao Zhongguo's triumphant return from the north, Madame Qiao was bestowed the title of a first-rank lady. Now, dressed in her official robes, she radiated even more grace. Nurse Lu bustled about, smiling as she praised, "Madam, you look just as splendid as when you first donned this attire." Cuddled on the couch, Qiao Jiao Jiao beamed in agreement. Indeed, there are three kinds of fates in this world: life, longevity, and the enchanting charm of my mother. It is truly a masterpiece by the goddess Inhua. Madame Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's cleverness. "Madam, the palace attendants have arrived," announced Lu Mo at the door. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao gently lifted Qiao Jiao Jiao and made her way outside to the carriage prepared by the palace. Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart raced with excitement. What would the palace be like? Would it be resplendent, dazzling enough to blind the eye? I can't wait to see the imperial garden, where the consorts often have encounters with the emperor. Oh, and the golden Luan Hall. Alas, I may never get to see what it looks like in this lifetime. Qiao Jiao Jiao chattered incessantly, filling Madame Qiao's ears with her delightful musings, providing her with a sense of reassurance. However, disappointment awaited her. Upon reaching the palace gates, they were immediately transferred to a soft palanquin, and according to protocol, the curtains could not be lifted without permission. Once they disembarked, a voice called out, "Madame Qiao, we have arrived at Ikuan Palace. Please, step down." Madame Qiao descended with Qiao Jiao Jiao cradled in her arms, and as Qiao Jiao Jiao gazed up, she saw the words Ikuan Palace before her. Before Madame Qiao could take a step, a lively figure darted out from within the palace like a little swallow. "Mother, my sister has arrived. Come quickly, you must see how beautiful she is." The fourth prince, Shen Yuanling, was still at an age of carefree innocence, exuberantly shouting, clearly well protected by the empress and the crown prince. Yet, having witnessed his calm demeanor during the northern assassin's attack, Qiao Jiao Jiao was no longer inclined to underestimate this young boy. Madame Qiao was guided inside by the palace maid, and as she respectfully bowed, a figure— "There is no need for such formalities, Madame Qiao." Qiao Jiao Jiao looked up at the empress, who appeared to be of similar age to Madame Qiao, well-preserved but bearing the signs of fatigue from her daily responsibilities overseeing the 6 palaces. At this moment, she wore a gentle smile, her gaze warm, resembling more of a kind neighbor than a powerful empress. Upon recognizing Madame Qiao, the empress's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The most beautiful woman in the capital, truly deserving of her reputation. Madame Qiao felt flustered, responding, "Your Majesty bestows too much praise. I am unworthy." The empress smiled kindly. "There is no need for such restraint, madam. Just a few days ago, if not for Lord Qiao's timely intervention in saving the crown prince and the fourth prince, I would have been consumed with dread. Today, let us set aside our roles and chat casually as sisters, shall we?" Madame Qiao was taken aback by the empress's amiability, yet she dared not relax her composure, though a smile graced her lips. "It is my honor." At this moment, the empress's gaze shifted to Qiao Jiao Jiao. "What a lovely girl. May I hold you?" The empress's eyes sparkled with delight as she extended her hands toward Qiao Jiao Jiao. Not one to shy away from affection, Qiao Jiao Jiao beamed and leaned towards the empress. The empress's heart melted as she embraced Qiao Jiao Jiao, who was clad in a festive red jacket, her hair adorned with 2 little buns, and a small red on her forehead, looking like a precious jewel. The empress had initially reserved a touch of formality, but upon seeing Qiao Jiao Jiao's charming smile, her heart nearly melted. Years ago, while expecting the fourth prince, she had dreamt of having such an adorable daughter. With this thought, the empress removed a beautifully crafted bracelet from her wrist and gently placed it on Qiao Jiao Jiao's chubby little hand. Having seen exquisite treasures before, Madame Qiao recognized the bracelet's immense value and hurriedly attempted to decline. However, the empress interjected, "Upon seeing this girl, I felt an immediate fondness. This is a gift for our first meeting, and Madame Qiao must not decline." Qiao Jiao Jiao playfully waved her hand, her expression one of innocent curiosity, bringing laughter to the Empress's face. The Empress is truly kind, but alas, her fate is too harsh, Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly remarked, causing Madame Qiao's heart to leap in fright. Thank goodness her words were unheard, or they might have led to dire consequences. Chapter 25. The selection of the Crown Princess Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a deep sense of regret in her heart. Although the Empress appeared to bask in unbounded glory, her relationship with the Emperor was, in truth, far from harmonious. However, the Empress had long ceased to yearn for the Emperor's favor. Her heart was solely devoted to her two sons. Yet, despite this, fate mercilessly snatched away her hopes, leading the Empress to succumb to despair, which transformed into hysteria, ultimately. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao felt a tightening in her chest. She could hardly fathom that the gentle and amiable Empress before her would meet such a tragic fate. As a mother herself, the mere thought of her eldest, her second, and Jiao Jiao's potential destinies caused her heart to ache painfully. Perhaps it was the empathetic heart of a mother that softened Madame Qiao's gaze, allowing her to gradually relax. The fourth prince leaned in eagerly, exclaiming joyfully, "Mother, I have always told you, the youngest of the Qiao family is the most adorable." The Empress lightly tapped the fourth prince's head, smiling indulgently, "You mustn't frighten your sister." She then embraced Qiao Jiao Jiao and settled her comfortably in her arms, smiling as she offered Madame Qiao a seat. What commenced as casual conversation meandered through various topics until it eventually gravitated toward the matter of selecting a crown princess. "Madame Qiao, your eldest son has surely reached the age of marriage, has he not? Is there a young lady he has taken a liking to?" Madame Qiao did not conceal her thoughts. She had already discussed this matter with her husband and was preparing to sound out the Han family's intentions. "To be honest, Your Majesty, I am quite fond of the young lady from the Han family and have already begun preparations." "The Han family?" The Empress expressed mild surprise, for given the Qiao family's status, they could choose from among the daughters of all noble families in the capital. Madame Qiao nodded gently. "I observed the Han girl during Jiao Jiao's full moon banquet. She is graceful and elegant, well-versed in propriety, and appears to be an excellent match." Qiao Jiao Jiao immediately echoed her mother's sentiments. "Indeed, indeed. I also hold great admiration for my elder brother's potential bride. Most importantly, she and my brother share genuine affection, and even if our Qiao family were to fall from grace, she would remain steadfast by his side." The eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Qianlong, was also such a fine young woman. It was unfortunate that the Empress was unaware that the final choice was made for Shang Shuran of the Qingwu Duke's household, a decision that truly seemed a misstep. At this moment, the Empress also broached the topic of selecting a crown princess. "Madame Qiao, to be candid, I find myself quite anxious regarding this matter. The crown prince has reached the age of 16, yet the selection of a crown princess remains unresolved, causing me considerable distress." Madame Qiao had already learned of this from Qiao Tianjing. On that day, Qiao Tianjing had come to her with a solemn expression, saying earnestly, "Mother, the Empress will soon summon you to the palace, and she is likely to mention the selection of the crown princess." "I know it may be somewhat burdensome for you, but I hope you can gently remind the Empress," he then added, "the daughter of the Qingwu Duke is somewhat unsuitable and should not become the crown princess." As a woman of the inner quarters, Madame Qiao placed her complete trust in her husband and sons, refraining from too many questions, but she took note of his words. Hearing Jiao Jiao's thoughts now clarified the issues surrounding the Qingwu Duke's daughter. With concern etched on her face, she inquired, "Your Majesty, there are countless virtuous young ladies across the realm. Why do you find yourself so troubled?" The Empress sighed softly, clearly eager to hear Madame Qiao's insights. Hence, she did not withhold her thoughts. "My views differ somewhat from the Emperor's. He has set his sights on the daughter of the Qingwu Duke, whom I have met once. She is indeed talented and virtuous." Qiao Jiao Jiao gasped in surprise. "So the Emperor favors Shang Shuran." However, the Empress continued, "I personally prefer the daughter of the General of Cavalry, Miss Xiao." Madame Qiao did not immediately voice her opinion but gently asked, May I ask why your majesty holds Miss Xiao in such higher regard? The empress smiled slightly. It is not merely a preference for Miss Xiao, but rather an understanding of the crown prince. He is certain to find her appealing. The absence of affection between myself and the emperor has rendered this magnificent palace, in my eyes, a mere cold and desolate expanse. I do not wish for the crown prince to tread the same path as I. At the very least, within this vast palace, he should have a true confidant. Upon hearing this, even Madame Qiao could not help but exclaim, "Your Majesty's intentions are indeed profound." Furthermore, based on Jiao Jiao's words, it appeared that the daughter of the Xiao family was indeed the most suitable candidate. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of emotion. The empress, with her maternal compassion, was genuinely considering the crown prince's future, and her discernment was truly commendable. Could it be that the emperor is intentionally favoring Miss Shang? This revelation was overwhelming, leaving Madame Qiao momentarily speechless. The empress continued, "The Qinghua Duke's household is indeed more illustrious than the Xiao family, and the emperor likely weighs this factor heavily in his preference for the Shang family's daughter." Qiao Jiao Jiao could not suppress a disdainful smirk. What significance does prominence hold when the greatest scandal of examination fraud is looming, with the Qinghua Duke's household embroiled in it? They dared to meddle even in the nation's talent selection. The Qinghua Duke's household truly exemplified madness. Regrettably, with a male protagonist covertly aiding them, the Qinghua Duke's household astonishingly extricated themselves from this scandal. Examination fraud, Madame Qiao's heart raced, truly struggling to bear the weight of such alarming revelations. Jiao Jiao's disclosures were increasingly dire. A young lady raised in such a household could not possibly become the future mother of a nation. Madame Qiao felt a tumult of unease. This matter was beyond her influence. Yet, reflecting on her husband's sacrifices for the Daong dynasty, her eldest son's diligent service in the court, and her youngest son's unwavering desire to serve the state, how could she, as a wife and mother, solely focus on her own small family while witnessing the position of crown princess and future empress bestowed upon the wrong person? With a deep breath, Madame Qiao delicately articulated, "Your Majesty, I empathize profoundly with your sentiments. The matter of the crown princess is not one I can comment on lightly. However, as a mother, I must approach my children's marriages with utmost caution. To speak candidly, given the Qiao family's stature, we have many choices among the prominent families in the capital. Yet, my eldest son has always been contemplative. Thus, I only wish for him to find a kindred spirit to accompany him throughout his life. As he toils outside, laboring both mentally and physically, it would be a true blessing to return home to someone who can share warmth and conversation, creating a cozy." Madame Qiao spoke in a tranquil tone, weaving her thoughts with sincerity. As her words fell, the empress revealed a pensive expression. Such a life was precisely what she had once fervently desired. In this moment, the empress had reached a quiet resolution within her heart. Chapter 26. My lord, I can hear the whisper of Jiao Jiao's heart upon Madame Qiao's concluding words. She respectfully lowered her gaze. The empress, gazing at the graceful and gentle Madame Qiao, could not suppress a twinge of envy in that moment. If given the choice, she would have preferred never to have entered the palace as the empress. Love possesses the power to nurture, as evidenced by Madame Qiao's demeanor, which is something that no amount of bird's nest or ginseng could ever restore. The fourth prince had just been fervently amusing Jiao. Though he was young, he understood far more than one might assume. Jiao Jiao discerned the empress's sorrow as well. With a daring spirit, she reached out and gently poked the empress's chin. The empress, perplexed, lowered her head to find Jiao Jiao beaming sweetly at her. "Your Majesty, devoid of a man, wielding a sword, is indeed a divine spirit. I shall strive to ensure that I keep the foolishly innocent one safe for you next year, and I shall also endeavor to uncover the cause of the crown prince's sudden demise. At that time, you may rest easy as the revered Empress Dowager, chatting with your close companions in the harem, while indulging in the company of a few handsome favorites." Such a life would surely not be displeasing, would it? Madam Qiao. What audacious words is Jiao Jiao uttering? The empress could not hear the whispers of Jiao Jiao's heart, but witnessing her innocent smile seemed to soothe her spirit considerably. Madam Qiao, your daughter is truly delightful. I find myself reluctant to let her return home, the empress jested with a smile. Madam Qiao, observing that the empress no longer mentioned the crown princess, understood that the empress must have come to a decision in her heart. She had done all that she could. Any further actions would be overly deliberate. My empress, it is indeed a blessing that you hold such affection for Qiao Jiao. Henceforth, Madam Qiao immediately smiled in gratitude. By the time they exited the palace, it was already noon. Generally, ladies of the court would not linger for a meal unless absolutely necessary, and the empress, not wishing to cause Madam Qiao any discomfort, allowed them to leave. Madam Qiao, cradling Qiao Jiao, descended from the soft sedan chair and soon spotted her husband and eldest son waiting at the palace gates. With a smile gracing her features, she hurried towards them. Having just encountered the melancholic yet gentle empress, Madam Qiao cherished her current life immensely. She resolved to share with her husband that she could hear Jiao Jiao's heart, believing that this revelation would enable them to seize the initiative and alter their future. That evening, Jiao Jiao was once again spirited away by Nurse Lu. Before departing, her mischievous gaze flitted between her parents. This frequency is quite remarkable, Qiao Zhonghua. Pretending not to understand. Madam Qiao. She had serious matters to discuss with her husband tonight, not as Jiao Jiao imagined. Once alone in their chamber, Qiao Zhonghua swiftly lifted Madam Qiao into his arms. She felt a mix of urgency and embarrassment. No, my lord, I have something to say to you. Qiao Zhonghua remained cheerful. Whatever you wish to say can be spoken in bed. Madam Qiao. Would there even be a chance for her to speak in bed? Wait, my lord. Seeing her husband's eager demeanor, Madam Qiao, in a moment of desperation, lightly tapped Qiao Zhonghua's shoulder and exclaimed, My lord, I can hear Jiao Jiao's heart. Qiao Zhonghua abruptly halted, his expression turning one of disbelief as he gazed at Madam Qiao. What? You can hear it too? Madam Qiao was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a unique connection between her and Jiao Jiao? Qiao Zhonghua felt a chill run down his spine. What had been promised as a dedicated, affectionate little cotton-padded jacket now contained an additional layer. The two exchanged glances for a while before Madam Qiao suddenly remarked, Qiao Zhonghua, did you think you were the only one who could hear it, choosing to keep it from me all along? If I hadn't taken the initiative to confess today, would you have intended to remain silent for a lifetime? At her words, Qiao Zhonghua felt a shiver run through him, realizing that Madam Qiao only used his full name when she... Madam Qiao huffed lightly, unimpressed. Noticing her expression, Qiao Zhonghua swiftly drew her onto his lap, enveloping her in his embrace and soothing her with tender words. My lady, I truly did not intend to deceive you. It was simply that in Jiao Jiao's prophecies, our family's fate is far too tragic, and I could not bear to let you shoulder that burden. In truth, Madam Qiao had only feigned annoyance at first, quickly regaining her composure. The reason she had withheld this information until now was for the same reason. Had Jiao Jiao not mentioned the spring examination scandal today, a matter of great significance, Madam Qiao would not have dared to break through that barrier. All right, I am not so unreasonable. I simply did not realize that you were performing so convincingly that I failed to notice you could also hear it. Qiao Zhonghua chuckled at her words, realizing they were equally adept at playing their parts. Upon speaking this, both could not help but laugh. However, once their laughter subsided and they exchanged another glance, their expressions turned somber once more. Since the moment Madam Qiao first heard Jiao Jiao's heart, she had been deeply anxious until today, and now she dared to let tears brim in her eyes. My lord, we will be all right, won't we? Qiao Zhonghua, filled with compassion, held Madam Qiao tightly, resolutely stating, My lady, you need not fear. I will surely protect you both and safeguard our home. At his words, tears streamed down Madam Qiao's face uncontrollably, yet she firmly nodded. The two continued to share tender words for some time, exchanging the information they had gleaned from Jiao Jiao. When Qiao Zhonghua learned that Madame Qiao had prevented Minggu Shui from meeting the second prince, his heart swelled with joy. "My lady, you are truly clever." Madame Qiao, slightly bashful at the praise, replied. Eventually, the conversation led to the imminent spring examination scandal. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's anger surged within him. How dare that old scoundrel Shang Qishan? The court's selection of talent is meant to seek out pillars for the nation and people. How dare Shang Qishan harbor ulterior motives in such matters? This was tantamount to undermining the foundation of the Daong dynasty. The second prince wished to protect the Shang family, but he would not bend to his will. Qiao Zhonghua's expression hardened. With Jiao Jiao's foresight, they had seized the initiative and must now act swiftly to dismantle the second prince's machinations before he could gain strength. Madame Qiao gently soothed Qiao Zhonghua, observing him deep in thought about matters concerning the outer residence, and refrained from interrupting, quietly contemplating matters within their household. It was time to finalize the eldest son's marriage. Chapter 27. The proposal. On the following day, after returning from court, Qiao Tianjing was summoned by Madame Qiao. "Mother." Qiao Tianjing, still clad in his official robes, approached with an air of poised elegance, his features strikingly handsome, and certainly of an age to consider marriage. Qiao Jiao Jiao, already aware of her mother's intentions, sat nearby, stifling her laughter. Madame Qiao gestured for Qiao Tianjing to take a seat and spoke gently. "Eldest son, what are your thoughts on Miss Han, whom I mentioned to you previously?" Upon hearing these words, Qiao Tianjing's face instantly flushed crimson. Naturally, the one chosen by his mother would be the finest. However, Madame Qiao was not entirely satisfied with his response and smiled, asking, "I am inquiring about your own feelings." Qiao Jiao Jiao could not contain her giggles. Brother's face is as red as a monkey's backside. Qiao Tianjing felt the heat rise even further on his cheeks. I am indeed pleased," he stammered. Unable to endure his sister's teasing gaze any longer, he sprang to his feet. "Mother, I still have official business to attend to. I shall leave everything to your discretion." Watching her elder brother flee in a panic, Qiao Jiao Jiao erupted into laughter, rolling about on the couch. Madame Qiao acted swiftly. That very afternoon, she enlisted Madame Yang, the wife of the Minister of Works, to visit the Han family and gauge their sentiments. Madame Yang and Madame Qiao were once very close confidants. In the grand families of the capital, when seeking a marriage alliance, the suitor typically sends a lady of high status to inquire on behalf of the family, thus preserving the dignity of the prospective bride's family and avoiding any direct contact that could lead to Madame Yang was more than willing to undertake this errand for Madame Qiao, and promptly delivered a visiting card to the Han residence that afternoon. As the superior of Lord Han, Madame Yang was warmly welcomed upon her arrival at the Han estate. However, Madame Han was perplexed by the purpose of Madame Yang's visit, initially fearing her husband had offended someone important, leaving the minister in a difficult position. Noticing Madame Han's unease, Madame Yang, with her amiable nature, took her hand reassuringly. "Sister Han, I come bearing delightful news." For a moment, Madame Han was taken aback, feeling fortunate that her husband had not caused any trouble, let alone news of joy. Madame Yang, with a mischievous smile, inquired, "I have heard that your daughter, Miss Han, is graceful and intelligent, well-versed in propriety. Might I meet her?" At this proclamation, Madame Han's heart raced. Could it be that Madame Yang was here for a marriage proposal? Indeed, she had been contemplating her daughter's future, having received hints regarding a suitable match from the wife of the minor official of the Court of Judicial Review, whose family was quite comparable to theirs. "Nanny, please fetch the young lady and tell her we have an esteemed guest," Madame Han instructed. The nanny hurried off, her heart racing with excitement. To have the wife of the Minister of Works come to propose was no small matter. She needed to ensure her daughter was appropriately adorned. Meanwhile, Han Yashuan was inside, diligently practicing her calligraphy. Each stroke demonstrated her dedication, yet somehow, her final flourish went awry. Disheartened, she set down her brush, unable to quell the turmoil within her. Last night, Her mother had mentioned several families considering matches for her, with the son of the minor official of the Court of Judicial Review being the most suitable, as their families were well matched. Han Yashuan understood that the son was indeed a fine choice, yet her heart was heavy with the realization of their disparate social standings. Moreover, they were mere acquaintances, and he may have long since forgotten her. Just as these thoughts clouded her mind, the nanny hurried in, breathless. "Miss, the lady of the Minister of Works requests your presence." Han Yashuan paused, surprised. "Who is it?" The nanny, cautious in her tone, replied, "Miss, it is Madame Yang." At these words, Han Yashuan's expression shifted dramatically. Was it possible her father had offended someone again? The nanny quickly waved her hands, aware that some matters were not meant to be spoken of in her presence, but the gravity of the situation compelled her to reveal, "Miss, Madame Yang specifically asked to see you." Realization dawned upon Han Yashuan. Madame Yang had come for her. The only reason a young lady of her status would merit the attention of Madame Yang was the matter of marriage. With a soft sigh, Han Yashuan turned to her dressing table and instructed her maid, "Chuanxi, please arrange my hair differently." Regardless of whom Madame Yang was advocating for, she represented the honor and upbringing of the Han family, and it would not do to neglect such a distinguished guest. Chuanxi, skilled in her craft, swiftly transformed Han Yashuan's appearance. She donned a flowing lake green gown, her features delicate and refined, resembling a piece of exquisite jade. The moment Madame Yang set eyes on Han Yashuan, her gaze brightened. The young lady was gentle and elegant, her eyes clear and her demeanor poised. Indeed, she was a rare gem. Madame Yang rose and, taking Han Yashuan's hand, slipped a bracelet from her wrist into the young lady's palm. "What a good child you are." Once, she halted in her tracks, overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. Joy, anxiety, and disbelief surged through her, leaving her feeling lightheaded. Could it be that Qiao family? Observing Madame Han's incredulity, Madame Yang couldn't help but smile. It was no surprise. She herself had been taken aback when she first heard the news from Madame Qiao. After all, it was well known in the capital that the Qiao family's eldest son was qualified to pursue even a princess. Madame Han, flustered, stammered, "But this is likely." She had suspected that Madame Qiao's interest in her daughter carried deeper implications. However, the Qiao family's reputation was so esteemed that she hesitated to entertain the thought of an alliance. Naturally, Madame Han believed her daughter to be the finest, but the disparity in their social standings was considerable. She feared her daughter might be subjected to the whims of others and live a life of hardship. Perceiving Madame Han's concerns, Madame Yang spoke soothingly, "Sister Han, do not fear. The Qiao family genuinely wishes to marry your daughter, I must assure you. Madame Qiao is a dear friend of mine, and she specifically requested that I help facilitate this union. I know her character well. She is kind-hearted and will treat your daughter with utmost care. As for her son, I have witnessed his upbringing firsthand. His character is exceptional, and he is praised by all who meet him. Regarding your worries about social standing, Madame Qiao has expressly instructed me to convey that the Qiao family does not concern themselves with such matters. Should Miss Han accept their proposal, she will be cherished as a beloved daughter." Chapter 28. "Mother, I am willing." Madame Yang's demeanor was sincere, and her words were like a gentle spring breeze. Madame Han, having encountered Lady Qiao before, recognized her as a genuinely kind-hearted individual. Furthermore, with the esteemed reputation of Lord Qiao, it was evident that the Qiao family upheld a commendable family tradition. This thought stirred a flicker of desire within her. To marry into such a virtuous household would surely grant Xianer a lifetime of happiness. With this in mind, Madame Han finally revealed a smile. "Madame Yang, this match is undoubtedly splendid in every regard, but I must first confer with my husband." Upon hearing this, Madame Yang realized that the marriage proposal was nearly secured, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Hujing had placed considerable pressure on her, insisting that this daughter-in-law from the Han family was a necessity. It seemed she had successfully fulfilled her duty. "Indeed, if my sister Han and Lord Han come to an agreement, please do provide me with a prompt confirmation, as there are others awaiting my news." Madame Han promptly agreed. After bidding farewell to Madame Yang, she hurried to find Han Yaxian. Upon seeing her daughter with red-rimmed eyes, Madame Han was startled and quickly enveloped Han Yaxian in her arms, filled with concern. "What has happened, Xianer?" Han Yaxian nervously lifted her head, her heart a tumult of emotions, and finally mustered the courage to ask, "Mother, Madame Yang." Madame Han gently patted her shoulder, unable to suppress a glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Xianer, Madame Yang came to propose on behalf of the Qiao family, specifically for Lord Qiao." At this revelation, Han Yaxian's heart fluttered, and the handsome visage of Lord Qiao vividly resurfaced in her mind, clearer and more tangible than ever before. Unable to contain herself, she leaned against Madame Han's shoulder, overcome with tears of joy. Madame Han was taken aback. Han Yaxian had always been remarkably sensible and rarely shed tears in her presence. In a rush, Madame Han asked, "Xianer, why are you crying? Do you not wish for this? If you are unwilling, I shall promptly decline on your behalf." Han Yaxian gently shook her head, her voice quivering with happiness. "Mother, I am willing, I truly am." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Xiao Zhonghua arranged his first meeting with a colleague after court, specifically with the Minister of Works, Han Mingzhi. At that moment, the two men sat in a private room of a tea house, both looking pleasantly surprised. "Lord Xiao, may I ask the purpose of your invitation?" With a direct approach, Qiao Zhonghua poured a cup of wine for Han Mingzhi and stated, "Old Han, I wish to become in-laws with you." Han Mingzhi was taken aback. Upon returning home, Qiao Zhonghua hummed a cheerful tune. Not having received confirmation from Madame Yang, he noticed his husband's elated demeanor, which brought joy to his heart. "My dear, has it been accomplished?" With pride gleaming in his eyes, Qiao Zhonghua. At this, Madame Qiao could not help but stifle a laugh. Having deliberately aired out the alcohol sent before returning home, Qiao Zhonghua scooped up Qiao Jiao Jiao and playfully pinched her nose. From this day forward, Qiao Jiao Jiao giggled in response. "Father, you are overthinking it. I have no intention of marrying. I wish to remain your little treasure for life, as well as Mother-S." Hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Indeed, no one was worthy of their beloved Jiao Jiao. However, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he could no longer maintain his amusement. "In that case, I shall raise 5, 6, or even 8 handsome young men to peel grapes for me, fan me, sing little tunes, and massage my legs." Madame Qiao's gaze turned somewhat melancholic, bewildered by her daughter's fluctuating desires. One moment encouraging the empress to keep male favorites, and the next yearning for handsome youths. What would happen if she could no longer persuade her? Qiao Zhonghua sighed. "My daughter truly possesses great ambition." The following day, Madame Yang arrived at their doorstep with great joy, personally welcomed by Madame Qiao. "Madame Yang, it is a pleasure to finally see you." Seeing this, Madame Yang chuckled, "Hudging, you remain just as you were when you were a young girl." Madame Qiao playfully chided, "Madame Yang, please do not tease me. Now tell me, what news do you bring?" Madame Yang raised her chin proudly. "If I had failed, I would not dare to show my face at the Qiao residence today." Madame Qiao clapped her hands, her face instantly blooming with joy. "Excellent. Good sister, come in for a cup of tea. You are the matchmaker for our eldest." With light steps, Madame Yang followed Madame Qiao inside. "Tea is of little concern. I must embrace your Jiao Jiao. I have missed her dearly during these few days." After discreetly gauging the mood of the Han family, both families were exceedingly pleased with the match, and thus, the formalities of the engagement began. In aristocratic families, arranging marriages involves meticulous customs, from the initial proposal to inquiries about names, auspicious dates, and sending gifts, all of which must be adhered to with precision. Having accepted the role of matchmaker, Madame Yang found herself busily orchestrating affairs for the Qiao family. The next day, she arrived at the Han residence with the lavish gifts prepared by the Qiao family. The Han family was in high spirits. After receiving the gifts, They presented the auspicious date for Han Yaxian's birth in a ceremonial document. Madame Yang beamed with delight, silently vowing to discuss with her husband the importance of treating Lord Han with greater respect, now that they were entering into an extraordinary alliance. In a matter of days, news of the Qiao and Han families' impending union spread throughout the capital, leaving nearly everyone astonished. After all, the social standing of the Han family seemed far inferior to that of the Qiao family. Many wondered what exactly had attracted the Qiao family to the Han family. That very afternoon, the Han residence was unexpectedly inundated with visitors. Madame Han, unaccustomed to socializing, felt a surge of anxiety as she witnessed the influx of guests. Han Yaxian, noticing the commotion, advised her mother, "Mother, let us close our doors to visitors from this day forth." Madame Han hesitated. Would such a decision offend people? Taking her mother's hand, Han Yaxian spoke soothingly, "Mother, do you not see their true intentions? They are not here to befriend the Han family, but rather to curry favor with the Qiao family behind us. Father's reputation in the capital is notorious, and people have always avoided our home. In contrast, Lord Qiao is regarded as a national hero, known for his independence in the court. The Qiao family has chosen to ally with us, and now that we have agreed to this marriage, we must not become a hindrance to them. Otherwise, if so many opportunists swarmed to us, and they were to approach the Qiao family under our name, how would the Qiao family navigate such a situation?" Han Yaxian's expression was resolute, devoid of any girlish shyness, embodying a profound sense of duty. "Mother, I perceive that Lord Qiao aspires to be a loyal minister and a solitary figure. Does this not align with father's ambitions? From now on, let us regard this marriage as merely an addition to our family, while everything else remains unchanged." "Excellent." As soon as Han Yaxian concluded her statement, a voice of approval rang out. Madame Han turned to see Han Mingzhi striding toward them, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. Chapter 29. How brazen of Aunt! My dear husband, why have you returned so early? Lady Han exclaimed in surprise, immediately rushing forward to greet him. Han Mingzhi, at the age of 35, possessed an air of cultured elegance, yet his tall frame and slightly sunken cheeks rendered him somewhat slender in appearance. Typically, he would remain at the Ministry of Works until dinner time, and on occasion, when duties overwhelmed him, he would even stay out. Han Mingzhi gazed steadily at Han Yaxian, his smile growing ever more radiant. He had only this one daughter in his lifetime, raised to be as learned and capable as any son. He never viewed having a daughter as a disadvantage. After all, considering the insightful words Yaxian had just spoken, how many young men could perceive matters with such clarity? His only concern was that his wife might be easily swayed. Accepting gifts from today forth, the Han residence shall close its doors to guests. Let us dispense with trivialities. It is of utmost importance to focus on our duties and engage in meaningful work. The news of the alliance between the Qiao and Han families swiftly reached the Meng household. Ever since the Lantern Festival, Meng Guxue had been somewhat unsettled. Meng Foran believed her daughter still harbored feelings for Qiao Tianjing, and thus, she promptly shared this news with Meng Guxue, hoping to extinguish any lofty aspirations she might have. Upon hearing this revelation, Meng Guxue was momentarily taken aback. Recently, she had been perturbed by another time-traveling individual, even contemplating retreat. However, in that moment, upon learning that Qiao Tianjing had already been claimed, she suddenly realized that truly admirable men were becoming increasingly scarce. No, she absolutely could not settle for less. She could not languish in this era, marrying and bearing children, leading a life of mediocrity. Regardless, she must seize the opportunity at the poetry gathering in the capital a month hence. She yearned to make her name known far and wide, to become the phoenix that soars to great heights. Meng Foran, observing her daughter's sudden transformation from a wilted flower to a radiant bloom, was left utterly perplexed. Had this child come to her senses, or had she become even more infatuated? Qiao Foran, accompanied by Qiao Jiao Jiao, made a special visit to the Duke of Yan's residence. Although the news of the alliance, this visit was merely a customary familial call, so she did not present a formal invitation. Upon arriving at the Duke's door, The steward hurriedly came to greet them, his demeanor noticeably flustered. Qiao Foreign, ever perceptive, inquired as she walked inside, "Xia Bo, has something occurred at home?" Steward Xia wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression somewhat awkward. "Miss, it is the young mistress. She has thrown a bit of a tantrum and is currently in the main hall with the master and young master." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao immediately pieced together the situation. Aunt must have learned of the marriage and was feeling disgruntled. She had better not think of bullying my mother. Otherwise, I might just bite her. Ah, roar. Qiao Jiao Jiao was now over 5 months old, with her little incisors just beginning to emerge, and her gums were quite uncomfortable, making her eager to gnaw on anything within reach. Qiao Foreign gently patted Qiao Jiao Jiao, a hint of coldness flickering across her face. Does my sister-in-law still not understand? She has even brought her grievances to father. "Xia Bo, I shall not go elsewhere. I am heading to the main hall. If we do not clarify certain matters, father will surely be unsettled." The steward, though anxious, had served in the Duke's residence since childhood and understood that the young lady was always resolute. Moreover, the master dotes on her, so he nodded in agreement. As they approached the main hall, the voice of Madame Zhua erupted in frustration from within. "Zhuaheng, go and ask your sister what she truly means. What does our Ninger lack compared to the daughter of a mere minister of works? Last time I went to the Qiao residence out of goodwill, I was met with disgrace, being told that the eldest son's intentions were grand, and that our Ninger was unsuitable. So what, pray tell, makes that daughter of the Han family suitable? What does Qiao Zhongwu truly think? With Han Mingzhi's infamous reputation in the capital, does he not fear tarnishing the Qiao family's prestige? He ought to at least consider the dignity of our Duke's residence. It is clear to me now. Your sister's dissatisfaction lies not with Ninger, but with me as her sister-in-law. What is the meaning of this? Zhuaheng, tell me, is there such a thing as a sister like this? Elder sister, if you have grievances, you may speak to me directly." There is no need to create a scene before father. The door creaked open, revealing the cold countenance of Qiao Foreign, cradling the pouting Qiao Jiao Jiao in her arms. Ah, this is a classic case of a failed engagement turning into animosity. Mother made her refusal abundantly clear last time, yet aunt seems to have taken no heed at all. Furthermore, matters of courtship should not be broached in front of children before they are settled. Zhuaning's tears were precisely because aunt had given her false hope. "Jinger, sister." The Duke of Yin and Zhuaheng were taken aback by Qiao Foreign's sudden appearance. Just a moment ago, Madame Zhua had been on a tirade, and now, upon seeing Qiao Foreign, her fury abruptly dissipated. Nevertheless, the thought of Zhuaning weeping in the chamber reignited her ire. During her last visit to her family, she had boasted that the eldest son of the Qiao family would undoubtedly marry her daughter. Now, with the news circulating, her sisters-in-law would surely mock her. No, today, she must ensure that Zhuaheng annulled the engagement with the Han family. "Sister, since you are here, let us speak plainly. What flaws do you see in our Ninger that you would prefer the daughter of a mere minister of works as your daughter-in-law?" The Duke of Yin was already feeling quite displeased, but he had refrained from undermining Madame. However, as she pressed Qiao Foreign, his countenance grew stern. Yet, before he could speak, Qiao Foreign had already placed Qiao Jiao Jiao into his arms. "Father, do not rush. Let me clarify matters with elder sister." Qiao Jiao Jiao nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Otherwise, who knows what trouble may arise, and if rumors spread throughout the city, it would not bode well for elder sister." Qiao Foreign shared this sentiment and turned to Madame Zhua, stating, "Elder sister, I have watched over Ninger as she has grown. She is pure of heart, gentle and virtuous. She is indeed most admirable." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhua raised her chin defiantly and retorted, "If that is the case, then you should withdraw the engagement with the Han family and allow the eldest son to marry our Ninger." "Qiao Jiao Jiao, what audacity my aunt possesses! Can she not allow my mother to finish her words?" Chapter 30. Severing ties. Mrs. Qiao was evidently taken aback by the unexpected words of Lady Zhua. Sister-in-law, she began, I have already mentioned to you before that Delang has his own mind, and that the young lady from the Han family is someone he has chosen for himself. This year, during the Lantern Festival, amidst the chaos of Putian Street, Delang fortuitously rescued the Han girl. It is simply the children's fate. Upon hearing this, ladies will let out a cold snort. Sister, do not use Delang as an excuse. What does a child understand of fate? Delang has his long-standing bond with Ninger since childhood. Noticing that Mrs. Qiao showed no signs of yielding, Lady's thoughts shifted slightly, and she added, Sister, if you truly do not wish to withdraw from the engagement with the Han family, then let the Han girl come over as a secondary wife, and our Ninger shall be the principal. At this proclamation, even Qiao Jiao Jiao was left speechless. Lady Zhua was undeniably selfish, foolish, and blindly arrogant. Their father and mother were simply too trusting of their aunt, for otherwise, how could such a foolish adversary deliver a fatal blow to the Qiao family? Mrs. Qiao was also incensed by these words, her expression darkening abruptly as the amiability she had previously displayed vanished entirely. Sister-in-law, the rules of the Qiao family dictate that our sons shall never take concubines, nor shall there be any illicit relationships. Spare me your talk of primary and secondary. The Han girl is the betrothed daughter-in-law of our Qiao family, and no one can alter that. As for your claim that Ninger is heartbroken, that is entirely your fault, sister-in-law. Before any marriage is settled, how could you even broach such matters with Ninger? Fortunately, she is still young. It is imperative that you, as her mother, clarify this with her as soon as possible. Mrs. Qiao's words were not particularly fierce, yet the intent of rejection was unmistakably clear. Lady Zhua, who had grown accustomed to Mrs. Qiao's gentle demeanor, felt her face pale slightly at witnessing such humiliation in front of her father-in-law and husband. You, Zhua Hajing, you are truly oblivious to the distinctions of kinship. What merits does that girl from the Han family possess that prompts you to defend her so ardently? Qiao Jiao Jiao could not help but snicker at the remark. Sister-in-law, that is a person of unparalleled virtue, and both Lord Han and Lady Han are imbued with great righteousness. When our Qiao family faced adversity, all those who once smiled and flattered us kept their distance, even taking the opportunity to kick us when we were down. Only our grandfather and Lord Han tirelessly advocated for the Qiao family, seeking justice for our father. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide coal in a snowstorm. By virtue of this sincerity, the Han girl is the best sister-in-law in the world. And as for you, dear aunt, did you ever consider that we are relatives when you brought misfortune upon the entire Qiao family? Hearing this, Mrs. Qiao's suppressed anger surged forth. When she first learned of this matter from Jiao Jiao, she had nearly wished to strangle her sister-in-law. Are relationships not based on mutual consent? How could they be entangled with notions of kinship? Sister-in-law, Delang's marriage is a settled matter. No one can change it. Qiao an accusation. After a moment of deliberation, she resolutely unleashed her final gambit. Sister, if you are truly so heartless, then consider me no longer your sister-in-law, and Delang shall have no aunt in me. I shall not attend his wedding, and I shall never set foot in the Qiao residence again. As Lady Zhua uttered these harsh words, she felt an unrestrained sense of triumph within her. Back when Zhua Hajing was still a maiden, she had consistently sought to curry favor with her sister-in-law, all in hopes of achieving harmony and prosperity within the family. Now, with her current resolve, Zhua Hajing would undoubtedly relent for the sake of their family's reputations. If Zhua Hajing were to come groveling for reconciliation, she would certainly maintain her stance and make her pay for this. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up instantly. Mother, this is like being offered a pillow when one is already sleepy. Splendid, mother. Do not waver. Quickly agree. Let us see if she dares to step foot in our Qiao residence again. The Duke of Yin, upon hearing his daughter-in-law's words, furrowed his brow sharply, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. Very well, very well. This might be for the best. The Duke of Yin understood that once he departed from this world, the Duke of Yan's household would be utterly finished. This daughter-in-law not only reveled in jealousy within the inner chambers, but also displayed a flagrant arrogance outside, ultimately revealing her selfish and vain nature. This uproar she caused was likely not merely for Ninger, but rather for her own so-called dignity. Such a relative brings nothing but harm to Jinger and the Qiao household. Severing ties may be the wisest course. Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhuo Huaning erupted in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you not yet had your fill of this ruckus? Zhuo Huanying's unwavering support for his sister stemmed from the presence of his brother-in-law, Qiao Zhonghua, who commanded respect and yielded tangible benefits. When Lady Zhuo saw her husband publicly chastising her, she felt a surge of anger and resentment, thus choosing to speak her mind definitively. I shall declare this today. If Delang refuses to marry Ninger, I will consider him no nephew of mine. And there shall be no kinship with the Qiao family. This was precisely what Mrs. Qiao had been waiting for. Suddenly adopting a mournful expression, she feigned tears, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you have truly gone too far. Since you hold the Qiao family in such disdain, then I shall not recognize you as my sister-in-law." With that, she turned to the Duke of Yin, her heart heavy with disappointment, clutching her chest as she spoke. Father, Jinger, in all honesty, has treated her sister-in-law with utmost sincerity for many years, akin to that of sisters. Yet now, my heart towards her has grown cold. Today, I beseech you, Father, to bear witness and bring this matter to a close. After speaking, Mrs. Qiao stepped forward, embracing Qiao Jiao Jiao, retreating to a corner to weep quietly. Qiao Jiao Jiao was left utterly astonished. Is mother truly heartbroken, or is this all an act? Mrs. Qiao, catching wind of her daughter's thoughts, leaned in to kiss her forehead, deliberately allowing Qiao Jiao Jiao to see the corners of her mouth lift in a smile. Qiao Jiao Jiao, mother, you deserve the Oscar for Best Actress. Accept my adoration. Just look at Aunt. No, look at Lady's with shocked expression. Her eyes are nearly popping out. While Mrs. Qiao may not have understood the concept of an Oscar, she could discern that Qiao Jiao Jiao was praising her, and thus, as she turned her back to everyone, the smile on her face grew even broader. Lady Zhuo was left completely bewildered. Wait, no, this was not her intention. Moreover, should not Zhuo Hejing be the one to come before her, pleading for forgiveness and a reconciliation? She could not afford to lose the Qiao family as kin, for how else would her maternal relatives flatter her? Zhuo Huanying's expression shifted dramatically as well. He forced a smile and said, Sister, your sister-in-law has lost her senses. Why do you still take her seriously? Before Mrs. Qiao could respond, the Duke of Yin suddenly stepped forward, his voice grave as he declared, Very well, let it be as my daughter-in-law wishes. Let her sever ties with the Qiao family. Chapter 31. Thanks to my younger sister. At the words spoken by Zhuo Heying, Zhuo suddenly cried out in shock, Father. Zhuo Fu-run felt her legs weaken slightly and hurriedly steadied herself by grasping the chair beside her, barely managing to remain upright. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she turned to look at the Duke of Yin, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not fathom why her own father-in-law would favor his married daughter over his son and daughter-in-law. The Duke of Yan's household was gradually falling into decline, while the Qiao family seemed to be flourishing. She had exerted great effort to arrange a marriage between Ning Er and Delang for the good of the Duke's family. Yet the Duke showed no regard for his son and daughter-in-law, only coldly stating, Since my daughter-in-law has made her decision, this matter is settled. From now on, Delang should consider that he has no maternal aunt. Jing Er, go back and inform Delang and Lang that they need not wonder why their maternal aunt no longer visits. She has severed ties with them and will never return to the Qiao family. After uttering these words, the Duke let out a derisive snort and swept away in a huff. Watching the Duke's unyielding back, Qiao Fu-ren was overwhelmed with guilt in her pursuit to alter the grim fate that loomed over the Qiao family. She had no choice but to eliminate all potential threats. Yet this had put her father in an awkward position. With this thought, Qiao Fu-ren clutched Qiao Jiao Jiao and hurried after him. Zhuo Fu-ren, upon hearing her father-in-law's callous words, felt the last vestiges of her strength drain away. She leaned against the table and sank to the ground, her expression vacant. This should not have happened. Things were not meant to unfold this way. That wretched Zhuo Jing, how could she be so heartless? Zhuo Ying, witnessing the departure of both her father and sister, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. You wretched woman, are you satisfied now? How could I have, if it weren't for you, Zhuo Fu-ren's words trailed off abruptly, memories long buried resurfaced. Had it not been for the Duke of Yan's proposal, she would have long since married her childhood sweetheart. That man had cherished and adored her. How could he have allowed her to endure such indignity? Zhuo Ying did not press Zhuo Fu-ren for further explanation. She merely swept her. Otherwise, on De Lang's wedding day, I shall go alone. Zhuo Fu-ren watched Zhuo Ying's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. In truth, the Duke had intentionally slowed his pace, reluctant to part from his daughter who was holding his granddaughter. Qiao Fu-ren lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with unease. Father, it is due to my own choices. No. The Duke shook his head, genuine regret etched upon his face. In my years of warfare, I neglected your brother's upbringing, allowing him to become a frivolous and indulgent man. When he took you as his wife, I indulged him out of a sense of guilt. Now, reflecting on it, one misstep leads to another, and in 100 years, the Duke's household will inevitably crumble. His words struck heavily, causing Qiao Fu-ren's complexion to pale. Father, why do you speak so? Things are not as you claim. The Duke continued to shake his head. Jing Er, the previous incident was ultimately a hidden danger. Your sister-in-law is restless, and your brother is incapable. I fear there will be further troubles ahead. Jing Er, I am growing old, and I do not know how much longer I have. There is one thing I must entrust to you and Zhonghua. Upon hearing this, Qiao Fu-ren's tears fell unbidden. The Duke closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with resolve. If your brother and sister-in-law commit any foolish acts in the future, you and Zhonghua may handle it as you see fit, without regard for familial ties. However, Ning Er is innocent. She is pure of heart and has not been led astray by her foolish parents. Jing Er, if the Duke's household truly becomes unsustainable, please seek a good match for Ning Er. After hearing these words, Qiao Fu-ren felt a mix of sorrow and tenderness. Her father was indeed perceptive. Her brother and sister-in-law were truly heartless. Qiao Jiao Jiao listened, somewhat bewildered. What had her grandfather discovered about her aunt? Had he uncovered? Yet in the original tale, this matter remained unknown to her grandfather until the Qiao family met its downfall. Qiao Jiao Jiao found herself unable to comprehend, and when the Duke mentioned Zhuo Ning, she sighed deeply. Her grandfather was truly well-meaning. Her uncle and aunt were indeed cruel parents, ultimately offering Ning Er to Prince Jing. But Prince Jing only had eyes for Menggu Shui. The moment she felt jealous, he immediately bestowed Ning Er upon one of his guards. That was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yan, reduced to becoming the wife of a rough guard who knew nothing of cherishing a woman. Qiao Fu-ren was horrified upon learning of Zhuo Ning's fate. It is said that even a tiger does not consume its own offspring, yet her brother and sister-in-law had pushed Ning Er into the fires of despair. Father, the marriages of children ultimately depend on parents. It seems that as an aunt, I cannot intervene. The Duke snorted coldly. As long as this old bone of mine is still around, they shall not easily settle Ning Er's marriage. Jing Er, I will arrange this matter. You need only keep an eye on Ning Er.It need not be a family of high status. The most important thing is that the man's character is commendable. Qiao Fu-ren could not bear to see such a good girl as Ning Er suffer. Sensing her mother's distress, Qiao Jiao Jiao devoted herself to cheering her up all the way home. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, Qiao Furen finally managed to smile. "Mother?" A gentle voice called from outside the carriage. Qiao Furen lifted the curtain to see Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Di approaching together, accompanied by a young scholar. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Furen quickly lowered the curtain, though the scholar remained respectful, never once lifting his head. Qiao Jiao Jiao stole a glance and gasped in astonishment. "Tanhan Qi, am I seeing things? That scholar following my brothers is Tanhan Qi?" Qiao Jiao Jiao felt her mind spinning. How could Tanhan Qi be connected to the Qiao family? He was clearly associated with Prince Jing. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Di overheard Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts and exchanged amused glances. The Qiao family had indeed been blessed to gain such a talent, all thanks to their little sister. Chapter 32. No, I do mind. Madame Qiao, accompanied by Qiao Jiao Jiao, entered the residence first. After quite some time, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu finally arrived. The moment Qiao Jiao Jiao spotted the two of them, she had been half asleep with her eyes narrowed, but instantly sat up with renewed vigor. "Oh, can anyone enlighten me about that Tanhan Qi? He is such an impressive figure. If he could truly be of service to our Qiao family, it would be simply marvelous. Moreover, he is the greatest victim of the spring examination scandal. If we can protect him, perhaps the truth behind the scandal could be thoroughly uncovered through him." As Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered this, she couldn't help but get lost in her thoughts. Speaking of dogs, it must be the male protagonist. While he rescues Tanhan Qi and bestows favors, he simultaneously shields the treacherous Duke of Qing from the scandal, skillfully managing both sides. No wonder he can emerge victorious in the end. Could he be playing a game of espionage within espionage? Madame Qiao had not anticipated that the scholar who had been following her two sons was such a pivotal figure, and this piqued her curiosity as well. Seeing Qiao Jiao Jiao gazing eagerly at her brothers, Madame Qiao nonchalantly remarked, "I have never seen that scholar who was just behind you." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao threw herself into Madame Qiao's embrace. "You always understand me, Wu." Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu were astonished to realize that their mother could read Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, the bond between mother and daughter is profound. Consequently, Qiao Tianjing gently explained, "Mother, that gentleman is a friend I and my second brother just met today. His name is Tanhan Qi, hailing from Zhuozhou, and he is here to participate in this year's spring examination. I encountered him during the Lantern Festival. He is an upright man with remarkable talent. Today, while my brother and I were passing by a tea house, we happened to witness him being bullied by the Duke of Qing's son, and thus we came to his aid, forging this connection." It turned out that Shang Mingqing from the Duke of Qing's household had known Tanhan Qi even before the spring examination. No wonder the Duke of Qing chose Tanhan Qi to be the unfortunate scapegoat. This must have been Shang Mingqing's idea. It was quite a coincidence that her brothers stumbled upon Tanhan Qi being mistreated and intervened. Tsk, could it be that even heaven is assisting our Qiao family? If we could recruit Tanhan Qi, the Prince Jing would likely find it challenging to concoct any more schemes. Qiao Tianjing chuckled and shook his head. "Little sister, it is not heaven aiding our Qiao family, but rather you, my precious gem." Ever since the Lantern Festival, having learned of Tanhan Qi's extraordinary qualities from you, I have dispatched people to keep a close watch on him. Upon hearing he was being bullied, I hurriedly dragged Qiao Diyu to come to his rescue. To avoid arousing Tanhan Qi's suspicions, we had to appear quite casual and natural. From our inquiries, it seems that Tanhan Qi has gained some renown for his talents since the Lantern Festival, with many noble families extending olive branches to him. However, he remains unmoved. This indicates his disinterest in mingling with the powerful and his strong guard against others' approaches. Fortunately, everything seems to be progressing smoothly, especially when he was pleasantly surprised upon learning our identities. Qiao Tianjing attributed this success to their esteemed father, whose reputation was well known. Madame Qiao, already aware of the situation, inquired, What about this young Master Tan now? Can we keep him in the Qiao residence? Qiao Tianjing shook his head, explaining, he is a man of integrity. He stated he would visit us again after the spring examination is concluded and he has achieved his academic goals. Madame Qiao nodded in agreement, recognizing him as a rare and commendable young man. Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't contain her impatience. Oh dear, we must keep a close watch on Tan Honshu. Once the spring examination results are out, the Duke of Qing's household will surely send someone to assassinate him. If we delay, he may be whisked away by Prince Jing. Qiao Tianjing had already made meticulous plans, and upon hearing this, Madame Qiao secretly resolved to remind her husband that very night. When Qiao Zhongguo returned home, Qiao Jiao Jiao was just being carried off by Qiao Tianjing to play in the front yard, prompting Madame Qiao to immediately broach the subjects of the spring examination and Tan Honshu. Qiao Zhongguo patted Madame Qiao's hand and spoke gently, "My dear, there is no need for concern. I will have a word with our eldest tonight. The dates for the spring examination have been set for the 9th, 12th, and 15th of February, totaling 3 sessions. This matter indeed relates to the Duke of Qing's household. Jiao Jiao, you are truly remarkable." Qiao Zhongguo nodded gratefully. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiao Jiao, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Madame Qiao then recounted the events that had unfolded at the Duke of Yan's household earlier that day, to which Qiao Zhongguo sighed, "My dear, let us focus on being filial to your father-in-law from now on." Madame Qiao gently nodded, agreeing with his sentiment. After a while, Madame Qiao brought Qiao Jiao Jiao back, while Qiao Zhongguo took Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu to the study. Qiao Zhongguo got straight to the point, inquiring about Tan Honshu. The brothers exchanged glances, their expressions solemn, as if they had made a significant decision. Qiao Tianjing was the first to speak. "Father, what do you think of our little sister?" Qiao Zhongguo was slightly taken aback, unsure why Qiao Tianjing had suddenly shifted the topic to Qiao Jiao Jiao. However, he did not dismiss his sons and promptly replied, "You two rascals combined do not even measure up to a single toe of Jiao Jiao. She is my precious little gem, my dear little cotton-padded jacket." What is this all about? Before Qiao Zhongguo could finish his praise, Qiao Tianjing suddenly knelt down with a thud, and Qiao Diyu followed suit without hesitation. Qiao Zhongguo was shocked, wondering if these two rascals were vying for his affection tonight. "I have doted on both of you for over a decade. What's wrong with giving Jiao Jiao a little extra love? What are you two doing? Do you want me to hug you as I do Jiao Jiao?" Qiao Tianjing's expression nearly broke at his father's whimsical thoughts. "Father, could you please not be so fanciful?" Realizing that his sons had serious matters to discuss, Qiao Zhongguo composed himself and said blandly, "Speak your mind. Do not hold back." Taking a deep breath, Qiao Tianjing mustered his courage and said, "Father, in truth, our little sister, she is quite extraordinary. Since the day she was born, my brother and I have been able to hear her thoughts. Moreover, she seems to possess the ability to foresee the future. All her predictions have come true, including the matter of Tan Honshu, which is why I approached him after hearing her thoughts. Father, our little sister has our family's best interests at heart. Although this matter is truly bizarre, as long as it involves her, we have nothing to fear. I initially hesitated to tell you, fearing you might not accept it, but the information she has revealed is becoming increasing. I know I cannot keep this from you any longer. You cherish her so dearly. You surely would not mind this, would you?" Qiao Zhongguo's sad face, "No, I do mind. It turns out that within this dear little cotton-padded jacket, not only is there my wife, but also these two little rascals hiding." Chapter 33 The main event. The poetry gathering in the eastern suburbs as they observed their father standing there in a daze. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu felt increasingly anxious. Qiao Diyu even pondered, could it be that father would drag our little sister out and burn her? If Qiao Jiao Jiao were to discover what Qiao Diyu was thinking at that moment, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes in exasperation. "Second brother, your imagination knows no bounds. I truly despair." "Father," Qiao Diyu called out, his voice trembling, "little sister is not some malevolent spirit. Please remain calm and do not act impulsively." Qiao Zhongguo snapped irritably, "Calm? What nonsense is that? Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao immediately exchanged a glance with Qiao Tianjing and then leaped forward to clutch Qiao Zhongguo's leg. Eldest brother, quickly take little sister and flee. The farther, the better. I'll hold father back. His voice rang out with a bravery that demonstrated his love for his sister. Qiao Zhongguo was taken aback. How on earth did I father such a foolish son? Qiao Tianjing remarked dryly, second brother, we did not agree to this scenario. Are you certain you haven't been reading too many martial arts novels? Get away from me. You can hear Jiao Jiao's thoughts, yet I, as her father, cannot. Qiao Zhongguo lifted his foot, surprised to find that his son possessed quite a bit of strength, clearly demonstrating that his martial skills had improved rapidly. While Qiao Jiao remained lost in his own martial arts fantasy, Qiao Tianjing's expression brightened. Father, it's true. Qiao Jiao finally snapped back to reality. Huh. What did you just say, father? Qiao Zhongguo sighed. Perhaps I exhausted all my meager wisdom when I had your elder brother, which is why I ended up with a simple-minded, physically strong second son. Both your mother and I can hear Jiao Jiao's thoughts, including the scandal of the imperial examination, as well as the pair of protagonists, Menggu and Shui, and the troubles that await the crown prince and the fourth prince. We are fully aware. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing felt an immense sense of relief. Excellent. For some time now, I have been racking my brain, trying to change the course of events little by little based on my sister's hints, but I have been too young and found many aspects quite challenging. Knowing that father can also hear Jiao Jiao's thoughts brings me considerable comfort. In his eyes, father was not merely a hero in the eyes of outsiders. To him, he was an unwavering mountain, providing unparalleled security. Father, how do you plan to handle the matter of the imperial examination? When the conversation turned serious, Qiao Zhongguo's demeanor instantly became grave. Have you managed to ensure the safety of Tan Hanqi? Qiao Tianjing promptly nodded. I have dispatched 2 of your secret guards. Qiao Zhongguo had a cadre of loyal secret guards, fierce warriors he had fought alongside on the battlefield, who moved silently and obeyed orders without question. When Qiao Tianjing turned 17, Qiao Zhongguo had entrusted him with some command over the secret guards. Qiao Zhongguo frowned slightly at the news. That may not suffice. Send 4 more. Qiao Tianjing could not help but express his surprise, but Tan Hanqi appears to be just an unestablished scholar. Would the Duke of Qing go to such lengths to eliminate him? Qiao Zhongguo's expression turned serious. Eldest brother, I am not concerned about assassins from the Duke of Qing's household. My worry lies with the second prince. Though he is only 13, Jiao Jiao's prophecies indicate that he is deeply cunning, with various schemes at his disposal, ultimately emerging as the victor. So, do not underestimate him merely because nothing has transpired yet. After all, he is the fated child in Jiao Jiao's eyes. Qiao Tianjing stood upright, a chill running down his spine, and nodded gravely. I have received your wisdom, father. Qiao Zhongguo felt reassured by his eldest son's intelligence. By protecting Tan Hanqi, we will gain the upper hand. The rest will depend on how I maneuver in the court. Qiao Tianjing recalled how Qiao Zhongguo often dominated the Golden Throne Hall with his formidable presence and eloquence, leaving all in awe, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. A few days later, the imperial examination commenced as scheduled. All vendors and night markets around Shuntian Street were closed, creating a hushed atmosphere to provide the best environment for the examinees. By the 18th day of the second month, the 3 rounds of the imperial examination finally concluded. The grading process would take nearly a month, with results expected to be announced on the 15th of March. During the wait for the results, the capital was set to host one of its grandest events, the Eastern Suburbs Poetry Gathering. Qiao Jiao Jiao eagerly anticipated the 3rd day of March. The weather was pleasantly fine, with the sun casting a warm glow, truly a blessing from the heavens. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Jiao arrived at the Qiao residence to bid farewell to Madame Qiao. Qiao Jiao Jiao sat on the couch, clutching her garment, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed longingly at her 2 brothers. Kind-hearted brothers, please take me along. I promise I won't fuss or cause a scene. I hate being born too late. Just let me speak a few words. Eldest brother, second brother, Can you see the pleading in my eyes? Please take me with you. Qiao Jiao Jiao reached out her hands towards Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu, continuously calling out, Madam Qiao, having already learned from Qiao Zhonghua that the entire family could hear Jiao Jiao's thoughts, smiled gently as she listened to her daughter's incessant pleas. Eldest and second sons, it seems Jiao Jiao is very eager to accompany you. Please take her along, and I will have Lu Mama accompany you. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu exchanged smiles. Their intention for this visit was indeed to bring their little sister along. As you wish, mother. Qiao Jiao Jiao was instantly filled with joy. Ah, brothers, hurry and hold me. Let us set off now. The capital hosted the poetry gathering annually, while the imperial examination occurred every 3 years. This year, the two grand events coincided, the excitement surpassing that of previous years. On this day, a multitude of carriages filled the streets of the capital, all heading towards the eastern suburbs, causing a complete standstill on Yintian Road. Given the beautiful weather, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu decided to carry Qiao Jiao Jiao and walk. The venue was located at the foot of Wangjing Mountain in the eastern suburbs, where peach blossoms bloomed abundantly each March, creating a romantic atmosphere. Seated in Qiao Diyu's arms, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes darted around excitedly. Suddenly, they lit up and she exclaimed, Eldest brother, isn't that sister-in-law? Wow, sister-in-law looks breathtaking today. Both sides had exchanged auspicious dates, marking a fortuitous union. Though the wedding date had yet to be set, the bride was still free to roam. Hearing Qiao Jiao Jiao's words, Qiao Tianjing's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly turned to follow her gaze, spotting Han Yashuan in an elegant pink gown. The poetry gathering was widely recognized as the one occasion in the year when the strict separation of genders could be relaxed. Thus, the noble ladies on the streets today were not wearing veils, and at the gathering, men and women would not be seated separately. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Han Yashuan did not glance back, but the serene smile playing on her lips as she turned slightly made Qiao Tianjing's heart race. Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but giggle. TSK. Even a gentleman like my eldest brother cannot escape the allure of customs. I remember the wedding date is set for September. Eldest brother, just be patient a little longer, and soon you'll be able to be with the lovely sister-in-law. Qiao Tianjing's face flushed crimson from Qiao Jiao Jiao's teasing, and he dared not look in Han Yashuan's direction anymore. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chapter 34. The Na-Ve sweetheart comes to an end. Upon turning his head, Qiao Tianjing immediately inclined his body slightly to pay his respects. No need for such formalities, De Lang, came the voice of the visitor, none other than Crown Prince Shen Yuanzhan. Qiao Dai, seeing the Crown Prince in plain attire on a private visit, could not help but smile broadly. Brother Shun, it is delightful to see you again. Qiao Tianjing remarked. Indeed, my younger brother possesses a unique talent. The Crown Prince chuckled heartily. Very well, one should be as carefree as Lang. He then leaned closer to observe Qiao Jiao Jiao, extending his hand with a smile. Shall I embrace you, dear sister Shen? Qiao Jiao Jiao, naturally, would not reject the Crown Prince, immediately responding with a sweet smile and leaning into him. Seeing this, the Crown Prince's spirits soared as he gently lifted Qiao Jiao Jiao into his arms. Last time you and Madame Qiao visited my mother in the palace, she spoke of you in glowing terms. Since that day when Madame Qiao and Qiao Jiao Jiao visited Ikuan Palace, the Crown Prince had indeed noticed the Queen's smile had brightened, and she often mentioned Qiao Jiao Jiao. If you find the time, do visit my mother again with Madame Qiao. Brother Shun will ensure you receive plenty of delicious treats. At the mention of delectable delights, Qiao Jiao Jiao instantly bounced in the Crown Prince's embrace, her adorable demeanor bringing him joy. Let us be off. The poetry gathering is about to commence. Come along, the Crown Prince declared, showing no intention of returning Qiao Jiao Jiao to Qiao Dai, carrying her away instead. Qiao Dai exclaimed, What is happening? I have yet to hold her enough. The Crown Prince seemed to be stealing. Qiao Tianjing chuckled and shook his head, pondering who could resist cherishing the precious gem of the Qiao family. Earlier, amidst the bustling streets, Qiao Jiao Jiao's group had gone unnoticed. However, upon reaching the eastern outskirts, the sight of three extraordinarily most attendees of the poetry gathering were the sons and daughters of high-ranking officials in the capital, and soon, some recognized the crown prince and Qiao Tianjing. Seeing the crown prince in high spirits, they dared not intrude, yet could not suppress their curiosity about the identity of the little girl in his arms. "Oh, you are unaware? That little girl must be the youngest of the Qiao family," exclaimed one. At a poetry gathering, which family would bring a mere infant who cannot even speak? Only the Qiao family, known for their affection for their daughters and sisters. I recall now. Is she not the young lady who soiled the crown prince during her full moon celebration? This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Qiao Jiao Jiao, with keen ears, blushed and buried her face into the crown prince's embrace upon hearing this. How dreadful! That incident happened months ago. Why do they still remember it? Qiao Jiao Jiao could already envision how, when she grew up, people would resurrect this old tale to mock her. The crown prince's eyes twinkled with mirth, lamenting that if Xiao Si had been present today, he would have found further amusement in teasing Jiao Jiao. At that moment, Qiao Jiao Jiao's curiosity bubbled forth. The foolishly naive one seemed to revel in social gatherings. Why had he not appeared today? Observing her inquisitiveness, Qiao Tianjing casually inquired on her behalf. The crown prince shook his head in resignation. Xiao Si has begun his studies under a distinguished teacher, Mr. Di Ziying, specifically invited by my father. He is quite strict and forbids him from indulging in play. When I left the palace, Xiao Si tugged at my... He turned to look at Qiao Jiao Jiao, expecting her to burst into laughter, only to find her brow furrowed, appearing gravely serious. A sudden pang of concern struck Qiao Tianjing as he heard Qiao Jiao Jiao exclaim, "This is terrible." His heart raced. What now? Qiao Jiao Jiao's expression was solemn. This is bad, indeed. What if the old Yama in the underworld finds himself bored and decides to summon that foolishly naive one to keep him company? Di Ziying hails from the north and was the former lover of Princess Yulio. He has spent years in the Daong dynasty in obscurity, cultivating a reputation solely to approach the second prince and assist him in seizing the throne, avenging Princess Yulio's untimely demise. But the text did not state that he was the teacher of the foolishly naive one. I recall that when Di Ziying first met the second prince, he was an editor at the Wanying Hall. The Wanying Hall is a palace dedicated to the storage of books and texts, and Di Ziying's role was akin to that of a librarian. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts filled with dread. A man from the north, the former lover of Princess Yulio, had so easily infiltrated the palace and become the tutor of the fourth prince. Was this not akin to placing the fourth prince directly into the jaws of a tiger, ripe for the picking? Suddenly, Qiao Jiao Jiao gasped, startling Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai, who nearly lost their footing. No wonder that foolishly naive one met such an untimely end during the Dragon Boat Festival. Could it be that Di Ziying drowned him in the pool? After all, no matter how precocious the foolishly naive one was, he would not guard against his own tutor, the tutor of the fourth prince. Even if Di Ziying temporarily summoned him away, none would raise an eyebrow. Was this not a solved mystery? Qiao Jiao Jiao clapped her hands, increasingly convinced of her reasoning. Di Ziying is indeed patient. He had countless opportunities to act before the festival, yet chose the day of the celebration, solely to cause the queen and the crown prince to suffer heartbreak. Hearing this, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai felt a sense of relief. If Di Ziying possessed such malicious intent, they would not have had time to react. After today's poetry gathering, they must return home and discuss this thoroughly with their father. Ah, the demise of the foolishly naive one has been unraveled. What, then, is the cause of my own demise? Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly mused. She, a mere bystander, had lived for only 3 years, and the author had not even bothered to craft a cause for her death, merely stating that she passed away at 3. Was this not a profound cruelty? At least a few more words could have been woven into the tale. Whether she fell to her death, drowned, succumbed to poison, or caught a chill, she would have been prepared. Now, she would have to live in constant trepidation throughout her entire third year. With this statement, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai found themselves devoid of any further emotions. The phrase, "died at 3, loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the Qiao family. The atmosphere grew stiflingly tense, but then, a bright, cheerful female voice rang out from a distance, instantly capturing Qiao Jiao Jiao's attention. Haha, indeed. Writing freely is the best. Sister, hurry and catch up. Chapter 35. The twin beauties of the Xiao family Qiao Jiao Jiao turned her head to gaze over, and not far from the riverbank, she beheld a fiery maiden clad in red, perched gracefully upon a horse, raising her hand in a gesture of exuberance. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, her cheeks radiated warmth, and there was an undeniable air of heroism in her brow. Most captivating was the delightful smile gracing her lips, outshining even the peach blossoms that bloomed behind her. Even though today was a poetry gathering, the young lady was dressed in a sharp riding outfit, exuding vitality and vivacity. Following the direction of the maiden's uplifted hand, Qiao Jiao Jiao nearly lost her breath at the sight. Another young woman, riding a pristine white steed, was approaching slowly, adorned with a jade hairpin and a belt of emeralds. Her facial features were exquisitely soft and harmonious, her skirt gently fluttering in the spring breeze, with delicate brows and a porcelain complexion that accompanied the wind. She was undeniably a paragon. The boisterous voice of the maiden in red soon captured the attention of others, and it wasn't long before someone revealed the identities of the two young ladies. Were they not the daughters of the renowned general of cavalry? Indeed, the one in green was the eldest daughter, Xiao Qianlan, and the one in red was the second daughter, Xiao Qianyue. Upon hearing that Xiao Qianlan was famed as the most beautiful woman in the capital, those present could not help but agree upon witnessing her in person. Surely Sheng Xuran will also be present today, and we shall see who truly claims the title. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Qiao Jiao Jiao, upon hearing this, swiftly cast aside her own concerns. After all, the spring festival was still far off. One must seize the joy of the moment. Oh my! The Xiao sisters have arrived. My foolish second brother, do you see? That is my sister-in-law. Qiao Jiao Jiao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement in the embrace of the crown prince. She turned to him and said, "Crown prince, your beloved has come. That is your concubine." Qiao Diu needed no prompting from Qiao Jiao Jiao. He was already entranced. Among the countless women in the capital, he had never cared to glance twice. Why? Because the noble women often resembled delicate willows swaying in the breeze, appearing soft and fragile. He, with his rough hands, feared inadvertently causing them harm. Yet, the young lady before him was vibrant and skilled in her horsemanship, exuding a robust elegance that completely captivated his previously dormant heart. Second Miss Xiao, his younger sister, had referred to her as sister-in-law. In that moment, Qiao Diu felt an uncontrollable surge of joy. In contrast, the crown prince remained more reserved. He was aware that there were two candidates for the position of crown princess. One was Shang Xuran from the Duke of Qinggui's household, and the other was the elder Miss Xiao not far from him. The empress favored Miss Xiao, while the crown prince found himself leaning more towards the Xiao family in his heart. However, the selection of the crown princess was a matter of state, and the crown prince dared not entangle too much personal sentiment in the decision. Yet, upon seeing the elder Miss Xiao, he could not help but feel a spark of admiration. "Wait for me, little sister," Xiao Qianlan sighed, watching as Xiao Qianyue tugged the reins, preparing to gallop once more. She felt a headache coming on. Their mother had repeatedly cautioned her not to let her younger sister play too wildly, but how could one restrain such a spirited nature? All she could do was accompany her in her playful antics. With that thought, Xiao Qianlan lightly kicked her horse's belly and sped away, leaving a fleeting shadow in the breeze. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with admiration at this sight. Wow, the elder Miss Xiao appears so demure, yet her equestrian skills are remarkable. It's no wonder the crown prince is smitten. With this thought, she cast a mischievous glance at the crown prince. Just as he discreetly withdrew his gaze, he found Qiao Jiao Jiao grinning at him with a conspiratorial smile. The crown prince could not help but chuckle. "You cheeky little imp, what is it that amuses you? I saw you stealing glances at the elder Miss Xiao. I caught you red-handed." Qiao Jiao Jiao teased. "Oh, how I hope the empress can convince the emperor to appoint the elder Miss Xiao as the crown princess. Otherwise, if the Duke of Qinghua's household is implicated in the spring examination scandal, they should not expect to hold onto the title of crown princess." Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing wholeheartedly agreed. Fortunately, he and his father had already begun plotting. If the Duke of Qinghua dared to engage in such corrupt practices, his father would ensure he faced dire consequences. As for Qiao Diyu, he was utterly oblivious, his thoughts having drifted away with the second Miss Xiao. The poetry gathering was set to commence at the appointed hour, and as time drew near, the crown prince, observing the situation, hastened his steps while holding Qiao Jiao Jiao close. They traversed a grove of blooming peach trees, and soon laid eyes upon a spacious clearing. At the northern edge of the clearing stood an exquisitely crafted platform, already furnished with tables and writing materials. Below, numerous stone tables and cushions were arranged in a casual manner, emphasizing a sense of ease. The crown prince had attended several gatherings before and knew the customs well. In the poetry gatherings of the capital, there were no distinctions of gender, rank, or familial ties. Everything was determined by literary talent and poetic skill. Although subtle favoritism was inevitable on the surface, there was a semblance of harmony. The young ladies and gentlemen who had arrived early had thoughtfully left the front stone tables vacant. Qiao Jiao Jiao cast her eyes around and exclaimed, "Oh, the male protagonist has arrived." He sat in the second position from the left, deep in thought with his head bowed. His striking appearance drew the gaze of nearly everyone present, a situation that only shifted slightly upon the crown prince's arrival. Suddenly, Qiao Jiao Jiao recalled the female protagonist, Meng Guxue. In her previous excitement over the beautiful maidens, she had nearly forgotten about the heroine. She scanned the area to the right and, at last, spotted Meng Guxue seated at the edge. At merely 10 years of age, Meng Guxue was indeed young to be participating in the poetry gathering, and her appearance had yet to fully blossom, rendering her rather inconspicuous among the bevy of beauties. No one paid her any heed, save for Qiao Jiao Jiao. She observed Meng Guxue, turned slightly to the left, her small mouth slightly agape, her face expressing pure astonishment. Her gaze was fixed intently upon the second prince to her left. At this moment, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. With Meng Guxue's breathtaking reaction, it seemed as though she were seeing the Prince Jing for the very first time. Or perhaps, in Meng Guxue's eyes, the prince was so strikingly handsome that every encounter felt like a fresh revelation of his allure. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Qiao Jiao Jiao found herself feeling a pang of envy. In the original narrative, the romantic entanglements of the protagonists were depicted in excruciating detail, from nights spent entwined in bed to the mundane act of wiping one another's mouths post-meal. She could scarcely bear to read some of it, finding it overly indulgent. Ultimately, the author's descriptions fell short. How could one portray such a dashing countenance in a manner that seemed overly sentimental? Regardless of Qiao Jiao Jiao's critiques, today marked the very first time Meng Guxue laid eyes upon the second prince, and in that singular glance, she was utterly entranced. Chapter 36. The ambition of the protagonist identity. Prince appearance, a visage surpassing paintings, astonishingly beautiful personality. Cold and aloof, somber and introspective, isn't this the quintessential male lead of a time-traveling narrative? Meng Guxue could not help but scream internally. At this moment, even the crown prince must step aside. She felt immensely grateful that her mother had finally consented to allow her to attend the poetry gathering, after much coaxing and tantrums at home. Had she not come, would she not have missed her destined soulmate? Excitement surged within Meng Guxue, a warmth bubbling in her chest that tinged her cheeks with a flush. As soon as the poetry topic was announced, she would not hesitate. She was determined to dazzle the second prince with the finest verses and win his heart entirely. The crown prince, cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao, took a seat on the left and greeted the second prince with a smile, saying, "Brother, you are quite swift, arriving even before me." This remark was merely a casual utterance from the crown prince. However, in the ears of the sensitive and suspicious second prince, Shun Yuanbai, it bore an additional implication. The second prince's gaze darkened. Surely the crown prince believed he had overstepped, warning him to be mindful of rank and decorum. Qiao Jiao Jiao noticed the cloud of gloom on the second prince's face and could not help but smirk inwardly. The male lead must be overthinking again, his character defined by restraint and suspicion, a typical case of a lifetime spent healing from a tumultuous childhood. Previously, she had only felt pain, whether it was the spring examination scandal shielding the Duke of Qing, or his deliberate concealment of the impending dam collapse to undermine the crown prince's power, or turning a blind eye to the spread of disease in Minzhou. Each of these acts now appeared exceedingly cruel. It seemed she had once held a distorted view, finding a lure in such a male lead. Umitba, the believer has found her way back in this lifetime. She shall undertake more virtuous deeds, beseeching the heavens for abundant merit to alter her fate. Qiao Tianjing had just heard mention of the dam collapse and the Minzhou epidemic, feeling a wave of despair wash over him, pondering how many innocent lives would be affected. Hearing further details left him both amused and exasperated, until Qiao Jiao Jiao uttered the phrase altering one's fate, prompting Qiao Tianjing to finally adopt a serious demeanor. Indeed, what lay ahead for the Qiao family was a path of defying destiny. Greetings to the crown prince, greetings to the second prince. A clear, melodious voice suddenly resonated, startling Qiao Jiao Jiao from her reverie. She looked up to see a pair of siblings standing between the crown prince and the second prince. The young man in front wore luxurious satin robes, his lips curved in a smile, his eyes playful, holding a folding fan, exuding an air of nobility and charm. The young lady trailing slightly behind was even more captivating. Clad in exquisite attire, with a delicate face and a soft smile that radiated allure, she appeared enchanting beyond compare. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Lord Shang and Miss Shang," the crown prince replied nonchalantly, and it was "Humph, I had just thought them handsome and beautiful, but now, upon closer inspection, it is merely the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, and they are fanning themselves ostentatiously. What are they trying to accomplish? Moreover, Miss Shang, do not think I am oblivious. Your gaze is practically glued to the male lead." Upon hearing Qiao Jiao Jiao's remarks, Qiao Tianjing quickly cast a glance at Sheng Xiuran. Indeed, he found her eyes brimming with spring-like warmth, lingering on the second prince with an almost palpable intensity. The onlookers could not help but smirk at the unfolding scene, fully aware that today's gathering was meant to transcend rank. Yet the two from the Duke of Qing's household seemed intent on breaching decorum. Were they simply eager to curry favor? Previously, they had debated whether the title of the capital's most beautiful maiden belonged to Miss Xiao or Miss Shang, but now it was evident that at least Miss Xiao had no intentions of flattering anyone. Meng Guxue, seated in the corner, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing such a captivating beauty standing before the second prince. Her intuition was seldom wrong. Miss Shang Xiuran was undoubtedly her rival, and a formidable one at that. Dreadful, why hasn't the poetry gathering commenced yet? Just as Meng Guxue was growing increasingly anxious, a sudden sharp sound of wood striking the table commanded everyone's attention. Upon learning of the Shang siblings' identities, Qiao Jiao Jiao lost interest in them and began wriggling in the crown. The crown prince, noticing her movements, gently adjusted his arms to prevent her from falling, then turned his gaze toward Shang Mingqing. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Lord Shang?" implied the crown prince, hinting that he had noticed the obstruction caused by the Shang siblings. Shang Mingqing hesitated, ultimately deciding to seek the crown prince's favor at a more opportune moment, and thus bowed in retreat. Before departing, Shang Xiuran cast a lingering gaze at the second prince, yet he never once lifted his eyes to acknowledge her, leaving her feeling utterly dejected. The exquisite dress she wore had cost her mother several hundred taels of silver, crafted painstakingly over 3 months by the seamstresses of Jiangnan. She had adorned herself splendidly today, solely for him to notice her. Was it truly, as he had said, that upon their next encounter, they would behave as though they were strangers? Meng Gushue observed the scene with keen interest, and upon seeing Sheng Xiuran retreat in disappointment, she could not help but raise her eyebrows in triumph. Such an ordinary beauty could hardly capture the attention of her destined soulmate. No matter how extravagantly adorned, it would all be in vain. With Meng Gushue's self-satisfied demeanor, she had already begun to envision the second prince as her possession. As the view opened up once more, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt at ease, comfortably leaning against the crown prince. On stage, 2 elderly gentlemen had taken their seats. One was Mr. Zhao Wenju. The crowd fell silent, paying their respects to the 2 gentlemen in addition to the dozens of stone tables set up in the venue. The grassy area behind was also filled with scholars who had come to the capital for the examination. Gu Qianshan habitually stroked his beard and stated plainly, "Today, we shall set aside formalities and engage in poetry as friends." Zhao Wenju chimed in, "In previous years, poetry often revolved around themes of nature, lamenting the flourishing grass and the prosperity of the nation. This year, Mr. and I have decided to take an opposite approach. At this declaration, most attendees appeared intrigued, while those hoping to gain prominence through the gathering grew anxious. Many had hastily prepared verses for today's event, and now it seemed their efforts might be in vain. Gu Qianshan, unfazed by the crowd's reaction, suddenly stood up, his expression turning grave as he proclaimed, "On the Lantern Festival, I witnessed with my own eyes northern bandits infiltrating the capital to assassinate the crown prince, an unforgivable crime. Though the Daong dynasty appears peaceful today, we must not forget the resentments and humiliations of yesteryear, nor the brave men who shed their blood on the battlefield to defend our homeland. A gentleman must remain vigilant in times of peace. He must learn from the past to guide the future, and he must strive ceaselessly. Ladies and gentlemen, please chapter 37. I can only resort to my ultimate move." Amidst the resplendent and romantic peach blossom grove, the fervent and resonant words echoed, perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of contrast, causing Qiao Jiao Jiao to involuntarily break out in goosebumps. She sensed the crown prince's arm around her tighten suddenly, revealing that this benevolent air was equally stirred and deeply moved. The surroundings fell into an instant silence, when suddenly an abrupt shout of admiration rang out, "Mr. Gu speaks wisely." Qiao Jiao Jiao turned her head and instinctively raised a hand to her forehead. Indeed, such unabashed sincerity, so dryly praised, could only originate from her own brother, the simpleton who could read but was utterly clueless about poetry. Xiao Di, noticing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, was left utterly perplexed. "Why are you all staring at me? Aren't you composing poetry? Is your mind as muddled as mine when it comes to poetry?" At this utterance, laughter erupted throughout the venue. Xiao Qianyu, seated beside Xiao Qianlan, laughed particularly heartily. Xiao Qianlan tugged at her sister's sleeve, her expression one of exasperation as she softly reminded, "Sister, keep your laughter down." Xiao Qianyu, puzzled, questioned why she should laugh quietly. After all, this person was indeed amusing. "Sister, look at all these young masters and misses in attendance. Who would dare boldly admit to being a fool?" Xiao Qianlan gently poked her sister's forehead, her tone affectionate as she chided, "What do you mean, fool? Speak carefully, or you might find yourself slapped. This gentleman is the second son of the Qiao family. He merely excels in martial arts." "Excels in martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "He is the son of Lord Qiao, so surely his martial prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals." Xiao Qianlan, seeing her sister's excitement, quickly grasped her sleeve, warning her, "Sister, don't act recklessly. Today is a poetry gathering, not a martial arts competition." Xiao Qianlan understood her sister well. If she didn't restrain her, Xiao Qianyu might stand up to challenge Qiao Di on the spot. Xiao Qianyu observed her sister's anxious demeanor, puffing her cheeks slightly. All right, I understand. Sister, quickly compose your acerbic poem. I promise to behave. Will that suffice? Still unconvinced, Xiao Qianlan continued to hold her sister's sleeve while pondering her verses. Menggu Shui, taken aback by Mr. Gu's unexpected theme, felt no trepidation. With thousands of poems swirling in her mind, any chosen would surely stand out. Yet, in her desire to make a striking impression and to avoid coinciding with another unknown time traveler's work, she resolved to select a particularly unique or unconventional angle. Thus, she would need to deliberate carefully. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes darted around, while Qiao Tianjing perked up his ears, intent on not missing her vital thoughts. Perhaps due to the altered events of the Lantern Festival, the butterfly effect had transformed the theme of today's poetry gathering. Consequently, she was uncertain which poem the heroine would choose. However, there was no doubt that any poem she selected would undoubtedly astonish the entire assembly. Qiao Jiao Jiao's confidence was not in Menggu Shui, but rather in the what to do. She could not allow the male and female leads to fall in love. Otherwise, their clandestine discussions would inevitably lead to calculations against the Qiao family. As Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered deeply, Qiao Tianjing was also swiftly surveying the scene. Perhaps, devise a plan to send Menggu Shui away? Just then, Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts echoed in his mind. It seemed unlikely that she could manipulate Menggu Shui. Judging by her eager demeanor, she was determined to make a name for herself in the capital today. Qiao Tianjing. Unlike Qiao Jiao Jiao, Qiao Tianjing was unfamiliar with Menggu Shui. She understood the sense of superiority that came from being a time traveler, while Menggu Shui clearly harbored ambitious aspirations to ascend the social ladder. Qiao Jiao Jiao scanned the surroundings. Since Menggu Shui's path was impassable, she had to find a way to distract the male lead. Qiao Tianjing's brow furrowed. The second prince's noble status made this task considerably more challenging. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of anxiety. In her eyes, the male lead was far more formidable than Menggu Shui. Let me see if there is a way to blind him or deafen him in the shop. As long as the male lead did not witness the heroine outshining everyone else, preventing them from exchanging knowing glances would suffice. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Di? What shop? What blind or deaf charms? Qiao Jiao Jiao summoned the virtuous merit shop, and a transparent panel emerged before her, the top left corner boldly stating, Virtuous points, 140. Although Madame Qiao had continued to perform good deeds in Qiao Jiao Jiao's name, the points had remained stagnant at 140 since 2 months ago. Qiao Jiao Jiao speculated that she would need to. With a flick of her finger, she scoured the unlocked items, only to find no blind or deaf charms. There were, however, leg-stretching and eye-bulging pills, but such pills were not charms. The male lead was no fool. Why would he consume something of dubious origin? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qiao Jiao Jiao closed the shop with a sigh. Alas, old Yin Wang is too stingy. This golden finger is not generous enough. In that case, she would have to resort to her ultimate move. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Di's eyes lit up at this revelation. Little sister actually has a hidden trump card. In the realm of ancient romantic tales, the male lead often possessed various quirks, such as obsessive cleanliness or an allergy to all women except the hair. Coincidentally, Prince Jing had such a characteristic. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Di. Why do we suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Qiao Jiao Jiao resolutely made up her mind. Then I shall employ the urine trick. If I urinate on him, with his cleanliness obsession, he will surely rush home to soak for an entire day and night. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Di. Very well, the premonition had come true. While this tactic might be effective, it felt rather disgraceful. Without hesitation, Qiao Jiao Jiao sprang upright from the crown prince's embrace and reached toward the second prince with a series of babbling sounds. The crown prince looked on in confusion. Qiao girl, what is the matter? Qiao Jiao Jiao leaned closer to the second prince, her voice filled with faux remorse. I am so shameless, sob. I must rely on urine to defy destiny. The second prince cast a sideways glance at Qiao Jiao Jiao, promptly choosing to ignore her. However, Qiao Jiao Jiao, undeterred by his lack of attention, began to call out louder until all eyes were drawn to her in astonishment. Seeing this, Qiao Tianjing had no choice but to rise and play along. Jiao Jiao, be good. Big brother will hold you. Internally, Qiao Jiao Jiao thought, silly big brother. You have no idea the great endeavor your sister is undertaking. Don't stop me. Qiao Tianjing nearly burst into laughter, but maintained a serious facade, adding fuel to the fire. Be good, Jiao Jiao. You cannot cling to the second prince like this. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened. Big brother. You understand me. Yes. Quickly let the male lead hold me. The crowd suddenly realized that the little Qiao girl sought the second prince's embrace. Indeed, children possess a keen sense of beauty and ugliness, recognizing the allure of the second prince at such a young age. However, given the adorable nature of this little girl from the Qiao family, they would be willing to oblige her request for a hug. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, everyone turned their collective gaze toward the second prince. Chapter 38. A woman's resolve determines her standing. The second prince, observing the exuberant Qiao Jiao Jiao rushing towards him, instantly furrowed his brow. He harbored a strong aversion to children and had never had any prior interactions with them. Moreover, she was a child of the Qiao family. The crown prince, witnessing Qiao Jiao Jiao's earnest desire to approach the second prince, could not suppress a wry smile. Brother, it seems this girl from the Qiao family is quite fond of you, he implied, suggesting, perhaps you should hold her for a moment? Initially, the second prince was wholly reluctant, yet the crown prince's words compelled him to reconsider. If he resisted too vehemently, might the crown prince suspect him of harboring grievances against the Qiao family? Furthermore, would onlookers think he was deliberately putting on airs? After all, if the crown prince was willing to embrace her, how could he refuse? No, given that the Zhu Chui pavilion had recently been destroyed and the incident involving northern assassins had come to light, he needed to maintain a low profile during this period. With these thoughts in mind, the second prince finally extended his hand towards Qiao Jiao Jiao. Qiao Jiao Jiao's cunning plan had succeeded halfway, and her eyes immediately sparkled with delight. As the second prince awkwardly placed her on his lap, she silently prayed for herself. Dear protagonist, I am but a child. Please do not let your temper get the better of you. At that moment, people gradually finished composing their poems. As the rice paper was handed to Art, Gu and Mr. Zhao, they began to scrutinize it meticulously. If they encountered any line of poetry worthy of praise, they would read it aloud for the audience to appreciate. Those young ladies and gentlemen who received their approval proudly held their heads high, basking in the admiration or envy of others. Meng Gushue had actually completed her poem long ago, yet at this moment, she could not help but feel anxious. For her handwriting was appallingly ugly. Before her transmigration, she had scarcely practiced calligraphy. After arriving in this world, she had been preoccupied with finding her place and contending with the illegitimate children of the household, leaving her no time to hone her writing skills. Would this paper simply be discarded as waste by the two gentlemen? Filled with regret, Meng Gushue pondered deeply, finally clenching her fist and striking it against the stone table, causing her knuckles to graze the surface until they bled. Wincing in pain, she gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stifled any sound and quickly retrieved a handkerchief to bandage her hand. A woman must be resolute. Otherwise, her standing remains precarious. If the two gentlemen inquired later, she would possess a perfect excuse. Then she could rush home to diligently practice her writing, rendering her excuse flawless. With this thought, Meng Gushue slowly rose to her feet. Qiao Jiao Jiao, who had been observing her closely, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm upon seeing her stand. Taking a deep breath, Meng Gushue walked with determination towards the two gentlemen, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. After all, this was merely some obscure fictitious dynasty. Let her, a woman from a new era, demonstrate how to outmaneuver these antiquated relics. Most importantly, she intended to win the second prince's favor. Such a remarkable figure, once under her guidance, would surely ascend to the throne in no time. At that point, she would have the second prince dismiss his harem, favoring her alone. She would be the epitome of maternal grace. Just as Meng Gushue was lost in her daydreams, a sudden uproar erupted at the banquet. Quickly, she stood on her tiptoes to see what was happening, only to Qiao Jiao Jiao. No exaggeration, I truly saw murderous intent on the protagonist's face just now. Seeing Meng Gushue approach the dais, Qiao Jiao Jiao understood she could no longer delay. Thus, she swallowed her embarrassment and unleashed her pent-up emotions, leading to the scene before her. Looking down, Qiao Jiao Jiao noticed that because the second prince had reacted so swiftly, she had only managed to dampen a small area of his front. Of course, for someone with a penchant for cleanliness, even a small Qiao Tianjing had prepared for this moment. Upon witnessing the second prince's grim expression as he grasped Qiao Jiao Jiao by the nape of her neck, he rushed to her aid, concerned that such handling might choke his little sister. However, on the surface, he had to repeatedly apologize. "Your Highness, my younger sister has acted without decorum. I implore you to show leniency." Xiao Dai was more direct, striding forward with an apologetic expression. "Your Highness, my little sister is still young. It was unintentional. If you must hold someone accountable, let it be me. I can endure any punishment." The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, offering various remarks. The second prince's expression darkened. He felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially in the area that had been dampened, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Hearing the surrounding chatter, a chill settled in the second prince's heart. Given that the crown prince had been magnanimous and forgiving, he, as the younger brother, had no reason to lose his temper. With this in mind, he coolly remarked, "Enough, it is merely a child. The weather is still quite chilly in March. Eldest brother, please escort the young lady of the Qiao family away to change her attire." Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing's face immediately brightened with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. And may I?" He cast a discreet glance at the second prince's damp hem. Instantly, the second prince found the wet spot increasingly intolerable and turned to the crown prince, saying, Seeing the crown prince nod, the second prince strode away with urgency, his steps betraying a hint of impatience. Meng Gushue watched, her mouth agape in disbelief. How can he leave so quickly? My poem has yet to be recited. Had it not been for the lessons on decorum instilled in her by Madame Ming during this time, she would have eagerly called out to retain the second prince. In this moment, she lamented her earlier hesitation. Had she not fretted over her handwriting and acted more decisively, the second prince would have been captivated by her brilliance. Now, as she watched the second prince's figure vanish among the peach blossoms, she could only stomp her feet in frustration. Qiao Jiao Jiao, witnessing the second prince's departure, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Do not doubt. Had it not been in a public setting, were I not the daughter of the Qiao family, the protagonist would have surely strangled me. How splendid! Though I have become a shameless scoundrel, I have at least succeeded in driving the protagonist away. The poetry gathering, once a high-sweet plotline, had now been muddled by her interference. The chances for the male and female leads to solidify their bond would surely diminish. Alas, even a trivial incident can defy fate. Chapter 39. The moment of show-off has arrived in Meng Gushue's heart. There was just moments ago, she had meticulously crafted what she believed to be a fine poem and was about to present it to M.R. Gu and Mr. Zhao when the second prince was driven away by a maid from the Qiao family. The thought of having anticipated this poetry gathering in the eastern outskirts for a full 6 months made Shang Xiu Ran's heartache. Now, all she could hope for was that her poem would capture the favor of Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao, thus elevating her reputation as a talented woman. Such recognition would surely lead the second prince to regard her with newfound admiration through the words of others. It must be noted that Shang Xiu Ran and Meng Gushue were thinking along similar lines. While Meng Shui remained resentful and unwilling to accept her predicament, Shang Xiuran had already approached her. With an air of haughtiness, she glanced at the dazed Meng Shui and let out a disdainful snort. Who was this young lady, seemingly so young yet so impatient to show off? How ridiculous! Shang Xiuran wore a face of scorn, but when addressing Mr. and Mr. Zhao, she instantly transformed into a picture of decorum. Meng Shui, coming back to her senses, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Shang Xiuran's pretentious demeanor. In the presence of my poetry, no matter which esteemed family. However, Meng Shui paid her no mind and gracefully walked back to her seat. Shang Xiuran realized she could not behave rudely in public, so she suppressed her anger and returned to her position behind the stone table. Meanwhile, Qiao Di hurriedly carried Qiao Jiao Jiao through the peach grove, where Lu Ma stood waiting outside. Second brother, hurry, hurry, faster. Meng Shui's poem is about to be read. I don't want to miss it. Oh no. Qiao Jiao Jiao's urgency startled Qiao Di, prompting him to use his lightness skill, causing her whimpering to turn into squeals of surprise. Lu Ma was quick on her feet, changing Qiao Jiao Jiao into clean attire in no time. Seeing this, Qiao Di, no longer needing to be urged, darted out swiftly. Ah, second brother, you're amazing. You're incredible. Just as Qiao Di emerged from the peach grove with Qiao Jiao Jiao in his arms, he heard Mr. asking, which one is Miss Ming from the Ming family? Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up at the sound. Oh yes, we made it. The moment for our heroine to shine has arrived. Meng Shui stood up slowly and gracefully said, I greet Mr. I am Meng Shui from the Ming family. The crowd turned their gazes towards her, astonished to see Mr. Gu call her name, for those previously named had their poetry acknowledged. This young lady appeared quite youthful. Could she possibly possess hidden poetic talent? In the audience, Shang Xiuran clenched her handkerchief, nearly grinding her teeth. Her poem had been submitted alongside Meng Shui's, yet Mr. Gu had singled out Meng Shui without mentioning her name. Was her work truly inferior to that of the obscure Meng Shui? As the crowd murmured, Mr. Gu suddenly spoke. Miss Ming's poem is exceptionally well written. At this proclamation, an audible gasp swept through the audience. The phrase, exceptionally well written, emerging from Mr. Gu's lips, was indeed a tremendous accolade. The complete poem read as follows. I vow to sweep away the Xiongnu without concern for my life. 5,000 sable robes lost to the dust of the enemy. How pitiful are the bones by the uncertain river, still, they linger as dreams in the spring. Gu's words echoed. The hall fell into a profound silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Qiao Tianjing looked on in astonishment. Had he not learned from his younger sister that these verses were penned by the long-gone predecessors from Meng Shui's world, he would have been left in awe of her poetic prowess. Unlike others who sang praises of warriors or lamented the northern people with anger, Meng Shui's poignant linking of bones by the river and dreams in the boudoir truly evoked a sense of sorrow, perfectly aligned with her identity as a young lady. Indeed, Meng Shui has chosen her words wisely. Even Qiao Jiao Jiao nodded in affirmation of Meng Shui's remarkable performance. The crown prince wore a look of surprise. He had not anticipated that the 10-year-old daughter of the Meng family possessed such talent, surpassing everyone present. Gradually, whispers filled the air, mingling astonishment with skepticism. How could someone so young compose such verses? Surely, she must have had someone else write it for her, only to seek the spotlight. Indeed, resorting to such deceit for the sake of vanity reveals poor character. These sentiments were incited by Shang Xiuran, who had encouraged her sycophantic companions to echo her disdain. As these words spread, they found resonance with the majority. Qiao Jiao Jiao, nestled comfortably in Qiao Tianjing's embrace, wore an expression of delight as she anticipated the unfolding drama. How she wished she had some sunflower seeds to snack on while enjoying the spectacle. In response to the rising tide of skepticism, Mr. Gu gradually stood up. His expression was solemn, his demeanor serious. The utmost virtue of a scholar lies in character, followed by talent. If Miss Ming truly possesses such literary gifts, I shall not wrong her today. However, if she is merely a name-seeker, then she shall find no place in future poetry gatherings. Meng Guxue inhaled slightly. She understood the gravity of today's poetry gathering for her. Miss Ming, I have a few questions for you. Meng Guxue promptly nodded. Mr. Gu, please go ahead. Gu unfolded Meng Guxue's piece of parchment for all to see. And Qiao Gu, my right hand is injured, making it difficult to hold the brush. It was not my intention to offend the gentleman's eyes. She slowly unwrapped the cloth binding her hand, revealing a blood-streaked palm, a justification that was in. Qiao Jiao Jiao secretly grinned. Wow, Meng Guxue has a bit of courage in her. Gu nodded inwardly, finding her explanation somewhat understandable. He proceeded to inquire, second, from where did the Xiongnu and the uncertain river derive? Do you have any literary references? Meng Guxue had not anticipated that these scholarly individuals would be so meticulous, but fortunately, she had already prepared her response. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Bride Snatcher. Looking back, Gu remarked that the term Huns here refers to the brigands of the northern lands, while the Wooding River was a mere fabrication of my OW and at this point. Having traversed through time, she had not taken the time to peruse any geographical texts. How could she possibly know whether a river existed between the Great Yong Dynasty and the Northern Territories? Surely, the use of the name Wooding was not of great consequence. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianshan's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, there is a river at the border between the Great Yong Dynasty and the Northern Realm, aptly named Wooding. Every citizen of the Great Yong should be familiar with the Battle of Wooding, a decisive victory led by General Qiao that turned the tide of war, thus bestowing fame upon the Wooding River. Meng Guxue's alteration of Wooding to Wooding was, upon closer inspection, quite inappropriate. Earlier, when the audience listened to Gu recite poetry, they instinctively felt pity for the bones by the Wooding River. Now, upon learning it was instead referred to as Wooding, their expressions became subtly intriguing. Qiao Jiao Jiao sensed the shift in atmosphere and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly slapped her thigh. Ah, I almost forgot my father's remarkable achievements. The Battle of Wooding. Oh no, the female protagonist is somewhat unfortunate. On a minor note, it simply reflects her ignorance, not even knowing of the Wooding River. On a grander scale, it could lead to a literary inquisition. At this point, all eyes were on the Crown Prince to gauge his reaction. Clearly, the thoughts of those present aligned closely with Qiao Jiao Jiao's. The Crown Prince, seated in calm composure, slowly addressed Meng Guxue. Miss Meng, are you unaware of the Wooding River? Meng Guxue was taken aback by the Crown Prince's direct engagement, but, attuned to the expressions of those around her, she was not naive enough to believe she had captivated his interest. The Wooding River? So, there exists a river by that name in the Great Yong Dynasty? The bewilderment on Meng Guxue's face was evident, and the Crown Prince understood her plight. He averted his gaze and remarked coolly, Miss Meng, your poetic talent is indeed remarkable and rare. However, a truly erudite individual should not confine themselves to mere ornate language and beautiful verses. One should cultivate a comprehensive understanding of history, harbor a love for one's country, and never forget the greater good. As the Crown Prince's words settled, the room fell into a profound silence. All present wore expressions of solemnity, tinged with trepidation, which left Meng Guxue feeling breathless. This was her first encounter with the regal authority of the imperial family in this unfamiliar dynasty. The mere presence of the Crown Prince exuded an intense pressure. At that moment, the once condescending Meng Guxue found her legs trembling, and unbeknownst to her, sweat dampened her. She sensed that had she displayed even the slightest indication of familiarity with the Wooding River, she might have been dragged away on the spot. Mr. Gu, please continue with the poetry recital. Miss Meng's talent is indeed worthy of recognition. With the Crown Prince's decisive affirmation, the atmosphere gradually eased. After all, the blunder of misnaming the Wooding River was sufficient proof that this poem indeed originated from Meng Guxue's own hand. With a heart full of unease, Meng Gushue returned to her seat, pondering why every unfolding event seemed to defy her expectations, never once proceeding smoothly. Subsequently, many others had their verses selected for appraisal, yet none matched the brilliance of Meng Gushue's. After a time, Qiao Jiao Jiao grew bored and began to glance around, her vibrant spirit reminiscent of the crown prince's younger days. "Come here, Jiao Jiao." He extended his hand towards her. Eager to forge a good rapport with the crown prince, she cheerfully nestled into his embrace, playfully poking his face or tugging at his sleeve. The crown prince's expression softened in indulgence, and to the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. Was the crown prince truly this doting towards the Qiao girl? Meng Gushue discreetly observed the crown prince and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the carefree smile adorning Qiao Jiao Jiao's face, her heart tinged with bitterness. It is indeed a skill to be born into a fortunate life. If only she could have inhabited the role of this Qiao lady, adored and cherished by all, what man would she not be able to choose? Lost in her envy and jealousy of Qiao Jiao Jiao, she remained oblivious to the pair of resentful eyes fixed intently upon her. As the hour approached for luncheon, the first half of the poetry gathering came to a halt. In the absence of excessive formality, the crown prince invited Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu, the two brothers, to dine with him. Observing that the crown prince showed no inclination to release Qiao Jiao Jiao, Qiao Diyu felt puzzled. Being quite straightforward, he couldn't help but ask, "Shun, are you not concerned that your sister might?" Qiao Jiao Jiao interjected, "I would never." Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu replied in unison, "I don't believe." "Please wait." A sudden voice called from behind. Turning to see Shang Mingxing hastening towards them, his expression was one of urgency. Qiao Jiao Jiao arched an eyebrow, wondering what Shang Mingxing wanted with the crown prince. As the crown prince paused, Shang Mingxing exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a glance at Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu before hesitantly saying, "Your Highness, may I request a moment of your time?" Qiao Jiao Jiao was now brimming with curiosity. "Crown Prince, grant him his wish. Let's see what mischief Shang Mingxing is up to." The crown prince recalled that Shang Xiuran was among the candidates for the crown princess, thus he nodded slowly. "Let us walk a bit further. Delang and Erlang may wait here." Seeing the crown prince depart with Qiao Jiao Jiao in tow, Qiao Diyu was about to voice a reminder, but Qiao Tianjing grasped his sleeve. "Let her go. This way, we can discern Shang Mingxing's intentions." Realizing the wisdom in his brother's words, Qiao Diyu nodded in agreement. Not far from a peach tree, the crown prince maintained a calm demeanor, addressing Shang Mingxing. "What is it you wish to discuss with me?" Shang Mingxing appeared flustered, even a touch bashful. Qiao Jiao Jiao thought to herself, "What's with Shang Mingxing suddenly acting like a bashful young man? Isn't he the notorious rake? Besides, he has an entire harem at home." With an anxious lick of his lips, Shang Mingxing finally bowed and spoke. "Your Highness, I wish to request." Shang Mingxing is trying to snatch a bride right before the rightful suitor. Ha! This is going to be entertaining. Chapter 41. Is there a mutual affection? A beautiful visage suddenly flashed through the prince's mind, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Shang Mingxing remained bent over, and upon noticing the prince's prolonged silence, he mustered the courage to raise his head. The prince swiftly composed his expression and inquired nonchalantly, "Since Lord Shang wishes to propose a marriage," however, he could not help but feel a profound affection for Miss Xiao. From the very first glance, he was utterly captivated. Since that encounter with her stunning beauty, the other charming ladies in his life had paled in comparison. Faced with the prince's probing, Shang Mingxing had already concocted an excuse. "I do not wish to mislead your Highness. My father believes that the general of the cavalry's status is too elevated for our family, and thus disapproves." This rationale was indeed plausible, as it was not uncommon for high-ranking families in the capital to engage in marriages of lower status. The prince's gaze darkened at this revelation, and he suddenly asked, "Does Miss Xiao know of your affections?" Shang Mingxing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a question from the prince. Naturally, Miss Xiao was unaware of his feelings. He had merely glimpsed her from afar and found himself enamored. He had yet to exchange a single word with her. Yet, in order to persuade the prince to agree to the marriage, he felt compelled to resort to any means necessary. Otherwise, his father would surely remain obstinate. With this thought, Shang Mingcheng lowered his head slightly, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and shyness. Your Highness, I must confess, my heart has long been entwined with that of Miss Xiao, but we have always adhered to propriety and have never engaged in clandestine exchanges. At this juncture, Qiao Jiao Jiao nearly exploded with rage. Good heavens, this Shang Mingcheng is undoubtedly lying. What mutual affection? Nonsense. Miss Xiao harbors feelings solely for the prince. Your Highness, do not believe his deceit. This Shang Mingcheng is merely coveting Miss Zhao's beauty. If she were to marry him, it would be akin to stepping into a fiery pit. Unfortunately, the prince was oblivious to Qiao Jiao Jiao's silent outcry. Upon hearing Shang Mingcheng's words, his expression darkened further, and a chill emanated from him. Mutual affection, you say? Shang Mingcheng felt a twinge of panic, yet in pursuit of winning the heart of the fair maiden, he boldly nodded, pleading for the prince's blessing. Qiao Jiao Jiao could no longer contain her indignation. Blessing? Ridiculous. You, lecher. A shameless scoundrel. A rogue driven by lust. The prince stood silently, neither acquiescing nor rejecting. Although Shang Mingcheng did not receive the prince's definitive approval, he felt a glimmer of hope amidst his disappointment. Thank you, Your Highness. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dine at the pavilion in the eastern outskirts? I have already made arrangements with the two young masters of the Qiao family. Shang Mingcheng, feeling disheartened, could only retreat in disappointment. The prince lingered under the peach tree for a moment, then finally spoke in a subdued tone. So she has already shared a bond of mutual affection with Lord Shang? Qiao Jiao Jiao was frantic. What a whirlwind of rumors! The prince must not be deceived. If necessary, ask Miss Xiao. She may not even know Lord Shang. As the prince emerged from the peach grove, he was immediately greeted by Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu. They quickly heard Qiao Jiao Jiao's furious diatribe. Oh my, today has truly opened my eyes, that shameless Shang Mingcheng. Qiao Jiao Jiao ranted on, while Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu adeptly extracted the pertinent details from her tirade. Thus, it became clear that Shang Mingcheng sought the emperor's decree to marry the intended side consort, Xiao Qianlan, and had falsely claimed an affection for her to achieve his aims. Most alarmingly, it appeared the prince was inclined to believe him. How troublesome. Qiao Tianjing could not help but feel a headache coming on. How are we to resolve this? As men, neither my brother nor I could simply approach the two young ladies of the Xiao family. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao Jiao was deep in thought, when suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. I wonder if my elder sister-in-law has any connections with Miss Xiao. If so, it would be advantageous to have her act as an intermediary. However, this thought soon deflated her spirits again. But even if my sister-in-law and Miss Xiao do share a friendship, how can I approach her for assistance? At this point, all they could do was hope for the prince to remain composed, not to be easily swayed by Shang Mingcheng's words, but rather to send someone to investigate. Ah, what a convoluted affair. Qiao Jiao Jiao leaned wearily against the prince's shoulder, her mood considerably dampened. Yet, upon hearing her words, Qiao Tianjing's eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed a brilliant plan. However, it seems I must overstep boundaries and meet her privately. The thought sent a flush of warmth through Qiao Tianjing's heart. After lunch, Qiao Jiao Jiao was carried into the carriage by Lu Mama. Having exhausted her mental faculties throughout the morning, she quickly fell asleep upon closing her eyes. Qiao Tianjing instructed Qiao Diyu to keep a close watch on Qiao Jiao Jiao, while he stealthily made his way towards the distant peach grove. At this moment, many were resting in their carriages, preparing for the afternoon's poetry gathering. Others sat in small groups along the riverbank, engaging in lively conversation and making new acquaintances. Qiao Tianjing ventured deeper into the peach grove, feeling a faint blush creeping up his ears. This secluded area was devoid of foot traffic. Surely, she was nearby. He slowed his pace, carefully stepping past a flourishing peach tree, when a delicate figure in pale pink caught his eye. His heart raced, and he halted abruptly. Han. Miss Han. Qiao Tianjing found himself momentarily tongue-tied. Han Yaxian slowly turned to face him, her tranquil countenance tinged with a hint of bashfulness, truly a vision that rivaled the blooming peach blossoms. You seek me for what purpose? Although they were already betrothed, it was still considered improper to meet privately before the wedding. Had it not been for the insistence of his attendant, citing a matter of utmost importance, she would not have come. Qiao Tianjing was acutely aware of the impropriety of his actions and thus refrained from advancing, instead offering a gentle bow to Han Yaxian. Miss Han, I sincerely apologize for my abruptness. Seeing this, Han Yaxian hurriedly took a step forward to assist him, but midway, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she halted. There is no need for such formality. If there is something of importance, please speak. A gentle breeze rustled the petals around them. Qiao Tianjing's expression turned serious as he proceeded to detail the matter at hand. He spoke in hushed tones, their conversation concealed by the soft rustling of the branches, ensuring that only Han Yaxian could hear him. Chapter 42. How supportive the elder sister-in-law is. After a brief moment, Han Yaxian managed to suppress her embarrassment. With a serious expression, she gently nodded. Since you have such trust in me, I shall give it a try. Qiao Tianjing could almost hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Suddenly, in a moment of foolishness, he remarked, That hairpin suits you very well. Han Yaxian instinctively raised her hand to touch the hairpin nestled in her updo. In the next instant, both of their faces flushed crimson, and they turned away in unison. Then, it is settled, Qiao Tianjing said awkwardly. Han Yaxian replied hastily. Unable to remain any longer, Qiao Tianjing hurriedly. That hairpin had been meticulously chosen by him. It was his first time selecting a gift for a woman, and he had deliberated long and hard, choosing with great care. He had included the hairpin in the betrothal gifts for the Han family, never expecting that Miss Han would select it and wear it today. The feeling was indescribable, as if his heartfelt intention had been cherished. A sweet warmth filled his heart, and his steps grew lighter. Hearing the receding footsteps behind her, Han Yaxian couldn't help but glance back, her heart racing. This foolish man, who presents a bamboo-shaped hairpin inscribed with small characters as a betrothal gift, it was clearly his handiwork. Unable to resist, Miss Han gently caressed the hairpin atop her head, her heart brimming with an indescribable sweetness. Qiao Jiao Jiao awoke from a deep slumber, feeling utterly refreshed. Lu Momo thoughtfully wiped her face and restyled her hair into 2 small buns before sending her into Qiao Diu's embrace. Second brother, there is still half an hour until— Shall we take a stroll along the riverbank? Qiao Tianjing casually suggested, discreetly signaling to Qiao Diu. Qiao Diu understood the cue and replied, It would be better to invite Brother Shen along. The 2 brothers, cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao, found the crown prince, who was reading in his carriage. Qiao Diu, bold and unreserved, warmly addressed him, Brother Shen, shall we go out for a walk? The crown prince smiled, surveying the court. Only Qiao's second son dared to be so carefree in his presence, and he rather enjoyed this unrestrained demeanor. Very well, the crown prince replied, stepping down from the carriage, led by Qiao Tianjing as they strolled eastward along the riverbank. When it came to conversation, Qiao Tianjing and the crown prince found themselves more in sync, while Qiao Diu entertained Qiao Jiao Jiao, alternating between admiring flowers by the roadside and teasing the birds in the trees, eliciting delightful laughter from her. The crown prince, initially in a somber mood, began to relax as he took in the vibrant scenery and the carefree laughter of the children around him. In the distance, they spotted a pavilion. Qiao Tianjing's heart stirred slightly. Your Highness, we still have ample time. Shall we sit in the pavilion? The crown prince nodded in agreement. As they approached the pavilion, they suddenly heard soft, delicate voices. Qiao Tianjing's heart skipped a beat, a wave of joy washing over him. It was her. She had indeed invited the Xiao sisters. From their position, obscured by a large willow tree, they could not see the speakers. However, a hint of a pale blue skirt peeked out from behind the tree. Qiao Jiao Jiao, who had been glancing around, suddenly perked up. That sounds like the elder sister-in-law's voice. Wait, that skirt, that color. Could it be the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? The crown prince had already made a gesture to silence them, signaling Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu to depart. However, upon catching sight of the skirt, he found himself momentarily halted. That moment, a gentle voice rang out, "Miss Han, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. I've heard you have found a worthy suitor." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. She had overheard her speaking to the second daughter of the Xiao family earlier, and the tone was unmistakable. Qiao Tianjing felt his face flush slightly. He couldn't help but wonder what expression she wore at that moment. "Miss Xiao, even you have come to tease me," Han Yaxin's bashful voice responded. "Miss Han, I genuinely admire your character, so I shall call you Sister Han if you don't mind. I am not teasing. I believe every young lady in the capital envies you." Xiao Qianlan's voice floated gently, warm and inviting like a spring breeze. Recognizing that the time they had agreed upon was drawing near, Han Yaxin tactfully shifted the conversation to Xiao Qianlan. "Sister Xiao, you hail from a prestigious family, renowned for your beauty as the most exquisite lady in the capital. To speak candidly, I truly wonder which young man could be worthy of you. Indeed, you speak true. My sister is the finest woman in the world. I see no one in the capital who could match her. Matters of this nature are best left to our parents' discretion." Han Yaxin was aware she had overstepped. Words like these were not ones she would typically dare to utter. However, given the significance of the situation as articulated by Qiao Lang, she felt compelled to voice her concerns. Steeling herself, she took Xiao Qianlan's hand and said, "Sister Xiao, please forgive my meddling. I heard some gossip at this morning's poetry gathering that may tarnish your reputation." Xiao Qianlan's expression shifted upon hearing this. Having interacted with Han Yaxin, she recognized her as a woman of great decorum and propriety, which fostered a sense of closeness between them. Suspecting that Han Yaxin bore no ill intent, she nodded gently, "Sister Han, please continue." Drawing a deep breath, Han Yaxin seemed hesitant to continue, eventually mustering the courage to ask, "Sister Xiao, do you know Lord Shang from the Duke of Qing's residence?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince, who had been prepared to leave, felt his heart leap. Despite knowing that eavesdropping was unbecoming, he found himself unable to move. Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart raced even faster than the crown prince's. Oh my goodness, how supportive the elder sister-in-law is. Could this be fate, bringing the crown prince and the eldest daughter of the Xiao family together to resolve their misunderstandings and unite as a couple? How splendid! Let there be no melodramatic love stories. A smooth path is the best outcome. Qiao Tianjing, maintaining his composure, subtly smiled to himself. After all, success lies in one's efforts. Chapter 43. "The best of men, Lord Shang, is it Lord Shang?" questioned Xiao Qianlan, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I am aware that the Duke of Qing's household has a young lord. Yet the Duke has no ties with my family, thus I only know his name without familiarity. Why has my sister suddenly brought up Lord Shang?" Hearing this, Han Yaxin felt a sudden sense of relief. Surely this was the answer Qiao Lang desired to hear. If he were nearby, this matter should be resolved. Noticing Xiao Qianlan's puzzled gaze upon her, Han Yaxin lowered her voice and said, "Sister Xiao, during the poetry gathering today, I heard that Lord Shang seems to have some interest in you, and there have been certain rumors circulating. I see you as a gem of a person, not one to easily believe such words, yet I also understand that proving one's innocence can be exceedingly difficult. Thus, I have taken the liberty to seek you out, hoping that Sister Xiao might keep a watch. I apologize if my words seem presumptuous. Please do not hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianlan's expression altered dramatically. Such absurdity! This was indeed a grave injustice. Xiao Qianlan's sister, Xiao Qianyue, was already fuming, her brows furrowed in anger. Who dares to tarnish my sister's reputation? What does that Lord Sheng think he is, to draw near my sister? Han girl, tell me who those gossips are. I, Xiao Qianyue, shall pay them a visit. Han Yaxian, caught in a quandary, replied, Miss Xiao, I do not often mingle with others, so I cannot identify those individuals. Suddenly recalling Han Daren's reputation within the capital, Xiao Qianyue fell momentarily silent. At that moment, Xiao Qianlong quickly stood to prevent her sister from escalating the situation. Sister, did you not hear what Sister Han just said? Innocence is the hardest thing to prove. Right now, people are merely whispering among themselves. I shall maintain my purity and have no fear of such rumors. If you make a fuss out of this and it becomes common knowledge, then it is our Xiao family who will truly lose. Let it be. Those who are clear will remain so. Let them talk. Xiao Qianlong spoke with a gentle firmness, remaining calm and composed. Han Yaxian could not help but nod in admiration. Truly, the esteemed Miss Xiao possesses remarkable poise and grace. Sister Han, I am grateful for your willingness to inform me of this matter. I know it must have been difficult for you. At this, Xiao Qianlong expressed her gratitude towards Han Yaxian, empathetic to her predicament. Han Yaxian felt a sudden flush of shame at her words. How could such a splendid woman exist in the world, while she had deceived her? It was truly a sin. Qiao Jiao Jiao, overhearing this, nearly clapped her hands in delight. The misunderstanding was cleared. She then leaned forward to gauge the crown prince's expression, noticing his brow relaxed, his eyes sparkling, indicating he was in high spirits. Look at that, he is happy now. Oh dear, how can there be so many wonderful sisters-in-law, and yet their fates are all so unfortunate? Just as Qiao Jiao Jiao was lost in her lamentations, a sudden urgent cry echoed from afar, followed by a splash. Something had fallen into the water. The commotion startled Han Yaxian and the Xiao sisters, who exchanged glances and hurried over, only to be met with the sight of 3 figures. Your Highness! Xiao Qianlong exclaimed softly, quickly pulling Xiao Qianyue to bow. Han Yaxian exchanged a discreet glance with Qiao Tianjing before hastily averting her gaze. Xiao Qianlong could not ascertain how long the crown prince had been present, and recalling her conversation with Han Yaxian, her complexion paled. Surely, he could not have overheard everything. Would he know of the rumors surrounding her and Lord Shang? Would he misunderstand her? Anxiety gripped Xiao Qianlong's heart. Only moments ago, she had stood unperturbed against the whisper. Yet now, in the presence of the one she admired, a flicker of trepidation and concern arose within her. A year prior, the crown prince had come to the Xiao residence, bearing the emperor's edict. It was the first time Xiao Qianlong had laid eyes upon him. The young man stood tall, exuding an air of elegance that could not be concealed beneath his royal bearing, all while maintaining a gentlemanly grace. What was most remarkable was the crown prince's gentle demeanor, approachable and courteous even towards her parents. At that moment, Xiao Qianlong could not help but think, this must be the finest man in the world. Yet, given the crown prince's exalted status and the weighty, moreover, her father, as a general wielding military power, had historically been both favored and feared by the imperial family. She dared not hope for such a fate, nor did she wish to impose further constraints upon her father. After merely a fleeting encounter, a multitude of thoughts surged through Xiao Qianlong's mind, yet she quickly composed herself, displaying respect and propriety. The crown prince appeared somewhat embarrassed. Oh no, my eavesdropping has been discovered. This palace and the 2 young lords from the Qiao family have just arrived here, unaware that the 3 young ladies were present. The crown prince awkwardly offered an explanation. Qiao Jiao Jiao could not help but chuckle. Even the most mature of individuals can act foolishly in front of their beloved. Is this not a classic case of, there's no silver here? It would have been better had he said nothing at all. The crown prince quickly recognized this as well. What to do? Miss Xiao wouldn't he think poorly of this palace, would she, for being so flippant? Xiao Qianyue, however, was not as perceptive. She leaned forward, noticing the silence, and took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, I believe I heard someone fall into the water. Should we not go and take a look? She truly could not fathom why everyone was merely standing around, staring at one another. Xiao Di nodded emphatically, agreeing, Miss Xiao is absolutely correct. Qiao Jiao Jiao could not suppress her laughter. Indeed, second brother, you will only ever say this in front of second sister-in-law from now on. Right now, Miss Xiao is correct. In the future, it will be my wife who is correct. Haha, my second brother and sister-in-law are quite the lively pair in the capital. Hearing this, Qiao Di's eyes sparkled with delight rather than embarrassment. Look at that, she will be my future wife. How charming! The Crown Prince replied, Thank you, Miss Xiao, for providing an opportunity to smooth things over. Very well, let us go and see what has transpired. Qiao Jiao Jiao thought for a moment. It seemed that such an incident did not occur in the original narrative. Could it be that some unfortunate soul had slipped? The group hurried towards the source of the sound, and as they drew near, they indeed heard splashing and thrashing in the water. They rounded a sturdy willow tree, and the scene along the riverbank came into view. Qiao Jiao Jiao gasped. Is this ancient bullying? Standing arrogantly on the bank were 7 or 8 young ladies, among whom the most striking was Sheng Xiuran. Her resplendent gown shimmered under the sun, casting a dazzling array of colored lights. Qiao Jiao Jiao muttered, Let me see who the unfortunate victim of this bullying is. Chapter 44. Whenever someone dared to surface, she would extend her robust arm and forcibly plunge them back into the depths. This was the reason why Qiao Jiao Jiao and her companions only heard the sound of splashing water, yet no cries for help. Meanwhile, the young ladies on the shore continued to laugh and jest. Just moments ago, in her arrogant demeanor, one of them had even proclaimed that they were merely engaging in bullying, calling it a crime. How utterly ludicrous! At such a tender age, they were already vying for attention, completely oblivious to their own insignificance. Ha! Just because she penned a mediocre poem and received a nod of approval from the Crown Prince, she had become insufferably arrogant. How dare she boast of competing with Sister Shang, without even considering the disparity between their families? One flick of a finger from the Duke of Qinghua could easily leave the Meng family in ruins. Qiao Jiao Jiao quickly discerned the unfortunate victim of this bullying was none other than the protagonist herself. To her astonishment, it was Meng Gushue struggling in the water. According to the expected narrative, at this moment, Meng Gushue should have already declared her love for the male lead amidst the peach blossoms. Although Sheng Xiuran had always harbored envy towards the protagonist, she could never act on it due to the male lead's protection. Now, devoid of his shelter and basking in attention at the poetry gathering, Meng Gushue had unwittingly invited calamity upon herself. As Meng Gushue fought valiantly to resurface yet again, she was once more thrust beneath the water by the old woman. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiao Qianyue stepped in. She was warm-hearted and unwavering in her principles. These individuals were clearly ganging up on the weaker party. From their conversation, it was evident that Miss Meng had committed no heinous crime. Her only fault was inciting jealousy, yet they sought to take her life. Xiao Diyu had once been kind-hearted as well, otherwise, he would not have plunged into the water to save Meng Gushue. However, he had long since grasped from Qiao Jiao Jiao's sentiments that Meng Gushue was one of the culprits responsible for their family's misfortunes. Thus he remained stoically silent. It was futile to argue that nothing had occurred. The current state of affairs had unfolded precisely because their family had worked diligently, guided by the younger sister's thoughts. Had they not received her direction, Meng Gushue would have swiftly risen to power and soon revealed her fangs to the Qiao family. Stop! What are you doing? Are you taking a life so lightly? Xiao Qianyue stepped forward, her voice resounding with authority. This commanding declaration startled the young ladies by the bank, causing them to turn in unison. Upon catching sight of the Crown Prince behind Xiao Qianyue, they paled in terror and hastily knelt. Your Highness! The old woman by the water's edge was taken aback by the mention of the Crown Prince, slipping and falling into the water with a loud splash. Meng Gushue, having finally surfaced, glimpsed a ray of hope and desperately called out, "Your Highness, please save me." Xiao Qianyue rushed to the bank, seizing Meng Gushue's shoulders and hoisting her upwards with a sudden force. Her martial skills were commendable, matching those of any ordinary man. Meng Gushue felt an immense strength pulling her up, as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she clung tightly to Xiao Qianyue's hand. With a splash, Meng Gushue was dragged onto the shore. Trembling, she lay on the ground, her wet clothes clinging to her frail form, her complexion ashen in the chill of March. Her damp hair hung haphazardly over her face, resembling a drenched puppy in a pitiful state. Unable to bear the sight, Xiao Qianlan approached and draped her cloak over Meng Gushue. The unexpected warmth sent a shiver through Meng Gushue, and as she looked up, she met Xiao Qianlan's concerned gaze. "Miss Ming, where is your maid? I shall have her fetch you a dry outfit immediately." She could not fathom why, as a transmigrator, she found herself in such dire straits in this ignorant and backward era. She had followed her original plan to shine at the poetry gathering, yet instead of the anticipated adoration, she was met with bullying. Looking at the gentle Xiao Qianlan before her, Meng Gushue felt gratitude, yet a sense of resentment bubbled within her. If heaven had chosen her to transmigrate, why had it not bestowed upon her the identity of a noble lady like Xiao Qianlan, blessed with both status and beauty? Then, she could have effortlessly attained everything she desired without any struggle. Xiao Qianlan adjusted the cloak over Meng Gushue's shoulders, her gaze inadvertently meeting Meng Gushue's eyes. In that instant, Xiao Qianlan was momentarily taken aback. Those eyes were filled with ambition, brimming with unfulfilled desires and indignation, evoking a sense of dread. Such eyes were hardly befitting of a 10-year-old young lady. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Qianlan's expression remained unchanged, yet the sympathy. This Miss Ming appeared to be no ordinary individual. While Meng Gushue wallowed in self-pity, she remained oblivious to the whereabouts of her maid. That wretched Shang Xuran had deceived her under the pretense of the crown prince's admiration for her poetic talent, claiming he wished to discuss her work in depth. Yet her maid, sent by Madame Ming to keep watch over her, had been deliberately dispatched elsewhere to facilitate Shang Xuran's schemes. Who could have anticipated that upon arriving at the riverbank with such high hopes, she would find herself confronted by Shang Xuran and a group of ladies waiting to humiliate her? Reflecting on this, Meng Gushue shook her head in frustration. "I don't know. I have no idea where my maid is." It's no trouble. I shall send someone to fetch my clothes for you to wear." Xiao Qianyue, unable to stand by while the weak were bullied, raised her hand to call for help. Suddenly, Xiao Qianlan stood up, discreetly pressing down on Xiao Qianyue's hand, signaling her with a glance. It would be best not to entangle themselves with Miss Ming, especially regarding something as trivial as lending clothes. Who knew what complications might arise later? Though Xiao Qianyue did not grasp her sister's intentions, she understood that Xiao Qianlan was the wisest among them. If her sister shook her head, it meant it was not advisable. Thus, she awkwardly retracted her hand, muttering, "Oh dear, I also did not bring a maid." Qiao Jiao Jiao had been observing this entire scene with a cold demeanor, but upon hearing Xiao Qianyue offer her clothes to Meng Gushue, her heart skipped a beat. Before she could gesture for a halt, Xiao Qianlan had already intervened. At this moment, respect blossomed within Qiao Jiao Jiao. Indeed, the young lady who could harmonize with the crown prince was truly perceptive. Meng Gushue had always looked down upon the people of this era, perceiving them as ignorant and backward, while she, hailing from a new age, considered herself superior. However, Qiao Jiao Jiao's perspective was markedly different. Children raised in modern society were overly sheltered, their gazes often reflecting a naive clarity, commonly referred to as innocence. In contrast, the scions of high-ranking families, nurtured with utmost care, were not only precocious but also navigated a complex environment. Their thoughts were truly unfathomable. To thrive in this unfamiliar world, one must harbor reverence and adopt a guise of innocence, allowing one to traverse further. Unfortunately, Meng Gushue failed to comprehend this truth. Chapter 45. Self-destruction. The Crown Prince was taken aback by the farcical scene unfolding before him, his countenance darkening in an instant, radiating an unspoken authority. Having been raised within the confines of the imperial palace, he had been exposed to all manners of vile schemes and machinations, and he could see through the intentions of these young ladies with a mere glance. This group was evidently led by Shang Xiuran, a lady characterized by her jealousy and malice. Such a person was utterly unworthy of becoming his consort. Moreover, the Shang family's young master had the audacity to deceive him. How despicable! Shang family, the Crown Prince murmured, a cold smile suddenly gracing his lips. The family's upbringing was indeed commendable. Upon overhearing the Crown Prince's mutterings, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened with hope. The Crown Prince was displeased with the Shang family. If the scandal regarding the examination's corruption were to be made public, the residence of the Duke of Qing would surely face ruin. Xiao Tianjing felt a surge of determination ignite within him at her words. Soon, the results would be announced next month. If the Duke of Qing brought about his own downfall, their father would certainly not show mercy. At that moment, Meng Gushue lay prostrate on the ground, trembling like a leaf. Though it was March and not quite winter, the wind that swept through was bitterly cold. She sneezed repeatedly, her heart swelling with resentment. Could not the Xiao sisters lend her a hand and find her a set of dry clothes? And the Crown Prince, who had praised her at the poetry gathering that morning, now turned a blind eye to her predicament. Were the royals truly so heartless? Meng Gushue lamented the heavens and others, unwilling to reflect on her own shortcomings. Kneeling at the forefront, Shang Xiuran was equally anxious. She had meticulously maintained her image of grace and decorum before outsiders, only to have her fade shattered before the Crown Prince. It was all that Meng Gushue's fault for being so loud. It was merely a lesson intended to teach her a lesson, yet she had made such a commotion, Meng Gushue could no longer endure. Dizziness began to envelop her, and the wind by the river felt as though it were penetrating her very bones. She had heard that in ancient times, even a mere chill could prove fatal. With that thought, a shiver coursed through her, and she cried out for help. "Your Highness, you must take my side. Please save me. I am so cold." "Your Highness, it was Shang Xiuran who summoned me to this riverbank in your name. I arrived with joy in my heart, only to find her and a multitude of ladies conspiring here, instructing a malicious maid to push me into the water. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me." Qiao Jiao Jiao interjected. "Why emphasize arriving with joy in my heart?" Moreover, a moment's thought would reveal that the Crown Prince could hardly disregard propriety and privately summon a young lady for a clandestine meeting. Upon hearing these words, the Crown Prince's expression darkened further. "Miss Shang, is what Miss Ming has stated true?" A wave of panic washed over Shang Xiuran, and she immediately knelt in denial. "Your Highness, not even if I were given 100 times the courage would I dare to act in your name. While I do have some grievances with Miss Ming, pushing her into the river was indeed an excessive jest. Should your Highness wish to punish me, I shall accept my due. However, I shall never concede to such a malicious accusation from Miss Ming." Upon hearing this, Meng Gushue's fury surged within her. "Shang Xiuran, how dare you continue to feign innocence? You were the one who sent a maid to relay the message. Miss Ming, such claims are baseless. Do you have any evidence? A maid? Which maid can you point out for me to see? Or do you have any other witnesses?" Shang Xiuran interrupted Meng Gushue's assertion. Stunned into silence, Meng Gushue found herself momentarily at a loss. The maid who had delivered the message was undoubtedly dispatched by Shang Xiuran, likely sent far away by now. And upon hearing the Crown Prince's name, she had hurriedly sent her own maid away. Without evidence, she had nothing to stand on. Chilled by this realization, Meng Gushue looked up. only to meet Shang Xiuran's triumphant and disdainful gaze, as if to say, Meng Guxue, how can you possibly contend with me? Qiao Jiao Jiao watched Meng Guxue's speechlessness. Look at that clear foolishness re-emerging. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, Meng Guxue's current approach would likely have led to her demise long before the conclusion of the tale. It seemed there would be no need for me to intervene after growing up. Meng Guxue had already orchestrated her own downfall. Life thus far felt rather smooth. Qiao Tianjing chuckled at her words. You, little sister, may feel it is smooth sailing, but that is because our entire family is working tirelessly behind the scenes. And do refrain from such heavy sentiments. You have only been alive for 6 months. Meanwhile, Meng Guxue's lips trembled as she struggled to find a single piece of advantageous evidence, repeatedly insisting, Your Highness, I swear. It was Shang Xiuran who plotted this. The crown prince's patience was wearing thin. Having witnessed far too much of such intrigue within the palace, he was thoroughly weary of these petty machinations. Enough, he intoned gravely. At the sight of his imposing visage, Meng Guxue felt a lump rise in her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless. Miss Shang, since you have admitted to instructing your servants to push Miss Ming into the secretly pleased, she thought to herself. Look, the Duke of Qing is the most prestigious in the capital, and I am his grandfather's most cherished granddaughter. Even the crown prince has refrained from punishing me. With that thought, she feigned a smile and offered an apology to Meng Guxue. Miss Ming, I indeed overstepped this time, and I sincerely apologize. Someone, bring forth clean garments for Miss Ming. Meng Guxue's teeth chattered as her small face turned pale from the cold. She gazed incredulously at the crown prince in the distance, filled with resentment and disbelief. Was it truly to end like this? A mere light apology? Shang Xiuran had nearly cost her life. Why was it so? Was it merely because of Shang Xiuran's beauty and noble lineage? The crown prince did not spare Meng Guxue another glance. A maid hurriedly delivered the garments to her, and upon seeing Xiao Qianlan retract her cloak, the crown prince turned to leave. Qiao Tianjing and the others followed suit. Meng Guxue remained hunched on the ground, allowing Shang Xiuran's maid to roughly drape the clothing over her, her gaze fixed intently on the crown prince's departing figure. In that moment, she could not help but dig her fingers into the grass beneath her. She would never forget the humiliation of this day. One day, she would rise above all others. And all those present today would be crushed beneath her feet, including the crown prince. Chapter 46 Dining with Tan Hanqi. Due to the events of midday, the crown prince lost his interest in continuing to attend the poetry gathering. Let us conclude for today, he declared. Upon hearing this, Han Yaxian and the Xiao sisters promptly bowed and took their leave. Qiao Jiao Jiao scanned the 6 individuals present and suddenly realized that she was facing 3 pairs of couples. As the 3 young ladies gracefully departed, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but stifle a giggle. It is often said that spring is the season of burgeoning affections, and this could not be more accurate. The spirits of the 3 were clearly adrift. Qiao Tianjing, feeling somewhat bashful, was the first to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, Qiao Diyu, unabashed, mused to himself that although she was not yet his wife, she would undoubtedly become so in due course. The crown prince then remarked, I shall return to discuss the selection of the crown princess with my mother. Since they departed midway through the poetry meeting, the journey home was quite smooth. Upon arriving, Qiao Jiao Jiao leapt into the fragrant and soft embrace of Madame Qiao. Sitting in her mother's lap, she animatedly recounted the day's amusing events, fully aware that Madame Qiao could not comprehend her words. Yet this did not diminish her eagerness to share her joy. Mother, you won't believe it. Today, I met my sister-in-law. I also encountered the 2 sisters from the Xiao family. One is the crown prince's consort, and the other is my second sister-in-law. Madame Qiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she listened intently, embracing Qiao Jiao Jiao. Thus, it seemed that the selection for the crown princess would soon be settled, fulfilling the wishes of the Empress Dowager. As a mother, Madame Qiao could deeply empathize with the Empress Dowager's hopes for the crown prince. just as she too was concerned about her eldest son's marriage prospects. Speaking of which, it was high time to determine the date for the eldest son's wedding. 3 days later, Madame Yang joyfully arrived at their doorstep. "Oh, I hear your younger sister has chosen an auspicious date." Madame Qiao greeted her with a beaming smile. "Indeed, sister. It has been set for the 10th day of the 9th month. It is a truly propitious day." She then requested Madame Yang to convey this wedding date to the Han family. Madame Yang was genuinely delighted for her sister, saying, "That's splendid. Just be sure to remind the newlyweds to toast me, their matchmaker, with a cup of—" "Not only that, but my husband and I shall also raise a toast in your honor." At this, Madame Yang waved her hands dismissively. "As for your husband, he need not bother. I am not worthy of his toast. Now, await my good news." In the afternoon, Madame Yang sent word that the Han family had agreed. Madame Qiao was filled with immense joy, having spent her days either accompanying Qiao Jiao Jiao or preparing generous betrothal gifts for her future daughter-in-law. The date for the betrothal was set for the 10th day of the 8th month. Although it seemed ample time, there was much to prepare, leaving Madame Qiao busily occupied. Before they knew it, the day before the spring examination results arrived, and Qiao Jiao Jiao grew increasingly anxious. Knowing that she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Tan Hanqi, Qiao Zhongguo brought him up as soon as he entered. "Madam, the eldest and second sons will not be home for dinner tonight." Feigning curiosity, Madame Qiao looked up. "Oh, is there some engagement?" After a tender moment with her husband, she brought up Qiao Jiao Jiao again. "My dear, Jiao Jiao has been mentioning Tan Hanqi quite often. Is everything all right on your end?" Qiao Zhongguo reassuringly wiped the perspiration from his wife's brow and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, everything is well prepared, but we cannot allow Jiao Jiao to dwell in worry." He suggested, "Let us reveal a little to her tomorrow, to ease her mind." Thus, the scene unfolded as it did. Qiao Zhongguo nodded, noting that tomorrow was the day of the results, and the brothers intended to visit the scholar Tan Hanqi to offer their congratulations, likely returning home late into the night. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened. "How wonderful! It seems heaven is favoring our Qiao family. My second brother is exceptionally skilled. If anyone from the Duke of Qing's household dared, even if Tan Hanqi ended up in the service of Prince Jing, given his current relations with her two brothers, he would likely not conspire against the Qiao family." Seeing Qiao Jiao Jiao's delighted demeanor, Qiao Zhongguo and Madame Qiao exchanged a knowing glance and shared a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu had successfully arranged to meet Tan Hanqi. Not at a prestigious establishment, but rather at a modest diner frequented by examinees, which made Tan Hanqi feel particularly at ease. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu had been nurtured by Qiao Zhongguo since childhood. They had dined in all kinds of places, even on humble fare, as part of their upbringing. Tan Hanqi held great admiration for Qiao Tianjing's literary talents, while Qiao Diyu's bold and spirited nature complemented their camaraderie. "Brother Tan, with the results being announced tomorrow, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance." Tan Hanqi waved his hands in modesty. "The results have yet to be revealed. Brother Qiao, it may be premature to celebrate." However, Qiao Tianjing shook his head earnestly. "I have witnessed your talents, Brother Tan. Such a gifted individual should not be overlooked by the court." This was Qiao Tianjing's heartfelt sentiment. Had it not been for the Duke of Qing's interference, Tan Hanqi would not merely be a shadowy advisor to the second prince. He would shine brightly in the court, wholeheartedly advocating for the people. In truth, Tan Hanqi was confident in his writing, and his earlier humility was merely a pretense. Now, hearing Qiao Tianjing's recognition, he felt a warmth in his heart. "Brother Qiao, I hope to have the honor of working alongside you in the future, serving the court and bringing prosperity to the people." Qiao Tianjing nodded solemnly. After all, he and his second brother had come for this very purpose. The trio enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation for some time, but as the diner prepared to close, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu finally let Tan Hanqi go. "Brother Tan, let us walk together for a while." Tan Hanqi's inn was conveniently located along the route back to the Qiao residence. "That would be splendid," he replied with a smile. Having spent the evening conversing with the Qiao brothers brought him great joys. They made their way back. Qiao Jiao remained vigilant. Tomorrow was the day of the results, and tonight was the last opportunity for any nefarious actions from the Duke of Qing's underlings. The journey back to the inn was uneventful, and Qiao Jiao surmised that the assailants likely planned to strike at the inn. Upon arriving, Tan Hanqi bid farewell to the two Qiao brothers, promising to deliver good news to the Qiao. As Tan Hanqi turned left into the inn's modest accommodations, Qiao Jiao exchanged a knowing glance with Qiao Tian in the dead of night. As everyone slumbered, Tan Hanqi found himself restless, preoccupied with thoughts of the results. Suddenly, he heard the window latch being pried open, sending a chill down his spine in the stillness of the night. However, he never suspected that someone intended to take his life, as he was merely a small-time examinee from Zhuozhou. It must be a rat, he reasoned, considering the humble nature of his room next to the inn's kitchen. With this thought, Tan Hanqi cautiously rose from his bed to investigate. Just as he leaned forward to peek, a cloud of sleeping powder was abruptly sprayed into his face. Chapter 47. Who is opposing him? Tan Hanqi felt a sudden blur before his eyes, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness and stiffness that gradually enveloped his entire being. A surge of dread gripped his heart. Was it a drug? Despite the tumult of suspicion swirling within him, Tan Hanqi managed to retain a semblance of composure. His legs weakened, he staggered backward, yet calmly leaned against the table for support. Bracing himself against the edge, he bit down on his tongue, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to grasp the water jug upon the table and douse himself with its contents. In the chill of April nights, the cold water cascading over him jolted Tan Hanqi back to lucidity. With renewed vigor, he shouted, "Thief!" Alarm surged within him. This wretch could withstand the effects of the drug. No matter, I shall deal with him. Two towering figures suddenly burst through the window, their cold, glinting blades sending a chill of terror coursing through Tan Hanqi. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized that despite his cries for help, no one had come to his aid, a foreboding premonition creeping into his mind. Since his arrival in the capital, he had been lodged in a lowly room at the inn, under the pretense of needing to exterminate mites, a ruse concocted by the innkeeper to have him temporarily relocated to this chamber. It was situated next to the kitchen and storage room, devoid of any neighboring guest rooms. It was all premeditated. At this moment, Tan Hanqi's mind was still functioning, albeit barely, yet he could not fathom who in this capital sought to see him dead. As the blade drew nearer to his face, Tan Hanqi abruptly overturned the table, stumbling as he pushed the door open and fled into the night. "Don't run." A voice called out behind him, and the cold night air invigorated him, igniting a spark of energy within. He must escape. He could not perish here, not before realizing his aspirations after years of arduous study. Clenching his fists, he stumbled through the alley behind the inn, spotting the back door and pushing it open without hesitation. In his frantic bid for survival, he scarcely registered why the inn's back door had been left ajar. Bang! The sound of the door crashing against the wall tightened the grip of panic around Tan Hanqi's mind. Where could he go? What place in this capital could offer him safety? At that moment, he felt no hesitation, the name, Qiao Mansion, surfacing in his thoughts. Yes, I must find Brother Qiao, determined. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Despite his intelligence, he could not comprehend why those two robust assassins had failed to catch up to a drugged scholar such as himself. His breaths grew heavy, the cold and pain unable to suppress the rising tide of dizziness. Unable to withstand it any longer, he leaned against the wall for support, but the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed at the alley's entrance. "Brother, Tan Hanqi has fainted." A lowered voice suddenly broke the silence, revealing a handsome face emerging from the shadows. "Qiao Dai? Quick, take him back to Qiao Mansion." Qiao Tianjing's expression turned solemn as he bent down to lift Tan Hanqi, placing him on his back. If they were to be discovered by the second prince, it would spell disaster. "All right, let us depart." The patrol routes of the golden armored guards had long been meticulously gathered by Qiao Jiao. Meanwhile, the two assassins who had stormed into the inn were swiftly apprehended by the concealed guards of the Qiao family lying in wait. This is what one might call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As for the back door of the inn, it had been intentionally left ajar for Tan Hanchu's escape by the Qiao family's hidden guards. Not long after everything had been dealt with, several shadowy figures appeared in the alley behind the inn. Zhu Feng, did you not say you had discovered that Shang Mingxing would make his move tonight? The voice was crisp, laced with a frigid tone, and the striking visage illuminated by the moonlight was none other than the male protagonist, Shun Yuanbai. Master, I indeed heard with my own ears tonight that Shang Mingxing had arranged for his men to act. I assure you, there is no mistake. A shadow bowed before Shun Yuanbai, his voice trembling with fear. Shen Yuanbai's brows knitted tightly. Go inside and take a look. The group crossed over the back wall of the inn, entering the room where Tan Hanchu had been staying. Aside from a patch of dampness on the floor, everything remained untouched, revealing nothing amiss. Zhu Feng grew increasingly anxious. Master, I shall go out to investigate. Shen Yuanbai stood within, his gaze somber. No need, someone has acted faster than us. The water stain on the floor, who could possibly be swifter than us? A glint of malice flickered in Shan Yuanbai's eyes as he muttered, Indeed, I too am curious to know who possesses such remarkable capabilities. To seize the leverage against the Duke of Qinghua, compelling him to serve his interests, he had meticulously plotted for nearly half a year. Who, then, could be opposing him? The following midday, Tan Hanchu groggily opened his eyes, his head throbbing painfully. With a hiss, he slowly sat up, vigorously rubbing his temples. Upon encountering the unfamiliar decor around him, the harrowing events of the previous night surged back into his memory. Oh no! Just as he was about to exclaim, he was interrupted by the cooing of an infant. He abruptly turned his head to see Qiao Zhonghua cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao, with Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Daiyi standing nearby. Brother Qiao, General Qiao. Tan Hanchu sprang to his feet, but dizziness nearly caused him to stumble once more. Be cautious, Tan Hanchu. Do not. You are safe now. Qiao Tianjing hurried forward to steady him, yet Tan Hanchu grasped his arm tightly. Brother Qiao, look at the sun. Has the examination results been announced? Did I pass? At this, Qiao Tianjing's expression grew slightly grim. Tan Hanchu, perceptive as he was, sensed the shift and closed his eyes momentarily, unable to hide his disappointment. I see. Qiao Jiao Jiao, noticing Tan Hanchu's demeanor, hurriedly chimed in, Tan Hanchu, do not be disheartened. You do not know. Your answers were of the highest caliber. Someone impersonated you and submitted their own work. Tan Hanchu slowly sank back onto the bed, aware that he should first pay his respects to General Qiao. However, his mind was in disarray, unable to maintain his balance. Qiao Zhonghua, recognizing Tan Hanchu's exceptional talent from Qiao Jiao Jiao's remarks, spoke up, You fainted at the alley's entrance last night and were discovered. Dai brought you back after making arrangements to view the results. What transpired? Seeing that General Qiao intended to advocate on his behalf, Tan Hanchu felt immense gratitude and recounted the events of the previous night in full detail. Qiao Zhonghua pondered for a moment before asking, Have you considered who may want you dead? Tan Hanchu's face mirrored confusion. General Qiao, I truly cannot fathom who I might have offended in this capital. At this, Qiao Zhonghua's expression remained unchanged as he spoke gravely. Could it be related to the spring examination? Chapter 48. What a comforting thought. Upon hearing this, Tan Hanchu's expression changed dramatically. He was exceptionally intelligent, and with a mere shift in thought, he grasped Qiao Zhonghua's implication. Yet, it was precisely because of this realization that he found it even more difficult to believe. General Qiao, the imperial examination is a means for the court to select talents, a matter of national destiny. Who would dare to tamper with it? Seeing Tan Hanchu's swift reaction, Qiao Zhonghua felt an increasing admiration for him. My son once told me that your literary talent and insights are unparalleled. I ask you, do Do you have confidence in your own writing? Tan Hanqi was profoundly shaken by this statement. Firstly, he had not anticipated that Qiao Tianjing would think so highly of him. Secondly, it appeared that General Qiao was willing to investigate the truth on his behalf. This was the imperial examination. If what General Qiao suspected was indeed true, the adversaries they would face would surely possess immense power. As he pondered this, Tan Hanqi could not help but tremble slightly, not out of fear, but from excitement. If he could assist General Qiao in uprooting this malignant tumor from the court, even if his own career were to be cut short, he would be paving the way for future aspirants. A life lived should not be for fame or fortune, but for a clear conscience and the ability to look up to the heavens and down to the earth. With these thoughts in mind, Tan Hanqi solemnly nodded before the revered hero. General Qiao, I have been a keen student since my youth, and have immersed myself in books, enduring the hardships of study, achieving first place in both the local and provincial examinations. I am aware that the nation is filled with talent, and there are countless capable individuals in the capital, yet I possess the confidence that even if I do not make the top list, I shall surely secure a place among the second tier. Excellent! Qiao Zhonghua exclaimed, giving Tan Hanqi an approving glance. This young man was not only eloquent and wise, but he also displayed a commendable sense of pride and confidence. Such a person, even if he stood before the Golden Luan Hall to confront the Duke of Qing, would undoubtedly not. Qiao Zhonghua was certain of this, and so he inquired, "Are you able to recite the essay you wrote for the imperial examination from memory? It need not be word for word, but it should not differ significantly from the original." Tan Hanqi shook his head. Qiao Zhonghua felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing this. Was it still too much to ask? At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Tan Hanqi's face. "General Qiao, that essay is etched in my mind as if carved by a knife. I can recite it for you now without a single error." Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's brows relaxed instantly. "Well done, young man. You truly have potential." He enthusiastically clapped Tan Hanqi on the shoulder, nearly knocking him to the ground. Qiao Tianjing, quick-witted as ever, hurriedly supported Tan Hanqi, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Father, Brother Tan still has medicine in his system. You must be gentler." Qiao Zhonghua laughed heartily at this. This lad had many admirable qualities, though he was indeed a bit frail. Tan Hanqi couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he lacked martial prowess, he had consistently focused on physical fitness. How had it come to be that in General Qiao's eyes, he appeared weak? "No worries, Brother Tan. I will ensure you train more in the future, and you'll be strong as an ox." Qiao Zhonghua flexed his arm eagerly. Seeing this, Tan Hanqi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Now, being in the Qiao residence and with General Qiao willing to trust and support him, he felt an indescribable sense of reassurance. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, especially as she observed the harmonious atmosphere in the room. "Wonderful! Tan Hanqi has joined our Qiao family." His essay was one of the top 3, poised to be presented to the emperor, and surely the crown prince would see it too. If Tan Hanqi could indeed recite his work, her father could first approach the crown prince to discuss matters. The illustrious crown prince, a virtuous heir, would undoubtedly not tolerate a parasite like the Duke of Qing, and together they could unravel the greatest scandal of examination fraud in history. Although she could not speak yet, she believed her wise and formidable father would consider all of this. Such a comforting thought. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's heart soared with joy. Although there were matters he might not fully contemplate, his daughter Qiao Jiao was sweet-tongued and considerate, a precious treasure bestowed upon the Qiao family by heaven. What a comforting thought indeed. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Qing's residence, Shang Mingqing anxiously awaited the return of the 2 assassins sent to deal with Tan Hanqi. His heart was filled with trepidation. The examination list had already been released, and he had sent out 2 groups of people. One group to inquire about Tan Hanqi's whereabouts at the inn, and another to lie in wait beneath the list, ready to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. With neither group yet returned, the Duke had already sent someone to seek him out. Shang Mingqing's anxiety grew, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In order to convince his grandfather to allow him to marry the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, he had been compelled to demonstrate his worthiness, thus taking on the task of dealing with the candidates who had been replaced. The other 12 had been successfully handled, yet the most crucial Tan Hanqi had encountered a snag. His essay was of the highest tier, intended for the palace interview. When Shang Mingqing entered the main hall, his expression was stern, and his slanted, triangular eyes exuded authority. Upon hearing this, Shang Mingqing's heart trembled slightly. At this moment, he could not afford to acknowledge any mistakes, not even for the sake of his marriage with the Qiao family. Otherwise, his grandfather's methods would surely lead to punishment, and most importantly, he could very well lose his grandfather's favor. It was merely a candidate from Zhuozhou, alone and friendless in the capital. He certainly wouldn't escape. Worst case, he could send out more men. He would surely be able to eliminate Tan Hanqi. With these thoughts, Shang Mingqing replied respectfully, "Grandfather, everything has been dealt with." The Duke of Qing inquired further, "And that Zhuozhou candidate as well?" Shang Mingqing's heart skipped a beat, yet he steeled himself and nodded again. "Handled." "Good." The Duke of Qing abruptly stood, approaching Shang Mingqing and patting him on the shoulder. "Cheng'er, you have outshone your useless father. The vast Duke of Qing's residence now has a capable successor. I hadn't expected that the Zhuozhou candidate you selected would be so remarkable, achieving the highest rank, and the number we initially agreed upon has now tripled." A smile appeared on the Duke's face as he gestured with his right hand, indicating a number with, "Now that you have accomplished great merit, I grant you a few days off to enjoy yourself." Seeing his grandfather placing such importance on him, and noting the affectionate tone in his words, Shang Mingqing's face immediately lit up with joy. "Thank you, grandfather." After taking his leave from the main hall, he had to act swiftly to mend the situation. If his grandfather discovered his incompetence, he would surely face severe consequences. Where could that Tan Hanqi have disappeared to? Chapter 49. Farewell to the innocent and sweet, the Qiao Mansion. As Tan Hanqi felt the medicinal effects of the herbs begin to wane, he took up his brush and commenced the task of transcribing. Qiao Zhonghua, concerned that Qiao Jiao Jiao might find herself bored, carried her back to the quarters of Madame Qiao. Just after they had partaken of their midday meal, an unexpected visitor from the palace arrived. Madame Qiao's heart fluttered with unease. The summons from the palace had come rather abruptly. The palace attendant who delivered the edict seemed to have been instructed beforehand, for after conveying the message, he promptly smiled and said, "Madame Qiao, it is indeed good news. The Empress wishes to see you." A flicker of realization crossed Madame Qiao's mind, as Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, could it be that the selection for the crown princess has been decided? The Empress must be eager to share her joy with Mother." Both Madame Qiao and Qiao Jiao Jiao were of one mind in their thoughts. Thus, the two ladies prepared themselves, and the palace attendant courteously remarked, "Madame Qiao, please take your time. The Empress has stated there is no rush." Madame Qiao nodded in acknowledgement, yet her movements grew increasingly swift. The Empress was considerate of her, but she could not bear to keep her waiting. After approximately 15 minutes, Madame Qiao was ready to depart, but just then, Qiao Zhonghua entered the room. "Why, lady, allow the eldest son to escort you." Qiao Zhonghua had not concealed any matters of state from Madame Qiao, and upon hearing his words, she perceptively inquired, "Is it that the eldest son is to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" With a gentle grip on Madame Qiao's hand, Qiao Zhonghua smiled and replied, "Indeed, my lady is astute. As a court official, it is not appropriate for me to maintain close relations with His Highness. Yet the eldest son and the crown prince are of similar age, and their camaraderie is well known in the capital, making the arrangements more convenient. Since Tan Hanqi has already been silent for quite some time, I wish for the eldest son to take him to the crown prince first, to explain the circumstances, and to hear His Highness's intentions." However, as the eldest son is an outsider, he cannot enter the inner palace. Thus I seek your assistance at this." Madame Qiao gently squeezed Qiao Zhongguo's hand and nodded in understanding. "Do not worry, my husband, I am well aware." Qiao Zhongguo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having a wise wife was his greatest fortune. Madame Qiao embraced Qiao Jiao Jiao and boarded the carriage, with Qiao Tianjing riding alongside. The group swiftly arrived at the palace gates. Madame Qiao and Qiao Jiao Jiao followed the palace attendants into the soft sedan chair, while Qiao Tianjing maintained a gentle demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. "Mother, I shall wait for you here," he said. Madame Qiao offered her son a tender smile and lowered the curtain of the sedan chair. This time, Qiao Jiao Jiao, having gained experience, nestled obediently in Madame Qiao's embrace, remaining quiet until the palace attendant announced their arrival at Ikuan Palace, at which point her spirits soared, and she sat up eagerly. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the Empress herself, who emerged from the hall, accompanied by the Crown Prince. A wave of trepidation washed over Madame Qiao, prompting her to rush forward. "I would not dare trouble the Empress to come this far." The Empress, with a warm smile, personally offered her assistance, assuring Madame Qiao that such formalities were unnecessary. Qiao Jiao Jiao gazed up curiously, noticing the Empress's radiant complexion, her brows adorned with a clear joy, a marked improvement from their last meeting. "Jiao Jiao, my dear girl, I have long cherished thoughts of you," the Empress exclaimed, extending her hand towards Qiao Jiao Jiao, who immediately giggled and leapt into the Empress's embrace. The Empress lifted her slightly, her smile deepening. "You've grown quite a bit. At this rate, you shall certainly take after your mother." After Madame Qiao paid her respects to the Crown Prince, he swiftly returned the gesture. As she rose, she lowered her voice respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, today it is my eldest son who has brought me here." The Crown Prince paused for a moment, quickly grasping the implication. Since their last parting at the poetry gathering, their interactions had been limited to court, and he lamented that it had been a while since he had a proper conversation with the eldest son. Feeling reassured that the subject had been broached, Madame Qiao felt a sense of calm settle over her. Once inside the hall, the Empress engaged in pleasantries with Madame Qiao while producing an array of toys to entertain Qiao Jiao Jiao. These have all been personally selected by Xiaoxi, who sought them out upon hearing of your visit. Each one is dear to him. Qiao Jiao Jiao picked up a vividly crafted little tiger, unable to suppress a murmur. "It has been ages since I last saw that innocent fool. I wonder if he has been devoured by desire with all their time spent together." Noticing Qiao Jiao Jiao's curiosity, Madame Qiao inquired, "Your Majesty, why is the fourth prince not present?" The Empress's countenance briefly revealed a hint of distress. Xiaoxi has recently begun his studies. His tutor is quite strict, and at this moment, he is being made to practice his calligraphy. The Empress harbored a deep affection for the fourth prince. While the Crown Prince had also been diligent in his studies, as the firstborn son and heir, the Empress could not voice her concern. Yet, with the fourth prince bearing no such heavy responsibilities, the Empress wished for her youngest son to enjoy a more carefree existence. To her dismay, the Emperor had chosen a particularly stern and serious tutor, confining the lively fourth prince within the walls of his study. The Empress's heart ached as she recalled the swollen palms of the fourth prince from long hours spent practicing. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince, remembering how the fourth prince was fond of Qiao Jiao Jiao, gently suggested, "Mother, may I carry Jiao Jiao to visit Xiaoxi?" Qiao Jiao Jiao instantly perked up. "I want to go. I wish to see what kind of person Dizaying truly is." The Empress, feeling sympathetic towards the fourth prince, turned to Madame Qiao, saying, "Madame Qiao, what do you think?" Madame Qiao would certainly not refuse. Jiao Jiao had a lively disposition, and she hoped her daughter's exuberance would not disturb the fourth prince. The Crown Prince leaned down and lifted the seated Qiao Jiao Jiao from the couch, striding confidently out of Ikuan Palace. Once inside the hall, the Empress finally broached the subject of the Crown Princess. The last poetry gathering. The Crown Prince observed the temperament of the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua and was not particularly pleased. However, When it came to the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, he was all smiles. Upon hearing this, the emperor consented to grant the title of crown princess to the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Madame Qiao's heart swelled with joy at these words. According to Qiao Jiao's sentiments, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family was indeed the most suitable candidate for the crown princess. Congratulations to your majesty, and congratulations to the crown prince. The empress, equally elated, felt that her son had found a kindred spirit, and as a mother, she too was delighted for him. However, the emperor had also decided to grant the young lady from the Shang family a secondary consort position, and the decree would likely be issued after the spring examinations concluded. Madame Qiao's thoughts turned to her husband and son, who were occupied with their own affairs, and she quickly composed herself, concealing her emotions. Whether the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua could indeed secure the position of secondary consort remained to be seen. Meanwhile, the crown prince led Qiao Jiao Jiao leisurely to the study where the princes were engaged in their lessons. From a distance, Qiao Jiao Jiao caught sight of a remarkably upright figure through the ajar door. Although still a child, he sat in a chair, his feet dangling just above the ground. Nevertheless, he maintained a straight posture, diligently practicing his calligraphy with focused concentration. Qiao Jiao Jiao could not help but exclaim, "What a silly little thing!" Her sudden outburst drew the attention of those within the room. The fourth prince gradually lifted his head, and upon seeing the crown prince holding Qiao Jiao Jiao at the entrance, a bright smile spread across his face. In that instant, he transformed from a little adult back into a carefree child, leaping down from his chair. "Brother, Sister Jiao Jiao." Chapter 50. Oh dear. The crown prince, cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao in his arms, stepped into the study, where the fourth prince had already bounced over to greet them. "Brother, let me see my sister." He tugged at the hem of the crown prince's robe, eager to catch a glimpse of Qiao Jiao Jiao up close. The crown prince smiled indulgently, shaking his head, and then squatted down. "Wow, my sister has grown. The last time I saw her, she was this small." The fourth prince stretched out his hands to demonstrate, beaming with delight. "Your Highness," a deep voice interrupted from the side. Qiao Jiao Jiao turned her head to see a middle-aged man kneeling, appearing to be in his mid-30s. Despite the traces of age at the corners of his eyes and forehead, his complexion remained as fair as jade, exuding an air of refined elegance and noble bearing. "Oh, could this be Di Ziying?" she thought. Truly, he was the beloved of Princess Yulio. In his youth, he was not inferior to my elder brother. But isn't he from the northern kingdom? Shouldn't his features be more pronounced? Why does he appear so similar to those from the Daong dynasty now? "Mr. D, please rise. The fourth prince has a guest. Might you allow him some leisure?" The crown prince spoke gently, for the man before him was invited by the emperor. Di Ziying respectfully nodded, replying, "Your Highness, certainly. However, the fourth prince's afternoon lessons must be presented to his majesty." So, the crown prince understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Since she is the daughter of the Qiao family, she cannot stay for long. Let the fourth prince play with her in the study for a while. These words, Di Ziying's hand, hidden beneath his sleeve, trembled slightly. The Qiao family. There is only one prominent Qiao family in the entire capital, the one stained with the blood of his northern compatriots. Had it not been for the ruthless Qiao Zhonghua, the Daong dynasty might very well have fallen into his hands today. If not for Qiao Zhonghua, his beloved Yulio would not have had to. At this thought, even after years of concealing his emotions, Di Ziying could not help but feel his lips twitch with suppressed fervor. This infant is indeed the daughter of Qiao Zhonghua. It is widely known that Qiao Zhonghua cherishes his daughter above all. If he were to harm her, would not Qiao Zhonghua be plunged into unbearable grief? "Your Highness, let the fourth prince and Miss Qiao play in the inner chamber." The inner chamber of the study was equipped with a bed for the princes to rest. The crown prince agreed, carrying Qiao Jiao Jiao inside, with the fourth prince joyfully trailing behind. Di Ziying clenched his fist, watching the innocent figure of Qiao Jiao Jiao as a malevolent thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly turned and approached his portable writing box, extracting a nondescript white package from a hidden compartment, which he carefully tucked into his waist sash. This was originally meant for the fourth prince during the Dragon Boat Festival, but it seems that Miss Qiao shall enjoy it first. Hearing the pure laughter from within, Di Ziying took a deep breath, deciding to take the risk. He approached the window and whistled softly. During his time in the palace, he had spent a fortune to buy off certain individuals, initially intending to use them during the festival. But today, if he did not act, he feared he might never have another chance to confront anyone from the Qiao family. Before long, a young eunuch hurried towards him, calling out, "Your Highness." The crown prince stepped out upon hearing the voice. "What is it?" The young eunuch bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the imperial study immediately." The crown prince was taken aback. Why would his father summon him at this moment? Did my father mention the reason? The young eunuch fearfully shook his head. "I do not know, Your Highness." The crown prince glanced anxiously towards the inner chamber. At that moment, Di Ziying stepped forward. "Your Highness, since His Majesty has called for you, you should go. I shall take good care of the fourth prince and Miss Qiao." The crown prince could never have imagined that someone in the palace would dare to feign. The results of the spring examination had just been announced. Surely, his father wished to discuss the imperial examination with him. Following established protocols, he should be back shortly. With that thought, the crown prince nodded lightly. "Then I must trouble Mr. D. If anything arises, please send word to Ikuan Palace." Di Ziying respectfully nodded, watching as the crown prince strode away, excitement causing his shoulders to tremble. Once the crown prince's crimson figure disappeared around the corner, Di Ziying immediately turned back into the study. As he entered the inner chamber, he found Qiao Jiao Jiao sitting on the bed, while the fourth prince sat cross-legged beside her, diligently trying to amuse her. Hearing footsteps, both Qiao Jiao Jiao and the fourth prince turned towards the entrance, only to discover that the newcomer was not the crown prince, but Di Ziying. The fourth prince looked puzzled. "Mr. D, where is brother?" Di Ziying approached with a gentle smile, step by step. His Majesty had business, summoning the crown prince to the imperial study. "The crown prince instructed me to stay here with you and Miss Qiao." "All right." The fourth prince shrugged. Summons from the emperor were common, and he had long grown accustomed to it. However, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but shiver. Wait, with the crown prince gone and no attendants in sight, did this mean she was left alone with a cunning wolf? It was her father who had forced the old northern king to surrender Princess Yulio. Surely, Di Ziying harbored deep-seated hatred for the Qiao family. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. As Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered this, she suddenly saw Di Ziying, right before her eyes, withdraw a small white package from his waist sash. Ah, is he about to make his move? Seeing Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly let out a loud wail, the innocent fourth prince mistakenly thought she was playing, and began to dance along. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt her scalp tingling. Did Di Ziying think she was just an ordinary 7-month-old infant, thus brazenly revealing his sinister intentions before her? Qiao Jiao Jiao watched as he cautiously unwrapped the white package, layer by layer, revealing what lay inside. It was a needle glinting ominously. Her eyes widened in terror as she pointed a trembling finger at Di Ziying, shouting, "A needle! It's a needle! He wouldn't dare stab me, would he? Foolish child, do not jest with me. Turn around and look." Di Ziying, gripping the black needle through the white cloth, approached the bed step by step. Qiao Jiao Jiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew she could rely on no one else. She urgently summoned the merit shop, familiar with the items unlocked within. "Your current merit points are 140. Would you like to redeem?" Qiao Jiao Jiao nodded fervently. Yes, 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 quickly, redeem the rebound talisman." Chapter 51. You monster. Exchange successful. Deducted 80 merit points. The rebound talisman is now activated, valid for a duration of 15 minutes. Remaining merit points, 60. As the mechanical voice faded, Di Ziying suddenly lunged forward, feigning panic as if he had inadvertently fallen onto the couch. The needle was soaked in a potent poison, hard-earned. The first day would bring an unrelenting fever, the second day a tormenting itch all over. The third day skin would begin to decay, and by the fourth day, it would feel as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at the heart, culminating in a fatal heart failure by the fifth day. Since the poison was not immediately lethal, he had ample excuses to evade suspicion. Thus he had to maintain the pretense, ensuring the fourth prince remained oblivious to his actions. He intended to linger within the imperial palace, methodically eliminating the fourth prince, the crown prince, the empress, and that wretched emperor, all in vengeance for Yulu. Upon witnessing Di Ziying's sudden collapse, the fourth prince's face filled with concern. Mr. Di, what has happened? Be careful not to press against Sister Qiao. Di Ziying, feigning remorse, seized the opportunity as his wide sleeves concealed his movements, gently pricking the tender back of Qiao Jiao Jiao's hand. The force could not be too strong. Otherwise, it would leave a telltale mark, easily exposing his scheme. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in alarm, fixated on Di Ziying's actions, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh, dear heavens! Please, let this merit shop not deceive me. My life hangs in the balance. Suddenly, he is here. Ah, this little body is so clumsy. Qiao Jiao Jiao desperately attempted to evade but only managed to shift half a body's length. As she saw the dark needle descending, fear compelled her to shut her eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Oh, it doesn't hurt. With a puzzled expression, Qiao Jiao Jiao opened her eyes to see Di Ziying springing to his feet, frantically rolling up his sleeve to reveal a pristine hand. A droplet of crimson blood was slowly emerging from the base of his thumb. At that moment, Qiao Jiao Jiao's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Rebound! It truly rebounded. He was aiming to stab. I shall bow to you more fervently. Di Ziying stared blankly at the blood seeping from his hand, terror gradually dawning in his eyes. The next instant, he looked towards Qiao Jiao Jiao on the couch, his gaze akin to that of one beholding a monster. No, he must have mistakenly pricked himself. In utter shock, Di Ziying abandoned all pretense, lunging towards the couch, seizing Qiao Jiao Jiao's small hand, and forcefully thrusting the needle into her palm. The fourth prince, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with horror, momentarily unable to react. A sharp cry of pain escaped from Di Ziying's throat as he glanced at his hand, blood gushing forth and staining his palm. Impossible! This cannot be. At that moment, everything transpiring before Di Ziying was beyond his comprehension. There are no spirits in this world. If there were, why did the divine not protect Yulu? After her demise, why did she not come to seek him? Impossible, impossible. In a frenzy, Di Ziying relentlessly jabbed at Qiao Jiao Jiao again and again. His body convulsed. The more it hurt, the more he panicked. Monster! You monster! Qiao Jiao Jiao, aware that her life was no longer in jeopardy, remained remarkably composed. She even looked at Di Ziying with a curious expression. Seeing the terror etched on his face, she tilted her head and flashed a grin at him. I possess a golden finger. This will terrify you. Di Ziying was petrified, his body stiffening at the sight of such a significant expression on the face of a mere 7-month-old infant, his complexion turning ashen. The fourth prince stood in shock for what felt like an eternity, and upon seeing Di Ziying frozen, he finally regained his wits. Someone! Quickly, someone! The fourth prince shouted at the top of his lungs, then delivered a fierce kick to Di Ziying's chest. Caught off guard, Di Ziying staggered, his vision darkening, and he instinctively released Qiao Jiao Jiao's hand. Seeing this, the fourth prince quickly positioned himself in front of Qiao Jiao Jiao, his small face pale but resolute. Someone quickly! After calling 3 times with no response, he realized the gravity of the situation. Sister Qiao's visit to the palace today was entirely a spur-of-the-moment decision by the Empress. In such hurried circumstances, Di Ziying had managed to meticulously orchestrate the expulsion of the crown prince and the guards, indicating a long-standing plot. To think that such a malignant presence lurked within the palace, and it was none other than his own mentor. At this thought, the fourth prince was seized by dread. His only thought now was that he must not let Sister Qiao come to harm. Sister Qiao, I will take you away. The fourth prince abruptly turned, wrapping his arms around Qiao Jiao's armpits, attempting to lift her as an adult would. However, before he could exert any force, Di Ziying charged at him with a ghastly expression. The blood oozing from his hand had turned dark. Di Ziying realized he was mortally poisoned and would undoubtedly perish. This daughter of the Qiao family is a monster. If he cannot kill her, he must drag the fourth prince down with him today. He had endured 14 years in exile, meticulously plotting for so long, only to fall victim to the daughter of the Qiao family. He could not return empty-handed. Otherwise, he would have no explanation to give Yu Lu. The crown prince and the empress cherished the fourth prince deeply. Should he be killed, the grief would be unbearable. Qiao Jiao Jiao, peering over the fourth prince's shoulder, discerned Di Ziying's intentions. Oh no, this foolish sweetie lacks a rebound talisman. As the fourth prince hoisted her up, Qiao Jiao Jiao, in a moment of desperation, lunged forward. The fourth prince could not steady himself and was suddenly toppled onto the couch by Qiao Jiao Jiao. In that instant, the poison needle that should have pierced the fourth prince found its mark in Qiao Jiao Jiao's shoulder. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt no pain. Rather, it was Di Ziying who let out a piercing scream. However, to the fourth prince, this scene was terrifying. He understood that had it not been for Qiao Jiao Jiao's leap, he would have been the one struck. Sister Qiao, you must not be harmed. The fourth prince rolled with Qiao Jiao Jiao, then awkwardly flipped off the couch, straining to carry her as he stumbled towards the exit. Someone! Quickly! Qiao Jiao Jiao longed to inform the fourth prince that he could leave her on the couch. Di Ziying could not harm her. I can hardly breathe. Please put me down. The fourth prince, fearing Di Ziying would pursue them while also anxious about dropping Qiao Jiao Jiao, clutched her tightly under his arms. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt as though she might suffocate. Hearing Di Ziying's frantic footsteps behind them, the fourth prince felt an increasing sense of urgency. He loathed his own weakness for being unable to protect Qiao Jiao Jiao and cursed his own foolishness for failing to recognize Di Ziying's malice. Thinking of the needle Qiao Jiao Jiao had taken for him, tears welled in his eyes. Don't run. Don't run. Di Ziying's voice echoed behind them, desperate and unsteady, clearly revealing his own exhaustion. As Qiao Jiao Jiao witnessed Di Ziying closing in, darkness enveloped her vision. She was being held so tightly that she could not assist the foolish sweetie, as the bloodied black needle was raised high, protecting Sister Qiao. The crown prince hastily arrived at the imperial study, where eunuch Huang immediately approached, bowing respectfully and saying, Your Highness, His Majesty is taking a brief rest. What brings you here? The crown prince furrowed his brow sharply. Resting? Did not Father Emperor send someone to summon me? Eunuch Huang appeared bewildered, responding, I have not heard of such a summons. I have been stationed outside, and His Majesty has remained within the study, not calling for anyone. Initially taken aback, the crown prince's expression suddenly shifted, and he gasped, This is bad. Eunuch Huang, startled by the crown prince's countenance, anxiously inquired, Your Highness, what is the matter? Without a moment's hesitation, the crown prince turned and dashed away, his deep purple robes swirling as he disregarded all decorum. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eunuch Huang wasted no time and hurriedly pushed open the door to the imperial study. As the crown prince rushed into the study, he was met with a scene that struck terror into his heart. The fourth prince was stumbling away, clutching Qiao Jiao Jiao, while behind them, The formerly refined Dizaying now bore a ghastly visage, brandishing a bloodied needle like a vengeful specter. The crown prince's heart quivered violently. In a moment of desperation, he seized a piece of purple jade from his waist and flung it as a projectile. Alas! The jade struck Dizaying squarely in the forehead, eliciting a cry of agony that echoed painfully, as though his skull had shattered. Clutching his brow, he howled, his palms smeared with dark blood, rendering his appearance even more horrifying. Qiao Jiao Jiao witnessed the unfolding chaos with clarity. The jade had been launched with such precision that it revealed the assailant's remarkable skill. Could it be that the crown prince had executed this feat? Did the crown prince possess martial prowess? Qiao Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Was this truly the case? The original text made no mention of such abilities. Moreover, if the crown prince were indeed so skilled, how could he have met an untimely demise without cause? As she pondered, a pair of strong arms suddenly enveloped her. Do not fear, Xiaoxi. Jiao Jiao is unharmed, yes? The crown prince's voice, imbued with warmth yet tinged with apprehension, reached her ears. Brother, quickly check on my sister. She has been pierced by Dizaying's wicked needle. That needle is dark and surely carries poison. It was meant for me, but my sister took the blow. How could this be? What should we do, brother? I am so frightened for my sister. Qiao Jiao Jiao cast a glance at the foolishly innocent fourth prince, who clutched the crown prince's sleeve, weeping profusely. She then turned her gaze back to the study, where no one else was present. Thus, it dawned upon her that the purple jade had indeed been launched by the crown prince. How astounding that he possessed such formidable skills! Qiao Jiao Jiao uncovered a secret that had been omitted from the original narrative, igniting within her a mix of excitement and trepidation. The author, with their omniscient perspective, had failed to reveal everything, and the mystery of the crown prince's demise remained unaddressed until the very end. It seemed that she would have to unearth the truth herself. Meanwhile, Dizaying, writhing on the ground while clutching his head, suddenly shrieked, "Monster! The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster." Upon hearing the mention of poison, the crown prince felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Should anything happen to Qiao Jiao Jiao within the palace, he would bear the burden of guilt. With that thought, he paid no heed to anything else and yanked open the collar of Qiao Jiao Jiao's garment. As the fabric slipped down to her shoulders, the crown prince's gaze fell upon her skin, smooth and unblemished, adorned with fine, downy hair, rosy and soft. There was no sign of injury whatsoever. Could it be that the fourth prince had mistaken the location in his panic? Had the true injury been on her other shoulder? Just as the crown prince was about to inspect further, the fourth prince exclaimed, "Wonderful! Sister truly is unharmed." He recalled vividly that Dizaying's attack had indeed landed on Qiao Jiao Jiao's right shoulder, utilizing all his strength. Even if the weapon was a needle, it would have left a mark, especially on such delicate skin. In that moment, the fourth prince recalled the bewildering scene that had just transpired. It seemed that no matter where Dizaying struck Qiao Jiao Jiao, she displayed no reaction, while Dizaying bore the corresponding wounds. No wonder he had called her a monster. Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart raced as she observed the dazed fourth prince. A sense of foreboding washed over her. In her desperate bid for survival, she had overlooked the implications of the rebound talisman, which the fourth prince had clearly witnessed. This clever child had likely pieced it all together. If he were to divulge the truth to the crown prince or anyone else, would she truly be branded a monster and face dire consequences? Xiaoxi, are you certain that Jiao Jiao was struck by the poison? The fourth prince lowered his gaze, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his watery eyes, before lifting his head with an innocent expression and stating, "Brother, the situation was exceedingly dire. Perhaps I truly misjudged. As long as sister is unharmed, that is all that matters." Qiao Jiao Jiao was taken aback by his words. Was he genuinely frightened, or was he attempting to shield her? At just 4 years old, was it possible for such a child to grasp such complexities? With wide eyes filled with suspicion, she wondered if children in ancient times could be so precocious. The fourth prince slowly lowered his head, guilt written across his youthful face as he tugged at his sleeve, silently repenting. "Brother, I am sorry. You taught me to be honest, yet I have deceived you." Sister is truly extraordinary. She must be a celestial being, for Dizai Ying cannot harm her. I am not afraid of sister. She saved me. But if I reveal the truth, others might treat her as Dizai Ying does, branding her a monster. Monsters are to be burned or slain. I cannot allow sister to fall into such peril. With that thought, a resolute expression emerged upon the fourth prince's innocent visage. Sister Jiao protected me. I must protect Sister Jiao. Just then, a large group approached from outside, led by Eunuch Huang. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Where have the guards in the study gone?" Eunuch Huang hurriedly entered the study, and upon seeing Dizai Ying's deranged countenance on the floor, he gasped in shock. This is Dizai Ying. Your Highness, what on earth has transpired?" The crown prince's expression darkened. He tightened Qiao Jiao Jiao's garments and coldly declared, "Dizai Ying has concealed a deadly weapon and attempted to assassinate the fourth prince within the palace. His crimes are unforgivable. Seize him. I shall personally interrogate him." The moment the words, "assassinate the fourth prince," left his lips, Eunuch Huang and the guards behind him gasped in unison. This was a crime punishable by extermination of the 9 clans. Quickly, apprehend him." With Eunuch Huang's command, 4 members of the Imperial Guard rushed in and hoisted the seemingly crazed Dizai Ying aloft. Dizai Ying thrashed violently, continuing to shout, "Monster! Miss Qiao has been frightened within the palace, and I must provide them with an explanation." Chapter 53. Dog Emperor, do not approach me. When the news reached Ikuan Palace, Dizai Ying was indeed the tutor of Little Four. Had he not revealed his true colors today, it was entirely possible that Little Four could have met her demise at his hands. Upon hearing that Qiao Jiao Jiao was in danger, Madame Qiao sprang to her feet, feeling as if the world was spinning around her. Just then, the crown prince rushed into Ikuan Palace, cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao in his arms, with the fourth prince following closely behind. The moment she laid eyes on Qiao Jiao Jiao, Madame Qiao could no longer maintain her decorum and hastened towards her. "Jiao Jiao." After encountering danger, seeing Madame Qiao again made Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart ache, and she instinctively reached out her hand. Madame Qiao, trembling with fear, embraced Qiao Jiao Jiao, inspecting her repeatedly. "Mother, I'm perfectly fine, truly. I have a golden finger. That merit store not only saved me but also rescued that naive girl. It even exposed Dizai Ying." Hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, Madame Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, her limbs going weak. "Madame Qiao, the incident involving Jiao Jiao is a lapse in my consideration. I beseech you, Your Highness, do not speak such words to my humble self. This was a premeditated scheme by a rogue, unrelated to you." In truth, Madame Qiao harbored resentment. She blamed the crown prince for taking Jiao Jiao out and failing to return her promptly to Ikuan Palace. However, she also understood that the crown prince had been ensnared in a plot himself. Her husband and eldest son often spoke highly of the crown prince as a virtuous heir, a blessing to Daong. Now that Jiao Jiao was safe, Madame Qiao would not burden the crown prince with her grievances. Seeing Madame Qiao's understanding nature, the crown prince felt an even greater pang of guilt. "Thank you, Madame Qiao, for your forgiveness. I have summoned Lord Qiao and my elder brother to the palace. Please rest in my mother's presence. I assure you that I will provide an explanation to the Qiao family regarding this matter." With that, the crown prince strode away. The fourth prince nestled beside the empress, gazing intently at the adorable Qiao Jiao Jiao, silently affirming his previous actions. The empress, while comforting the fourth prince, also consoled Madame Qiao, inwardly chanting a few prayers for safety. Approximately half an hour later, Eunuch Huang personally arrived at Ikuan Palace, stating that the emperor summoned the fourth prince and Madame Qiao. Upon hearing she was to meet the emperor, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. Arriving at the door of the imperial study, eunuch Huang entered to announce their arrival before they were summoned inside. Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the resplendent golden decor, her gaze soon settling on the emperor seated behind the desk, adorned in a dragon robe. The handsome countenance of the emperor was evident, and one could easily see the resemblance to his sons. Upon closer inspection, the emperor indeed possessed a striking appearance, with the crown prince resembling him by about 60%. Perhaps due to years of reigning, the emperor's features bore a colder, more austere demeanor compared to the crown prince, exuding an air of regal detachment. Realizing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a wave of caution. This emperor was formidable, and one must tread carefully in his presence. Upon hearing this thought, Madame Qiao shuddered, nearly losing her footing before the young emperor. Qiao Jiao Jiao quickly surveyed her surroundings, and her eyes lit up upon spotting Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing. Father, brother, Wu Wu, it feels like an eternity since we parted. I missed you both so much. From the moment Qiao Jiao Jiao entered, Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing had been fixated on her. Although the crown prince had assured them that Jiao Jiao was unharmed, they could not rest easy until they saw her with their own eyes. Hearing her lively voice at last, they quietly exhaled in relief. The young emperor observed this scene and turned his gaze toward Qiao Jiao Jiao. Zhonghua, is this your precious daughter? Qiao Zhonghua stepped forward respectfully, replying, Your Majesty, indeed, this is my daughter Jiao Jiao. Bring her here, let me have a look, commanded the young emperor, seeming quite intrigued. Qiao Zhonghua, upon hearing this, gently took Qiao Jiao Jiao from Madame Qiao's arms, casting a reassuring. Madame Qiao felt a wave of comfort wash over her upon seeing her husband, and she subtly nodded at him. Qiao Zhonghua approached the dragon desk with Qiao Jiao Jiao in his arms, and to everyone's surprise, the young emperor stood up. Qiao Jiao Jiao, thinking the emperor intended to embrace her, panicked internally, shouting, Do not approach me, emperor, do not approach me. Qiao Zhonghua. Though he possessed feelings, they were entirely reserved for Princess Yulio. Can one fathom that Princess Yulio had been deceased for 13 years, yet the dog emperor still loved her deeply? Furthermore, his affections extended to the second prince, whom he held in high hopes. At this revelation, Qiao Zhonghua's heart skipped a beat. What did it mean to hold high hopes for a prince? It implied the inheritance of the throne. But what of the crown prince? As Qiao Zhonghua's thoughts spiraled, he suddenly recalled the crown prince's untimely death 4 years hence, sending a chill down his spine. Do not be deceived by the dog emperor's current feigned favor towards the crown prince while neglecting the second prince. This was merely a guise to protect the latter. Later, when the crown prince met his demise, chaos ensued in the court. Despite concubine Xiao having borne a son for the crown prince, the dog emperor still pushed the second prince into the position of heir against all opposition. However, the second prince, as the dog emperor lay on his deathbed, he finally revealed his heartfelt intentions, leaving the second prince to realize that the dog emperor had been painstakingly thoughtful all along, attempting to redeem himself in his final moments. Yet now, what redemption was there? The more Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered, the more anger welled within her. The dog emperor could love Princess Yulio, but at the very least, he should consider the empress and his 2 sons. The fourth prince drowned during the Dragon Boat Festival, and he showed no sign of grief, immediately facilitating the second prince's entrance into the palace. The empress, burdened with sorrow, was ignored as he lamented, Wait, now I even suspect that the crown prince's death might have been orchestrated by the emperor. However, tigers do not consume their own cubs. Could he truly be so heartless? Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts spiraled far beyond her initial concerns. Qiao Zhonghua and the others listened in trepidation, their hearts pounding with fear. Thus, when the second prince plotted the demise of the entire Qiao family, was the emperor merely turning a blind eye? Or perhaps, to eliminate obstacles for the second prince, they might have even been eliminated by the emperor's own hand. At this thought, Qiao Zhonghua's veins bulged, and his breathing became labored. Ah? Suddenly, Qiao Jiao Jiao let out a playful, innocent sound, pulling Qiao Zhonghua from the depths of his troubled thoughts. It turned out that the young emperor was amusing Qiao Jiao Jiao, placing a piece of yellow jade into her hand. "Zhonghua, your daughter is indeed clever," the young emperor remarked with a faint smile, then called out, "Bring Di Ziying in." Chapter 54. Jiao Jiao enters the water. Qiao Zhonghua immediately retreated to the side. The fourth prince, standing beside the crown prince, could not help but tighten his grip on the crown prince's sleeve upon hearing the commotion. The crown prince, sensing the fourth prince's anxiety, gently enveloped his small hand and bestowed upon him a warm smile. At this sight, the fourth prince straightened his back, emboldened by the protective presence of his elder brother. He felt fearless. Moreover, he was determined to protect Sister Jiao as well. The sound of iron chains clanking resonated through. The bloodstains on his face had yet to be washed away, rendering his features even more unrecognizable in his current disheveled state. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Qiao Jiao Jiao murmured to herself. Di Ziying, being a true northerner, should still retain some distinguishable traits if thoroughly cleansed. He had been lurking in the Deyong dynasty for so long, and now that he had finally entered the imperial palace, had he not yet were it not for my sudden appearance today, it seems Di Ziying could have endured this situation. "Kneel!" a guard barked beside him. Di Ziying let out a cold laugh, fully aware of his impending doom, and thus no longer concealed his animosity. The young emperor, surprisingly calm, gestured dismissively. "Di Ziying, I have ordered an investigation into your background. There are no issues. Why then do you attempt to assassinate the fourth prince?" Di Ziying continued to sneer, ignoring the young emperor. Qiao Zhonghua. When he had once stood beside Yu Lu as the latter approached the capital of the northern kingdom, he had cast a distant glance at him. Truly a figure of imposing grandeur, a paragon of strength. Were it not for Qiao Zhonghua, Yu Lu would not have been compelled to enter into a marriage alliance with the Deyong dynasty, becoming the plaything of the dog emperor. With this thought, fierce hatred surged forth on Di Ziying's face, his eyes gradually narrowing as they fell upon Qiao Jiao Jiao nestled in Qiao Zhonghua's embrace. Suddenly, he shouted, "Monster! The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster. She cannot be harmed. I pierced her with poisoned needles, yet all the injuries fell upon myself. She remains unscathed. She is a monster, specifically designed to counteract ruthless individuals such as yourself." Qiao Jiao Jiao knew, without a doubt, that Di Ziying would not let her off lightly. Upon hearing this, the young emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. "Nonsense!" Di Ziying, now more fervent than ever, declared, "Dog Emperor, if you do not believe me, bring forth a needle and test it. The daughter of the Qiao family possesses supernatural abilities. Do you dare to keep such a person around?" Qiao Zhonghua, upon hearing this, felt a surge of fury within him. Qiao Jiao Jiao, however, remained unperturbed. The effect of the rebound talisman could only last for a quarter of an hour, and that time had long since elapsed. Even though Qiao Zhonghua was aware of Qiao Jiao Jiao's confidence, he still could not bear the thought of her suffering even the slightest harm. He entrusted Qiao Jiao Jiao into Qiao Tianjing's arms and then knelt before the young emperor, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, this Di Ziying has an unclear identity and ill intentions. Such treacherous words are clearly aimed at putting my daughter in peril. My daughter is young and innocent, barely able to speak. I have pondered this matter, and it seems likely that Di Ziying intends to target me. I have served diligently in the court, maintaining integrity and fostering goodwill with others. The only ones who harbor such hatred towards me must be the Northern Kingdom bandits." Upon hearing Qiao Zhonghua's words, a momentary look of panic crossed Di Ziying's face. At that moment, Qiao Jiao Jiao, "You are so clever. You have hit the nail on the head. This Di Ziying is indeed a northerner." Qiao Zhonghua continued, "Your Majesty, might you grant Di Ziying a chance to reveal his true face?" My father is truly wise and unparalleled. The young emperor's eyes flickered momentarily before he nodded. Huang Pei, reveal his face. Yes. Grand Eunuch Huang hurriedly orchestrated the proceedings, instructing a young eunuch to bring forth a basin of water. Grand Eunuch Huang dipped a cloth in the water, meticulously wiping Di Ziying's face. Di Ziying reacted violently, incessantly shouting, "Get off, get away." Once Grand Eunuch Huang completed his task, he signaled the imperial guards to release him. Di Ziying sprang to his feet, and at that moment, his features were clearly revealed to all, with slightly sunken eye sockets and elongated eyes, particularly his prominent nose and thin lips. He indeed bore a striking resemblance to a typical northerner. Truly a northern kingdom bandit. He had held Qiao Jiao in high regard, but he had still underestimated him. Qiao Jiao, do not think that by exposing me, you can overshadow the fact that your daughter is a monster. He had never paid much attention to this youngest son and had seldom inquired into his affairs. The only arrangement he had made for him was to appoint Di Ziying as his tutor. Oh, he remembered that every afternoon, someone would present the fourth prince's lessons to him. However, he had never glanced at them, discarding them with the waste paper in his memory. The youngest son had been overly indulged by the empress, always speaking in a soft and delicate manner, quite unappealing. Now, seeing the fourth prince take the initiative to speak surprised the young emperor somewhat. Let us hear it. The fourth prince, like all sons, harbored a unique admiration and reverence for his father. Yet, he was acutely aware that his father held no affection for him, which made him cautious in his father's presence. This time, however, as his father had personally sought a tutor for him, he was elated, practicing his calligraphy until his wrist ached before he would take a break. He wondered if his father had seen his writing. Even the empress praised him, saying that the crown prince had only written as well as he did at the age of 6. His thoughts drifted, only to be quickly pulled back by the urgency of the moment. He steeled his resolve. For today, it was he who must protect Sister Jiao. Chapter 55. You did well today. However, he accidentally stumbled and fell onto the couch, causing the poison needle to pierce his own palm. It is unknown what poison was on that needle, but Di Ziying suddenly went mad and began stabbing himself indiscriminately. I was utterly terrified at that moment, fearing for Qiao Mei's safety, so I embraced her and tumbled off the bat that moment. Di Ziying regained his senses and relentlessly pursued us. Fortunately, the crown prince arrived just in time, allowing both myself and Miss Qiao to escape unharmed. Your Majesty, this is the entire account of the assassination attempt that transpired in the study today. I implore you to eliminate this scoundrel and restore peace within the palace. As soon as the fourth prince finished speaking, Di Ziying's eyes widened in disbelief. He had taught the fourth prince for over a month and knew him to be exceptionally gifted, far surpassing ordinary folk, yet he never expected him to. You, a mere 4-year-old, are spouting lies. Who taught you to say such things? The crown prince or Qiao Jiao? Qiao Jiao Jiao was equally astonished that the fourth prince would so willingly assist her. What shocked her most was that from the moment the assassination began until now, she had been alongside the fourth prince, and those words were entirely of his own making. Goodness, I can no longer call you naive and sweet. You are truly clever. At 4 years old, I was still babbling, and here you are, able to debate with the people of the northern kingdom. You are impressive. Qiao Jiao realized that the fourth prince was indeed helping Jiao Jiao fabricate a story. The truth was laid bare before them. It was witnessed by my own eyes, and no one instructed me, nor was there any need for instruction. The fourth prince's expression was unwaveringly resolute, and his words sounded remarkably credible. Upon hearing this, Di Ziying's expression abruptly contorted with malice. The lineage of that dog emperor is indeed filled with scoundrels. I should have eliminated you sooner, rather than waiting for the Duanwu festival. That needle was originally meant for you, but alas, It was intercepted by that monster from the Qiao family. The crown prince's face turned ashen at this revelation. Dizaying had initially planned to strike against the fourth prince on the day of the Duanwu festival. That day was indeed the fourth prince's birthday. Dizaying was effectively seeking to end his and the empress's lives. Such a heart is worthy of condemnation. Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly paused, realization dawning upon her. Wait, if I had not appeared today, Dizaying would have used the poison needle against the fourth prince on the Duanwu festival, but the fourth prince had clearly drowned. I had initially believed that with Dizaying exposed today, the fourth prince's impending doom on Duanwu would naturally dissipate. Now it seems, could there be another person plotting to kill the fourth prince? Someone who preempted Dizaying and eliminated the fourth prince first? The thought sent a chill down Qiao Jiao Jiao's spine. She suddenly felt that the palace was riddled with malevolent spirits and treacherous traps. Hearing this conjecture, Qiao Tianjing and the others felt their scalps prickle with fear. If the true culprit was not uncovered, the young fourth prince, defenseless within the palace, was destined to meet. Your Majesty, this villain has been lurking within our great Yong dynasty for over a decade, capable of enduring what others cannot. Today, he skillfully manipulated the palace staff and lured away the guards, revealing his grand ambitions. I beseech you, Your Majesty, to hand this scoundrel over to me. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. The crown prince could not tolerate anyone harming the fourth prince. Since Dizaying was summoned by the emperor, even if the emperor had misjudged his character, he could not voice a word of dissent. However, he was determined to root out all malignant entities hidden within the palace to ensure the fourth prince's safe growth. Emperor Yong's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao could not help but curse inwardly. How could this dog emperor possibly agree? He was likely terrified that the crown prince would uncover the second prince's minions within the palace. Indeed, as soon as Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts settled, Emperor Yong spoke with solemn authority. This matter is of great significance. I shall personally investigate. The crown prince clenched his hands upon hearing this and finally bowed in response. Understood. Seeing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao let out a quiet sigh. The crown prince must be feeling quite distressed as well. Before the arrival of Princess Yulio, the relationship between the emperor and empress was still tolerable, and as the eldest son, the crown prince had also been cherished by the emperor for a time. Being so astute, he could not be oblivious to this disparity in treatment, could he? Did he truly have no defenses against the second prince at all? I cannot think any further. It will only give me a headache. Qiao Jiao Jiao scratched her head, feeling exhausted from this trip to the palace. She wished never to return. Emperor Yong ordered for Dizaying to be taken away and offered a few comforting words to Qiao Zhonghua, essentially stating that Dizaying was merely rambling, and that his loyal subject need not take it to heart. He would always stand by his loyal subject. Internally, Qiao Jiao Jiao scoffed. Dog Emperor, spare me your nonsense. Soon you will be calling out sweet nothings to Princess Yulio's portrait. The Qiao family members. They almost exposed themselves in front of the emperor. Genre, accompany Qiao Aiqing, Emperor Yong instructed the crown prince. The crown prince respectfully nodded. Even if his father had not spoken, he would have seen her off. What was originally meant to be an explanation to Lord Qiao was now entirely in the emperor's hands. Everything would depend on the emperor's decisions. The fourth prince followed the crown prince out, looking back at Emperor Yong with a hint of reluctance. However, the emperor had already turned away, staring blankly at the empty wall beside him. Qiao Jiao Jiao knew that the portrait of Princess Yulio was hidden behind that very wall. Seeing this, the fourth prince felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a paper basket in the corner. It was already overflowing, with a few stray sheets of paper having fallen out, the handwriting appearing so tender. The sight suddenly stung the fourth prince's eyes with tears. Before the academic work was submitted for the emperor's review, he had meticulously arranged the order. Now, a scattered pile lay there, and the order remained unchanged. The fourth prince blinked away the moisture in his eyes. He should never have harbored any expectations. His mother and brother were enough for him. Brother, I want a hug too. The fourth prince quickly caught up and playfully tugged at the crown prince's sleeve. The crown prince, thinking the fourth prince was simply tired, affectionately bent down to embrace him. Are you going back to see mother first? The fourth prince shook his head. I want to accompany brother to send off sister Qiao. Very well, then let us go together. Little four, do not worry. You did remarkably well today. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince's head shot up, meeting the crown prince's gentle gaze. As if he understood everything, a jolt of realization struck the fourth prince's heart. Did brother know he had lied? Did he also perceive that sister Qiao was not ordinary? Just as he was about to explain that he was not a bad child who told lies, Qiao Tianjing approached, holding Qiao Jiao Jiao. The fourth prince immediately fell silent. Qiao Tianjing's expression was slightly stern as he lowered his voice to say, Your Highness, I have an important matter to report. Chapter 56. The prince's heart is frigid. The crown prince noticed Qiao Tianjing's serious demeanor, which immediately put him on edge. He discreetly pressed down with his right hand, and Qiao Tianjing nodded in understanding before shifting the conversation to trivial matters. The two strolled a considerable distance before eunuch Huang respectfully saw them off at the door, only turning back to the imperial study when their figures disappeared from sight. Observing that the emperor was once again gazing at the portrait of Princess Yulio, eunuch Huang couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, they have departed. The young emperor nodded indifferently from his seat. Eunuch Huang, sensing the moment, hesitated to speak. He had just noticed that the fourth prince seemed to have taken an interest in the paper basket in the corner, which contained the calligraphy practice sheets delivered the previous afternoon, evidently crafted with care. At times, even eunuch Huang, who was most familiar with the young emperor, found it incomprehensible why the emperor was so infatuated with Princess Yulio. Indeed, she was a rare beauty, with an ethereal grace that resembled, yet her demeanor towards the emperor was cold and detached, as if her heart was elsewhere. Nevertheless, the emperor remained devoted, losing himself in thoughts of her even after more than a decade, to the point of neglecting the empress and his sons, the crown prince and the fourth prince. What has the second prince been occupied with lately? The young emperor, eunuch Huang, lost in thought, was startled by the low voice, relieved that the emperor's attention was still focused on the portrait and had not noticed his lapse in decorum. Your Majesty, since the Lantern Festival, the second prince seems to have grown increasingly reticent. However, he did meet with Lord Shang of the Qinghua Duke's residence recently. The young emperor slightly turned his face. Shang Mingsheng? He is merely a debauched scion. The second prince should not take an interest in him. Eunuch Huang promptly flattered. Indeed, Your Majesty, I have observed that the second prince possesses discerning taste. Naturally, Shang Mingsheng would not capture his attention. The young emperor grunted nonchalantly and continued. Are there any interesting happenings in the capital lately? Something to share with Yulio. Eunuch Huang was the emperor often treated the portrait of Princess Yulio as if she were alive, concerned that she might feel bored, and would frequently ask him to gather amusing tales. After rummaging through his mind, he suddenly brightened. Your Majesty, there is indeed an intriguing matter. This year's poetry gathering in the capital has introduced a talented young lady, the 10-year-old daughter of Minister Ming, named Meng Gushue. The young emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, a talented girl. What poem did she recite? Eunuch Huang promptly recited Meng Gushue's poem with flair. The young emperor savored it thoughtfully, nodding in approval. It is certainly an improvement over those cloying and stale verses. But from whence come the Xiongnu and the Wooding River? Eunuch Huang hurriedly recounted the daughter of Minister Ming indeed displayed remarkable poetic talent. Perhaps at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, she could be granted a favor to attend as well. The ranks of officials varied, and the number of attendees at palace banquets was limited. Ministers, being of the fourth rank, were allowed to bring only one female companion, typically their legal wife. Eunuch Huang quickly affirmed this and discreetly noted it down. After a moment of silence, the young emperor inquired, "Have the articles from the top scholars of the spring examination been submitted?" Eunuch Huang immediately retrieved several documents from the table, smiling as he replied, "Your Majesty, they have already been presented this morning." The young emperor cast a brief glance, stating nonchalantly, "Have the crown prince come to review them tomorrow morning." It was only reasonable for the heir to examine the top scholars' works, and Eunuch Huang promptly bowed in agreement. However, the young emperor quickly added, "Make a copy and send it to the second prince." Eunuch Huang's face displayed a hint of astonishment. This was somewhat out of order, but he dared not voice his thoughts, only accepting the command. Once these matters were settled, the young emperor waved his hand, instructing, "You may leave. Without my orders, no one shall enter." Eunuch Huang understood that the emperor wished to be alone with Princess Yulia once more. Before exiting, he discreetly inquired, "Your Majesty, how should we handle that Dizaying today?" The young emperor waved his hand impatiently. "Investigate. Remove any spies that need to be removed, and further, do not let the crown prince interfere." Upon hearing this, Huang Pei's shoulders trembled slightly, and he nodded respectfully. The moment the palace door closed, Eunuch Huang exhaled slowly. He knew well who the emperor referred to, those individuals whom he had allowed the second prince to place as spies within the various palaces over the years. Now, with the crown prince's virtuous reputation widely acknowledged, yet the emperor's favoritism towards the second prince raised questions about the future. What should be done? A hint of fear flickered across. To survive in the emperor's presence, one must feign ignorance and silence. Noticing that Qiao Tianjing had pressing matters to discuss, the crown prince decided to first escort the fourth prince back. Before parting, the fourth prince looked longingly at Qiao Jiao Jiao. "Will I not see Sister Qiao for a long time again?" he said, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt grateful for the fourth prince's protection regarding the rebound talisman incident and refrained from speaking ill of him. "You take care of yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing recalled Qiao Jiao Jiao's earlier speculations and said earnestly, "Your Highness, the fourth prince is still young. He should be well protected." The crown prince nodded gravely, acknowledging, "Indeed, Darling speaks wisely. I am aware in my heart." The fourth prince tugged at Qiao Jiao Jiao's small hand, soft and tender. Suddenly, he laughed. "Last time, Brother Crown Prince said I could only hold sister after my birthday during the Dragon Boat Festival. I tried today, and it was indeed difficult. I must eat well and grow tall, so I can easily carry Sister Qiao like Darling." His innocent words lightened the somber expressions of the crown prince and Qiao Tianjing. Qiao Jiao Jiao shot him a sidelong glance. "Fool, you will grow, and I will too. By then, you still won't be able to carry me." The fourth prince earnestly bid farewell to Qiao Jiao Jiao, saying, "Sister Qiao, let us meet again at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet." Qiao Jiao Jiao chirped back in agreement, acknowledging him. I know. You really are a little chatterbox." The crown prince personally escorted the fourth prince back and then led Qiao Darling onward. The palace path was exceedingly empty, devoid of any eavesdroppers. Seeing the opportunity, Qiao Tianjing lowered his voice and began, "Your Highness, I have a matter of great importance to report." The crown prince's expression turned serious. "Darling, speak." Qiao Tianjing cautiously uttered the prearranged words he had discussed with his father at home. "Your Highness, do you remember the scholar from Zhuozhou who recited poetry during the Lantern Festival?" Chapter 57. The evidence of a tool. The crown prince pondered for a moment, then nodded, recalling that his surname was Tan. Qiao Tianjing's eyes sparkled with delight. It was fortunate that the crown prince remembered him. By a twist of fate, my second brother and I encountered him being humiliated by the esteemed young master of the Qingwa Duke's residence. My second brother, witnessing the injustice, came to his aid, thus forging a bond with Tan Hanchu. Last night, Tan Hanchu was pursued and narrowly escaped into the back alley of an inn, where he was rescued by my second brother and brought back to our residence. Your Highness, through my interactions with him, I have discovered that he possesses not only remarkable literary talent, but also a discerning mind. Currently, he is being unjustly hunted, and this statement was veiled in ambiguity, but the Crown Prince's brow furrowed sharply, instantly grasping the implication behind Qiao Tianjing's words. Even the Crown Prince hesitated to believe that there was an issue with the spring examination. Could it be that Tan Hanchu simply faltered? Qiao Tianjing shook his head, discreetly indicating his sleeve. Your Highness, my father requested Tan Hanchu to recite the essay he composed for the spring examination. I have reviewed it, and it surpasses my own work from that time. Hearing Qiao Tianjing's unwavering conviction, the Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. It is worth noting that Qiao Tianjing was once a top scholar, personally appointed by the Emperor as a flower among men. The Crown Prince's expression grew solemn, and he handed over Qiao Jiao Jiao to me. Understanding the gesture, Qiao Tianjing simultaneously pressed Tan Hanchu's essay beneath Qiao Jiao Jiao's seat. Qiao Jiao Jiao. I have indeed become a mere tool. Nonetheless, I am honored. You may continue your games while I provide you with a smokescreen. The Crown Prince discreetly tucked the essay away, smiling as he weighed Qiao Jiao Jiao in his arms. We were now at the palace gate, and any further display would be excessive. Qiao Tianjing took Qiao Jiao Jiao back, sincerely bowing and expressing, "Thank you for your trust, Your Highness." In truth, the Qiao family had taken a considerable risk in this endeavor. After all, the spring examination held great significance, and should the suspicious Emperor Yong harbor doubts about the Qiao family's intentions, it could lead to dire consequences. The Crown Prince smiled broadly, exuding a refreshing air. In my eyes, the Qiao family is synonymous with loyalty and righteousness. This statement from the Crown Prince was indeed the highest form of trust. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, what a marvelous Crown Prince! We must ensure he ascends to the throne. Qiao Tianjing slightly bowed, filled with gratitude. For a minister, the greatest fortune is to serve a wise ruler. Thus, my father and I await your Highness's command. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiao Jiao was thoroughly scrutinized by Madame Qiao, who examined her from head to toe, finding no hidden contrivances, which finally eased the family's collective anxiety. Qiao Jiao Jiao animatedly recounted the wonders of the merit shop, detailing how she valiantly rescued the fourth prince. Though her family could not comprehend her words, it did not hinder her exuberance. The Qiao family exchanged glances, their hearts filled with astonishment, yet they pretended not to understand, desperately managing their expressions. In the afternoon, a decree from the palace sent ripples through the capital. It was said that the emperor himself had personally decreed that Miss Meng Gushue of the Ming family was to attend the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, Ming residence. Upon receiving the decree, Minister Meng was momentarily bewildered. Since returning from the poetry gathering in the eastern suburbs, Meng Gushue had fallen gravely ill, and her once cherubic face had grown increasingly gaunt. Madame Meng, furious with her daughter for dismissing her maid, and for being outmaneuvered by the legitimate young lady of the Qingwa Duke's residence, had confined her to her room, preventing her from stepping outside. Yet, to Madame Ming's astonishment, after this bout of illness, her daughter seemed transformed. Her demeanor had quieted, no longer causing a ruckus, and she sat up to practice her calligraphy, appearing quite accomplished. When news of the decree reached the Ming residence, Madame Ming joyfully hurried to her daughter's chamber. Upon learning that the emperor had personally summoned her to the banquet, Meng Gushue's hand trembled, causing her ink to smudge. The opportunity she had awaited had finally arrived. Meng Gushue exhaled slowly, crumpling the paper in her hand. During her illness, she had experienced a remarkably vivid dream in it. She sailed through life effortlessly, even developing a deep connection with the second prince. Together, they toppled the crown prince, dismantled the Qiao family, crushing all rivals underfoot, ultimately achieving supremacy. Meng Gushue was certain that she was the destined daughter of this world. Yet, she was meant to fall in love with the second prince there. But it mattered not. What was hers would always remain, and the Dragon Boat Festival banquet would serve as her prime opportunity to capture the second prince's heart. Mother, I understand now. I must practice my calligraphy. Please leave, Meng Gushue stated coolly, a confident glimmer in her eyes. Madame Ming regarded her daughter with a mixture of curiosity and concern, and upon seeing her already poised to write, once the door closed, Meng Gushue lifted her head abruptly, revealing a pair of ambitious eyes. Meanwhile, her paper was filled with the repeated name Shun Yuanbai. Knock, knock, knock. A cautious knock. I have brought what you requested. At this, Meng Gushue's eyes brightened, and she set down her brush to open the door. Xiao Dao presented 2 packages to Meng Gushue. Miss, here are the shells and the plant as she requested. Xiao Dao was completely unaware of her mistress's intentions for these items. Meng Gushue peered into the packages, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had majored in chemistry in college and had once leveraged her modern knowledge to achieve prosperity alongside the second prince, earning his recognition and reliance. This extraordinary advantage and golden opportunity had nearly slipped her mind. Now, with the dream's reminder, she must swiftly create soap to win the second prince's admiration. Just wait, the Dragon Boat Festival banquet will be her moment of resurgence. Meanwhile, at the Qinghua Duke's residence, incompetent fools, haven't you found him yet? Shang Mingxing roared at his subordinates. As darkness approached, despite deploying over a dozen men, they had yet. Was Tan Honshu truly capable of vanishing from existence? Search, go and search again, he commanded. Also, send people along the road from the capital to Zhuozhou to look for him. Once found, execute him without mercy. The following day, after court, the crown prince was summoned to the imperial study. Emperor Yong pointed to 3 scrolls on the desk, speaking in a calm tone. Genre, these are the essays from this year's top scholars in the spring examination. Come and take a look. The crown prince respectfully complied, taking a seat beside the emperor's designated chair and picking up the first scroll. Before even unfolding it, the crown prince felt a moment of astonishment. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace yesterday, he had meticulously read the essay presented by the Qiao family's eldest son and found it to be a masterpiece, each word shining with brilliance. Such talent and such an exceptional piece. It was truly unfathomable that it had not made the list. Genre, what troubles you? Seeing the crown prince lost in thought, Emperor Yong tilted his head in confusion. The crown prince, as if awakening from a dream, immediately smiled and replied, I was merely reflecting on the influx of talented individuals who will soon serve your majesty, which brings me great joy. The emperor nodded subtly, then continued, this year's top scholar has penned an especially remarkable essay, the one you hold in your hands. Examine it closely. The crown prince promptly focused his attention, unrolling the scroll. As his gaze fell upon the first line of text, his pupils constricted sharply. It was identical. The very same essay he had read last night by Tan Honshu. Yet, the name inscribed on the scroll was Gu Junlin from Qingzhou. Chapter 58. Jiao Jiao could even be a strategist. Qingzhou, situated to the east of the capital, is one of the most affluent provinces of the Daong dynasty. The Gu family, a prominent clan in Qingzhou, amassed their wealth through the fishing industry, and it is said that their fortune is beyond count, rich enough to rival a nation. It is indeed remarkable that a family of merchants like the Gu family could raise such a learned and talented son. Upon observing that the crown prince was already engrossed in his studies, Emperor Yong made a pointed remark. The Daong dynasty also adheres to a standard social hierarchy comprising scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Although the Gu family is wealthy, they remain somewhat unrefined, hence their desire for their offspring to achieve scholarly success. However, the Gu family's immense wealth means that even though Gu Junlin is gifted with eloquence and exceptional insight, he cannot receive excessive praise. This scenario is filled with the emperor's calculations and checks and balances, of which the crown prince is fully aware. Yet, at this moment, he is so taken aback that he cannot muster the energy to concur with Emperor Yong. This is the spring examination. How could anyone dare to employ such underhanded tactics and deceit during such a prestigious event? Emperor Yong assumed the crown prince was merely lost in thought and paid little heed. At this moment, he even mused whether the second prince had also perused these articles. He wondered what insights the boy might possess. The second prince has always been astute, and surely he would have a more unique perspective. The crown prince understood that raising questions too hastily would not only jeopardize the Qiao family but also invite his father's suspicions regarding his close ties with them. Thus, he suppressed the tumult within his heart and offered a few measured compliments. The palace examination is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, to be presided over by the emperor himself. After leaving the imperial study, the crown prince returned to the eastern palace with an air of calm eye. In the afternoon, the empress sent someone to deliver rewards to the Qiao residents, stating that Qiao Jiao was startled in the palace the previous day, and out of compassion, the empress sent some protective charms to provide comfort. When Emperor Yong heard the report from Eunuch Huang, he waved his hand dismissively, a hint of annoyance flickering across his brow. Such trivial matters need not be brought before me again. Eunuch Huang quickly assented, sighing inwardly. He was aware of the emperor's disdain for the empress, yet it should be noted that the late Empress Yu Lu had taken her own life. Ultimately, it could not be entirely blamed on the current empress. He, as a servant, could only comply with his master's wishes. The empress's gifts soon arrived at the Qiao residence, where Qiao Zhonghua personally expressed. As Qiao Zhonghua stepped forward to receive the rewards, the palace attendant discreetly slipped a note beneath the red platter. "Your Highness," the attendant silently mouthed. She was an absolute confidant of the empress. Qiao Zhonghua's heart skipped a beat. Smiling, he accepted the red platter, expressing his gratitude for the empress's generosity, assuring her that his daughter was now well and asking her to rest easy. After delivering the message, the attendant led a large group out, returning to the palace to report. Qiao Zhonghua dismissed all the servants and opened the note, which was indeed written by the crown prince. Jiao Jiao, cradled in Madame Qiao's arms, immediately leaned toward Qiao Zhonghua, exclaiming, "Father!" Quickly read what the crown prince has written. "I am eager to know." The next moment, Qiao Zhonghua began to read. The crown prince mentioned that he had read 3 outstanding essays that morning, and among them, the most remarkable one was identical to that composed by Tan Hanchu, yet it was now attributed to Qingzhou's Gu Junlin. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao was instantly enlightened. The Gu family of Qingzhou? No wonder. It is clear why the Gu family would support the second prince. It seems such a significant leverage is firmly in the second prince's hands. It must be noted that the Gu family is immensely wealthy, with their business sprawling across the Daong dynasty, having accumulated their fortune since ancient times, resulting in an extraordinarily deep foundation. Subsequently, the female protagonist engages in the production of soap, perfume, and lipstick, all leveraging the Gu family's distribution channels and connections, raking in wealth, ultimately establishing her own commercial empire, akin to a gratifying tale of rising to prosperity in ancient times. The Qiao family may not understand soap and perfume, but they can certainly discern that the Gu family is crucial to the second prince's ambitions. The crown prince also stated that the palace examination would be held the day after tomorrow, during which the emperor would personally preside over the questioning, with the crown prince in attendance. Once Qiao Zhonghua conveyed this information, Qiao Tianjing furrowed his brow. "Father, our time is limited. Once the palace examination concludes, it will be nearly impossible for Brother Tan to reclaim his rightful position." Jiao Jiao, deep in thought, furrowed her. "First and foremost, we must not have the Qiao family expose ourselves. Otherwise, we would be directly placing our family in the crosshairs of the second prince, Duke Qing, and the Minister of Rights. That treacherous emperor is no friend. If he grows suspicious, he may even question father's intentions, which cannot happen. The crown prince. It is even riskier for him. We must not inadvertently hate. Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with determination. It seems the only option is for Tan Hanchu to step forward himself. Upon her utterance, the entire Qiao family was illuminated with newfound clarity. In unison, they exclaimed, "The drum of petition! The drum of petition!" Jiao Jiao, momentarily taken aback, soon clapped her hands in delight. "Oh my, how wonderful! Our family is truly in sync. I thought father and brother were standing there, gazing at each other in confusion, believing they were both my—" Indeed, they had just been at a loss, only for Jiao Jiao to present them with a solution. Jiao Jiao's thoughts continued to expand. Alas, when father was wrongfully accused and sentenced to be executed at the Woman Gate, it was precisely my elder brother and second brother who struck the drum of petition outside the palace gates. However, that treacherous emperor and the second prince were resolute in their intent to see father perish. In the end, my brothers received 30 lashes each and were merely dismissed with a perfunctory return to the Qiao residence. To prevent malicious ringing of the drum of petition, a regulation was established since the founding of the Daong dynasty. Those who strike the drum must first endure 30 lashes, and only when the drum sounds will the emperor personally examine the grievances. I wonder if Tan Hanchu can withstand those 30 lashes. Moreover, the Duke Qing's household is undoubtedly still furiously pursuing him. We must ensure his safe arrival at the drum of petition while guarding him against any schemes from the Duke's men to harm him. These considerations resonated deeply with both Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing, as father and son contemplated the gravity of the situation. Qiao Zhonghua, upon hearing that he would be executed at the Woman Gate, had already reached a state of tranquility. What their family was striving for was precisely to alter their fate and overturn the predetermined conclusion, wasn't it? At this moment, Qiao Zhonghua could not help but marvel at Jiao Jiao's quick wit. Her intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although she had not foreseen the revelation of the spring examination's malpractice, she was able to consider every angle and detail in the shortest span of time. This child, perhaps one day, could even serve as a strategist. When Xiao Diyu brought Tan Hanchu before them, Qiao Zhonghua meticulously laid out the current situation, detailing the risks involved. Tan Hanchu, whether to strike the drum of petition or not rests entirely in your hands. Qiao Zhonghua regarded Tan Hanchu with a calm expression. Tan Hanchu, upon perceiving this, bowed deeply to Qiao Zhonghua, his expression resolute. General Qiao, in the face of adversity, there is no distinction between ease and difficulty. I am willing. He shall not leave alive. 2 days hence, at dawn, the imposing gates of the Court of the Bell of Justice were suddenly rapped upon. The resounding knocks drew the attention of passers-by, who halted in astonishment. That man has gone mad. He dares to strike the doors of the Court of the Bell of Justice. The young man knocking stood tall and elegant in a flowing moon-white robe, his demeanor scholarly yet dignified. His expression was grave, and as no one responded to his summons, he knocked increasingly urgently. Soon, a throng gathered outside the gates, drawn by the spectacle. Disguised, Qiao Dai held Qiao Jiao tightly, ensuring they blended into the crowd. Under normal circumstances, the Qiao family would never have allowed Qiao Jiao to witness such an event. After all, Tan Hanchi was to be publicly punished with 30 lashes, a sight that would be harrowing to behold. Yet, her heart raced incessantly, compelling her to awaken with her bright, round eyes long before dawn. Mrs. Qiao sighed, realizing she could not restrain Qiao Jiao, nor did she wish to disappoint her. Eventually, she consented to let Qiao Dai carry her along. As for Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing, they were currently attending court. The timing of the bell ringing was set by Qiao Zhonghua, intended to coincide with the morning assembly, so he could partake and, if necessary, defend Tan Hanchi vocally. After approximately 15 minutes of knocking, the gates of the Court of the Bell of Justice creaked open, revealing a harried official with an impatient countenance. The gates had not been rapped upon for 7 or 8 years, rendering them almost redundant. The official, having been roused from a much-needed slumber after a late night of gambling, was irked by the unwelcome interruption. "Who dares to knock at such an early hour? I am Tan Hanchi of Zhuozhou, wronged and here to sound the bell of justice." Tan Hanchi's voice rang out, startling the drowsy official. Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback by the sea of people gathered outside the gates. Regaining his composure, the official inquired sternly, "What did you say you are here for?" Without hesitation, Tan Hanchi reiterated, "I am here to sound the bell of justice." At this proclamation, not only did the official gasp, but the onlookers also murmured in astonishment. "Do you not know that to sound the bell of justice, one must first endure 30 lashes? Unfazed, Tan Hanchi replied, "I am willing to accept the punishment." The official's expression darkened. "You would risk your life for this?" Tan Hanchi nodded resolutely. "Life or death is of no concern." The official inhaled deeply before fully opening the gates. "Very well, enter." With determined strides, Tan Hanchi stepped into the courtyard, where Qiao Jiao observed clearly, spotting the enormous drum that stood imposingly in the center, a stark reminder of the severity of the proceedings. Meanwhile, the official had gone to summon others, for the execution of the 30 lashes required 4 individuals to carry it out. News of someone seeking to sound the bell quickly spread, drawing an ever-increasing crowd. Amidst the throng, a young attendant glanced over and, his face paling, pushed through the crowd in a panicked rush. The Duke of Qing enjoyed the emperor's favor and resided close to the palace. The attendant stumbled back to the estate, his lips ashen with fear. Shang Mingxing had been troubled throughout the night, ultimately consoled by his concubine, Lianer, who brought him a nourishing soup. Just as he succumbed to slumber, Lianer was awakened by the attendant's frantic knocking. "My lord, it's dire news." Disgruntled, Lianer scolded from the bed. "Who is disturbing my lord's dreams at this hour?" The attendant, drenched in perspiration, cried out, "My lord, Tan Hanchi has been found." At this revelation, Shang Mingxing jolted upright, all drowsiness vanishing. "Come in." "Where is he?" he demanded anxiously. The attendant rushed inside, startling Lianer, who hastily buried herself under the covers. "My lord, it's grave. Tan Hanchi is at the court of the Bell of Justice." "What?" Shang Mingxing froze mid-dress, his complexion draining of color. "What of my grandfather? Does the Duke know?" The attendant wore a grim expression. "There's a tumult at the Bell of Justice. Upon seeing Tan Hanchi, I hurried back to report." Before he could finish, a sharp voice rang out from the entrance, unmistakably that of Duke Shang Qishan. "Get that useless boy out here." Shang Mingxing felt his limbs weaken as he hastily donned a coat, stumbling out of his chamber, only to be met with a resounding slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. Slap? Shang Mingxing was dazed but still managed to kneel, grasping the feet of the imposing figure before him, pleading, "Grandfather, please quell your anger. Please, quell my anger." Duke Shang glowered down, his face shadowed with fury. "Fool! How has our duke's household become filled with imbeciles? Did you not claim Tan Hanchi was dealt with? Why is he now at the court of the Bell of Justice? I should never have trusted you 2 useless fools. Do you understand the peril your foolishness has brought upon us? Our household could be obliterated today." Shang Mingxing trembled, prostrate on the ground. He had never anticipated matters escalating to this extent. Tan Hanchi was merely a powerless scholar, a man he assumed could be easily dealt with. Little did he know, Tan Hanchi not only eluded capture but audaciously sought to sound the Bell of Justice. Ah, the Bell of Justice! The realization struck Shang Mingxing, and he clutched the Duke's leg, pleading urgently, "Grandfather, one must endure 30 lashes before sounding the bell. We could let him perish beneath it, thus preventing him from appealing to the emperor." Duke Shang kicked Shang Mingxing aside with disdain, his voice cold and sharp. "Do I need you to remind me?" He had dispatched reliable individuals the moment he received the news. Should Tan Hanchi be executed beneath the bell, there might still be a chance for you to redeem yourself. However, If he reaches the emperor, our household will be doomed due to your incompetence. After delivering this admonishment, Duke Shang seized Shang Mingxing and thrust him to the ground, his ire escalating upon spotting Lianer on the bed. A useless sack of bones, irredeemable. Drag her out and execute her. Lianer let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolling back as she fainted at the horror of the decree. Shang Mingxing knelt in terror, knowing he could not voice a single complaint as his concubine faced death. Watching Duke Shang storm out, he hastily gathered his clothes, donning them with urgency as he raced to the outside world. Tan Hanqi, that accursed Tan Hanqi, he shall not leave the court of the Bell of Justice alive. Chapter 60. I will surely save your life. Within the courtyard of the Drum of Justice, for constables had already assumed their positions. Before the Drum of Justice, a long bench was placed, and one constable was meticulously. On either side, a constable held a thick board, while the one who had just opened the door was tasked with counting the strikes. Tanjuzi, I shall ask you one last time. Do you have any regrets? Without uttering a word, Tan Hanchu removed his outer robe, resolutely bent over the long bench, gripping its legs tightly. Let it begin. Witnessing Tan Hanchu's calm and fearless demeanor, the onlookers felt a mix of admiration and dread. 30 strikes could indeed be fatal. The constable shook his head, leaned over Tan Hanchu, and checked for any concealment. Confirming there was none, he raised his hand and proclaimed, According to the laws of the Daong dynasty, striking the drum results in 30 strikes. Life and death are at your own risk. Prepare the rod, let it commence. Crack, a resounding blow echoed, sending a shiver through the hearts of the crowd. Bore expressions of fear, yet they beheld Tan Hanchu biting down on a piece of white cloth, utterly silent. Qiao Jiao Jiao flinched, her heart suddenly filled with compassion. How tragic, how terribly tragic for Tan Hanchu. Crack, crack, with a series of strikes, blood began to seep from Tan Hanchu's rear, staining his pristine white trousers in a shocking display. Xiao Diyu clenched his hands tightly, fearing Tan Hanchu might not endure. After a relentless 15 strikes, the constables paused. At this moment, Tan Hanchu's complexion had turned ashen, drenched in sweat. The constable who had been counting squatted down, leaning close to the gasping Tan Hanchu, a pained expression on his face. Tanjuzi, this is your final opportunity. If you call for a halt, it shall cease. The next 15 strikes will not be as bearable. The constable was genuinely kind-hearted. After all, passing the imperial examination required a decade of arduous study. Perhaps waiting for the next spring examination would allow him to rise to the rank of Jinshi or even an esteemed official. Tan Hanchu felt gratitude swell within him, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Continue. The constable sighed softly, about to signal for the next strike when suddenly, 2 individuals rushed in from the back hall. Moo, let us switch. After 15 strikes, their arms are sore. It turned out the constable counting the strikes was named Moo. He frowned slightly. Aren't you 2 on break today? These 2 were known for their laziness, yet now they seemed unusually eager. They exchanged glances. We heard someone was about to strike the Drum of Justice, so we hurried over. Switch. Switch. It's been 7 or 8 years without a chance. Let us have a go. They insisted, eagerly seizing the board. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a sudden jolt of alarm. These 2 had undoubtedly been. Her gaze darted around frantically until she spotted the eager face of Shang Mingxing, who had pushed his way to the front. His hands were clenched tightly, his expression twisted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Tan Hanchu. Shang Mingxing had also arrived. That wretched boy harbored ill intentions. Qiao Diyu patted Qiao Jiao Jiao reassuringly and gestured toward the crowd. Soon, a powerful voice rang out. Why is there a need to switch? What is the matter? Can't you men handle 30 strikes? You're paid by the public. If you can't manage it, step aside. I have plenty of strength. I could handle a... Hasn't the scholar already reached his limit? Are you deliberately stalling for time to bring about his demise? He has grievances. He was driven to desperation to strike the Drum of Justice. Now, Before he even strikes, you wish to torment him to death? Indeed. Doesn't he that render the drum of justice a mere facade? The crowd erupted in unison, previously sympathetic to the weak, now fervently agitated. Don't switch. Keep going. We must seek justice. The common folk cannot be left without recourse. Seeing the people's sentiments boil over, Constable Mu's expression shifted dramatically. You two, cease this ruckus. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of inciting public outrage? Quickly, continue. Constable Mu decisively commanded, and the two with the boards reluctantly retreated, their faces filled with chagrin. Observe, if I miss this opportunity, I shall have plenty of chances to finish him off later when I lead people into the palace. As Qiao Jiao Jiao witnessed the strikes continue, she felt a wave of relief. This tactic of inciting public outrage was indeed devised by her second brother. His simple thinking allowed him to see the essence of the matter. The common folk naturally sympathized with the weak. No matter the scheme, it was inconsequential in the face of public sentiment. Even the emperor could not disregard the will of the people. With each strike that fell, the sound became viscous, akin to flesh being pounded. Blood soaked the white cloth in Tan Hanchu's mouth, revealing the internal injuries he had sustained. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a wave of nausea. Seeing the blood drip onto the ground beneath the bench, she quickly turned her head away. Tan Hanchu, hold on a bit longer. I still have 60 merit points. I will surely save your life. Without hesitation, Qiao Jiao Jiao summoned her merit store, swiftly browsing through the options until she found the restoration charm, capable of healing all injuries, allowing the recipient. Her expression twisted in dismay. What a steep price. Never mind, let us see what else is available. This one is acceptable, the bone and muscle healing charm. The recipient will suffer no lasting harm, requiring 60 merit points. This will do. Qiao Jiao Jiao did not hesitate. Though her merit points were reduced to 0, saving a talent like Tan Hanchu, who could potentially bring down the Duke of Qing, was worth the cost. Xiao Diyu, attentively listening, brightened at the mention of the bone and muscle healing charm. Meanwhile, the 30 strikes had finally concluded, and Tan Hanchu had long since spat out. He lay limply across the bench, appearing on the verge of death. Constable Mu, witnessing this scene, shook his head in resignation and squatted down. Tan Juzi, the 30 strikes are finished. After this, the scholar may not even have the strength left to wield the drumstick. Tan Hanchu weakly acknowledged, struggling to lift his head. This small action inflicted such pain that it felt as if his very being was being torn apart. A bitter smile graced Tan Hanchu's lips, and in that moment he thought, Qiao General was right. This body of mine is indeed far too frail. At that moment, Constable Mu called out sharply, Who goes there? What is your purpose? Tan Hanchu strained to look up, spotting a youth clad in a hooded cloak approaching, cradling an infant, similarly concealed beneath the wide brim. Sir, we are Tan Juzi's siblings. Please allow us to see him. He has endured 30 strikes, and I could give him a sip of water. Hearing this, Tan Hanchu felt a sting in his eyes, nearly shedding tears. It is Qiao Erlang who has come. Yes, they are my brother and sister. Let them come forward. Chapter 61. Miss Qiao is not an ordinary person. The wooden constable cast a suspicious glance at Qiao Daiwai, but through the veil of his hat, nothing was discernible. Upon reflection, it seemed he did not wish to expose his identity. After all, if Scholar Tan were to fail in seeking justice, he would likely lose his life, leaving his younger siblings to fend for themselves. Since Scholar Tan had already spoken, there was no reason for him to intervene. Qiao Daiwai stepped forward, kneeling before Tan Hanchu, his voice trembling with urgency as he called out, Brother, are you all right? Brother, you mustn't be harmed. Qiao Jiao Jiao remarked, that I never would have guessed my second brother could act so well. Tan Hanchu felt a mix of amusement and despair as he struggled to respond, I am not dead yet, but I cannot move. Second brother, please help me up. Qiao Jiao retrieved a water pouch from his waist, unscrewing the cap and bringing it to Tan Hanchu's lips. Brother, take a sip of water first. A soft, unnoticeable glimmer of gold flickered in her palm, radiating warmth. In that fleeting instant, Tan Hanchu inexplicably heard a childish voice. Do not fear, Tan Hanchu. I shall nurture you back to health. Stand tall and mighty, and go forth to slay with valor in the Golden Luan Hall. The voice abruptly ceased the moment Qiao Jiao Jiao withdrew her hand. Tan Hanchu was left bewildered, and as the curtain fell, he found himself gazing into the sparkling eyes of Miss Qiao, as if they could speak. Was it truly the voice of Miss Qiao? Did her words imply that she intended to heal him? No. It could not be, surely. It must be a figment of his overtaxed mind. A mix of fear and astonishment surged within him, yet a wave of warmth began to spread from the spot where Miss Qiao had touched him, flowing from his shoulder to his back and coalescing around his injury. Tan Hanchu felt a tingling sensation expanding, the excruciating pain bizarrely dissipating, replaced by a sharp sting of renewal. Seeing that Tan Hanchu had shown no reaction, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but mutter to herself, the spell. Why does it seem Tan Hanchu remains unresponsive? Goodness, that was my 60 merits. Hearing this, Qiao Jiao quickly rose to assist Tan Hanchu, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the. He applied slight pressure, and to his astonishment, Tan Hanchu pushed himself up with newfound strength. Onlookers believed it was entirely his own might, yet Qiao Jiao distinctly sensed Tan Hanchu's own effort. Just moments ago, he could have dismissed her words as mere hallucination, yet now his very bones felt as if they were mending in an instant. Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao is no ordinary person. It was she who saved him, however. The unfolding scene left no room for further contemplation, as half an hour had nearly elapsed. He could not delay until the next morning. Since Miss Qiao had selflessly rescued him, he must not repay her kindness with betrayal by revealing her extraordinary abilities, for that could very well bring her dire consequences. With this thought, Tan Hanchu suppressed the tumult of emotions within, steadied himself, and, despite the intense pain coursing through his flesh, seized 2 drumsticks from the drum rack. Witnessing Tan Hanchu's resolute spirit, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They marveled at his unwavering determination, realizing that he was destined for greatness. Taking a deep breath, Tan Hanchu, bolstered by Qiao Dai's encouragement, summoned every ounce of strength to strike the drum. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythm quickened, echoing the fervor within Tan Hanchu's heart. He beat the drum for fairness, for justice, for the future generations of scholars who would follow in his footsteps, and for the enlightened court. Boom! The sound reverberated across the air of the drum pavilion, reaching the Golden Luan Hall mere walls away. Emperor Yong stared in bewilderment, glancing outside, while the civil. You truly have accomplished it. Qiao Tianjing felt a sense of relief, thinking, truly, Brother Tan is a dragon among men. Urgent reports flooded in one after another. Your Majesty, Scholar Tan Hanchu from Zhuozhou is sounding the drum of justice. At this announcement, the officials were both bewildered and intrigued. The drum of justice had not resonated for 8 years. They had nearly forgotten its existence. The Minister of Rites, Xian Ruiji, upon hearing Tan Hanchu's name, felt his legs weaken, the world spinning around him. Tan Hanchu. Wasn't he the one who had been replaced by Gu Junlin's name? Hadn't the patriarch claimed that all matters concerning the scholars had been resolved? With such a significant oversight now revealed, would it not lead to the annihilation of his entire family? The Crown Prince's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, the drum of justice has not sounded for 8 years. When it does, the entire realm will take notice. Moreover, this individual is a scholar. All educated men will surely focus their attention on this matter. We must proceed with caution. I humbly request to lead a contingent to bring Tan Honshu before the Golden Luan Hall, where your majesty can adjudicate fairly. Outside the drum pavilion, Shang Mingsheng watched as Tan Honshu seized the drumsticks, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. What to do? What to do? Just then, a hand reached out to pull him aside. Young master, the Duke wishes to see you. The speaker was the same servant who had delivered the news that morning. Upon hearing this, Shang Mingsheng's face turned pale as he allowed the servant to guide him away from the crowd and into a nearby alley. Duke Shang Qishan awaited him in a carriage at the alley's entrance. Shang Mingsheng trembled as he climbed aboard, only to receive a resounding slap. Fool! Look at the mischief you've caused. Daring not to argue, Shang Mingsheng knelt in the carriage, fervently bowing his head. Duke Shang Qishan, incensed, kicked him and spoke in a dark tone. Stop that! Is it true that the second prince met with you some time ago? Shang Mingsheng, thrown off balance by the kick, stumbled. The grandson believed that the second prince was without power or influence and had fallen out of favor with the emperor. Such gestures were merely attempts to win us over. Fool! You incorrigible fool! Duke Shang Qishan was furious, his finger pointing accusingly at Shang Mingsheng's forehead, as if he wished to pierce through him. In the past, the emperor had been infatuated with Princess Yulio, showering her with treasures and gifts, yet it was never enough for her. After Princess Yulio was forced to take her own life, only the second prince remained, and he grew to resemble her more with each passing year. Men are such wretched creatures. What they cannot have becomes the most desirable, and what is lost is forever remembered. Thus, could the emperor truly disdain the second prince? It was absolutely inconceivable. The reason the Shang family had yet to take sides was due to the crown prince's firm position. Even with the emperor's affection, the second prince might not turn the tide. Now that the second prince had extended an olive branch to the Shang family, it was evident that he had caught wind of certain developments regarding the upcoming imperial examination. This was both a warning and a proposal for collaboration. Such a life-saving opportunity had nearly been squandered by his foolish grandson. Quickly, send word to the second prince, stating that if His Highness can assist us in overcoming this crisis, the Shang family shall henceforth be at His Highness's command. Father comes to fetch him in the Golden Luan Hall. The second prince stood quietly behind the crown prince, his expression inscrutable. As a prince of awkward status who was not favored, he had always remained as silent as a transparent figure in the court. However, today, he, who usually kept his gaze lowered, discreetly cast his eyes towards the corner multiple times. There stood several young eunuchs, poised and ready for summons and commands. The second prince was waiting. If Shang Qishan were not a fool, it was high time he sought him out. Just as the second prince contemplated this, a frail young eunuch cautiously entered the throng of eunuchs through a side door, quietly signaling with a gesture made on his chest. At this sight, the second prince's eyes brightened slightly. Finally, he has arrived. Uncharacteristically, he stepped forward, speaking before the young emperor could respond to the crown prince. Father, allow me to go. My elder brother holds a noble position. It would be somewhat inappropriate for him to greet a mere scholar. It is better to let me go, which would not only demonstrate father's seriousness regarding the scholar's grievance, but also preserve my brother's dignity. Upon hearing this, the few occasions he had previously offered counsel were solely at the emperor's prompting. The crown prince's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent, awaiting the young emperor's judgment. A glimmer of subtle understanding flickered in the young emperor's eyes. He believed he knew his second son well. Were it not for a desire or need, he would never have spoken so boldly. Thus, what hidden circumstances lay behind the scholar who struck the drum to voice his grievances? The second prince's reasoning was sound. If that were the case, then let him bring the scholar in. The young emperor consented to the second prince's request, eager to see what his second son was plotting. The second prince, maintaining his calm demeanor, accepted the command. Upon hearing this, the crown prince slowly curled his fingers beneath his voluminous court robes, the tips paling slightly. Qiao Jiao observed this. If the second prince were to rescue the Duke of Qing's position today, all the strategies his Qiao family had devised over this period would be in vain. The situation would revert to Qiao Jiao's initial prophecy, with the second prince manipulating the Duke of Qing and the Minister of Rights, gaining the support of the Gu family of Qingzhou, thereby growing in power. Your Majesty, I dare to request to accompany the second prince to clarify the situation. Qiao Jiao interjected before the second prince could turn to leave. After all, his reputation in the court was already tarnished. If not now, when would he act boldly? At this, the second prince halted abruptly, a shadow crossing his gaze. What was Qiao Jiao doing stepping forward? He had intended to ensure that Tan Hanqi met a silent demise on the way to the Golden Luan Hall. After all, he was merely a scholar who had just endured 30 strikes. It would be entirely reasonable for him to succumb. At worst, he would receive a few scoldings from the young emperor. As an uncherished prince, such reprimands would not wound him. This way, Shang Qishan could easily be utilized by him. Yet now, with Qiao Jiao unexpectedly intervening, a man of formidable skill and keen insight, it became increasingly difficult to proceed. Lord Qiao, he is but a scholar. Why must you trouble yourself to intervene? The second prince was about to dismiss. What scheme is this Qiao concocting? Bowing towards the second prince, Qiao Jiao, filled with emotion and articulating clearly, stated, "In my past on the battlefield, I acquired several chronic ailments. As the years advance and I grow older, I find myself increasingly anxious, fearing my inability to serve His Majesty effectively. Thus, I strive to take the lead in every matter. The scholar's grievance is surely significant. I wish to ascertain the details beforehand to avoid being caught off guard later. Your Highness, would you grant me this opportunity to render service to His Majesty?" The officials were incredulous. He is merely acting. We shall observe his performance, as if aging. Which official here could rival his physique? Wasn't it just recently that he had a daughter? His wife must be intensely jealous. Those days, their household was filled with the scent of deer antler and goji berries, nearly making them ill. Seeing Qiao Jiao's overly eager demeanor, the second prince, outwardly impassive, clenched his fists inwardly. He had anticipated that Qiao Jiao would be the most troublesome. The young emperor, observing Qiao Jiao's insistence, waved his hand. Qiao Jiao, known for his straightforward and benevolent nature, was beyond reproach when it came to loyalty to the throne. "Then let Lord Qiao accompany you." At this, Qiao Jiao's lips curved into a smile. "Thank you." Upon exiting the Xuanwu Gate, a figure immediately approached the second prince. "Your Highness, at last." "Ah Shang, this is the esteemed Lord Qiao you admire." The second prince gestured for the ever-observant Qiao Jiao to step aside. Qiao Jiao looked up and saw a man with a slightly hunched figure, yet bright eyes, slightly bulging temples, and a steady gait, all indicators of a seasoned fighter. "Ah Shang, this must be Li Shusheng, as mentioned by the lady." "Ha! Yet another enemy of the Qiao family emerges. The commoner pays respects to Lord Qiao." Li Shusheng was taken aback, surprised to see Qiao Jiao had also come. Thankfully, his tongue had not betrayed him, preventing him from revealing that the Duke of Qing awaited outside the palace. "Where is that scholar now?" Li Shusheng hurriedly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, he is awaiting summons within the Drum of Grievances courtyard." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao smiled. The scholar has just endured 30 strikes and cannot be delayed. Unbeknownst to him, his precious child had already secured Tan Hanqi's safety, and he was now overly concerned about any potential misfortune befalling Tan Hanqi. The second prince nodded, striding towards the palace exit. "Look, it's General Qiao." As Qiao Zhonghua and the second prince stepped out of the palace, a commotion ensued. While many might not recognize the second prince, numerous individuals were well acquainted with Qiao Zhonghua. "Ah, it's father. He has come personally to fetch Tan Hanqi. How reliable." Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart soared with joy. Upon first seeing the second prince, her heart had sunk, only to realize her father was right behind him. Among the crowd, Shang Mingsheng, upon spotting the second prince, was overjoyed, secretly praising his grandfather's wisdom. However, his joy turned to dread when he next saw Qiao Zhonghua, his entire being paralyzed with fear. Qiao Zhonghua. How could Qiao Zhonghua accompany the second prince? Shang Mingsheng, now in a state of panic, could only retreat to find the Duke of Qing. Upon lifting the carriage curtain, he was met with the sight. The Duke of Qing slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing his own grandson, even the blood tie could not mask the profound hatred reflected in his gaze. "It's over. The Duke of Qing's house is finished," the Duke of Qing rasped, his hands trembling uncontrollably upon his knees. Hearing this, Shang Mingsheng scrambled into the carriage, crying, "Grandfather, do not say such things. The second prince has come. We still have a chance." The Duke of Qing could hardly muster the energy to chastise his foolishly naive grandson. The second prince was supposed to be their last hope, but now he was rendered useless. Who would have thought that Qiao Zhonghua would emerge as an obstacle? Given his character, he would not allow Tan Hanqi to falter in the slightest. Chapter 63. The net begins to close. As the second prince stepped into the drum tower, his gaze immediately fell upon the upright figure of Tan Hanqiu. Although the scholar's complexion was ghastly pale, his eyes shimmered with a brightness that belied the feeble state he had anticipated. The second prince could not help but narrow his pupils in surprise. Previously, when Zhifeng had uncovered that Shang Mingsheng intended to target Tan Hanqiu, he had dispatched someone to investigate this scholar from Zhuozhou. While Tan occasionally engaged in physical training, he was undeniably incapable of wielding any strength, and yet, after enduring 30 strikes, he still possessed the vigor to stand. Coupled with the fact that Tan Hanqiu had previously escaped unscathed from the clutches of assassins sent by Shang Mingsheng, the second prince could not possibly believe that he had no formidable allies backing him. In this imperial city, who possessed such extraordinary influence, not only discerning the clandestine maneuvers of the Duke of Qing's household, but also intervening at every turn to rescue Tan Hanqiu and incite him to. The second prince's gaze swept across the surroundings, suddenly landing on Qiao Zhonghua, who stood nearby. Today, Qiao Zhonghua had insisted on personally escorting Tan Hanqiu, an action in line with his usual character, yet it had However, Qiao Zhonghua had always been a man of propriety, and with his military power diminished, it seemed implausible that he could unravel the schemes of the Duke of Qing. After such analysis, the identity of Tan Hanqiu's benefactor was becoming increasingly apparent to the second prince, the crown prince. In the entirety of the Daong dynasty, there was no one else who wielded such capability and cunning. As for Qiao Zhonghua, he was likely acting under the crown prince's orders, tasked with ensuring Tan Hanqiu's safety. Was it possible that the Qiao family had formed such a close alliance with the crown prince? If this matter were to reach the ears of the one seated upon the dragon throne, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to both the crown prince and the Qiao family. In merely a few breaths, countless thoughts flitted through the second prince's mind as he made his decisions. At present, he lacked the strength to confront the crown prince directly. Upon seeing Qiao Zhonghua, Shang Qishan must have realized that the Duke of Qing. If Shang Qishan were wise, he would know to utilize his remaining leverage to negotiate for something in return. For instance, to preserve the bloodline of the Duke of Qing and plead for a lifeline for Shang Mingsheng and Shang Shuran. At the same time, Qiao Jiao, upon spotting the second prince's appearance, immediately shielded Qiao Jiao Jiao and retreated into the crowd. Through the veil of her hat, Qiao Jiao Jiao observed the second prince standing immobile, unable to suppress her disdain. Damn the male lead. Who knows what nefarious scheme he is concocting now? With a father present, Tan Honshu is certain to reach the Golden Dragon Hall safely, while the Duke of Qing's household is doomed. With the male lead's cunning, he would undoubtedly seek to extract one final profit before the Duke's downfall. After all, the list of candidates who had secured their ranks through fraudulent means over the years still lay firmly in the Duke's grasp. This list was formidable, for the individuals it contained had, to varying degrees, held positions in the court or local governance, making it a surefire weapon. Qiao Jiao was left astounded by this revelation. Last night, after his sister had fallen asleep, their father had summoned him, his elder brother, and Tan Honshu to the study, delivering words identical to those spoken to his sister. At that moment, his elder brother declared that this list must not fall into the second prince's hands, and shortly thereafter, Tan Honshu devised a strategy. Qiao Jiao turned the plan over in his mind throughout the night, and even now, recalling it sent shivers down his spine. It was not that he deemed Tan Honshu's methods excessively ruthless, but rather he admired his meticulousness and adeptness at reading the hearts of men. According to his sister's prophecy, Tan Honshu was destined to be the strategist by the second prince's side. The thought that their family might have had such a formidable adversary left him sleepless through the night. Now, it all rested on whether Tan Honshu's predictions would hold true. After all, the Qiao family had made thorough preparations according to Tan Honshu's plan. Meanwhile, within a carriage at the alley's mouth, Shang Qishan had already concealed his despondency. Shang Mingxing, believing his grandfather had devised a new strategy, hurriedly donned a flattering smile. At that moment, Shang Qishan called out to the driver, "Return to the manor." Shang Mingxing cautiously inquired, "Grandfather, what shall we do next?" Shang Qishan closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them again, a resolute determination shone forth. "Cheng'er, it seems our Duke of Qing's household is no more." Shang Mingxing was nearly paralyzed with fear at these words. "No more? Grandfather, what do you mean by that?" At this juncture, even in the face of impending disaster, one's instinct was to preserve the last vestige of their lineage. Cheng'er, listen to your grandfather. Tio medal in the imperial examinations and purchase ranks. Once the Shang Mingxing trembled at this revelation, realizing that his momentary arrogance could lead to the demise of the entire Duke's household. "Do not cry. There is no use in tears now. You must remember what your grandfather is about to say. Your grandfather possesses a list, chronicling all those who have purchased ranks and served in government over the past 3 generations. The second prince desires this very list. Upon returning, I will entrust it to you for safekeeping. You must then seek out the second prince and convey that if he wishes to obtain the list, he must ensure the safety of both you and Shuron. You need not concern yourself with vengeance. Let the second prince guarantee your future comfort. As for Shuron, just let the second prince take her, hand over 1/3 of the list to Shuron, instructing her not to act foolishly, to safeguard the list. The second prince will be cautious in his dealings, and naturally, he will treat her well." The carriage moved steadily forward, filled with Shang Qishan's earnest entreaties. His grandchildren were foolish. Shang Mingxing, overwhelmed with tears, felt as though his heart was drowning in regret and resentment. "Grandfather, what about you? What of father and mother? Our entire family of the Duke of Qing." Shang Qishan wearily closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "After you take the list, your grandfather will compose a letter of repentance and hang it from the rafters of the ancestral hall, praying for the Emperor's mercy to preserve a sliver of our Duke of Qing's bloodline. You need only safeguard the list and find the second prince, following your grandfather's instructions." "Grandfather." Upon hearing this, Shang Mingxing could no longer contain himself. embracing the Duke's legs and weeping bitterly. "It is the grandson who deserves to die. I shall seek an audience with the second prince, the crown prince, and I will strike the drum to request an audience with the emperor, declaring that it was all my doing." Shang Qishan shook his head. Perhaps having seen through this inevitable tragedy, he instead found a sense of calm. "With your foolishness, do you think you could involve yourself in the imperial examinations?" "Enough! I should have anticipated this day, merely did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." The carriage of the Duke of Qing sped away, the air filled with heart-wrenching cries. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao stood transfixed, watching as his father escorted Tan Honshu away when suddenly, a burly man beside him gestured silently. "To this." Qiao Jiao's eyes brightened. Shang-Chi. He reciprocated the gesture, signifying that the net was beginning to close. Chapter 64. Must meet the second prince. The carriage of the Duke of Qinghua entered the estate with unwavering purpose. As Shang Qishan alighted, Shang Mingsheng, his face awash with tears, staggered out of the carriage, nearly tumbling to the ground. The servants within the estate, witnessing this spectacle, assumed that the young master had once again incurred the wrath of the Duke, hastily lowering their heads to avoid further observation. Chung'er, with a click, a mechanism engaged, and in the next moment, a hidden compartment appeared in the wall before him. He carefully extracted an envelope from within, treating it with utmost reverence as he handed it to Shang Mingsheng. "It must not be lost. Ranner is infatuated with the second prince and may be easily deceived. After much contemplation, I have decided that the remaining third of the list must remain in your possession. As long as the second prince treats Ranner kindly, you may reveal it gradually." Upon hearing the grave tone in Shang Qishan's voice, which suggested a finality akin to a postscript, Shang Mingsheng broke into renewed sobs. "Grandfather, it is all my fault. Punish me as you will. Hit me, kick me, scold me. Anything is acceptable." Weary to his core, Shang Qishan waved his hand dismissively. "In my relentless pursuit of political maneuvering, the responsibility for the demise of the Duke of Qinghua's house ultimately rests upon my shoulders." With a thud, Shang Mingsheng fell to his knees before Shang Qishan, overwhelmed by remorse that could not mend the past. "Do not tell no one. Take sufficient banknotes and flee with Ranner. Ensure you meet the second prince." Shang Qishan harbored unwavering faith that the Emperor Yong would surely protect the second prince. If the second prince were to plead for their life, that Tan Hanchi has arrived at the Golden Luan Hall. It won't be long before the palace sends someone to that point. You and Ranner will have no chance to escape. Go quickly. With a fierce kick to Shang Mingsheng's shoulder, Shang Qishan resolutely approached the writing desk, preparing to grind ink himself. He intended to compose a letter of contrition, detailing his misdeeds and reflect. In doing so, the chances of the second prince's subsequent plea would be significantly enhanced. "Grandfather." Shang Mingsheng repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, and seeing that Shang Qishan would no longer spare him a glance, he hastily wiped away his tears, clutching the envelope tightly to his chest as he fled the study. In the Chuanqiu courtyard, Shang Xiuran remained engrossed in her calligraphy practice. Having learned of the emperor's personal invitation to Menggu Shui for the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, she was nearly driven to madness. In her effort to overshadow Menggu Shui during the banquet, she had been working tirelessly on her poetry and writing. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with unwarranted force, startling Shang Xiuran and causing her brush to slip from her grasp. "Can't you see I am practicing?" As she scolded, her gaze lifted to find Shang Mingsheng, his eyes bloodshot and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Her expression transformed in an instant. "Brother, what has happened to you? Have you been beaten by grandfather again?" Sighing, she continued, "I've warned you before, behave yourself and avoid trouble, and grandfather will arrange a good marriage for you." As Shang Xiuran rambled on, Shang Mingsheng suddenly stepped forward, gripping her wrist. "What in the world is going on?" Taking a deep breath, Shang Mingsheng stammered, "Sister, you must come with me now. It is grandfather's wish." Shang Xiuran felt bewildered. "Where are we going? I don't wish to go anywhere today." "Brother, You know that Mengu Shui, sister. Our house is finished. They are about to execute the entire family. Shang Mingsheng could no longer contain his panic as he shouted, "If you do not come with me, you will perish right here." Seeing that Shang Xiuran, "What do you mean by execution? If you say such things, grandfather will surely break your legs." In a state of utter urgency, Shang Mingsheng had already sent the maidservants away, knowing this was the best time to leave. Grandfather's misconduct in the spring examination has been exposed. The palace will soon send someone. If we do not leave now, we will all die. Shang Xiuran swayed unsteadily, her face drained of color. "No, that is impossible. Brother, you must be lying." Seeing that Shang Xiuran was still in disbelief, Shang Mingsheng seized her hand and pulled her towards the exit. "Sister, from now on, you will do as I say, and I will ensure you reach the second prince." Understanding his sister's infatuation with the second prince, he knew that invoking his name would compel her compliance. Indeed, with a vacant expression, Shang Xiuran finally mustered some resolve, murmuring, "We will seek the second prince, plead for him to save the Duke of Qinggua's estate. He is so kind-hearted, he will not turn a blind eye." With that, Shang Mingsheng led Shang Xiuran out of Chuanqiu courtyard. The servants they passed noted their anxious demeanor, filled with curiosity and trepidation, yet none dared to approach and inquire. Thus, Shang Mingsheng guided Shang Xiuran out of the Duke of Qinggua's estate through the western gate in the alley behind the estate. Shang Xiuran remained in a daze, asking vacantly, "Brother, where are we going now?" "To find the second prince?" Shang Mingsheng touched the bulging envelope in his chest, seeking courage from the crucial list within. Just as he was about to respond, he felt a sudden chill at his neck. Looking down, he saw two gleaming swords poised at the throats of both him and his sister. Upon witnessing this, Shang Xiuran gasped in terror, her mouth opening wide in a scream. But before she could utter a sound, a figure behind her struck her on the neck, rendering her unconscious. Trembling, Shang Mingsheng lifted his gaze to see a figure clad in dark attire, their face obscured entirely, save for their eyes and nostrils, giving them an air of menace. Chapter 65. Brother Qiao, it is you who excels at striking both body and heart. Who are you? Shang Mingsheng stammered, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. "Do not move." A voice from behind him was low and cold, leaving no room for defiance. Suddenly, a large hand reached into Shang Mingsheng's bosom, retrieving a thick wad of silver notes and a tightly wrapped envelope. Upon seeing this, Shang Mingsheng immediately began to struggle violently. Even someone as dim-witted as he could discern that this group had been lying in wait for him, intent on seizing the list concealed within his grasp. Who was it? Who had foreseen the downfall of the Duke of Qing's household and lay in ambush here? Who had prior knowledge of the existence of such a list within the Duke's possession? The second prince truly possesses remarkable foresight. The list has been located. The man in black lowered his voice, speaking gravely. At this moment, Shang Mingsheng felt the world spin around him. The second prince. It was indeed the second prince. Who else could have known of the malfeasance in the spring examination, and who else desired this list with such urgency? His grandfather, believing the second prince to be their last hope, could never have imagined that the second prince was, in fact, the true harbinger of doom for the Duke of Qing's household. Shang Mingsheng's mouth gaped in despair, yet before he could utter a word, a powerful hand struck him unconscious. The two men in black exchanged glances, their faces breaking into grins beneath their masks as they looked down at the unconscious siblings from the Shang family. Following the orders of the young master, they needed to relocate the pair to prevent them from being easily discovered by the court or the second prince's men. Indeed, the true identities of these two were the shadowy guardians of the Qiao family. According to Tan Hanqi's conjecture, the Duke of Qing, aware of his precarious situation, would undoubtedly exhaust all efforts to preserve the bloodline of the duke's household. Shang Mingxing and Shang Shuran were deemed unworthy of the task, leaving only the option of placing their bets on the second prince. What could entice the second prince was none other than the list mentioned by General Qiao. Given this, Tan Hanqi was certain that the Duke of Qing would send Shang Mingxing to escape with the list before the imperial edict was issued, seeking an opportunity to approach the second prince thereafter. The Qiao family merely needed to position their men at the various exits of the duke's estate, and any sighting of Shang Mingxing and Shang Shuran leaving stealthily without attendance would undoubtedly indicate they were carrying the list. They would be powerless to resist, allowing for a straightforward seizure of the list. At this moment, an idea struck Qiao Tianjing, leading him to conceive a counterplan within a plan. Regarding the spring examination, his father would certainly defend Tan Hanqi in the Golden Luan Hall, an action that could arouse the second prince's suspicion and prompt him to target the Qiao family prematurely. Therefore, it was essential to create some trouble for the second prince. For example, during the seizure of the list, they could shift the blame onto him, while safeguarding Shang Mingxing and Shang Shuran. Once Shang Mingxing survived, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards the second prince for robbing him of his last bastion of hope. A young man like Shang Mingxing, lacking intellect and accustomed to a life of luxury, would become even more reckless when cornered. At that point, they could utilize his words to spread the notion that the second prince had long been aware of the cheating in the spring examination, yet deliberately sheltered those involved for personal gain. A few provocateurs could then stir the pot, amplifying the situation until it became a significant headache for the second prince. That evening in the study, upon hearing Qiao Tianjing's proposal, Tan Hanqi remarked candidly, "Brother Qiao, it is indeed you who excels at striking both body and heart." Qiao Dai appeared visibly anxious, exclaiming, "You scholars and your convoluted schemes are truly terrifying." Qiao Zhonghua feigned profundity, chuckling, "The eldest truly possesses half the charm of his father in his prime." Qiao Tianjing squinted and humbly smiled, "You flatter me." I am merely adept at creating complications for others. After Tan Hanqi was ushered into the imperial palace, Qiao Dai took Qiao Jiao Jiao back to the Qiao residence. He had specifically taken leave. Approximately half an hour later, two figures alighted outside the study window. With his exceptional martial skills, Qiao Dai immediately stood upon hearing the commotion, only to see two masked figures clad in black leap inside. "What news?" Qiao Dai inquired directly. In response to the second young master, "We have fulfilled our duty." The men in black presented an envelope, a thick wad of silver notes, and two fragrant sachets before Qiao Dai. "The sachets have been retrieved as well?" A hint of a smile finally graced Qiao Dai's face. The black-clad man chuckled. "In accordance with the young master's orders, we ensured they were left without a penny to their name, even stripping Miss Shang of her jewelry, which is all contained within these sachets. My good brothers, your efforts are much appreciated." "Upon your return, I shall faithfully report to my father." Qiao Dai interacted with them in a straightforward manner. The shadow guards quickly waved farewell, then disappeared into the shadows, departing with their mission accomplished. In the Golden Luan Hall, the air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Emperor Yong gripped the dragon throne tightly, his hands straining with tension. Earlier, when Tan Hanqi entered the hall, the emperor inquired about his grievances. Tan Hanqi, neither servile nor overbearing, boldly stated that the spring examination was unjust, causing the audience to collectively gasp. The emperor then asked for evidence, to which Tan Hanqi audaciously proclaimed that his essay served as proof. At this, many believed that Tan Hanqi had succumbed to madness following his failure, emboldened to strike the thunder drum without fear. However, now that he stood before the emperor, he was commanded to recite his essay aloud, allowing the esteemed scholars present to judge. The moment Tan Hanqi began to speak, the emperor was taken aback. For the essay he recited was one he had reviewed just days prior, and he had even praised it in front of the crown prince. The Minister of Rights, Qiao Jiao, had still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that regardless of Tan Hanqi's arguments, he could simply assert that the spring examination had been absolutely fair. Yet who could have anticipated that Tan Hanqi could recite the essay word for word, flawlessly? What's more, this essay was one of the top 3 submissions from the previous examination, freshly submitted to the emperor. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao's face turned ashen, trembling in realization that his end was nigh. Well, well, well? Emperor Yong repeated the word thrice, and in the next moment, he tore off the pearl bracelet from his wrist and hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash. The spring examination was intended to select capable and ambitious individuals for the court and for the great Yong dynasty. Yet, it had been manipulated by those with ulterior motives, abusing their power to deceive both the upper and lower echelons. Everyone present was still perplexed. Indeed, this young scholar's essay was commendable, but was it not premature for the emperor to reach such a verdict? What if the essay was merely mediocre, resulting in his disqualification? As the crowd remained in confusion, Emperor Yong suddenly rose, his fury palpable as he exclaimed, "Qiao Jiao, why do you not come forth? This was one of the top 3 essays you submitted to me. Surely you cannot be oblivious to that." Hearing this, Qiao Jiao's face drained of color as he crawled forward, pleading for mercy from the emperor. Only then did the court officials grasp the gravity of the situation. This scholar's essay from the spring examination was indeed a top submission. Qiao Jiao's audacity was beyond measure, daring to manipulate the examination. His fate was sealed. She only learned from Qiao Jiao that several edicts had been issued from the palace. In a fit of rage, the Son of Heaven decreed the annihilation of the entire Qiao family and the Duke of Qing's household. In truth, Qiao Jiao Jiao could somewhat fathom Emperor Yong's thoughts. The spring examination was a crucial method for the court to select talent, directly affecting the foundations of Emperor Yong's rule. He would not permit anyone to meddle with it. Now, Shang Qishan had colluded with Qiao Jiao to manipulate rankings, allowing incompetent individuals to enter the officialdom, and their mutual conspiracies were How could he tolerate such audacity, allowing others to slumber beside his bed? This time, Qiao Jiao and the Duke of Qing had indeed touched Emperor Yong's sore spot. By the time Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing, Qiao Jiao Jiao stubbornly refrained from taking a nap, fearing she would miss any news. Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing had been starving for most of the day, so Madame Qiao had instructed the servants to prepare a feast, and the family gathered to speak behind closed doors. Ah, what has transpired? What of Tan Hanqi? Is he unharmed? Father, elder brother, do eat more. You must be famished, Wu. I hope that little prince didn't he manage to gain any advantage. How infuriating. When will that little baby learn to speak? As Qiao Jiao Jiao sat in her mother's embrace, chattering away, Qiao Jiao suddenly handed a letter to Qiao Zhonghua. Father, I have seen it. It is indeed the list. Qiao Jiao Jiao's small fist froze midair. Wait, a list? It can't possibly be the one I'm thinking of, right? Qiao Zhonghua immediately set down his chopsticks and unfolded it, unable to restrain his laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. So, Tan's strategy indeed proved effective. This way, the second prince has truly wasted his efforts. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping from her mother's embrace. Is it really the list in the hands of the Duke of Qing? Did Tan Hanqi devise a plan to retrieve it? My goodness, I am surrounded by such talented individuals. Why should I worry? I can simply enjoy my carefree days as a pampered child. With the exposure of the spring examination scandal, the male protagonist lacked the Duke of Qing's leverage, and without assistance from the Gu family of Qingzhou, his grand ambitions would At that moment, Qiao Jiao inquired about Tan Hanqi. "Father, what of Brother Tan? Has he been detained?" Qiao Tianjing set down his bowl and urged his father to eat more, responding, although Xian Ruiji confessed openly in court, he could not name any other candidates involved in the ranking manipulation apart from Tan Hanqi. The emperor was furious and dispatched men to apprehend the Duke of Qing, only to find that he had already penned a letter of confession and taken his own life in the ancestral hall. The Duke's residence was thoroughly ransacked, yet the list remained elusive. Thus, the emperor ordered a re-examination of all the essays from this spring's examination, determined to unearth all those involved in the manipulations. As for Brother Tan, the emperor seems to hold him in high regard and chose to retain him on the spot. During today's court session, Tan Hanqi conducted himself with admirable poise, revealing the corruption of the spring examination and eliminating both Xian Ruiji and Sheng Qishan. It is widely believed that this scholar from Zhuozhou is destined for a meteoric rise. Qiao Jiao Jiao already had her suspicions and nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Tan Hanqi was indeed a person of great talent, and it seemed he had finally weathered his hardships. However, that foolish and short-sighted emperor, Teske, he surely wouldn't think of bequeathing such a talent to the second prince, would he? Nevertheless, Tan Hanqi was a man of loyalty and righteousness. He had already set his heart on the Qiao family, and she trusted he would not shift his allegiance. Qiao Tianjing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but nod in agreement. He and his younger sister shared the same thoughts. Brother Tan was undoubtedly trustworthy. At this juncture, Qiao Jiao couldn't suppress her curiosity about Gu Junlin, who was originally meant to replace Tan Hanqi. What of Gu Junlin from Qingzhou? How does he fare? It should be noted that the Gu family was an indispensable ally for Menggu Shui in establishing her commercial empire. Qiao Jiao, recognizing the cue, dutifully repeated Qiao Jiao's question, feigning curiosity. In truth, his muddled mind had completely forgotten who Gu Junlin was. Qiao Tianjing, with a smile, remarked, "It all depends on how much sincerity the Gu family can muster. I presume the higher-ups have long coveted their wealth." Qiao Jiao instantly grasped the implication that the Gu family would need to pay a hefty price for their survival. Following this incident, it seemed the Gu family might soon face decline. TSK, with such a vast business, even a small share would yield substantial profits. The second prince would likely not sit idly by. Qiao Tianjing's gaze flickered with intrigue. Engaging in commerce, it appeared the Qiao family lacked such talent. No rush, he would ponder this carefully. As Qiao Tianjing contemplated, Qiao Jiao suddenly chimed in with a chuckle. "Elder brother, Sheng Mingxing and Sheng Shiran have been released." As you suggested, they mentioned the second prince, and now Sheng Mingxing must be furious. Qiao Tianjing smiled lightly, as if everything was within his control. Let us wait a little longer. Once Sheng Mingxing is driven to desperation, this spring examination scandal will be nearly resolved. Qiao Jiao observed his elder brother's expression, a chill running down his spine as he remarked, "Elder brother, must you grin so chillingly?" Qiao Jiao, catching on to Qiao Tianjing's plan, felt her eyes sparkle with excitement. "Elder brother, you're brilliant. Are you intending to set Sheng Mingxing against the second prince? What an ingenious idea." "Ah, I feel I can truly relax now, nestled in my mother's warm embrace, watching as my father and brothers conquer all." Qiao Zhonghua hastily devoured a few bites of food, and after washing his hands, he lovingly took Qiao Jiao into his arms, cradling her while beaming with affection. Without Jiao Jiao's foresight into the future, the three men of the Qiao family would have been left with strength unutilized. Foolish as he was, Qiao Zhonghua had dodged countless arrows and daggers from the northern people throughout his life, yet had never considered that one day the dagger to pierce his heart would come from within. During today's court session, the second prince proactively suggested bringing Tan Hanqi to the Golden Lawn Hall. Qiao Zhonghua doubted that Emperor Yong had failed to perceive any discrepancies. Should Shang Mingxing escalate this? Loyalty to the nation supersedes loyalty to the sovereign. For a ruler devoid of benevolence, it is the interest of the Daong dynasty, the state, and the people that must be considered. He would undoubtedly abandon the foolish monarch and support the benevolent heir. This time, he would spare no effort in safeguarding his family, as well as protecting the vast empire forged by the blood and sweat of countless Daong warriors. Chapter 67. Just wait for him one more night. Today, the hearts of the people in the great Yong dynasty are in turmoil in a single day. The residences of Duke Qing and Minister Xian have been subjected to the harshest punishment of total annihilation. The spring imperial examination, renowned for its rigor and formality, has been marred by a shocking scandal involving the buying and selling of ranks, inciting vehement discontent among scholars nationwide. Moreover, the tale of Tan Honshu, a scholar who boldly beat the drum of petition, ascended to the Golden Luan Hall to present himself before the emperor while reciting his essays, has spread like wildfire, earning him widespread renown. In an astonishing turn of events, the legitimate children of Duke Qing, Shang Mingxing and Shang Xiran, have reportedly fled, and it is said that they have not yet been apprehended. The Jinwu Guard has been ordered to post notices and offer rewards for their capture, causing a great stir throughout the capital. At the moment Meng Gushue heard this news, she was busy experimenting with her modern version of soap. The Duke Qing's household is destroyed. The Xian residence is also gone. Shang Xiran is wanted. Meng Gushue found herself momentarily stunned. This was nothing like her dreams. In her dream, Shang Xiran had become the crown princess, living quite well even after the crown prince's sudden death, and Duke Qing had been further honored by Lord Shun for his meritorious service. Could it be that it was merely a dream? Yet, could dreams be so vivid? In her dreams, many people she had never met also made appearances. Her maid, Xiao Tao, was still excitedly recounting the intriguing tales from outside. Everyone says that this scholar has won the emperor's favor and will surely ascend to great heights in the future. Meng Gushue was utterly astonished. Tan Honshu has actually achieved success. In her dream, he was merely a shadowy strategist lingering beside Lord Shun. No, she must act quickly. Otherwise, when reality diverges entirely from her dreams, she will have no support left. Damn it. Why is this soap so difficult to make? Have you Zhu Feng, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, shook his head in trepidation. Your Highness, not yet. Upon hearing this, Shun Yuanbai clenched his right fist in anger, raising it, but after a deep breath, Shang Qishan is not a fool. If he wishes to preserve the last remnants of the Shang family's bloodline, he will undoubtedly provide the list to Shang Mingxing and send him to find me. It is only natural that he would hesitate to show himself with the Jinwu Guard patrolling the streets in search of him. I have already instructed personnel to be stationed at the inns, tea houses, and brothels frequented by Shang Mingxing. Even his so-called friends have not been overlooked. We should be able to contact him before the Jinwu Guard captures him. Shang Mingxing is truly foolish. He had previously arranged to meet me in this tea house to prevent today's predicament. After leaving Duke Qing's residence, he did not come straight here to see me but instead hid outside, proving to be utterly useless. Find him, and when you do, bring him directly here. Xin Yuanbai spoke coldly, and Zhu Feng immediately bowed in respect, accepting the command. In the eastern outskirts of the capital, there is a private courtyard specifically designed to accommodate young masters and ladies attending poetry gatherings. Outside of these events, the courtyard is locked and closed, forbidding any unauthorized intruders. When Shang Mingxing awoke from his stupor, he found himself lying on the cold ground. Dazed, he sat up, suddenly feeling a sharp pain at the back of his neck. In the next moment, all his memories surged forth, gradually draining the color from his face. His sister! His sister! Shang Mingxing thought of his sister, who had been knocked unconscious before him, and his face turned pale with fear. At that moment, a soft voice drifted from a short distance away. He looked up to see his sister lying on the bed. He scrambled over, relieved to see Shang Xiuran appearing unharmed. Thank goodness. Thank goodness my sister is safe. Shang Xiuran opened her eyes in confusion, and after a moment of processing, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. Shang Mingqing was startled and quickly jumped up to cover her mouth. Sister, sister, don't scream. We're safe for now. Shang Xiuran continued to call out several times before finally quieting down under Shang Mingqing's soothing words. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother, how could this happen? Thought we were all fine until today. Shall we go find the second prince? Please, let him save Grandpa and our parents. The mere mention of the second prince darkened Shang Mingqing's expression. Sister, why do you still cling to Shun Yuanbai? Do you not realize that it was his men who knocked us out? What, that cannot be true. Shang Xiuran screamed again, vehemently denying it. Witnessing his sister's infatuation with the second prince, Shang Mingqing felt a surge of anger. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Sister, please stop being foolish. Shang Xiuran's mind was in complete disarray as she tightly grasped Shang Mingqing's hand, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But the second prince did not kill us, brother. Perhaps he is actually trying to help us? Hearing this, a flicker of doubt began to stir within Shang Mingqing. Shang Xiuran's eyes sparkled with realization. Brother, it must be that way. He knocked us out to facilitate our rescue. Look, we are both fine. The prince must have good intentions. Shang Mingqing stood up, his face filled with uncertainty as he began to scrutinize his surroundings. The decorations here seemed oddly familiar. As this thought crossed his mind, Shang Mingqing cautiously approached the door, listening intently for a while but hearing no sound. Steeling himself, he pushed open the door. Outside, darkness was already settling in, revealing a spacious courtyard flanked by a row of locked side rooms. A sudden jolt coursed through Shang Mingqing's body. He recognized it. This was undoubtedly the eastern suburb courtyard. Why did the second prince bring them here? Brother, what is it? Shang Xiuran inquired expectantly as she followed closely behind. Upon seeing the scene before them, she too was left bewildered. The eastern suburb courtyard? Shang Mingqing's thoughts raced as he touched his chest, a sudden realization dawning upon him that drained the color. Seeing his expression, Shang Xiuran froze in fear, her voice trembling as she asked, Brother, what is wrong? Shang Mingqing's face contorted in anguish as he gritted his teeth. Grandfather gave me a list. It was our only lifeline, and now it has been taken by the second prince. I had also brought a considerable amount of silver notes. Even without the list, we could have escaped to the ends of the earth, living without worry. But now, even the silver notes are gone. Shang Mingqing, with reddened eyes, turned to his sister, only to discover that the jewelry adorning her head, neck, and wrists had all been stripped away. How cruel, how ruthless the second prince is. He seethed with rage. He not only stole the list, but he is burning the bridges behind him, intent on driving us to our doom. Shang Xiuran, terrified by the hatred reflected in her brother's eyes, clutched his hand tightly, a pleading expression on her face. Brother, let us wait a bit longer, just one more night. Perhaps the prince is currently unable to come. He will surely seek us out tomorrow. Shang Mingqing gazed at his tear-streaked sister, his heart heavy with sorrow. Ultimately, he could only despondently settle on the doorframe, murmuring to himself, let us wait for him one more night. If he truly proves to be so cold-hearted, do not blame me for causing a mutual destruction. Chapter 68. The young master is truly remarkable. The following day, during the morning court session, Emperor Yong was informed that Shang Mingqing and Shang Xiuran from the Duke of Qing's household had yet to be apprehended, which provoked his immense fury. Incompetent fools! They are merely 2 children. Can they sprout wings and fly away? The whispers circulating in the capital suggested that the cunning old fox, Shang Qishan, must have some contingency plan, such as handing over the list to Shang Mingqing, allowing him to seek a path to survival. Increase the manpower. We must capture Shang Mingsheng and bring him back to me. In the eastern suburbs villa, Shang Xiran slowly opened her eyes to see her brother standing solemnly at the door. A sudden pang of anxiety surged within her, prompting her to hurriedly put on her shoes and approach him, only to find Shang Mingsheng's eyes bloodshot, dark circles underlining his gaze, as if he had not slept a wink the entire night. "Brother!" Shang Xiran cried out in distress, but the next moment, her stomach growled audibly. She was famished. Since the meal the previous morning, she had had no food. Shang Mingsheng slowly turned his head, his voice cold yet tinged with despair. "Sister, he will not come. He has deliberately abandoned us to fend for ourselves. How cruel-hearted he is! Is possessing the list not enough? Why must he torment us so? He knew full well your deep affection for him. Even if he refuses to treat me kindly, why can he not treat you well? My sister, a beauty beyond compare, is not worthy of him?" Upon hearing these words, Shang Xiran felt her heart constrict painfully, tears streaming down her cheeks like rolling pearls. Shang Mingsheng grasped her hand tightly, his bloodshot eyes brimming with anguish. "Sister, cease your thoughts of him. He has no place for you in his heart. The act of saving you is likely merely a part of his scheme. This man is so deeply calculating that even grandfather was deceived. It is possible he orchestrated the rescue of Tan Hanqi as well. The entire affair may have been his design." Throughout that night, Shang Mingsheng pondered endlessly. It seemed the second prince had always intended to draw close to them, aiming to topple the Duke of Qing's household and seize that crucial list to manipulate the officials for his gain. Now, deprived of their livelihoods, lacking food and money, he and his sister could hardly survive. Shen Yuanbai harbored a singular desire for their demise. Shang Mingsheng, having endured a lifetime of humiliation, now preferred to shatter like jade rather than allow Shen Yuanbai to find ease. Shang Xiran trembled uncontrollably, for she too had spent a restless night, reflecting on past events, and had begun to sense the truth. "Brother, what shall we do? What are we to do?" Shang Mingsheng gently patted her hand, feigning ease as he spoke. "Fear not, sister. I shall find you something to eat. Remain here and await my return." Shang Xiran, unable to bear her hunger any longer, hesitantly nodded. "Brother, do return quickly." Shang Mingsheng nodded with a smile, yet as he turned to leave, an expression of darkness and hatred twisted his features, nearly bordering on madness. "Shen Yuanbai, you had best grant us a path to survival. Otherwise, I shall drag you down with me." Just as Shang Mingsheng departed the villa, news reached Qiao Zhonghua. Qiao Tianjing rose excitedly. "Are all preparations in place? Have you memorized your lines?" The men in black replied respectfully, "Young master, everything is ready." Qiao Tianjing clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent! No matter what, we must ensure Shang Mingsheng hears those words." After stealthily exiting the eastern suburb villa, Shang Mingsheng spotted the wanted posters affixed at the city gate. His heart raced, realizing the Duke of Qing's household was in dire straits. To blend into the city now, he had no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. Shang Mingsheng had never felt so wretched in his life. He smeared mud across his face and hair, swapping attire with a beggar from the Eastern Temple. In the past, he would have kicked at beggars without a second thought, yet now, for the sake of survival, he had to endure the revolting stench. While changing in the corner of the temple, the conversations of the beggars caught his attention. Alas, what a tragedy! Indeed. I heard the Duke of Qing's household wailing from afar. Yesterday afternoon, the heir and his wife were dragged off for execution. You should have seen it. The blade fell, and blood spurted 3 feet away. At this, Shang Mingsheng felt as if the world was spinning, nearly collapsing to the ground. He crawled to the beggar, trembling as he asked, "Executed? It has already happened?" The beggar, disgusted, kicked him away. "If you're asking about the Duke of Qing's household, they are all executed. His Majesty appointed the second prince to oversee the execution. Even the Duke's household was raided by him. Good heavens, so much gold and silver. The Duke of Qing must have been quite greedy. Thank goodness the second prince upheld justice. Not to mention, the second prince is truly handsome. The heir and his wife knelt before him, begging for mercy, weeping uncontrollably, yet it did not sway his highness in the slightest. Indeed, it seems the second prince is quite capable. He is bound to be favored. Ha! The Duke of Qing truly deserved this. They met their just fate. These comments were easily discernible as fabrications to any astute listener, for beggars typically struggle to survive and knew little of court affairs. The Qiao family's hidden guards, disguised as beggars, had questioned this point, yet Qiao Tianjing insisted they must say it this way. He was certain that Shang Mingqing harbored hatred for the second prince, yet perhaps still clung to the hope of survival, making it likely he would seek the second prince's terms. If the two were to meet, the matter of the list would be uncovered. Thus, what was needed now was to stoke Shang Mingqing's anger, driving him into a frenzy of hatred. Therefore, the more they glorified the second prince's courage and triumphs while denigrating the Duke of Qing's household, the greater would be Shang Mingqing's resonance with their words. This strategy was termed, "The best attack is through the mind." Just as Qiao Tianjing anticipated, at this moment, Shang Mingqiang could discern no truth from falsehood. The mere thought of his parents' execution, personally overseen by the second prince, sent him into a frenzy. Xin Yuanbai, how dare he? How dare he tread upon the blood of the entire Duke of Qing's household to ascend to power? The hidden guard, witnessing how mere words had driven Shang Mingqing to madness, could only stare, mouth agape. Young master, truly remarkable. On the bustling streets, a beggar could easily go unnoticed, particularly one so filthy and reeking, that even the imperial guards would avoid him. Thus, Shang Mingqing wandered aimlessly to the Duke of Qing's doorstep. Lifting his gaze, he saw the once grand plaque had been removed, and the entrance was crossed with 2 square seals. On the steps lay remnants of dried black blood. A shiver ran through Shang Mingqing as tears of regret and despair streamed down his face. Life is but a dream, like smoke. It is too late. Everything is too late. In a daze, he turned to leave, and in that direction, he found himself heading towards the Drum Tower. Chapter 69. I, Shang Mingqing, sue the second prince. Yesterday, Tan Hanqi struck the warning drum at the drum court, unveiling the shocking examination fraud case. Since then, the gates of the drum court have swung wide open, at the behest of the young emperor, for the drum must not be a mere facade. It is to remain accessible for all 12 hours of the day. Today, the one guarding the drum is none other than one of the officials bribed by the Duke of Qing, surnamed Tian. Last night, he must have felt secretly relieved, fortunate not to have been on duty, for had the Duke's estate fallen, he might have been implicated. Now, he stands by the stone pillar in the courtyard, nodding off, having indulged excessively with the courtesan Lianer and barely slept a wink. As Shang Mingqing made his way to the drum court, his feet were already bloodied. A tempest of rage surged within him. The small wounds on his feet were trivial in comparison. Passers-by gawked in disbelief as they witnessed a beggar resolutely stride into the drum court. Another one. What grievance could this beggar possibly have to warrant an audience with the emperor? His frail frame could hardly endure 30 lashes. Was he seeking death? Amidst the murmurs, all halted in their tracks. Shang Mingqing's gaze fell upon the warning drum, and in that moment, a profound sense of disillusionment washed over him. Just yesterday, he had reveled in the misfortune of Tan Hanqi, and today, the tables had turned. The drum was traditionally struck only after receiving 30 lashes. Yet, seeing the official dozing against the pillar, Shang Mingqing approached without hesitation, seized the drumstick, and summoned every ounce of strength to strike. Boom, 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 boom. He brandished his arms, beating the drum while unleashing a primal roar. Startled by the sudden cacophony, Tian the official fell to the ground, looking up in horror to see a beggar frantically pounding the drum. It was over, Tian bellowed, and the other 3 officials rushed in, pinning Shang Mingqing to the ground. His lips grazed the earth, splitting open and spilling blood, yet he continued to muster every ounce of his strength to shout, "I am Shang Mingqing of the Duke of Qing's estate. I wish to sue the second prince, Shun Yuanbai." Upon hearing this, not only the officials but even the onlookers were rendered speechless. Shang Mingqing, wasn't he the fugitive the court was actively pursuing? What could he possibly accuse the second prince of? Shang Mingqing understood all too well that if he did not finish his words now, he would have no chance once the palace guards arrived. Thus, he bellowed, the second prince, Shen Yuanbai, was fully aware of my grandfather's examination fraud, yet he deliberately concealed this knowledge to obtain the list of fraudulent students from my grandfather. He sought to ally with our Duke of Qing's estate to acquire the list, all in a bid to vie for the position of heir apparent. After the fall of our estate, he had people waiting outside, seizing the list and leaving me to perish, intent on exterminating my siblings and me. Such a treacherous fiend, employing underhanded tactics while coveting the position of heir, how can he be allowed to live? Our Duke of Qing's estate has heired, but does that absolve the second prince of his? Why should he be the one to oversee our execution? He deserves to die as well. Pinned down by 4 men, Shang Mingqing could only tilt his head back, blood spraying from his mouth onto the ground, a gruesome sight. The 4 officials were so astounded by his revelations that they nearly wished to sever their ears. It was over. Those who heard were doomed. At the entrance of the drum court, the crowd stood agape, until a voice filled with righteous indignation broke the silence. Shang Mingqing, is what you say true? The second prince, living off the bounty of the realm, cannot commit such heinous acts. This voice, lost among the throng, was indistinguishable. I swear, I, Shang Mingqing, pledge my life that there is not a word of falsehood. Our Duke of Qing's estate has perished. Why should the second prince remain unscathed, merely because he is a prince? The officials, witnessing Shang Mingqing's reckless defiance, hurriedly produced a handkerchief, crumpling it into a ball and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth. Yet, his words reached the ears of the onlookers with clarity. Shang Mingqing was swearing on his life. How could the second prince behave in such a manner? Had he no regard for the plight of the diligent scholars who had toiled in obscurity? The spring examination was our only chance. How could he, as a prince, disregard the aspirations of scholars across the realm? The second prince's machinations were solely for the list, so it must now be in his possession. To vie for the position of heir? Yet, the second prince has northern blood. How could he possibly become the heir of our Daong dynasty? Absolutely not. The northern people must not lay claim to the realm of... The situation escalated rapidly, as mere moments of incisive commentary could easily shift the tide. By the time the palace guards arrived, public sentiment had reached a boiling point. Qiao Zhonghua, who had been contentedly spending time with his son, Qiao Jiao Jiao, soon received an urgent summons from the emperor. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao wrinkled her nose in disdain. See? I told you, that dog emperor would definitely send someone for father. With public sentiment in turmoil, even retrieving Shang Mingqing became problematic for the palace officials, and now the time had come for the people's hero to make his appearance. To use my father's reputation to wipe the second prince's backside, that dog emperor truly thinks highly of himself. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua's face contorted in pain. My dear daughter, can we phrase it differently? Your words nearly suffocated your old father. Qiao Tianjing wanted to laugh but held back. Qiao Dian couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Finally finding an outlet for his frustration, Qiao Zhonghua leaped up and gave Qiao Lar a playful smack. Let you laugh, huh? Qiao Dian yelped in pain, jumping around. Oh, father, speak the truth. Am I truly your adopted child? Qiao Zhonghua huffed. Your elder brother knows to hold back, yet you must laugh out loud. If not you, then who should I strike? All right. Qiao Tianjing stood up, cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao, and noticed his father's determined stride toward the door, his expression turning serious. Qiao Jiao Jiao gazed at her father's retreating figure, sighing inwardly, alas, this time, father may return disappointed. Even Xiao Dian, who had been bouncing around, fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor. In truth, all three siblings could discern that their father was not truly happy. Qiao Zhonghua was loyal to this nation and its ruler. His love for the land he had fought to protect surpassed that of anyone else. However, the young emperor was destined to let him down. The second prince's treachery had already come to light, yet the young emperor's obsession with Princess Yulio had reached a frenzied state. He would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect the second prince. Consequently, their father's loyalty to the crown would be shattered. So be it. Such a dog emperor, our Qiao family shall not serve him. One day, we will drag him down from the dragon throne. May father return soon. I, the little cotton-padded jacket, know best how to cheer him up. He does not yet know that I have been diligently practicing lately. I can now call him father. Father, father, father. The tender, muffled babble of a baby slowly emerged, causing Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Dian's eyes to brighten. Little sister. Quick, call out to big brother. No, 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 little sister. You must first call second brother. Qiao Jiao Jiao. Please do not trouble the little one who has just begun to speak. The stabilizing force of the great Yong dynasty, the second prince, Shen Yuanbai, remained seated in the tea house from the previous day, awaiting news from Shang Mingcheng. That moment, Zhu Feng rushed in, drenched in sweat and visibly agitated. Upon witnessing this, the second prince's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Zhu Feng, I have previously instructed you never to reveal your thoughts through your countenance, regardless of the circumstance. Zhu Feng, overwhelmed with anxiety, could no longer conceal his emotions and spoke hastily. Your Highness, it is dire news. Shang Mingcheng has been found. Shen Yuanbai furrowed his brow, inquiring, What do you mean? Has he been captured by the Jinwu guards? Zhu Feng shook his head, his countenance grim. He has gone mad. He rushed to strike the Dingwen drum and brazenly uttered many words detrimental to you, Your Highness. Slowly rising from his seat, Shen Yuanbai's voice turned icy as he demanded, What exactly did he say? Speak the truth. Zhu Feng, fearing to withhold any information, recounted Shang Mingcheng's statements and relayed the boiling public sentiment in full. Upon hearing this, a chill swept across Shen Yuanbai's features. This foolish man, oblivious, it is no wonder the Jinwu guards could not locate him, nor could my secret guards find any trace. It appears another faction has orchestrated his preservation, solely to have him turn against me. Indeed, the male lead remains astute. Merely upon hearing Zhu Feng's recounting, he surmised much of the truth. The Crown Prince's schemes have proven to be exceedingly meticulous. While he outwardly displays fraternal affection, he conspires behind my back to deliver a fatal blow. But how did he come to know of the cheating scandal at the spring examination? How did he foresee the rescue of Tan Hanqi? And how did he uncover the existence of that list? Shen Yuanbai was at a loss, his fist striking the table in frustration, causing the tea to spill. This information was painstakingly unearthed through the remnants of my mother's personnel, who had been embedded in various halls and residences for years, and yet the Crown Prince has managed to uncover it all. Zhu Feng, his heart rife with trepidation, could no longer suppress his fear. Your Highness, the immediate concern is to handle Shang Mingcheng. 3 people can create a tiger. Moreover, Shang Mingcheng speaks with such conviction. If this reaches the Emperor, Shen Yuanbai let out a cold laugh, his demeanor betraying little fear. Shang Mingcheng has no substantial evidence. With this alone, the Crown Prince cannot unseat me. Return to the palace. By the time Qiao Zhonghua arrived at the Dingwen Drum courtyard, chaos reigned supreme. Yuna Kuang awaited anxiously at the palace gates, and upon seeing Qiao Zhonghua, he appeared as though he had spotted a savior. Ah, Lord Qiao, you have come. Please restore order. These people are about to raise the Dingwen Drum courtyard. The emperor is enraged, exhibiting great fury. The latter statement was uttered in a hushed tone, intended to urge Qiao Zhonghua towards swift action. Qiao Zhonghua maintained his composure, turning to observe the citizens outside the courtyard, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Their words, it seemed, had escalated into a discourse on the rivalry between the great Yong dynasty and the northern kingdom. Qiao Zhonghua understood well that his own eldest son was stoking the flames of unrest. That wretched boy, with a cunning surpassing even his own father, had truly outshone him. Eunuch Huang, do not fret, Qiao Zhonghua replied nonchalantly, then proceeded towards the Dingguan drum courtyard. Eunuch Huang observed Qiao Zhonghua's tall and imposing figure and began to grasp the truth behind the emperor's oft-repeated sentiment. Qiao Zhonghua is the stabilizing force of the great Yong dynasty. Sometimes, his mere presence commands more authority than my own. Eunuch Huang often pondered whether the emperor spoke from fear or admiration, yet witnessing Qiao Zhonghua in action today confirmed the truth of that saying. As soon as Qiao Zhonghua made his appearance, the citizens gathered around, chanting his name, General Qiao. He raised a hand to calm the crowd, uttering a few reassuring words about the emperor's commitment to justice, which prompted the throng to part. Eunuch Huang noticed Qiao Zhonghua beckoning him, and after a moment's pause, he hurriedly followed with the 8 imperial guards, successfully bringing forth a bound Shang Mingqing. Disperse. Are we not to work today? Our families await their meals. Qiao Zhonghua's jovial voice, imbued with an indescribable warmth, elicited laughter from the crowd, effortlessly diffusing the public outrage. Eunuch Huang marveled silently, genuinely admiring Qiao Zhonghua. Lord Qiao, let us proceed. The emperor awaits. Eunuch Huang politely urged him on. Qiao Zhonghua waved to the gathered citizens and followed Eunuch Huang into the imperial study. Inside, the emperor sat behind his desk, the crown prince attending by his side. Qiao Zhonghua respectfully saluted, while Shang Mingqing lay restrained at the feet of the imperial guards. The emperor's expression was grave, revealing his displeasure. Has the second prince arrived? Upon hearing this, upon seeing the second prince, Shang Mingqing immediately erupted with fervor, his bloodshot eyes radiating hatred that was chilling to behold. With a mere glance from the young emperor, Eunuch Huang swiftly, "You, a scoundrel, dare to aspire to be the heir of the great Yong dynasty. You must be dreaming." As Shang Mingqing's tirade reached its peak, Eunuch Huang promptly stuffed the cloth back into his mouth. At that moment, the young emperor cast his gaze upon the second prince, asking in a deep tone, "Second, do you have anything to say?" After bowing, the second prince replied unhurriedly, "In response to father, Shang Mingqing is slandering me." How could I possibly know such a confidential matter? My intentions in befriending him were solely for the sake of the Shang family's young lady. The Shang family young lady? The young emperor's expression. The second prince nodded earnestly. Half a year ago, I fortuitously rescued her from danger, hence. He suddenly lowered his gaze, appropriately revealing a faint blush upon his ears. Father, my dealings with Shang Mingqing were merely to inquire. Beyond that, I harbor no ulterior motives. Qiao Zhonghua stood silently by, and even he could not help but admire the second prince's cunning and strategy. Among Shang Mingqing's various accusations, only the claim of the second prince's amicable interactions with him bore any evidence. Yet the second prince had devised such an impeccable rationale. The youthful infatuation was merely for gathering information, devoid of any impropriety. What could be wrong with that? Continuing, the second prince stated, "As for Shang Mingqing's assertion that I seized the list, I would stake my life that it is absolutely not in my possession. Furthermore, to claim that I covet the position of heir is nothing short of a heartless accusation." Chapter 71. The complete performance. The crown prince slightly lowered his head, his expression unchanging as he listened, appearing merely as a serious observer. The second prince spoke earnestly, his demeanor sincere, and said in a clear voice, "Elder brother, the crown prince, has treated me with unparalleled kindness. He is wise and far-reaching in his reputation, benevolent to his subordinates, and serves as a capable I could never entertain such treacherous thoughts as for Shang Mingqing's vile slander against me. I must inquire whether he is being manipulated by others, and what his true intentions are." In that moment, the second prince even began to take the initiative. Qiao Jiao gazed intently at the handsome youth before him. In such an unfavorable situation, the second prince had managed to devise such exquisite rhetoric in a mere moment, each word gem-like and the reasoning crystal clear. However, if one were to delve deeper, there were indeed flaws. For instance, just yesterday in court, the second prince had proactively offered to fetch Tan Hanqi, which was quite unusual, as he— Furthermore, Shang Mingqing's certainty that the second prince was aware of the list must have stemmed from the directives of Duke Qinghua. Shang Mingqing is a fool. He might misinterpret the second prince's intentions, but would a cunning old fox— From Shang Mingqing's words, it was clear that Duke Qinghua had placed his utmost confidence in the second prince. Now, it all depended on the emperor's disposition. If the emperor chose to investigate thoroughly, he could certainly uncover the slightest hint of the second prince's rebellious intentions. Conversely, if the emperor wished to protect him, then even if evidence were presented before him, he would dismiss it without a change in countenance. Emperor Yong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This matter is fraught with uncertainties. We must not hastily draw conclusions. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao felt a sudden chill in his heart, only to hear Emperor Yong continue. Second brother, even if you are innocent, otherwise, with so many officials in court, why would he cast such aspersions upon you? Until this matter is clarified, you should remain in your Chonghua palace. This was a clear indication of house arrest. At this point, Qiao Jiao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, his heart utterly disheartened by the emperor. Just as Qiao Jiao had said, Emperor Yong was deeply enamored with Princess Yulio and extended his protection to her son. In that moment, Qiao Jiao stood within the resplendent imperial study, acutely aware that the true adversary behind the downfall of the Qiao family was none other than the sovereign seated before him. Very well, everyone withdraw, commanded Emperor Yong. Huang Pei, you personally escort Shang Mingqing to the imperial prison and ensure he is thoroughly interrogated. Huang Pei accepted the order and hurriedly had the wailing Shang Mingqing dragged away. The second prince was adept at playing his role to perfection. He suddenly knelt and proclaimed, Father Emperor, Shang Mingqing has been apprehended, but Miss Shang is still hiding outside. I wish to plead for mercy on her behalf. Emperor Yong looked at his son with a hint of scrutiny and suddenly asked, Do you genuinely care for her? Without hesitation, the second prince nodded. A look of conflict appeared on Emperor Yong's face. After all, Shang Xiran was originally promised as a consort to the crown prince. Now, with the Duke Qinghua's predicament, Shang Xiran was, under no circumstances, qualified to enter the royal family. However, like himself, this second brother was indeed a romantic. He could not bear to see his beloved suffer the same fate of separation he had endured. With this thought, the selection for the crown princess and the second prince's consort had yet to be announced, and he had merely hinted at it to the crown prince, who surely held no affection for that Miss Shang, did he? The crown prince felt an indescribable chill within. Being exceptionally astute, he understood the emperor's gaze all too well. It was a suggestion to bestow Shang Xiran upon the second prince. While he cared little for Shang Xiran, his father's blatant favoritism towards his younger brother shattered his heart into countless pieces. With a gentle nod towards Emperor Yong, this small gesture seemed to require considerable effort. Observing this, Emperor Yong's expression softened with satisfaction, and he spoke. That Miss Shang is the daughter of a convicted traitor. She is utterly unqualified to be included in the royal genealogy. If you truly wish to have her, let her serve as a concubine in your Chonghua palace. Upon hearing this, the second prince's face immediately reflected a struggle, as if he could not bear to see his beloved reduced to such a status. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to come to terms with it, gratitude evident in his expression as he said, Thank you, Father Emperor, for your benevolence. Thus, the performance was complete. Emperor Yong waved his hand, and the crown prince, the second prince, and Qiao Jiao respectfully withdrew. Before the crown prince, the second prince sincerely expressed his sentiments, and the crown prince, naturally, wore a face of forgiveness, gently reassuring the second prince. Qiao Jiao maintained a calm demeanor. bowing to both the crown prince and the second prince, preparing to leave, when he caught sight of Huang Gonggong hurrying back. Qiao Zhongguo's gaze flickered. As the emperor's most trusted aide, Huang Gonggong had witnessed countless storms, yet he now bore a look of such urgency. Had something particularly alarming occurred in the imperial prison? At this thought, according to Qiao Jiao, Di Ziying was the true beloved of Princess Yulio. Unfortunately, Qiao Zhongguo could not linger any longer. He passed by Huang Gonggong and made his way outside the palace. Within the imperial study, Emperor Yong was lost in thought, staring at the wall. Yulio, Bayer has grown up. He too has found someone he loves. Yet that Miss Shang is the daughter of a traitor and can only accompany Bayer without any title. However, there are countless virtuous ladies in the capital. I shall surely select a girl of impeccable lineage and character to match Bayer. It is a pity that the Qiao family does not have any eligible young ladies. Otherwise, with Qiao Zhongguo's ability and prestige, I would be very willing to have Bayer supported by such a family. Yulio, I am truly conflicted. I wish to provide our children with the best in the world, but the crown prince is capable and, having been the heir for so many years, I find no Now Bayer seems to have his own ambitions, desiring to compete. Who should I ultimately choose? Emperor Yong murmured, his face revealing an intense struggle. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency yet respectful came from outside. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Emperor Yong's brows furrowed slightly, revealing his displeasure. Come in. Huang Pei hurriedly entered the imperial study, approaching Emperor Yong and lowering his voice. Your Majesty, it appears that Di Ziying is on the verge of death. Emperor Yong waved his hand impatiently. Such trivial matters were hardly worthy of report. Huang Pei's heart raced, and suddenly, he knelt, speaking cautiously. Your Majesty, it is truly that Di Ziying has committed treason. He is delirious and keeps calling out. Calling out what? Emperor Yong asked, his brows furrowing. Huang Pei trembled slightly, revealing, Di Ziying keeps calling out the name of Princess Yulio? Chapter 72. A terrible secret. What? The Emperor Yong abruptly rose to his feet, his expression one of sheer horror. Eunuch Huang lowered his head, trembling slightly. Having served the emperor for over 30 years, he knew that while the emperor had a volatile temper, he seldom exhibited unpredictable anger, except when it involved the beloved Lady Yulio, who often drove him to madness. Huang Pei, have you understood clearly? Huang Pei, trembling with fear, nodded cautiously, terrified of mishearing, having stood before Di Ziying for quite some time. There were secrets unknown to others, yet Eunuch Huang was well aware. Yulio was the title granted to the lady in the northern kingdom. After coming to the Daong dynasty for a political marriage, she continued to be addressed as such. In truth, the royal family of the northern kingdom bore the surname Jin, and Lady Yulio's birth name was Jin Luling. Just moments ago, as he passed by the cell where Di Ziying was imprisoned, he noticed the man's skin had already rotted away, and he inwardly scoffed, thinking he deserved it. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he suddenly heard Di Ziying cry out loudly, Lu Ling, I will take you away. This startled him so much that he nearly stumbled to the ground. Who could have imagined that this northern man, who had infiltrated the palace with the intent to assassinate the fourth prince, was actually an acquaintance of Lady Yulio? Moreover, from the familiar and affectionate address, it seemed that Di Ziying shared a deep bond with Lady Yulio. Realizing this, he dared not delay any longer and rushed to report to the emperor. Let us go to the interrogation chamber. The Emperor Yong could no longer remain still. He swept his robe aside and strode outward. Eunuch Huang hurriedly followed suit, instructing the nearby guards to hasten their steps and escort Di Ziying to the interrogation room first. The emperor's inquiries could not be overheard by others. The interrogation chamber was dim and devoid of any foul odors, only a mingling scent of iron chains and blood. As the emperor stepped into the interrogation room, his gaze fell upon Di Ziying, bound to the rack, and his eyes instantly filled with revulsion. The poison on Di Ziying's needle had evidently wrought great devastation, leaving his flesh in a grotesque state. Eunuch Huang dismissed everyone present and poured a bucket of water over Di Ziying. The latter jolted awake, dazed, lifting his head but unable to discern the identity of the person before him. "Do you know Lu Ling?" The emperor's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening. Upon hearing the name Lu Ling, Di Ziying trembled violently, suddenly shouting, "Lu Ling! Linger, do not leave me. It is my inadequacy. I could not protect you, allowing you to marry that wretched emperor. Come with me. I will take you far away." He was not the least bit curious as to what the emperor had to say that even he could not hear. Some secrets were better left undiscovered. As Eunuch Huang slowly closed the door to the interrogation room, the emperor could not wait even a moment longer. He lowered his voice and, with a tone laced with venom, demanded, "Did you take Linger's purity?" Eunuch Huang shuddered violently. By the time the door was securely closed, he was already pale and trembling. He had heard. When Lady Yulio came to the palace for the political marriage, she had evidently not been untouched. Yet even so, was the emperor still so infatuated with Lady Yulio? One must understand that losing purity before marriage, especially as a political bride, completely undermined the sincerity of the union. Back when General Qiao had not yet withdrawn his troops from the northern border, had the emperor issued a command, General Qiao would have undoubtedly devoted all his efforts to reclaiming the northern kingdom. Leaning against the cold wall, Eunuch Huang's mind was in disarray. What, after all, did the emperor truly seek? The sounds of the emperor's dark roars occasionally echoed from within the interrogation room, and Eunuch Huang, his thoughts drifted back to the past. He recalled the time when the lady was pregnant with the second prince, a rare period of harmony between the emperor and the lady. During that time, the lady wore a faint smile, radiating beauty as if she were the most stunning in the realm. The emperor had then confided to him, "Huang Pei, Yulio is finally happy. As long as she is willing to stay by my side, I would grant her anything." Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was flung open violently, nearly causing Eunuch Huang to fall to the ground. He hurriedly approached, only to see the emperor's expression had calmed. "Dispose of him, chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs," the emperor commanded in a flat tone. Eunuch Huang quickly nodded in agreement, only to hear the emperor add, "Huang Pei, you shall personally see to his demise. Do not let anyone overhear what should not be heard." "Rest assured, Your Majesty," Eunuch Huang assured him. The emperor nodded and stepped outside. Eunuch Huang watched the emperor depart before cautiously entering the interrogation room, looking up only to be horrified by the sight before him. Di Ziying hung limply from the interrogation rack, his flesh hanging in tatters. Resembling a corpse, a blood-stained whip lay discarded on the ground, smeared with bits of flesh, a sight most gruesome. Eunuch Huang inhaled sharply. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the palace for years, he had long lost count of how many times he had carried out the emperor's orders to kill, ensuring his methods were swift and clean. He stealthily approached, retrieving a dagger from the rack, silently advancing toward Di Ziying. He preferred to strike from the shadows, delivering a lethal blow, for such an approach would spare him the sight of struggling prey and prevent blood from splattering onto him. Eunuch Huang stood silently before Di Ziying. Just as he raised the dagger, he suddenly heard a low chuckle emanating from Di Ziying's throat. "Heh, he, ha ha." Di Ziying had just heard the sound of the emperor's departing footsteps, believing himself to be alone. Aware of his imminent demise, he relished this fleeting moment of clarity. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, he could not help but laugh. The wretched emperor had just inquired whether he had seen Yulio after she entered the palace for the political marriage. He had shaken his head, denying it, knowing full well what the emperor suspected. Had the emperor not asked today, he would not have dared to contemplate such things. As he laughed, Di Ziying found himself weeping once more. Tears would not fall, but the sound of his sobbing surged within his throat. Luling, O Luling, you deceived the wretched emperor, and you deceived me as well. We had indeed met, on that incredibly soft bed, where we intertwined, unabashedly expressing our longing for one another. Yet for the sake of the northern kingdom, you chose not to accompany me, imprisoning yourself beside that wretched emperor. Why did you not tell me? If you had, I would have risked everything to seize the opportunity to see you, even if it meant my death. It is too late. But it does not matter. As long as he lives well, that foolish emperor will surely cherish him. Buyer, Di Ziying murmured, the name crumbling from his lips, lingering and swirling around his tongue. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Huang's eyes widened in shock, his expression twisting as if he had unraveled a monumental secret. In the next moment, he could no longer hesitate. He raised the dagger and plunged it fiercely into Di Ziying's heart, swift and urgent, without a drop of blood spilling forth. Chapter 73. Whose bloodline is the second prince? After meticulously handling matters, Eunuch Huang took the time to cleanse himself before returning to the imperial study, where Emperor Yong was engrossed in reviewing official documents. He entered with a cautious demeanor, bowing slightly as he reported, "Your Majesty, all is well." As he uttered these words, Eunuch Huang carefully scrutinized the emperor's expression. The emperor, seemingly indifferent, nodded. "Although the second prince is under house arrest, let us not make him suffer unduly. Discreetly send him some gifts on my behalf." Eunuch Huang lowered his head profoundly, his mind awash with countless thoughts. On the way to the imperial study, he had racked his brain and indeed recalled many past events. A month prior to the diagnosis of concubine Yulia's pregnancy, she had indeed been favored with frequent visits. The princess from the enemy state, upon entering the palace, was forbidden by custom from bearing royal offspring, yet the emperor, enamored with concubine Yulia, had never permitted her to consume contraceptive medicine. During that time, concubine Yulia had been docile, shedding her initial resistance and cold demeanor. The emperor, in high spirits, had even bestowed upon him a precious East pearl. However, having just heard Di Ziying's dying words, it seemed that the paternity of the second prince was firmly established. Eunuch Huang pondered deeply, unable to ascertain the true identity of the second prince's biological father. At this juncture, he dared not delve further into his thoughts and merely responded with a respectful acknowledgement. With Di Ziying now deceased, this matter could bear no witnesses. Should he rashly speak up, given the emperor's infatuation with concubine Yulia, even after serving the emperor for over 30 years, he would likely meet an immediate death. In this moment, Eunuch Huang fervently wished he had never heard those whispered confessions from Di Ziying before his demise. Yin Pei, issue the command to commence the palace examination immediately after the spring ranking verification is complete. This matter has lingered long enough. The emperor's voice was deep and resolute. That Tan Hanqi is a remarkable talent. I must consider where best to assign him. In the Chonghua Palace, the second prince, clad in a white robe, despite his confinement, he bore no signs of anger, appearing remarkably calm. Beside him stood a palace maid. Though of ordinary appearance, her posture was erect, and her gaze sharp, clearly not an ordinary individual. Your Highness, according to Sheng Mingxing, after the two siblings fainted, they awoke at the eastern suburban villa. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanbai set down his book, his fingertips lightly tapping the table as if deep in thought. The maid hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, Your Highness, once Miss Sheng arrives, where shall she be accommodated? Shen Yuanbai, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of impatience in his brow. Let her be placed in the side hall. Since she has been used as a shield, we must at least maintain appearances. You shall oversee all her daily needs, ensuring she does not step outside the side hall. At that moment, Zhoubo entered from outside the hall, carrying a tray with a bowl of hot soup. Upon seeing this, Shen Yuanbai immediately frowned. Zhoubo, I've already told you that these tasks do not require your involvement. Zhoubo, having accompanied the princess from the northern territory, had once been her personal guard and was utterly devoted to him. Although Zhoubo had caused trouble during the Lantern Festival, resulting in Shan Yuanbai losing the Zhu Chui Pavilion, Shen Yuanbai could not bring himself to chastise him, for it was Zhoubo who had risked his life to care for him during his childhood struggles in the palace. Your Highness, I cannot entrust your meals and daily affairs to anyone else. I worry too much. Zhoubo smiled as he approached the table, preparing to set down the tray. The maid continued, Your Highness, there is another matter. The northern assassin, Di Ziying, who attempted to kill the fourth prince, has today been ordered by the emperor to be executed and fed to the dogs. Crash! Without warning, Zhoubo trembled violently, losing his grip on the tray, causing the bowl of hot soup to spill onto the floor, shattering into several pieces. Zhoubo! Shen Yuanbai sprang to his feet, hurriedly assisting. However, to Shen Yuanbai's astonishment, Zhoubo was shaking uncontrollably, his lips turning pale. Shen Yuanbai was taken aback, urgently calling for the physician, yet Zhoubo grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand tightly. With a stiffened posture, he turned to the maid, his voice trembling, Lu Yun. What did you just say that northern man was called? Lu Yun, feeling alarmed, whispered, his name was Di Ziying. He was hired by the emperor to serve as the fourth prince's tutor, but he suddenly attacked a few days ago, attempting to assassinate the fourth prince and Miss Qiao. He was apprehended just in time by the crown prince. Zhoubo swayed slightly, his heart heavy with sorrow. It is him. After more than a decade, how could he have returned to the palace? How could he have been so foolish? Noticing the tears welling in Zhoubo's eyes, Shen Yuanbai's expression grew grave. Zhoubo, was that Di Ziying your acquaintance? Zhoubo, upon hearing this, have you ever seen him? Shen Yuanbai, confused, shook his head. He had long ceased to visit the imperial study and thus had never encountered Di Ziying. Upon hearing this, Zhoubo closed his eyes, feeling dizzy. Never seen him. They never. How painful and regretful it must be for the princess in the afterlife. Zhoubo, what troubles you? Zhoubo rarely exhibited such a state of alarm, which caused Shen Yuanbai, who cared for him deeply, to feel anxious. Zhoubo, aware of Shen Yuanbai's intelligence and fearing he might secretly investigate, concocted a lie. Your Highness, that was an old acquaintance of mine from the Northern Territory, a dear friend. Upon hearing such tragic news, my heart cannot find peace. He truly could not bear to let Shen Yuanbai know the truth. It would be far too cruel. Your Highness, I assure you I am fine. I shall rest and recover. Shen Yuanbai, harboring little suspicion, acknowledged Zhoubo's sentiments. Having witnessed Zhoubo's deep attachment to the Northern Territory, he remembered how Zhoubo had grieved for a long time after the death of Uncle Lu, who had accompanied him from there. With a gentle sigh, he said, Zhoubo, take care. At these words, Zhoubo trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. The memories of that bygone era remained vivid in his mind. After the princess married Emperor Yong, she had been melancholic. After discussing with Lu Shi and others, they had risked their lives to surreptitiously bring Di Ziying into the palace. That night, they were all on edge, yet the palace was aglow with light. He understood well what transpired within, yearning only for the princess's happiness. Shortly thereafter, the princess became pregnant. Although the tyrannical emperor had previously forced the princess several times, they all firmly believed the child. It was the first time the princess had smiled in the Yong Kingdom's palace, and while he felt heartache, he was immensely gratified at that time. He thought everything would be fine, and the princess could live happily. Zhoubo, allow me to assist you back to rest. Shen Yuanbai's words interrupted Zhoubo's reverie. He grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand, burying all his pain deep within. No need, Your Highness. You are busy. I shall be well by tomorrow. Zhoubo released Shen Yuanbai's hand and staggered out. Shen Yuanbai observed him quietly for a moment before turning coldly to Lu Yun, instructing, from now on, do not mention any matters in front of Zhoubo. Lu Yun, in a state of alarm, hurriedly knelt. This servant obeys. Chapter 74. Little Qiao Jiao can call daddy now. When Qiao Zhongguo returned home, he discovered that his family was eagerly awaiting his arrival. A warm sensation surged within him, prompting a genuine smile to grace his lips. "My dear wife, I am famished," he exclaimed. Qiao Jiao, upon hearing his boisterous call, cast him a reproachful glance. "The feast has long been prepared. We were merely awaiting your return." With a hearty laugh, Qiao Zhonghua eagerly took Jiao Jiao from Qiao Tianjing's arms. Jiao Jiao's round, bright eyes were fixed on her father, apprehensive that he might be in a foul mood. Wishing to alleviate her worries, and noting that they were alone, Qiao Zhonghua candidly shared, "The second prince has been placed under house arrest, and it seems that Shang Mingqing is unlikely to survive." The second prince sought a favor from his majesty, requesting to take Shang Xiuran as a concubine. What? Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in confusion, but is he using Shang Xiuran as a shield? Qiao Zhonghua silently commended Jiao Jiao in his heart. The second prince had clandestinely met with Shang Mingqing. Without bringing up Shang Xiuran, he would struggle to clarify his intentions. Jiao Jiao's expression reflected her understanding. It was indeed ironic that Shang Xiuran, who had been infatuated with the second prince for so long, would finally fulfill. If she were truly a hopeless romantic, there would be nothing more to say. She would simply remain by the second prince's side as an uncherished concubine. Yet, if she possessed some backbone, she could at least leave the second prince with a potential threat, which might eventually be exploited. Jiao Jiao's musings ran deep, while Qiao Tianjing's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously, though Qiao Diyu found the entire situation alarming. "Oh no, my little sister is starting to resemble my older brother. They both enjoy playing with power and subterfuge. Will I be the only one in the family with a straightforward heart?" However, Qiao Zhonghua did not intend to constrain Jiao Jiao. He believed that Jiao Jiao should live as she pleased, and as her father, his only concern was, as the dishes were served, Qiao Jiao, though residing in the inner quarters, was not kept in the dark by Qiao Zhonghua. Having heard Jiao Jiao's sentiments, she understood much. Knowing that her husband was likely troubled today, she had instructed the kitchen to prepare Qiao. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but giggle. Her father had endured countless hardships on the battlefield, even gnawing on grassroots. Now that he was reaping the rewards of his struggles, his greatest delight was the braised pork knuckle, bursting with flavor with every bite. Observing her father's eager demeanor, Jiao Jiao grinned widely and suddenly spoke up, "Daddy." Qiao Zhonghua's outstretched hand paused abruptly as he looked down at Jiao Jiao, astonished. Jiao Jiao's laughter grew more jubilant as she repeatedly called out, "Daddy. Daddy. Daddy." Qiao Zhonghua, holding Jiao Jiao in his arms, stood up, a mix of surprise and delight washing over him. "Jiao Jiao can call me Daddy now. My dear wife, Jiao Jiao can call me. What a good girl, my precious." "Oh, my heart is melting." Qiao Jiao, Qiao Tianjing, and Qiao Diyu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with warmth. Regardless of the tumultuous circumstances outside and the intrigues that surrounded them, as long as they were together as a family, it was the sweetest time of all. As night fell, Shang Xiuran was carried into the Chonghua Palace in a small sedan chair. Sitting in the jolting carriage, she felt utterly dazed. After her brother had left early that morning, he had yet to return by afternoon, leaving her in a state of panic, fearing for his safety. However, shortly thereafter, a group of people burst in, announcing that His Majesty had granted her a favor, permitting her to become a concubine to the second prince. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiuran's face drained of color. Once, she had been the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing, meticulously educated by her grandfather's appointed tutor, well-versed in propriety, virtue, and the arts. Throughout history, wives held the highest status, concubines were deemed inferior, and courtesans were regarded as the lowest. What she desired was to be the second prince's legitimate wife, not an unacknowledged plaything of a concubine. Yet, the guards showed no inclination to allow her to refuse, roughly shoving her into the carriage. She wished to inquire about her brother's whereabouts, but no one was willing to engage with her. "Miss Shang, please disembark." A woman's voice called from outside the sedan, snapping Shang Xiuran out of her thoughts. With a pale face, she lifted the curtain to find a plain-looking but slender maidservant. Where is this? Shang Xiuran asked timidly. The maidservant replied with an expressionless demeanor, Miss Shang, I am Lu Yun, your maidservant from this day forward. You are now in the second prince's Chonghua palace, and from henceforth, you shall be his concubine. Shang Xiuran's legs weakened as she exclaimed, Where is the second prince? I demand to see him. I refuse to be a concubine. A faint, mocking smile played on Lu Yun's lips. She was well aware that this Miss Shang had long coveted the second prince, especially considering that the heroic rescue was orchestrated by him. Miss Shang, the Duke, to be spared is a favor granted by the second prince. If you are grateful, you will remain here in the Chonghua Palace, and rest assured, you will want for nothing. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiuran felt as though the world was spinning around her. What? You mean my brother? At the mention of Shang Mingsheng, a cold glint crossed Lu Yun's face. Shang Langjun has lost his senses and foolishly reported the second prince to the authorities, fabricating accusations that led to the second prince's house arrest. He would deserve 100 deaths for such folly. Lu Yun was not supposed to divulge so much, but as she had stated, no woman could remain indifferent to the allure of the second prince, herself included. The audacity of Shang Mingsheng to insult the second prince, nearly bringing harm upon him, filled her with an intense loathing for him. Therefore, Miss Shang, I advise you to be obedient, to relinquish any lofty aspirations, and to harbor no inappropriate thoughts about the second prince. After delivering her warning, although she appeared frail, her strength was remarkable as she dragged the dazed Shang Xiuran into the side chamber. Shang Xiuran was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed, the dull pain in her wrist jolting her back to reality. She suddenly cried out, I demand to see the second prince. My brother cannot die. Take me to him. I implore the second prince to save my brother. Lu Yun inwardly scoffed at her naivety. Rest well, Miss Shang. There are guards stationed at the door at all times. I advise you not to entertain any misguided thoughts. Chapter 75 She heard it. After the food was served, Shang Xiuran, feeling utterly famished, hastily consumed her meal and began to request an audience with the second prince with increasing urgency. However, 2 tall guards stationed at the entrance would not yield to her entreaties, blocking her every attempt as she gazed outside. Witnessing the encroaching darkness, her heart was engulfed in both fear and despair. Brother. Her beloved brother was on the verge of execution, the very brother who had cherished her deeply and protected her from harm since her childhood. In truth, Shang Xiuran had already discerned the truth. The second prince harbored no affection for her. Otherwise, he would not allow a mere maidservant to belittle her, nor would he confine her within this secluded palace chamber. Her dreams had shattered, and now she sought not his favor, but rather the means to rescue her brother. Observing that the guards remained unmoved, she turned her gaze toward the window of the rear hall. As a lady of high birth, she had never before engaged in such reckless behavior as climbing out of a window, but for the sake of seeing the prince, she cast all reservations aside. With this thought in mind, Shang Xiuran retrieved a soft stool, opened the window, and with great effort, clambered out. Behind the secluded hall lay a dark and eerie grove. Though terror gripped her heart, she groped her way toward the light. Suddenly, she was startled by a faint, sorrowful sobbing, causing her to freeze in place, her hair standing on end. The weeping rose and fell, interspersed with hoarse murmurs, while a peculiar scent of burning paper drifted through the air. Shang Xiuran was taken aback, for she knew there were strict prohibitions against private memorials within the palace. Who dared to commit such a transgression in the Hall of Eternal Splendor? Regardless, she was in desperate need of guidance. Steeling herself, Shang Xiuran stealthily crept forward, finally catching sight of a flickering flame, it emanated from a concealed half-enclosed rockery, and she could vaguely discern the silhouette of an elderly figure. As she drew nearer, she strained to hear the old man's murmurs. "Why must you be so foolish? Did I not urge you to flee far away back then? It is said that your bones have turned to dust. How can I even gather your remains now? Your deep sense of loyalty shames my old bones, which have somehow persisted until now." At this moment, the sobbing intensified momentarily. "Fear not, I shall take good care of the prince. Alas, it is a pity that you were never able to meet in the end." Shang Xiuran listened in a daze, utterly bewildered by the identity of the person being mourned by the old man. However, she surmised that the princess referred to must be the late Lady Yulu, the princess of the Northern Kingdom. The realization that the old man genuinely knew the prince filled Shang Xiuran with elation. He was violating palace rules to conduct a memorial for another. She could seize this opportunity to question him about the prince's chambers. With this thought, she cautiously approached the rockery's edge. Just then, the old man suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "I am so sorry, but I truly cannot reveal the truth to the Prince Ianing. Please forgive me." If the prince were to learn that his biological father met such a tragic end without even having seen him she could hardly comprehend the implications of what she had just overheard. The revelation that the second prince's father was someone else entirely filled her with dread. If this secret were to reach the emperor's ears, not only would the second prince be in peril, but she, as the one. Shang Xiuran was not foolish. Her infatuation with the second prince had clouded her judgment. Yet she had long understood the complexities of the inner court. In that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. No, she could not allow the old man to discover her presence. If she were to perish, her brother would truly be beyond salvation. Resolute, Shang Xiuran retreated with utmost caution, carefully avoiding the branches on the ground as she slipped back into the shadows of the grove. As she distanced herself from the light, engulfed by darkness, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why? Why had things come to this? Just yesterday, she had held a noble status, enjoyed unending splendor, and been. Why must she endure such trials? Shang Xiuran stifled her cries, desperately covering her mouth, trembling in the darkness like a helpless young creature. After a while, she stumbled to her feet, determined to change direction and continue her pursuit. She must see the second prince. She had to save her brother. When the second prince heard from Lu Yun that Shang Xiuran had gone missing, he emerged from the bath with a furrowed brow. "Search for her. Do not allow her to leave the Hall of Eternal Splendor." Lu Yun hesitated slightly. "Your Highness, it seems that Miss Shang is unwilling to give up until she sees you." As he donned his garments, Shun Yuanbai replied, "Then bring her here. She merely wishes to rescue Sheng Mingxing, and this will ultimately quell her hopes." With the prince's consent, Lu Yun's expression eased, and he promptly exited. With the full might of the palace at their disposal, Shang Xiuran was quickly located. In the pitch-black surroundings, she nearly stumbled upon the gates of the Hall of Eternal Splendor. When captured, Shang Xiuran struggled fiercely, but upon hearing Lu Yun's words that the second prince was willing to see her, she immediately fell silent. Upon entering the brightly lit grand hall and beholding the second prince, her heart fluttered violently. He remained as noble and handsome as ever, having appeared countless times in her sweetest dreams. Without hesitation, Shang Xiuran knelt before him, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I implore you, save my brother. I no longer dare to wish for a life together with you. As long as you release my brother, we shall flee to the ends of the earth and never appear before you again. Your Highness, he is my only kin. I beseech you to show me mercy." Shang Xiuran had never before pleaded with anyone in such a manner, yet during her tumultuous journey through the night, she had come to a profound realization. Her brother was her sole family now. Nothing else mattered. She only wished for her brother's survival. Shen Yuanbai lowered his gaze, coldly observing the girl fervently bowing her head. The Duke of Qinghua's household has already been condemned to execution. Moreover, Shang Mingqing's actions of recklessly raising a clamor and slandering the prince, inciting public sentiment, have led to his imprisonment. The decree for his execution has been issued for tomorrow. This is beyond anyone's power to change. Upon hearing the words execution tomorrow, Shang Shuran's body went limp, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Your Highness, I beg you to intercede on my brother's behalf. I am willing to serve you in whatever capacity you desire. You are a prince, and the emperor will surely heed your words. Thud, thud, thud. Shang Shuran's forehead struck the ground repeatedly, soon staining it with blood. Chapter 76. The new champion's grand procession. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Yuanbai not only remained unmoved, but rather felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort at the sight of Shang Shuran's disheveled appearance. Miss Shang, what makes you think I would repay malice with kindness and risk my own safety to rescue him? Because of his nonsensical ramblings, I am now confined to this palace. Shang Mingqing must perish. If you wish to live, then remain quietly within the confines of the Chonghua Palace. If you desire death, feel free to choose between the silken noose or poison. Shen Yuanbai spoke frostily, rising from his seat with impatience. He yearned for a bath, and upon seeing Shang Shuran in such a filthy state, he felt as if his previous ablutions had been in vain. With a face full of despair, Shang Shuran looked up, only to catch the disdain etched on Shen Yuanbai's countenance. A tremor coursed through her heart. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts collided within her, leaving her engulfed in regret and bitterness. Her brother had always claimed that the second prince was the architect of their family's misfortune, and she had clung to a sliver of hope, unable to believe that the godlike figure she revered could possess such a cruel heart. As the second prince took his leave, she mustered the courage to voice her final question. At the Nanjiao Hugua temple half a year ago, did you truly rescue me out of sincerity, or was it a calculated scheme? The second prince did not even bother to glance back, merely responding with a dispassionate, "Isn't the answer already clear in your heart?" At his words, Shang Shuran felt her body grow heavy, and in the next moment, it was as if all her strength had been sapped away, causing her to collapse to the ground. She let out a few low sobs before bursting into uncontrollable tears. It was all a lie. All of it. He approached me solely for the power of the Shang family. This cold-hearted man has deceived my genuine affections and led to the downfall of my entire family. Brother. Brother is beyond saving. I have no kin left. Her wails grew louder as she realized Shen Yuanbai's figure was about to vanish into the shadows. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide, longing to shout the words she had overheard at the artificial. You are a bastard. You are the offspring of Princess Yulio and that dog of a man. Shang Shuran reached out her hand, wishing to drag Shen Yuanbai back and hurl those words at his face, hoping to witness him display the same anguish she felt. However, the last remnants of her reason cautioned her against acting on impulse. She had nothing left. If she shouted here, her fate would be sealed, while the second prince would remain unscathed, still the esteemed second prince. No, she must survive. She must seek vengeance. She would bide her time for the opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to this heartless and despicable man. As the candlelight flickered, Shang Shuran's radiant visage twisted, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, washing away the last vestiges of her. I cannot save you, but I will avenge our family. On the 20th of March, the results of the imperial examination were finalized in a shocking turn of events, including Tan Hanqi, Shang Qishan, and Xian Ruiji, had crazily traded 13 ranks. All 12 candidates, except for Tan Hanqi, met with disaster and none survived. The emperor was furious and consoled the families of the 12 candidates, subsequently punishing all those who had purchased ranks, including the immensely wealthy Gu family of Qingzhou. Moreover, at the crown prince's suggestion, the emperor issued a proclamation to the realm, explicitly informing the public of the examination's fraud and even acknowledging the court's error. Thanks to the crown prince's actions, the seething outrage of the scholars was finally quelled. On the 21st of March, the palace examination officially commenced, presided over by Emperor Yong. On the 22nd of March, news broke that Emperor Yong had appointed Tan Hanqi as the top scholar, and the golden list was immediately displayed at the palace gate. On the 23rd of March, Emperor Yong held the awarding ceremony in the Taiha Hall, conferring the titles of champion, runner-up, and third place upon the top 3 scholars. He then issued a decree, appointing champion Tan Hanqi to the position of a 6th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy, while the runner-up and third place received positions as editors at the 7th rank. Although the 6th-rank position seemed modest, it entailed the responsibility of compiling the emperor's annals, documenting his words and actions, and drafting official documents for him. This position signified that Tan Hanqi had become a close aide to the emperor. Next came the much-anticipated spectacle of the champion's grand procession through the streets. Qiao Jiao Jiao had long been cradled by Qiao Diyu, seated in the private room of the largest tavern on Putian Street, eagerly peering from the window. As the royal procession reached Putian Street, the crowds lining the road erupted into cheers. The people instinctively parted to clear a path, and the cacophony of excitement reached a fever pitch. Second brother, let me lean out a little more. Oh, I see the red banners. They're almost here. Qiao Jiao Jiao cried out, joining in the collective fervor. Such a grand occasion was something she had never witnessed in her past life, far surpassing the sparse crowds of extras in television dramas. The De Yong dynasty esteemed both martial prowess and scholarly achievement. A new champion like Tan Hanqi was a figure of admiration for students across the realm. The adoring cheers of the crowd nearly overwhelmed Qiao Jiao Jiao's senses. Amidst the jubilant sounds of drums and firecrackers, Qiao Jiao Jiao finally spotted Tan Hanqi. He rode a magnificent steed, adorned with plumes, clad in a brocade robe, draped in a scarlet sash, wielding a golden whip, exuding an extraordinary charm. Ah, ah, ah. It's no exaggeration. Qiao Jiao Jiao heard the chorus of excited female shrieks. With her eyes squinted in delight, Qiao Jiao Jiao felt genuine happiness for Tan Hanqi from the depths of her heart. Such glory was rightfully his. In the original tale, he had been schemed against by the Duke of Qing and exploited by the second prince, causing his brilliance to be obscured. Now, he had finally achieved his rightful place. Ah, Tan Hanqi, you are amazing, she shouted joyfully, while Tan Hanqi, atop his noble steed, basked in the adoration of the crowd, his heart brimming with emotions. His gaze swept across the scene, landing on the familiar faces in the nearby tea house. It was Qiao Erlang and Miss Qiao. At that moment, a radiant smile broke across Tan Hanqi's face. His success was indebted to the Qiao family's support, especially to Miss Qiao. Had it not been for her intervention, he would have lost his life that fateful day at the drum court, let alone persevering to present his case before the emperor. The immense kindness of the Qiao family would forever be etched in his memory. He vowed to repay their benevolence in this lifetime. With this thought, Tan Hanqi bowed deeply towards all directions, pausing intentionally towards Qiao Diyu and Qiao Jiao Jiao. Qiao Diyu understood the gesture, flashing a beaming smile that revealed his white teeth, radiating sincerity. Now that Tan Hanqi was a close aide of the emperor, the Qiao family could no longer afford to appear overly familiar with him. Such a genial and astute individual like Tan Hanqi would, unfortunately, not be able to indulge in wine and conversation with them as often as before. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao Jiao beamed with delight at this moment. She had always known that Tan Hanqi was not the type to waver. He was deeply loyal and would forever stand by the Qiao family's side. They had gained a formidable strategist. The team of fate changers had just acquired another powerful ally. As Qiao Jiao Jiao reveled in her triumph, her keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure across the tea house. Chapter 77. Is Aunt meeting old friends? Wait. Hold on, isn't that Aunt across the street? Although it was merely a fleeting glance, Qiao Jiao Jiao was resolute in her belief that she could not be mistaken. Just moments ago, Aunt had fluttered past the window. Qiao Jiao, upon hearing her words, followed her gaze and suddenly raised his brows in recognition. Wasn't that his cousin, Ning? Perched by the window on the second floor of the tea house, Qiao Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback. So this was Zuara Ning. Although she had visited the Duke of Yan's residence several times thereafter, she had yet to encounter her cousin, Ning, due to the estrangement between her mother and aunt. From afar, she could discern only that Ning possessed fair skin and exquisite features. Could it be that aunt had brought cousin Ning along to witness the spectacle? Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but feel an acute concern. As aunt was a pivotal figure in the she was anxious about what schemes aunt might be concocting. No, this was indeed unsettling. Recognizing Qiao Jiao Jiao's distress, Qiao Dai raised his hand and called out, "Cousin Ning." Ning, though merely 15 years of age, was born a few months later than Qiao Dai. His voice rang out clearly, drawing the attention of Tan Hanchu, who was passing below. Instinctively, he followed Qiao Dai's gaze and caught sight of the lovely veiled girl at the window. In an instant, he understood the impropriety of the situation and hastily averted his gaze. Curious about the call, Ning scanned the surroundings, and when her eyes met Qiao Dai's, her cheeks flushed crimson. She was well aware of the discord between her mother and aunt, especially since cousin Qiao had chosen a girl from the Han family as his bride, dismissing her entirely. While this was hardly a matter of great concern, after all, familial ties remained. Her mother had once assured her that her future husband would undoubtedly be her cousin Qiao, which had planted seeds of unwarranted hope in her heart. When that hope was dashed, she could not help but weep, only to be thrust before her aunt in embarrassment, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Yet now, with her cousin Qiao Dai greeting her, she felt compelled to respond, despite her shyness. A proper young lady ought not to shout in public, so Ning took a small step back and offered a respectful bow to Qiao Dai. Qiao Jiao Jiao could sense Ning's current feelings and bore no ill will toward her cousin. After all, the actions of aunt had nothing to do with this innocent young lady. In fact, Ning was a rare beacon of clarity amidst the chaos. Upon accidentally overhearing her uncle and aunt's conspiratorial discussions regarding the Qiao family, she had been filled with both fear and anger, intending to inform her grandfather. However, aunt had discovered Ning's intentions and had locked her away, refusing to open the door despite her cousin's pleas, only releasing her after the Qiao family met its tragic demise. Upon learning of her parents' treachery, Ning was engulfed in sorrow, ultimately deciding to expose their crimes to her grandfather. Seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed, aunt took advantage of her grandfather's deep sorrow and illness to offer Ning as a concubine to the second prince. Yet, the second prince merely passed her on to one of his guards. Alas, it was truly distressing. Qiao Dai, upon hearing this, gripped the window frame tightly, his body trembling with rage. This was madness. His uncle and aunt were utterly deranged. Even as his brother greeted Ning, aunt had not even peeked out. Was she not in the private room after all? Yet he had clearly seen her moments ago. While Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered this perplexity, Qiao Dai boldly declared, "Cousin Ning, I shall come to find you." Whether aunt was present or not, a visit would reveal the truth. Qiao Jiao Jiao admired Qiao Dai's decisiveness. He was wonderfully straightforward. Without hesitation, he scooped up Qiao Jiao Jiao and descended the stairs, weaving through the crowd into the tea house, making his way upstairs to knock on the door of Ning's private chamber. As blood relatives, Qiao Dai and Ning need not be overly cautious. Ning answered the door, her face flushed, clearly flustered. Qiao Jiao Jiao quickly assessed the situation. Within the room, only Ning and a maid were present. Aunt was indeed absent. Had she truly been mistaken? Quietly musing to herself, Qiao Jiao Jiao noticed Ning's awkward demeanor and greeted her with a warm smile. Ning was embarrassed, for in truth, the matters concerning her elder brother had no bearing on her. Moreover, her mother had always held Ning in high regard, recently lamenting about how wonderful Ning was and pondering what sort of family would suit her as a match. Qiao Dai, being well-mannered, did not overstep despite their close kinship, simply smiling as he said, "Cousin Ning, It has been quite some time since we last why mother has been thinking of you. Do come visit us at our residence when you have the chance. Ning was taken aback and pleasantly surprised by his words, as her mother had spoken ill of her aunt in her presence, claiming that aunt forbade her from visiting. Qiao Dai, sensing Ning's apprehensions, laughed heartily. Cousin Ning, the grievances of the previous generation do not concern us younger ones. Why mother thinks fondly of you. If you fear aunt's reprimand, you may come secretly, and I promise to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Ning could not suppress a giggle, dispelling the flush of embarrassment from her cheeks. Cousin, you have not changed one bit. Qiao Dai chuckled in response, curiosity getting the better of him as he asked, Cousin Ning, are you here alone? It is quite dangerous with so many people around. Ning hurriedly waved her hands. No. I came with my mother. She just want to reconnect with some old friends. That room at the end of the corridor. Old friends? Qiao Jiao Jiao's mind raced with an ominous premonition. Could it be what she feared? Qiao Dai immediately shared her concern. After all, the family had been transparent with one another, and they both understood that aunt's acquaintances could pose a significant hidden threat. With this thought, Qiao Dai smiled and said, although my mother and aunt are no longer on speaking terms, we as the younger generation must not forget our manners. Regardless, we should pay our respects. Aunt's friends must be notable ladies of the capital, and it is only right to greet them. Cousin Ning, shall you lead me to knock? Ning, wishing for her mother and aunt to reconcile, nodded gently. After all, it was customary for her to pay her respects to her mother's old friend. Follow me, second cousin. Chapter 78. The resemblance is obvious while Ning stood at the end of the corridor in front of the quiet room, accompanied by Qiao Dai. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of excitement within her. Despite her second brother's rough demeanor and lack of intellectual inclination, he truly proved to be dependable in critical moments. His meticulousness and thoroughness facilitated their effortless arrival before their aunt. Upon hearing her praise, Qiao Dai puffed out his chest with pride. Of course, with such a clever elder brother ahead of him, he had grown somewhat complacent. Yet, when the situation demanded his involvement, knock. Ning rapped on the door. Mother, it's me that I have encountered my second cousin, and he wishes to meet you. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering furniture erupted from within, echoing with a sense of frantic disarray. Ning's heart sank. Mother, are you all right? Qiao Dai's ears perked up, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. The sounds from within were unsettling. Aunt, it's Dai. What is the matter? I am coming in. As soon as he finished speaking, he boldly pushed open the door. Qiao Jiao Jiao eagerly craned her neck to peer inside, catching sight of their aunt slightly hunched over the table, her eyes red-rimmed. The window of the quiet room creaked ominously, its sound particularly eerie amidst the silence. Qiao Jiao Jiao squinted slightly. There was only their aunt in the room. Why was the window making such a constant racket? Mother, why are you crying? Ning rushed forward, noticing the tear stains on her mother's face, her heart filled with concern. Fu's expression was flustered as she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, feigning composure as she spoke. I just recalled some sorrowful matters and couldn't help myself. No need to worry, Ninger. Ning surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress her confusion as she inquired, Mother, what about the old friend you mentioned? I have yet to meet that lady. Fu's expression stiffened slightly. That old friend could only be Li Shusheng. Their aunt had seized the opportunity to meet with him under the pretense of taking Ning to witness the scholar's parade. The two must have shared their innermost feelings, and in the heat of the moment, tears were shed. It had to be so, that Li Shusheng, skilled in martial arts, must have hastily leapt from the window to escape. Alas, what was meant to come had indeed arrived. Their aunt had connected with Li Shusheng so swiftly. At this moment, Qiao Dai stepped forward to greet Fu, politely addressing her as aunt. Caught off guard by her own guilt, Fu could not afford to appear cold, responding with a smile, What a coincidence, Erlang is here too. Qiao Jiao nodded respectfully and walked towards the window while engaging in small talk. Indeed, Aunt, today's parade is a rare spectacle, and I certainly would not want to miss it. Coincidentally, I spotted cousin Anning across the street, which prompted my eager arrival. Let us see where the scholar has reached. As he spoke, Qiao Jiao naturally leaned out halfway from the window. Qiao Jiao Jiao rested her chin on his shoulder, stealing glances at Zhuofu's expression, noticing her tightly grasping the handkerchief, her anxiety palpable, confirmed. The person their aunt had met was undoubtedly Li Shuxing. That male lead truly could not remain idle. Even under confinement, he still found ways to engage in these frivolous maneuvers. He must have begun to take an interest in the Qiao family. Following their family's restructuring, they had become a solid unit. With no chance to insert spies, he resorted to indirect methods, targeting the Duke of Yen's residence. How cunning! Qiao Jiao scanned the street, failing to detect any suspicious figures, and then turned back with a smile. We are nearing the end of Putian Street. It seems the festivities are coming to a close. Upon seeing this, Zhuofu visibly relaxed, managing to muster a smile. I already saw them when I was downstairs. There's little point in lingering. Qiao Jiao wholeheartedly agreed, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Zhuofu, and then politely took his leave. On the way back to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiao Jiao crunched on a small biscuit, munching incessantly while her mind buzzed with thoughts. My, how swiftly Shuxing is. Does he even realize why his family fell into disaster all those years ago? Surely he cannot believe it was the Duke of Yen's doing. That would be to misunderstand both grandfather and uncle, however. It is also possible that Li Shuxing is fully aware that it was their aunt's family behind it. Yet for the sake of the second prince's grand ambitions, he chose to endure humiliation and charm her into serving his interests. This theory seems more plausible. Now that their aunt has severed ties with their family, she cannot easily enter the Qiao residence, but she remains a potential threat. This matter cannot be left to fate. It would be wiser to mount a countermeasure. For instance, allowing their aunt to gain trust on that side, and then subtly leaking some false information at critical junctures, creating a web of truth and deception to catch the second prince off guard. With this thought, Qiao Jiao Jiao excitedly flung her hands, sending the biscuit flying. "Oh no, my biscuit, my favorite flavor," she wailed. Qiao Jiao. Such a disconnection. Moments ago, she was analyzing. "I shall bring you plenty of biscuits when we return," Qiao Jiao said tenderly as he embraced Qiao Jiao Jiao, gently rocking her. Qiao Jiao Jiao felt as though she had been a baby for far too long. Sometimes her mind truly regressed, and she relished the attention, finding joy and contentment in such indulgences. Noticing Qiao Jiao's usually bright voice had taken on a softer tone, she couldn't help but grin. "Elder brother dotes on me the most. I want the grape-flavored ones, the kind with dried fruit." Once they returned to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiao Jiao quickly fell asleep. She had been overly excited during the parade, and her little frame was utterly exhausted. Qiao Jiao, seeing this, hastened to recount the encounter with their aunt. He deliberately withheld Qiao Jiao Jiao's earlier intentions in the carriage, wishing to gauge his elder brother's thoughts. To his astonishment, his brother articulated each point with clarity, aligning perfectly with his little sister's thoughts. Even the countermeasure they devised was identical. Qiao Jiao fell silent, contemplating. All were children of the Qiao family. Why was he the only one deemed foolish? He cast a resentful look at his father. Qiao Zhongguo raised an eyebrow. "What's with that woeful expression? Have I deprived you of food and drink?" Qiao Jiao wore a "not clever." Qiao Zhongguo paused, only to leap up in sudden fury. "You little brat, are you trying to insult your father's intelligence in creative ways? Don't move. I'll break your legs." Amid the chaos, Qiao Fu and Qiao Tianjing remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy their meal with elegance, as time flowed peacefully. Indeed, the resemblance is all too apparent. Chapter 79. Jiao Jiao is truly the kindest child. Before the birth of Qiao Jiao Jiao, Mrs. Qiao had made a wish at the Hugua Temple in the southern suburbs, praying for the heavens to bless the Qiao family with a precious daughter. Once Jiao Jiao reached her full moon, Mrs. Qiao returned to the temple to express her gratitude. Now, having safely grown to 7 months, Mrs. Qiao often pondered the matter of Jiao Jiao's early demise at the age of 3, prompting her to seize the opportunity of this fine day to take Jiao Jiao to light incense once more. Qiao Dai held a minor official position, allowing him to return home after completing his training in the camp. Thus, he escorted the mother and daughter as they set out. Exiting the southern city gate, the wide official road was smooth and even, with Jiao Jiao sitting independently on a soft cushion, nibbling on a small biscuit. Mrs. Qiao gazed affectionately at her daughter, occasionally taking out a handkerchief to wipe her little face. Lu Mama lifted a corner of the curtain to glance outside and suddenly whispered, "Madam, the relief hall is not far ahead. I make sure to send silver every month, and the matron there is truly grateful for your kindness. Would you like to pay them a visit?" Upon hearing the term, relief hall, Jiao Jiao abruptly paused her munching. In her previous life, she had been orphaned and raised in an orphanage. The matron, Jiang Mama, had told her that she was left at the entrance of the orphanage during a frigid winter, clad in a red coat and clutching a note hastily scribbled with her birth date, devoid of a name. Jiang Mama had taken her in and even reported her case to the authorities. However, even until her untimely death, she never found her biological parents. Surely, there were many fatherless and motherless children at the relief hall. How pitiful they must be. Although Jiang Mama loved her dearly, she had to share that love with countless other children. "Mother, let us go and take a look," Jiao Jiao exclaimed, her vocabulary still limited, simply calling out for her mother while tugging at Qiao-sleeved. Mrs. Qiao, aware of her daughter's past, lovingly lifted Jiao Jiao into her arms and gently said, "Lu Mama, let us visit. It would be good to see what those children might need and send someone to procure some supplies." Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao felt a pang in her heart and buried her face into Mrs. Qiao's embrace. "Mother, you are the best. Your kindness will surely be rewarded by heaven." During her time at the orphanage, every act of kindness had been immensely precious. It was through the support of benevolent souls that she had the opportunity to attend school, and out of gratitude, she endeavored to assist others within her capacity. Good deeds yield good fortune. Perhaps this was the essence of it. Mrs. Qiao gently patted Jiao Jiao's back, her gaze soft as water. "Jiao Jiao, my only wish is for the heavens to bestow all blessings upon you, so that you may grow up safely." Upon Mrs. Qiao's arrival, the matron of the relief hall was both anxious and overjoyed, hurriedly rushing to the entrance to welcome them. As Mrs. Qiao disembarked from the carriage with Jiao Jiao in her arms, she saw the matron bowing and quickly stepped forward to assist her. "You must be Rong Mama. My maid often speaks of you. There is no need for such formalities." Despite Mrs. Qiao's insistence, Rong Mama remained adamant, to which Mrs. Qiao replied earnestly, "Rong Mama, you are a person of great virtue. I truly cannot accept such honors." Jiao Jiao looked up, observing that Rong Mama was a middle-aged woman with a round face, dressed in coarse cloth, her features weathered by time. Yet her round she resembled Jiang Mama so much. Jiao Jiao felt a slight sting in her eyes, as if kind-hearted individuals shared a similar benevolent appearance. Rong Mama, a bit apprehensive, said, "Madam, the interior is rather humble. Please do not find it lacking." She had not expected the benefactor who had been supporting them to appear so compassionate. Mrs. Qiao, cradling Jiao Jiao with one arm, affectionately grasped Rong Mama's hand with the other. "Not at all. Please, lead me inside." Seeing Mrs. Qiao's affability, Rong Mama's tense demeanor eased, and she smiled as Mrs. Qiao stepped over the threshold of the relief hall. It was indeed as Rong Mama had described, quite modest, but remarkably clean and tidy. Inside, several women tended to infants, while others washed clothes, the room filled with the lively chatter and playful sounds of children. Venturing further, they entered a quieter room, where older children, incapable of independent living, assisted with odd jobs to earn a little money to support the hall. As they heard the commotion, the children looked up, their eyes wide with awe and admiration upon seeing Mrs. Qiao, as if they had never encountered such a beautiful lady before. Mrs. Qiao's heart ached at the sight. Jiao Jiao was her beloved daughter, the apple of the Qiao family's eye, showered with endless love since her birth. Yet these children, equally human, were destined to endure countless hardships. Their frail forms, some barely taller than a stool, were already striving to thread needles. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mrs. Qiao retreated with reddened eyes. "Wrong, Mama. The conditions here are even more dire than I imagined. From now on, I will instruct Lu Mama to send additional silver every month. And for these children, please compile their measurements and present them to Lu Mama. I will have garments made for them." Upon hearing this, tears welled in Rong Mama's eyes. "Madam Qiao, your kindness is boundless." "Thank you so much." Jiao Jiao, witnessing such a familiar scene, felt an intense resonance. Material assistance might temporarily alleviate their survival pressures, but it would not alter their fates. If they were allowed to languish in this state, they would inevitably repeat their current lives as they aged, relying on hard labor to make ends meet. Throughout history, possessing knowledge and skills has been the most effective means to transform one's destiny. This was a truth Jiao Jiao had grasped during her time in the orphanage. Thus, when benevolent individuals offered to sponsor her education, she seized the opportunity, studying with unparalleled diligence and achieving outstanding academic results. Had she not passed away prematurely, perhaps she could have changed her fate through education. The children inside were of schooling age. If they could be taught according to their aptitudes, those wishing to attend school could be sponsored, while those disinterested could learn a trade. Perhaps the relief hall would flourish in the future. Mrs. Qiao halted abruptly, fully aware that Jiao Jiao's insights were indeed profound. This was a fundamental solution to their plight. "Alas, I cannot yet speak, but once I can, I shall draw upon my substantial savings to assist you little ones." Mrs. Qiao's heart softened at the thought. Jiao Jiao was indeed the kindest child. However, this endeavor required careful planning. Upon returning home, she would discuss with her husband to arrange a promising future for these children, just as Jiao Jiao suggested. Chapter 80. The Virtue Mall speaks since. Upon exiting the relief hall, the carriage continued its journey towards the Hugua Temple. Upon arriving at the temple's entrance, a young novice monk, having received the news, awaited them eagerly. Mrs. Qiao alighted from the carriage, cradling Qiao Jiao Jiao in her arms. The curious Qiao Jiao Jiao scanned her surroundings and noticed several carriages parked by the wall not far off. "Oh, it seems quite—" Qiao, upon hearing this, turned her head to glance over, while the novice monk promptly elucidated, "There are indeed many worshippers in the temple today. Madame Ming and Madame Xiao have just arrived." "Madame Ming and Madame Xiao? Does that not mean they are the mothers of Ming Guxue and the two Xiao sisters?" "Speaking of Ming Guxue, let us not dwell on her, but I do wonder if the second Xiao sister has come." "Mother, you are unaware, but the second Xiao sister is actually my sister-in-law. I saw her at the last poetry gathering. She is lively, cheerful, and fiercely just, truly a match for my second brother." Mrs. Qiao's eyes sparkled with interest at these words, slyly casting a glance at Xiao Diyu. Xiao Diyu's face flushed slightly, yet it was the anticipation that predominated his expression. He relished such matters, as long as they adhered to propriety and were conducted openly. The last time he encountered the second Miss Xiao, she was delightful, riding with such flair and abandon that she was utterly charming. Mrs. Qiao, well aware of her son's inclinations, noted the glimmer of excitement in Xiao Diyu's eyes, and her own heart swelled with a touch of hope. The last Miss Han she met was an excellent prospect for a daughter-in-law. Should fortune smile upon her and grant her two admirable daughters-in-law, she would surely be unable to contain her joy even in her dreams. As the group entered the Hugua Temple, their first stop was to offer incense at the main hall. To their surprise, they encountered Madame Ming, who had just finished her prayers, accompanied by none other than the long-absent Ming Guxue. "Mrs. Qiao, Madame Ming." The two ladies greeted each other courteously, exchanging pleasantries. Qiao Jiao Jiao scrutinized Ming Guxue with curiosity, sensing a subtle change in her demeanor. The heroine appeared considerably steadier, her gaze no longer wandering aimlessly. At that moment, Madame Ming beckoned Meng Gushue to come forth for a proper greeting. The latter's every action was composed and proper, exhibiting a marked improvement since the last full moon banquet. Observing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow slightly. It was not the wildness of an enemy that one feared, but rather the restraint of a foe. Had the last poetry gathering left too profound an impact on her? Just then, a young novice approached with a basin of water. It was customary to cleanse one's hands before offering incense, a sign of respect towards the bodhisattva. As Madame Ming prepared to take her leave, Meng Gushue suddenly piped up, "Madame Qiao, I have a rather special soap here that cleans hands exceptionally well. Would you care to try it?" Madame Ming's expression darkened slightly at this. While the soap crafted by her daughter was indeed commendable, such an abrupt suggestion felt rather out of place. Realizing this, she discreetly tugged at Meng Gushue's sleeve. Yet, Meng Gushue remained undeterred, her face brimming with expectation as she gazed at Mrs. Qiao. How short-sighted her mother truly was. After all her efforts in crafting the soap, she envisioned a future of great profit. What a shame her reputation had not yet taken flight. Mrs. Qiao held a high status and had many acquaintances. If she could leverage her influence for promotion, achieving mass production and wealth would be a matter of time. Salesmanship need not be bound by decorum. Every deal counts. Qiao Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Meng Gushue had managed to create soap so swiftly. Did she not recall that it was only during the mid-phase, when the second prince was short on resources, that Meng Gushue had thought to utilize modern chemistry to produce soap, perfume, and lipstick? This sudden emergence of ingenuity from Meng Gushue seemed rather peculiar. Had she truly come into her own? Upon hearing the significance of the soap, Mrs. Qiao nodded in agreement. Since Miss Ming possesses such a fine product, I shall give it a try. Meng Gushue's face lit up immediately. See? Proactively promoting it is always a good move. She retrieved a small round cake of white soap from the pouch at her waist. Qiao Jiao Jiao peered closely and confirmed that it was indeed soap. In the Duyong dynasty, most people used soapwort, which required grinding before use, far less convenient than soap. Madame Qiao, please wet your hands first, then rub the soap in your palms. It will immediately produce white foam. I have even added some fragrant powder. It smells delightful. Mrs. Qiao handed Qiao Jiao Jiao to the side to Nurse Liu and followed Meng Gushue's instructions to cleanse her hands. Indeed, it was both easy and effective. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. No wonder Jiao Jiao claimed this could yield great profits. Meng Gushue was exceedingly confident in her soap. In this backward era, these simple folk had never encountered such modern marvels. She awaited the moment her product gained notoriety, eager to embark on a prosperous venture. At that point, she would not need to exert herself in seeking contacts. Sir Shun would naturally come knocking. Qiao Jiao Jiao, who had initially worn a frown, now regarded Meng Gushue with a more relaxed expression. Although she could not fathom why Meng Gushue had managed to produce soap ahead of schedule, the latter's triumphant demeanor revealed her unchanging nature. However, no matter the circumstances, she could not allow Meng Gushue to gain power. Otherwise, should she unite with the second prince, it would spell disaster. How vexing. I know how to make soap, perfume, and lipstick as well, yet I am rendered speechless. It drives me insane. If only I could share the methods with my father and elder brother, I could establish a powerful enterprise myself. What bliss that would be. Wait. Perhaps there is still a way. Let me see. In a frenzy, Qiao Jiao Jiao summoned the virtue mall. Having exhausted all her virtue points in saving Tan Hanqi last time, she had not entered the mall for quite some time. Let me see if there's anything useful, she mused. Although her virtue points were depleted, she could find a way to accumulate them again. It felt a tad mercenary, yet, hey, am I seeing this correctly? Where did the 60 virtue points come from? How did they reappear? A look of astonishment spread across Qiao Jiao Jiao's face, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had merely glanced casually and, to her surprise, spotted the glimmering number 60 in the upper right corner of the Virtue Mall panel. Last time, she had clearly used up the final 60 points. Wait. Indeed. Saving Tan Hanqi was also an act of virtue. Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly realized. The last time she redeemed the rebounding talisman in the imperial study, her virtue points did not increase because that was self-rescue. The points were spent on her own behalf. However, when she was at the Dingguan Drum courtyard, the virtue points were expended on Tan Hanqi, thus replenishing her account. How marvelous! This virtue mall makes perfect sense. Does old Yin know this? Overwhelmed with excitement, Qiao Jiao Jiao hurriedly scoured the product listings, eager to find something that could bring her ideas to fruition. This request was somewhat demanding, yet Qiao Jiao Jiao remained patient, inspecting each item meticulously until her gaze suddenly sharpened. Hold on, let me see what this thought transfer talisman is all about. Chapter 81. Northern Xiao, Southern Xiao. As she placed the thought transference talisman upon her forehead, it allowed her to imprint the objects of her thoughts onto its surface, serving as a means for those who could not voice their thoughts to express themselves. Though somewhat impractical, it was merely 5 merit points for a single talisman. For others who were similarly voiceless, they could opt to communicate through gestures. Those who were literate found it even more convenient, as they could simply write down their ideas, and if all else failed, they could resort to drawing to convey their thoughts. Unlike Qiao Jiao Jiao, who had a multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind yet was merely an infant, unable to gesture in a comprehensible manner or even grasp a writing instrument. Not impractical at all. Quite the contrary. Good heavens, this thought transference talisman feels tailor-made for me. Most importantly, it is affordable. I shall return home and transcribe the methods for making soap, perfume, and lipstick. The only hurdle remaining is how to make my father aware that these 3 techniques could yield substantial profits. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao subtly raised the corners of her mouth. She had not anticipated that the merit marketplace would indeed be so remarkable. As long as Jiao Jiao could imprint the methods, both her husband and eldest son would undoubtedly be eager to implement them. Meanwhile, Meng Gushue awaited Madame Qiao's feedback. Madame Qiao smiled at Meng Gushue and remarked, "Miss Meng, your soap truly surpasses that of the soap pods in usability." Upon hearing this, Meng Gushue's eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly turned to her maid, Xiaotao. Understanding the cue, Xiaotao retrieved a plump sachet from her waist. "Madame Qiao, I have plenty of these. If you do not mind, please take them for your use. Of course, if you could recommend them to other ladies, it would be even better." Madame Meng felt a surge of pride at the first half of Xiaotao's statement, believing her daughter had become more sensible. However, upon hearing the latter half, her expression shifted to one of embarrassment and indignation. Was this really the demeanor expected of a refined young lady? Meng Gushue, however, remained unfazed, thinking who would shy away from money. Witnessing Meng Gushue's enthusiasm, Madame Qiao slightly nodded and accepted the pouch of soap with a smile, saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude for Miss Meng's kindness." Meng Gushue waved her hand dismissively, entirely unconcerned that someone might decipher the secret of her soap. Although the process of making soap was not overly complex, it had been refined through numerous iterations, resulting in the most suitable formula she had learned in modern times. Those who could only utilize soap pods would never be able to produce such exquisite goods. Madame Meng, feeling increasingly flustered, noticed that Madame Qiao had graciously accepted the sachet and hastily took Meng Gushue's hand to bid farewell. Meng Gushue had initially accompanied Madame Meng with the hope of encountering other esteemed ladies, and unexpectedly meeting Madame Qiao felt like a delightful surprise. With her goal now achieved, she allowed herself to be led away by Madame Meng. Once outside the palace doors, Meng Gushue could not resist casting one last glance back at that moment. Madame Qiao had already taken Qiao Jiao Jiao inside, and Meng Gushue recalled the vision from her dream of the Qiao family's demise, feeling no stir of emotion. One must look out for oneself. Divine retribution is relentless. Madame Qiao, you indeed possess a commendable disposition, come from a good family, and excel in all respects. However, the resounding reputation of the Qiao family, their lofty status, and their alignment with the crown prince obstruct my path with Shen Lang. In the game of kings, those who fail shall be vanquished. The downfall of your family can only be attributed to your own inadequacies. With these thoughts, Meng Gushue gradually withdrew her gaze. It was time to return and delve into the study of lipstick. Although the ancient lip pigment was already quite commendable, there remained room for improvement. Noticing that no one else was around, Madame Meng finally dared to lower her voice and admonish Meng Gushue. Meng Gushue nodded incessantly, responding with yes, yes, yet her words went in one ear and out the other. This frugal mother was not truly bad. On the contrary, she was quite good. It was just that her vision was too narrow, clinging to rules and propriety, which was stifling. All right, mother, I promise I won't act this way next time, shall we? Let us hurry home. Otherwise, father might be lured away by those vixens again. Madame Meng's brow furrowed sharply at these words. Look at what you are saying. Meng Gushue pouted. I call them aunties. Is that not acceptable? Madame Meng sighed inwardly, realizing that she could no longer reign in her daughter. Meng Gushue, with her head filled with peculiar ideas, seemed to possess a strong sense of self, having unexpectedly gained favor from the emperor. Yet how had she become so increasingly unruly? No, while the Duanwu Palace banquet still loomed, I must hasten to ensure that Shuera learns proper decorum. Otherwise, if she were to embarrass herself at the banquet, the consequences could be dire. With these thoughts in mind, Madame Meng fell silent and hurriedly took Meng Gushue home. Meanwhile, after offering incense with utmost reverence, Madame Qiao learned from a young monk that Qiao Dai had gone to the back mountain, prompting her to leisurely stroll in that direction. Earlier, as she entered the palace, she had spotted Madame Meng from a distance, and Qiao Dai had taken the initiative to steer clear of her. Qiao Jiao Jiao, thrilled to witness such a mountain scene, was bubbling with excitement, chattering animatedly. Observing her daughter's joy, Madame Qiao took her time, pausing occasionally, while old Lu entertained them with light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a series of urgent calls pierced the air. Second miss, where are you? Where, sister? Qiao Jiao Jiao halted her enthusiastic gestures, turning her head towards the source of the voices. She soon recognized the figure clad in late green, Xiao Qinlan, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. It seemed they were searching for the second daughter of the Xiao family, Madame Qiao. Upon noticing this, immediately approached. In truth, the Qiao and Xiao families had never shared a deep connection, not due to any conflict, but rather to avoid suspicion. In the Great Yong dynasty, there existed a well-known phrase, Northern Xiao, Southern Xiao. The Qiao family guarded the northern frontier against threats from the north, while the Xiao family secured the southern territories against the southerly kingdom. Together, they represented the left and right arms of the Great Yong dynasty. When the northern kingdom invaded, Qiao Zhongguo was entrusted with the dangerous task of defending the northern borders, ultimately leading a campaign to the northern kingdom's capital, earning widespread acclaim. Simultaneously, the southerly kingdom seized the opportunity to create chaos in the southern territories, only to be repelled by General Xiao Hongda. The contributions of General Xiao to the Great Yong dynasty were no less significant than those of Qiao Zhongguo. As the two powerful families wielded military authority over the north and south, a friendship between them could provoke unrest even for the Emperor of Yong. Presently, while the southern territories remained under the watch of the Xiao family, Qiao Zhongguo had long since relinquished his military command, transitioning into a civil servant. This development alleviated many concerns for the Qiao family, allowing Madame Qiao to approach without hesitation. Having previously seen Madame Qiao from afar at various banquets, Madame Qiao instantly recognized her and was aware that the second daughter of the Xiao family was destined to become her second daughter-in-law. Witnessing Madame Xiao's anxious demeanor stirred her heart with concern. Madame Xiao. Chapter 82:2 Mischievous souls collide. Upon hearing a soft call, Madame Xiao instantly turned her head, only to behold a beautiful woman approaching, cradling a 7 to 8-month-old infant in her arms. It was none other than Madame Qiao. Instant recognition dawned upon Madame Xiao. Madame Qiao, renowned as the foremost beauty of the capital in her youth and the wife of General Qiao, had long piqued her admiration. Yet, due to the disparity in their family backgrounds, they had refrained from frequent interactions. Madame Xiao, I have heard your calls for the second Miss Xiao. Is there something amiss? Is there any way I may assist you? Madame Qiao inquired earnestly, having come to a halt before Madame Xiao. Qiao Jiao Jiao immediately lifted her gaze to scrutinize Madame Xiao. The latter stood somewhat taller than the average woman, possessing a round face with slightly elongated eyes, delicately arched brows, and thin lips, exuding the gentle charm typical of beauties from the Jiangnan region. Miss Xiao bore a striking resemblance to Madame Xiao, albeit with even more refined features. It seemed evident that General Xiao was a rare beauty in his own right. Upon hearing Madame Xiao's inquiry, Madame Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Madame Xiao, to be candid, my second daughter is quite the mischievous one. She has a penchant for wielding swords and playing with weapons. Just moments ago, she flipped and ran away, leaving us at a loss. Madame Qiao was already aware of Xiao Qianyue's spirited nature through Qiao Jiao Jiao, hence was not taken aback. It was no wonder that she and the second son were a match made in heaven. It appeared both were ardent admirers of martial prowess. At this moment, Xiao Qilan stepped forward to greet Madame Qiao, hesitating for a moment before gently asking, Madame Qiao, may I inquire if your esteemed son has accompanied you to the Hugua Temple today? Madame Qiao turned her gaze toward Xiao Qilan, her eyes lighting up with admiration. This young lady was favored by Her Majesty the Empress and was destined to be the future crown princess. Xiao Qilan was exceedingly polite, and her inquiry did not come off as intrusive. Madame Qiao nodded. My second son indeed came along. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qilan shook her head in resignation. It appears the pieces align. Just a while ago, my sister and I were admiring the flowers when, from a distance, a figure darted by, seemingly possessing extraordinary lightness of foot, almost ethereal. My sister, being a martial arts enthusiast, could not resist the urge to pursue such a master, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. In hindsight, that master must be your second son. Qiao Jiao Jiao could not help but smile at this revelation. Ah, so it turns out that my second brother and Miss Zhao's affections are indeed mutual. I hope my silly second brother isn't so engrossed in competition that he neglects Miss Xiao. Upon realizing that Miss Xiao had gone missing due to her second brother, Madame Qiao found herself in a rather awkward position. My son is quite unruly and lacks decorum. It is indeed his fault for causing Miss Xiao distress, and he deserves to be reprimanded. Madame Xiao, please do not fret. Let us search together, Madame Qiao reassured. Madame Xiao, bemused, could only laugh at the predicament. Two playful children colliding was truly a source of exasperation. The group called out in the forest, and Granny Lu returned with several young monks to assist in the search. Yet an hour passed without a trace of the missing pair. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Madame Zhao's anxiety heightened. Could something unfortunate have transpired? Looking noticeably more fragile, her eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Qilan, however, maintained her composure. Mother, please remain calm. You and Granny Lu stay here to continue searching for my sister. I shall hasten back home to gather more help. My sister is skilled in martial arts. She must be engrossed in play and should not be in any danger. Xiao Qilan grasped Madame Zhao's hand, her demeanor calm as she stood up, bowing respectfully to Madame Qiao. I beg your pardon, madam, for my abrupt departure. My mother is somewhat delicate, and I would appreciate your kindness in offering her some comfort. Seeing Xiao Qilan's graceful demeanor, Madame Qiao could not help but nod in approval. Such a young lady, showcasing such poise, was indeed fit to be the crown princess and the future mother of a nation. Rest assured, Miss Xiao, I shall look after Madame Xiao, Madame Qiao assured. Xiao Qilan expressed her gratitude and quickly departed, lifting her skirts as she hurried away. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiao Jiao pondered the original tale, noting that it did not recount the initial meeting between Xiao Diyu and Xiao Qianyue, nor did it suggest any peril, allowing her to remain composed. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance had delayed them. I cannot recall any incidents involving my second brother and sister-in-law. Just as Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts settled, a clear, melodious voice rang out from a distance. Mother. Sister. Turning towards the source of the voice, Qiao Jiao Jiao spotted two figures silhouetted against the last rays of sunlight on a hillside, one tall and one short. They were not close, both holding the ends of a wooden stick. Xiao Qianyue waved enthusiastically, though her right foot was bent awkwardly, suggesting an injury. "Yuer, sister." Madame Qiao and Xiao Qilan rushed towards her, their hearts buoyed with joy, while Madame Qiao followed closely, relieved. As they approached, Qiao Diyu and Xiao Qianyue had already discarded the wooden stick. Madame Qiao gently touched Xiao Qianyue's arm, her eyes moist with concern as she asked, "My dear girl, are you hurt? You have frightened your mother." Xiao Qianyue, appearing contrite, was clearly not the type to create unnecessary trouble. "Mother, I am sorry. Today, I was too playful. I accidentally twisted my ankle while pursuing a butterfly, and it was Qiao Diyu who brought me back." At her words, everyone discreetly observed Xiao Qianyue, noting her wrinkled dress, which indicated she had been carried back. Madame Zhao's heart raced at this revelation. Although Qiao Diyu was aware that Xiao Qianyue was destined to be his bride, he could not bear the thought of her reputation being tarnished and quickly interjected. "Miss Xiao is indeed a valiant daughter of a general. I merely assisted her with the stick." She walked back on her own. Madame Qiao shot a glance at Qiao Diyu, exasperated. "Foolish child, how can your clumsy acting deceive Madame Xiao and Miss Xiao?" Yet, in her heart, Madame Qiao felt a swell of pride. Though Qiao Diyu knew that Xiao Qianyue would be his wife, he still treated her with utmost courtesy, considering her reputation. His two sons were both noble-hearted young men, a source of great comfort for Madame Qiao. Xiao Qianyue, upon hearing his words, turned to look at Qiao Diyu, noting the seriousness etched upon his brow, causing her heart to flutter. She was proud, having chased after Qiao Diyu with exuberance through the woods, only to stumble and twist her ankle in her eagerness. Attracted by her cry of pain, Qiao Diyu approached, maintaining a respectful distance, never once casting a lecherous gaze her way, even offering to carry her back. Alas, her ankle throbbed painfully, rendering her unable to walk, which prompted Qiao Diyu to kneel before her, ready to assist. Chapter 83. Young lady, what a joyous occasion! From a young age, Xiao Qianyue resolved that if she were to marry, it must be a man as magnificent and handsome as her father, someone who stands tall and firm. Otherwise, whether she donned male attire to join the army or cut her hair to become a nun, no one could force her to wed someone she did not love. Today, glancing at the dashing Qiao Diyu beside her, who possesses both striking good looks and a tall stature, she mused that such a man could indeed make a suitable husband. Should he ever find himself on the battlefield, she could strive to accompany him, delighting in the thrill of fighting alongside him against the enemy. With this thought, Xiao Qianyue's eyes sparkled brightly, and she bestowed a sweet smile upon Qiao Diyu. Observing her radiant demeanor, Qiao Diyu felt his face heat up, returning her smile in a dazed manner. The two exchanged glances and laughter openly before the onlookers. Madame Qiao. Madame Qiao. Xiao Qianlan. Qiao Jiao Jiao sad face. "Oh ho! Hee hee, brother and sister-in-law are online sharing their love. I'm catching it all. I'm here for the ship." Coughing, Madame Qiao reminded everyone, "It's getting late. We should head back." Prompted by Qiao Jiao Jiao's words, Madame Qiao hastily spoke up. Madame Qiao, awakening from her reverie, pulled Xiao Qianyue to shield her from Qiao Diyu's gaze, saying, "Indeed, it is time to return." As both parties were exchanging pleasantries to bid farewell, a jubilant shout echoed from afar. "Madam! Young lady! Second miss, what great news!" Everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing several house servants hastening towards them, their faces aglow with joy. They were from the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao's heart leapt with the sudden realization of this so-called joyous occasion, prompting her to grin widely. Indeed, in the next moment, among the servants, a middle-aged man resembling a steward exclaimed, "Madam, we have received an imperial decree from the palace, requesting our young lady to be the crown prince's legitimate consort." At this proclamation, even the composed and dignified Xiao Qianlan stood frozen in disbelief. Qiao Jiao Jiao turned to look at her, observing her slowly raising a hand to cover her mouth, her expression one of incredulity, her entire being trembling slightly. The sunset illuminated her radiant face, and the tears glistening in her eyes seemed to capture the vibrant hues of the twilight, making her astonishingly beautiful. Qiao Jiao Jiao could not help but smile, genuinely delighted for Xiao Qianlong. The woman who, in the original tale, shared a profound bond with the crown prince and faced adversity together, was now finally fulfilling her desire, becoming the rightful wife of the man she cherished. She, graceful yet resilient, had defended the crown prince's honor even after his untimely demise, risking everything to clear his name. Tragically, she had met her end at the tender age of youth, without a chance to secure a future for her and the crown prince's child. This time, everything was different. Destiny lay in their hands. Such a remarkable woman as Xiao Qianyue deserved the finest conclusion, and Qiao Jiao Jiao silently vowed to do everything in her power to protect the crown prince. Madame Qiao, already aware of this news, was brimming with delight as she extended her congratulations to Madame Xiao and Xiao Qianlong. Madame Xiao, you must take your daughter to the palace at once. The imperial decree cannot be delayed. Finally regaining her composure, Madame Xiao turned to her eldest daughter, whose eyes brimmed with tears of joy, realizing at last the sentiments her daughter had harbored. She had never openly expressed her affection for the crown prince. Reflecting on it now, it was likely to spare her husband's feelings, for Qianlong had always been considerate to the point of evoking sympathy. With this thought, Madame Xiao lovingly embraced Xiao Qianlong, softly saying, "Qianlong, let us return home." Cradled in her mother's warm embrace, Xiao Qianlong allowed her tears to flow, for she dared not display her elation in public. The joy within her was ineffable. Life's fortune had granted her wish. Madame Qiao took Qiao Jiao Jiao back to the Qiao residence. By now, the news of Xiao Qianlong becoming the crown princess had spread throughout the capital, with countless visitors arriving under the cover of night to extend their congratulations, nearly trampling the threshold of the Xiao residence. The crown prince sat at the Equine Palace, dining with the empress and the fourth prince. He maintained his graceful demeanor, seemingly unaffected, yet for some reason, he had forgotten to serve himself. "Brother, why are you only eating? Is the food not to your liking? This tender bamboo shoot looks delicious. You should try it." The fourth prince leaned forward slightly, placing a piece of succulent bamboo shoot into the crown prince's bowl. The empress, witnessing this exchange, could not help but smile, her brow lifting with joy, her countenance glowing. The crown prince, feeling a bit flustered, set down his chopsticks and ruffled the fourth prince's hair. "Thank you, little brother. I am full." The fourth prince, with innocent curiosity, questioned, "Didn't we just begin eating? Have you been sneaking snacks again, brother? So you can't finish your dinner?" No, I understand now. You re so overjoyed today because you have decided on the Xiao family's sister as your consort, right? Am I right, brother?" At this, a hint of warmth crept onto the crown prince's face. "Mother, I wish to take a stroll." The empress, understanding at once yet intrigued, glanced at the crown prince. This was the first time she had seen such shyness on his face. Go on. If you get hungry later, have someone prepare more food." Upon hearing this, the crown prince rose and stepped outside, while the fourth prince chuckled mischievously. "I've hit the nail on the head." Brother ran away shyly. The empress could not help but laugh. "Little four, do not tease your brother. When you grow up, you will experience such joy too." The fourth prince shook his head earnestly. "Mother, you're mistaken. I feel joyous already because my consort has long been chosen. It's the younger sister of the Qiao family." The empress paused in surprise, then smiled. "You, my child, have quite discerning taste. Your Qiao sister will surely turn out to be a heavenly figure, yet that does not mean she must be with you." The fourth prince took a bite of the tender bamboo shoot, chewing thoughtfully without contesting. "Sister Qiao is already a fairy. I am just small now. When I grow up, I will be worthy of her." At this moment, the empress reminisced about the Qiao family. Had it not been for Madame Qiao's words, she might not have found the courage to oppose the emperor and steadfastly choose the eldest daughter of the Xiao family as the crown prince's consort. The Qiao family, truly rare and loyal subjects. Meanwhile, the Qiao family, being discussed by the Empress and fourth prince, was also enjoying their dinner. Qiao Jiao Jiao, having finished a bowl of porridge, reclined comfortably on a nearby couch. However, her mind was far from relaxed. At this moment, she was racking her brain, devising a subtle way to note down the formulas for soap, lipstick, and perfume, so that her father and elder brother could experiment with them. Chapter 84. The family's dramatic performer. In truth, the entire Qiao family was rather distracted as they dined, for most of their thoughts were consumed by pondering Qiao Jiao Jiao's inner musings. How could she subtly reveal this formula to her parents? Once they saw it, how could she ensure they took it seriously? And if they did take it seriously, how could she persuade them to experiment with the formula? She truly wished to avoid appearing overly peculiar, as her parents and elder brother held the utmost significance in her heart. She did not wish to alarm them, nor did she want them to fear her. The Qiao family leaned in, their ears perked, while their gazes flitted chaotically around the dining table. Qiao Zhongguo remarked, "My dear daughter, feel free to reveal it. I assure you, I will not be the least surprised and will certainly take it seriously." Madame Qiao added, "My precious Jiao has worked so hard." Qiao Tianjing interjected, "No, we must lend our sister a helping hand and provide her with an opportunity to save face." Qiao Diu proposed, "Could we not simply be honest with her about our ability to hear her thoughts?" In unison, Qiao Zhongguo, Madame Qiao, and Qiao Tianjing shot him incredulous looks. No way. If that were the case, it would be Jiao Jiao who would end up frightened. Should she become afraid to think freely in the future, how stifling and constraining that would be. Qiao Diu conceded, All right, I see my error. That was a foolish suggestion." Qiao Tianjing raised an eyebrow. "Allow me." He abruptly stood and exited the room. Qiao Jiao Jiao looked up in confusion. "Oh, has my elder brother finished his meal so quickly today?" Qiao Zhongguo and the others shared similar puzzled expressions, unaware of what idea Qiao Tianjing had concocted. Before long, Qiao Tianjing returned, cradling a stack of books, which he casually placed beside Qiao Jiao Jiao. "Second brother, I have selected some books for you from the study. Do make sure to study them well." Upon hearing this, Qiao Diu instantly frowned, for he had no interest in any books aside from military treatises. The characters within seemed like tiny figures, always appearing to engage in combat. Qiao Tianjing resumed his seat and began to eat once more, thinking to himself that, given his sister's intelligence, she would undoubtedly know what to do. At that moment, the family diligently focused on their meals, none casting glances in Qiao Jiao Jiao's direction, thus granting her ample time to conjure her talismans. Qiao Jiao Jiao gazed at the stack of books beside her, and indeed, her eyes lit up. "Elder brother, what a splendid assist. I can now transcribe the formula and tuck it into the book, and later, while playing, I can feign nonchalance and let the talismans fall. Hee, how brilliant." With this thought, Qiao Jiao Jiao glanced at her family, all engrossed in their meals, completely oblivious to her. Perfect timing. With that, Qiao Jiao Jiao summoned the merit maul, her finger hovering over the thought conversion talisman. She subtly turned, deliberately facing inward, and silently chanted, "Dui." In her hand, a square piece of yellow talisman paper materialized, roughly the size of an adult's palm. Qiao Jiao Jiao quickly exchanged for 3 more, so as to facilitate differentiation. She peeked back discreetly. No one had noticed her. Thus, she promptly pressed the talisman paper to her forehead, her mind recalling the method for soap making. When Qiao Jiao Jiao, with eager anticipation, removed the thought conversion talisman, several lines of small, neatly pinned characters appeared, clear and comprehensible. How wonderful! It worked! Upon hearing Qiao Jiao Jiao's exclamation of joy, the Qiao family collectively exhaled in relief. Qiao Zhongguo glanced up and caught sight of Qiao Jiao Jiao, who was sitting with her back to them. A small bundle nestled there as if she were a thief, utterly adorable. Qiao Jiao Jiao proceeded to transcribe the formulas for perfume and lipstick, slipping all 3 talismans into the first book beside her and gently patting it. "Perfect. When our parents come to embrace me, I'll create a ruckus, flipping the book open, revealing the talismans without a trace of suspicion. Madame Qiao, upon hearing this, curved her eyes in a smile and appropriately set down her chopsticks. I have finished my meal. Qiao Jiao Jiao's face lit up with anticipation. Here they come. Mother, come hold me. Madame Qiao happily approached Qiao Jiao Jiao, who deliberately reached for the book. Seeing this, Madame Qiao playfully cautioned, Jiao Jiao, that is your brother's book. Do not handle it carelessly. Qiao Jiao Jiao chirped in response while her hands moved swiftly, grasping the book cover and giving it a shake, causing the 3 talismans to fall naturally. Madame Qiao's expression turned to one of surprise. What is this? Just then, Qiao Zhonghua finished his meal and approached, picking up the talismans. There are words on these. Qiao Tianjing cleared his throat. Father, let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao instantly fixed her wide, glistening eyes on Qiao Tianjing, filled with expectation. My elder brother is well versed. He will surely figure it out. Qiao Tianjing skimmed through the lines rapidly before exclaiming in astonishment, Father, Mother, it states here that these are the formulas for making soap, lipstick, and perfume. When he reached the final line, his eyebrows shot up, nearly betraying his amusement. For Qiao Jiao Jiao had appended a note to each formula. The key formulas for becoming wealthy and reaching the pinnacle of life, guaranteed to be profitable, with 3 exclamation marks following. Qiao Tianjing suppressed a smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, Father and Mother, these formulas appear promising. Why not let your son seek out reliable individuals to test them? Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao erupted in excitement, exclaiming joyfully, Brother! Qiao Tianjing turned to look at her, his face alight with surprise. Jiao Jiao had called him brother. Qiao Jiao Jiao. My apologies, I got a bit too carried away. Haha, but truly, you are exceedingly clever, elder brother, brother. With exuberance, Qiao Tianjing swept Qiao Jiao Jiao into his arms. It was not an easy feat for the family to perform this little act. As for Qiao Diyu, he refrained from joining them, as his acting skills were woefully inadequate. Moments ago, he had faced a collective warning from Qiao Zhonghua and the others through their glances. Seeing this, Qiao Diyu felt a mix of envy and resentment. How vexing, Jiao Jiao's first brother was bestowed upon the eldest. Having resolved one of her worries, Qiao Jiao Jiao, after a bout of joy, began to feel drowsy. In the afternoon, while seeking out Qiao Diyu and Miss Xiao Air, she had leaned against Madame Qiao's embrace, never once closing her eyes now. After being gently shaken by Qiao Tianjing, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. The Qiao family exchanged glances, each releasing a long sigh of relief. At last, they had encouraged Jiao Jiao to share her formulas without any psychological burden. Eldest, go find reliable individuals to conduct thorough testing. We must sever Menggu Shui and the second prince's financial avenues. Qiao Zhonghua stated solemnly, his expression grave. Qiao Tianjing nodded earnestly, then suddenly broached another topic. Father, do you recall the Gu family from Qingzhou? Last time, when Jiao Jiao mentioned that the Gu family was destined for decline, I dispatched someone to act swiftly, seizing the opportunity to acquire several of their businesses at bargain prices. If these formulas prove successful, I intend to leverage these avenues to expand our enterprise. Chapter 85. Letting Go and Taking Action. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was a man of martial prowess at heart. Though he had heard Qiao Jiao Jiao's words at the time, he made no move in response. Little did he expect that Qiao Tianjing had truly taken her words to heart. Those betting positions, albeit sold at a bargain, still required a considerable expenditure of silver, generously provided by their mother from the family treasury to support her children. If profits were indeed made in the future, their mother would surely claim the lion's share. Qiao Tianjing's face was alight with joy. Madame Qiao gently shook Qiao Jiao Jiao, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. Eldest, you should consider this and save up some silver to present to your mother-in-law. Qiao Tianjing blushed at this playful remark. Qiao Zhonghua, pondering this, could not help but speak earnestly. "Eldest, you must tread carefully with this matter. Once the business takes off, if it comes to light, it may provoke suspicion." He subtly gestured towards the heavens. Qiao Tianjing quickly composed his expression, saying, "Father, rest assured. I have contemplated this for quite some time before deciding to take this step. I will ensure that not a single drop leaks." Moreover, just as Jiao Jiao had predicted, the second prince had also taken action. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhongguo's expression grew solemn. Indeed, the second prince was a man of astute schemes and strategies, suggesting that he had grand ambitions from the outset, which explained his meticulous approach. Qiao Tianjing nodded in agreement, but soon revealed a hint of a smile. Yet, he could hardly fathom that there was another person in this world capable of foreseeing the future. The second prince and his son had both set their sights on the same 3 betting positions. Perhaps they had not anticipated that someone could be as astutely opportunistic as he was, which is why the second prince offered a rather low price. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Tianjing swiftly outbid the second prince before he had a chance to negotiate further. Although this meant spending a bit more silver, it caught the second prince off guard. These 3 betting positions had excellent prospects, and if they could indeed flourish in the future, the returns would undoubtedly be substantial. Qiao Tianjing articulated his thoughts with clarity, harboring his own plans. Qiao Zhongguo and his wife felt a profound sense of reassurance regarding their eldest son. After offering a few final admonitions, they encouraged him to pursue his endeavors wholeheartedly. The Qiao family had always committed themselves fully to any undertaking, and since they were determined to defy fate, it was only prudent to amass as much capital and leverage as possible. That evening, Qiao Jiao Jiao was taken by Lu Mama to bed. Madame Qiao seized the moment to discuss the day's events at the Hugua Temple with Qiao Zhongguo. That Miss Xiao seemed quite spirited. I noticed the second son was quite taken with her. Qiao Zhongguo smiled with satisfaction. "Ah, the second boy has finally wised up. Perhaps we should send him to study under General Xiao." Madame Qiao was taken aback. "But our Qiao family has no ties with the Xiao family. Would it not be rather impolite to seek apprenticeship so rashly?" Qiao Zhongguo chuckled heartily. "How could we lack connections? Old Da was once my sworn brother." "Really?" Madame Qiao exclaimed in astonishment, having never heard Qiao Zhongguo mention this before. He nodded with a smile. "Back in the day, Old Da and I trained together in the military, constantly measuring ourselves against each other, neither willing to yield. We developed a mutual respect and a strong bond. Later, when war broke out, we were assigned to opposing armies. Before we parted, we performed a ritual to swear brotherhood under heaven's witness. As our positions grew more elevated, we tacitly severed our contact. When we met in the court, we pretended not to recognize each other. Now that I have relinquished my military command, I doubt the emperor would be overly concerned were I to reconnect with Old Da. Furthermore, the current commander in the northern border is not particularly capable. If we can nurture De, the emperor would likely approve." Madame Qiao discerned her husband's intention to send Xiao De to the northern frontier, and her expression dimmed slightly. "My dear, I truly do not wish for anyone in our family to step onto the battlefield again." During Qiao Zhongguo's military campaigns, she had lived in constant fear, and even now, the thought sent shivers down her spine. Hearing this, Qiao Zhongguo gently wrapped his arm around Madame Qiao's shoulders, speaking soothingly. "My dear, the second boy possesses this talent. Do not let his straightforwardness fool you. When it comes to military strategy, he speaks with great eloquence. He is indeed cut from the right cloth. The intrigues of the court are ill-suited for him. If he were to venture into the northern military, perhaps he could one day conquer the northern realm and fulfill my unfinished ambitions." Years ago, Qiao Zhongguo had reached the very gates of the northern capital, yet Emperor Yong ordered a retreat, issuing 6 edicts to restrain the Qiao army's iron steeds. This remained Qiao Zhongguo's lifelong regret. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao fell silent, simply embracing Qiao Zhongguo. No-one understood her husband's aspirations and loyalty better than she did. He was a true man of honor, a hero with a heart for the world. His regrets ran deep, yet he never uttered them aloud. The couple sat in quiet contemplation for a moment, And then Madame Qiao brought up the matter of the relief hall, including Qiao Jiao Jiao's ideas. My dear, I believe Jiao Jiao's intentions are splendid. Those children look utterly pitiable. If we could empower them to change their fates through their own efforts, that would be truly wonderful. Qiao Zhonghua pondered this carefully before nodding solemnly. Let us take action. There is a private school in the southern part of the city. We shall send those children eager to learn there. For those who cannot grasp their studies, we shall have them learn a trade, be it blacksmithing, embroidery, or carpentry. There is always a path forward. If we find promising martial talents, nurturing them from a young age would be especially beneficial. We shall ensure they want for nothing. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao felt a profound sense of relief. As long as Qiao Zhonghua personally committed to the cause, he would surely treat it with the utmost seriousness. In this way, those children might find hope. She hoped that Jiao Jiao's 3 formulas would prove successful, and that Tianjing would return with ample silver. Otherwise, with so many children at the relief hall and the many social obligations of the household, their storeroom would soon run dry. With a smile in her eyes, Madame Qiao reflected on how she had never cared for material possessions before. But now, with so many responsibilities, she found herself wishing for more silver. Additionally, there was the matter of her eldest son's marriage. As April approached, many preparations needed to be made in advance. She believed that while it should not be overly extravagant, it must not fall short of what the Han family deserved. Listening to Madame Qiao's endless chatter filled Qiao Zhonghua's heart with warmth. Once she finished speaking, he rose to pour her a cup of warm water. Here, my dear, soothe your throat. Madame Qiao glanced up at him, teasingly. Are you finding my words excessive? Qiao Zhonghua couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. How had they arrived at such a conclusion? After finishing her drink, Madame Qiao returned the cup to him, and he dutifully placed it back on the table. Turning around, he noticed Madame Qiao lazily reclining against the soft pillow, her lips glistening with moisture. A sudden urge stirred within him, and he took a few steps to lean closer. In the dim candlelight, he heard her shy voice. Do not act foolishly tonight. I walked for quite a while at Hugua Temple today, and my legs are still sore. Qiao Zhonghua let out a low chuckle, and before he knew it, his actions elicited a surprised gasp from Madame Qiao. As the bed curtains fell, his voice, filled with playful charm, drifted through, My dear, would it suffice if I were to give you a massage later? Chapter 86. The versatile hexagonal brother Qiao Zhonghua, a man of action, dispatched someone to the relief hall the very next day, accompanied by Lu Momo. Lu Momo had dealt with Mama Rong from the relief hall on numerous occasions, making her presence advantageous. Upon hearing that the Qiao family was not only willing to continue their generous support for the relief hall, but also eager to provide opportunities for older children, Mama Rong was overwhelmed with gratitude. Given the large number of children, each with distinct temperaments and talents, the task of providing tailored education proved to be a daunting endeavor that consumed half a month. Ultimately, only a handful of children were found to possess the focus necessary for studying, while the majority opted to learn a trade. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua felt a pang of sympathy. He could empathize with their reasoning. The path of education was long and uncertain, whereas acquiring a skill could yield immediate financial returns and allow them to repay the relief hall sooner. They were all good children. To his delight, among these children were 5 promising martial arts candidates, all of whom expressed a desire to train under the Qiao family. This initiative revitalized the relief hall. Mama Rong wore a smile throughout her day, allowing her more time to care for the younger children. Qiao Jiao Jiao remained unaware of these developments. She was still intent on saving her allowance, hoping to discuss her plans with her parents once she could articulate them, in order to assist those children. Her mind was preoccupied with the matter of the 3 formulas, incessantly musing, I wonder if my brother has managed to produce the soap yet? Under the gentle prodding of Qiao Jiao Jiao, Qiao Tianjing was busily engaged, scarcely finding a moment to rest. He had to attend court, manage his official duties, oversee the formulation trials below, and orchestrate the business affairs in Qingzhou, causing him to appear increasingly gaunt. One afternoon, after Qiao Jiao Jiao awakened from her nap, she overheard the voices of her family. Mother, do take a look. Is this soap not akin to Mengushua's? Blinking away her sleepiness, she vaguely saw Qiao Tianjing handing a round piece of soap to Madame Qiao, and in an instant, she sat upright, her drowsiness evaporating. Ah. Has the soap been made? Brother, I want to see. I want to see. As her excitement bubbled over, the Qiao family immediately recognized that she was awake. Qiao Tianjing bent down to scoop her up, handing her a piece of soap. Little sister, you mustn't eat this. Qiao Jiao Jiao retorted, Humph, do you truly think I am so naive? Wow, this milky white color looks absolutely delectable. Qiao Tianjing replied, though you are quite clever, you are still just a child. Madame Qiao took the soap to test it, returning shortly with a beaming smile. It works splendidly. It is even smoother than the soap provided by Miss Ming and produces a richer lather. Hearing this, Qiao Tianjing's face lit up with joy. In truth, the soap had been produced days prior. However, his pursuit of perfection had led him to request the master to conduct several additional trials until he was thoroughly satisfied before presenting it to his parents. With that settled, we can prepare for large-scale production, he announced. Mother, take a look at these 2 items. From his robe, he produced 2 small porcelain jars, and Qiao Jiao Jiao immediately detected a delightful fragrance. Mother, this is the lipstick mentioned in the formula. Please observe the difference from lip balm.as for this perfume. While its creation is not particularly challenging, the difficulty lies in preservation. Madame Qiao, a woman who cherished beauty, was captivated by the sight of the lipstick and perfume, and after testing them, she returned with a look of utmost satisfaction. These 2 items are bound to be a tremendous success, she declared confidently. If only the lipstick came in a wider array of colors, and the perfume offered a greater variety of scents, it would be even better. At this, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed, a woman's inclination towards beauty is innate. Your insight is rather astute. As for the colors of the lipstick and the fragrances of the perfume, the varieties were extensive. These finer details were beyond her knowledge, and she would need to let her brother explore them himself. Qiao Tianjing chuckled. I have employed several highly skilled masters at considerable expense, and they are already working on other colors and scents. We have also crafted soaps in various fragrances. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao nodded in admiration. Who would have thought? My brother truly possesses a knack for business. If his career in politics falters, he should undoubtedly become a business tycoon. Goodness, such a versatile genius, he will surely excel in the political arena, she mused, though her thought, look at that handsome face. His features are becoming increasingly pronounced. If my sister-in-law sees him in such a thin state, she is bound to feel distressed. At this point, Madame Qiao could not help but express her worries. Eldest son, you have worked tirelessly during this. With your wedding approaching in a few months, do take care not to overexert yourself. Qiao Tianjing hurriedly reassured his mother and sister, explaining that the initial strain would soon ease as the masters honed their skills and established a routine. My plan is to commence business in Qingzhou, as the groundwork there is nearly complete. Furthermore, with Meng Gushue residing in the capital, if a superior soap appears there unexpectedly, she may suspect our family. Qiao Jiao Jiao silently applauded her brother's strategic thinking. Indeed, that is precisely what I was contemplating. Though Meng Gushue may be somewhat naive, we must not underestimate her. Additionally, if these products gain renown in Qingzhou before reaching the capital, the extended distance will likely inflate the prices. Oh dear, I am so greedy. So much money. Qiao Tianjing couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. Look at how astute my little sister is. When she grows up, she will undoubtedly become a successful entrepreneur herself in time. She may very well be the wealthiest young lady in the world. As time flowed smoothly amidst the family's endeavors, half a month later, an unprecedented variety of soaps, lipsticks in diverse colors, and uniquely fragrant perfumes emerged in the markets of Qingzhou. Due to their limited quantities, they were quickly snatched up by the affluent elite of Qingzhou. However, those who had tried the products sang their praises, eagerly pre-ordering, and thus the reputation of these goods soared. By early May, Qiao Jiao Jiao had turned 9 months old. During this period, she found herself increasingly anxious, for the Duanwu Palace banquet was imminent, and on that day, according to the original storyline, was the tragic fate of the sweet, Na'vi heroine. Chapter 87. The Virtue Mall encountered a glitch. The Dragon Boat Festival banquet is held on the 5th day of the 5th month. From the first day of May, Qiao Jiao Jiao has been restless. If that naive girl were to meet her demise, would not the Empress be heartbroken to the core, and the Crown Prince plunged into despair? Would this not present a significant opportunity for the second prince? Moreover, on the day when Di Ziying was brought down, that naive girl had spoken on her behalf. Good people ought not to have short lives. The pressing question now is, who is the murderer behind the death of that naive girl? Qiao Jiao Jiao, distressed, scratched her head, and after much contemplation, summoned the Virtue Mall. Last time, she had 60 virtue points, and after exchanging 15 points for a spell, she was left with 45 points. Would such a meager amount be sufficient to save that naive girl? A sense of uncertainty loomed in her heart as she pondered what 45 points could still be exchanged for, thinking that when the time comes, she would confront whatever challenges arose. Oh no! The Virtue Mall has encountered a glitch. Qiao Jiao Jiao suddenly exclaimed internally, startling Madame Qiao, who was busy preparing banquet items for her family. Madame Qiao quickly turned her head, only to see Qiao Jiao Jiao propping herself up on the soft couch, as if she were about to stand up. Especially with her pair of bright, sparkling eyes wide open in shock, Madame Qiao was utterly perplexed. What is a glitch? Why did the Virtue Mall's glitch cause Jiao Jiao to be so frightened? Qiao Jiao Jiao, unable to believe her eyes, sat back down, fixated on the upper right corner of the Virtue Mall, where it boldly displayed, Virtue Points 165. My heavens! 165 virtue points. I have never been this wealthy before. What is happening? How did I suddenly acquire an additional 120 virtue points? Qiao Jiao Jiao could not fathom where these 120 virtue points came from. Madame Qiao, upon hearing this, paused slightly, but a conjecture formed in her mind. This virtue must have been accrued because she and her husband heeded Jiao Jiao's advice and helped the children at the relief hall, right? Just yesterday, she had heard her husband mention how diligent the children at the relief hall were, whether in their studies, martial arts, or acquiring skills. Had it not been for Jiao Jiao's suggestion, she would never have thought to assist those children, and now their circumstances had vastly improved. Jiao Jiao truly had performed a great act of virtue. After much deep thought, Qiao Jiao Jiao could arrive at no conclusion and ultimately had to abandon her musings. At this moment, gazing at the glimmering number, she couldn't help but smile broadly. After all, 165 virtue points could be exchanged for so many wonderful things. That naive girl must be exceptionally fortunate. Could she possibly be a favored individual of the old King Yin? Otherwise, how could the Virtue Mall conveniently glitch at such a crucial moment? It seems that the naive girl is destined to survive. I must think carefully and ensure her safety. Time swiftly passed to the 5th day of May. The Dragon Boat Festival Banquet is an annual tradition, and as per custom, the banquet lasts from the hour of C to the hour of Wei, from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. As the hour of Qian drew to a close, the dignitaries eligible to attend the banquet began to make their way to the venue. The banquet was held at the Funing Palace, which adjoins the Chunhua Garden, known for its small imperial flower garden. Within Chunhua Garden, there are 2 lakes. One is Spring Water Lake, surrounded by water corridors and pavilions, a favored spot for ladies before the banquet begins. The other is Jade Flower Lake, a place that is seldom visited by the public. Although there is no official prohibition against entering, and the 2 lakes are merely separated by a wall and an archway, everyone tacitly refrained from stepping inside. This is due to the lake's mysterious origins. At the garden's inception, Jade Flower Lake was originally named Minghua Lake. It is said that in the past, the beloved Yoyo Empress, longing for home, danced the Northern Land's Jade Maiden dance by the shores of Minghua Lake, her movements so ethereal they captivated all. The emperor, utterly entranced, commissioned a statue depicting the Yulio Empress in her dance, veiled in sheer silk, and subsequently renamed Minghua to Jade Flowered. It is rumored that even after the Yulio Empress's passing, the emperor often visited Jade Flower Lake to reminisce. With such a backstory, few in the capital dare to be foolish, and thus, over the years, no one has dared to step inside during the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. The banquet seating does not distinguish between genders, and each household has a predetermined number of attendees, seated according to their official rank. However, exceptions do exist, such as in the case of the Qiao family. Qiao Jiao, currently a third-rank censor, had long been granted a decree by the emperor that in all court banquets, he would be treated as a first-rank official, seated at the front. As the banquet had yet to commence, the attendees mingled and exchanged pleasantries, with the liveliest group being that of the Qiao family. Not long ago, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family had been chosen as the crown princess, and everyone sought an opportunity to curry favor. Although Qiao Jiao enjoyed the emperor's favor, he was a man of few words and did not relish socializing. Thus very few approached him. He was quite content, proudly boasting about his daughter, Qiao Jiao Jiao, to those around him. "Old Han, my daughter." Han Mingzhi, as Qiao Zhong was Han Mingzhi, appreciating the compliment, nodded in agreement. Indeed, daughters are treasures. Qiao Zhong, pleased by the response, chuckled, when suddenly a tall figure approached. Lord Qiao. Turning, Qiao Zhong found General Xiao Hongda strolling over, his expression calm, akin to a casual greeting. In recent years, the Southern Kingdom had maintained a peaceful demeanor, allowing General Xiao to spend several months each year residing in the capital rather than guarding the southern borders. General Xiao Zhong reciprocated the greeting politely, their eyes meeting, hinting at unspoken currents. The original text did not describe the relationship between Qiao Zhong and Xiao Hongda, so Qiao Jiao Jiao was unaware that this general was as close to her father as a brother. Wow, General Xiao is indeed handsome. No wonder he fathered two such beautiful daughters. Lord Xiao, I have recently heard about the incident at the National Protection Temple for my wife. Thank you for Madame Qiao's assistance. As Qiao and Xiao met, the crowd naturally turned their attention to the two, observing this exchange with keen interest. Qiao Zhong waved his hand dismissively, a mere trifle, nothing to mention. Compared to the graceful and valiant demeanor of General Xiao Hongda, Qiao Zhong exuded more of a roguish charm. Upon hearing this, General Xiao shook his head. My wife is very grateful for Madame Qiao's assistance. If Lord Xiao does not mind, may I host a banquet in thanks? Hearing this, Qiao Zhong's eyes flickered momentarily, then he casually remarked, if General Xiao is truly sincere in his gratitude, why not take my second son as a student? The nearby courtiers, eavesdropping intently, were baffled. How could Qiao Zhong articulate something so delicate with such ease? This was a matter of taking on a disciple. What immense gratitude would warrant one as a mentor? Moreover, General Xiao was currently the general of the cavalry, wielding military power, and was the father-in-law of the future crown princess, making him an exceedingly desirable mentor for many. Qiao Zhong truly knew how to leverage favors. It seemed he had grown accustomed to being unruly in the court, believing no one could rein him in. General Xiao seldom attended court and held a high position. In that moment, all the courtiers collectively entertained the same thought. General Xiao, you ought to confront Qiao Zhong. Put him in his place. As the courtiers watched with eager anticipation, General Xiao, however, responded with remarkable good humor. A tiger father begets no dog son. I imagine Lord Xiao's second son must also be a remarkable individual. Please, Lord Xiao, allow me to meet him. The courtiers were left speechless. Chapter 88. A brother's assistance. Upon hearing these words, Qiao Zhong's eyes momentarily brightened as he called out to Qiao Diy, who was not far away. Second, come here. Qiao Diy, perplexed, responded, I am just sitting here obediently. Why would I be scolded? Before entering the palace, Qiao Zhong had repeatedly instructed him to behave himself. True to his word, Qiao Jiao remained dutifully seated, not daring to rise or wander. Seeing this, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but grin. Silly second brother, hurry over. Your future father-in-law wishes to see you. Shouldn't you present yourself well? Qiao Jiao, who was within earshot, felt a jolt of surprise at Qiao Jiao Jiao's thoughts. He immediately sprang to his feet and walked over to stand beside Qiao Zhonghua with utmost decorum. Qiao Zhonghua gave Qiao Diy a gentle push forward. General Xiao, this is my second son. What do you think? Is he up to the mark? Upon hearing this, Qiao Dai's heart raced uncontrollably. Completely oblivious to the matter of becoming an apprentice, he mistakenly believed that Qiao Zhonghua was genuinely presenting him to Xiao Hongda as a potential son-in-law, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Xiao Hongda's eyes as he pinched Qiao Dai's arm, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He has a solid foundation, indeed. At this, Qiao Dai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be that he was being accepted as a son-in-law so swiftly? Qiao Zhonghua smiled subtly, interpreting General Zhao's words as a form of agreement. Xiao Hongda nodded. I find him satisfactory, but it is essential to consult His Majesty's opinion. Given that the Xiao family held military power, and now with a princess consort emerging from their ranks, the Qiao family, being of notable lineage, needed to ascertain whether Qiao Dai could become his student, which ultimately depended on the emperor's will. Xiao Zhonghua wholeheartedly agreed. Your reasoning is sound, General Xiao. I shall seek an imperial favor shortly. Qiao Dai, however, was utterly bewildered. Wait, does this mean that my marriage to the second young lady requires the emperor's approval? Noticing Qiao Dai's dazed expression, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't suppress her laughter. Silly second brother, father wishes for you to first apprentice under General Xiao. This is an opportunity presented right before you. But I recall that apprenticeship was never part of the plan. Perhaps father thought of it on a whim. However, this scheme might not be entirely unfeasible, for the Dog Emperor was soon to strip General Xiao of his military authority. After all, with Miss Xiao becoming a princess consort, the Dog Emperor would undoubtedly take action. To placate General Xiao and avoid offending the old minister, it was likely